This young man transmigrated to another world, and he also got a system to go with him. But even though they're both systems, Hanju's system is kinda weird, you know? It's not just disguised as a shake the dice game, but every time it rolls, the result is rigged as hell. This time, it tells Hanju his reward is the heavenly doomed Lone Star. He'll live for hundreds of years, but he'll die a virgin. Hanju was so desperate that he angrily shouted, "AAA, god damn it! Who wants to be alone their whole life, huh? It's been years, and this damn system can't give him any good potential. He transmigrated, but his life is like crap." Even though he's complaining, the system is Hanju's only hope, so he'll keep shaking until he drops C. He'll definitely be able to cultivate. Early the next morning, Hanju exercised, gathering the spiritual energy of the earth to get good luck, wondering what surprise this system will give him today. 10,000-year trash spiritual roots. This surprise made Hanju feel like he had been stabbed 1,000 times. Even though he had cooled down a bit, he still felt frustrated. But he still has a round of shaking for his Xiantian luck. So Hanju endured the pain and continued. Unexpectedly, this time he rolled 4 super Xiantian lucks in a row, namely Peerless, Sword Maniac, Unparalleled Agility, and Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. Needless to say, Hanju froze. Sometimes he gets nothing, and sometimes he gets 4 at once. He rolled around on the grass, enjoying the feeling of happiness. It's true that good news refreshes the spirit. Next, he just needs to focus on shaking out a good spiritual root potential to complete the combo. With these 4 top Enigrade lucks, he'll shake enthusiastically for a few more decades. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Hanju must live a truly epic life. He can't be a slave in this medicine garden forever. That afternoon, everyone was summoned to pay respect to the 2 immortal sects from Yuking sect, a man and a woman walking with "I'm better than you" faces. The servants stood below, looking up until their necks were sore. So these are immortals? Just looking at them, you can tell they're powerful. Necks are sore. If I could become like them, that would be great. Hanju heard this and curled his lip. When he shakes out top Chograde spiritual roots, those guys will just be mosquitoes. The man said that from today on, he would be in charge of guarding the medicine garden, and the servants were not allowed to disturb their cultivation. Hanju was confused when he heard the news. What happened to Ti Lao? The woman said that recently the sect has been invaded by demon cultivators, so Ti Lao had to go out and work, and they would protect the medicine garden and everyone in his place. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. At least before he shakes out the top Phonigrade, someone will protect his life. From the beginning, you've only been acting like a clown. But the cultivation world isn't some peaceful paradise. Lucky for you, you've managed to stay alive, and you've got this system as a safety net. I wonder if this system is even still working. But it's been 2 years, and not even a high Stigrade spiritual root has appeared, making Hanju lose faith. He's itching to cultivate, but he only has a mid-Gagergrade spiritual root. But this time, he's determined to cultivate to the peak and live to become a legend. As he was pondering, a voice rang out. Hey! Hey! Everyone drop what you're doing and pay respects to the master." Outside, Tia Lao stood before all the servants and animals. He had been gone for 2 years, but they had no problems working, so they were happy. Everyone put on joyful faces to welcome Tai Lao. "This is what we should be doing. It's our honor to share the master's burdens." Hanju just curled his lip. Such a bunch of flatterers. No matter how well they speak, Ti Lao won't give them any extra food. While he was bad-mouthing Tai Lao, Hanju was called over by him, along with some other young men. They walked along, curious about what was going on, and after some probing, they learned that Ti Lao wanted to check their spiritual root aptitude. Hanju was confused. He never allowed the servants to cultivate before. Why suddenly check them now? Suddenly, he caught sight of bloodstains on Ti Lao's lapel. While he was pondering, it was Hanju's turn to be checked. His gaze was like he wanted to devour him whole. Hanju reached out his hand, sweating like crazy. Don't tell me this old guy wants to use them as pills to heal his injuries or something. No spiritual root. Next. After Hanju finished the check, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't use the system to cultivate. Next, unexpectedly, someone actually had a spiritual root. Tilao didn't punish him, but instead took him out of the cave and accepted him as a disciple to cultivate. The kid Zhang Wu happily agreed immediately. The others congratulated him. He'll be an immortal from now on, different from us. How lucky. Only Hanju's face darkened. Leaving this cave, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Another 3 springs passed, and a resounding shout from Hanju's house heralded good news. He rolled back and forth on the floor, overjoyed. This time, he shook out 6 high Kinagrade attributes. They were the 6 paths physique, containing all the spiritual roots of wind, fire, water, earth, and wood. Having suffered for decades, Hanju still couldn't begin cultivating, all because of Tilao. I wonder how that kid Zhang O is doing. I haven't seen his face in 3 years. Seeing Hanju troubled by this, the system offered to help. Create a barrier so no cultivator can detect your changes. Finally, this system has done something useful. Hanju immediately agreed. From today on, he officially embarks on the path of cultivation, becoming the best as soon as possible. A dazzling light shone forth. Moments later, Hanju found himself in a different space, time. The system summarized Hanju's life with flowery language, but the main thing was inviting him to choose his cultivation path, because he possessed 6 kinds of mysterious powers of heaven and earth. Hanju didn't know which to pick between sword cultivation, lightning cultivation, wood cultivation, fire cultivation, water cultivation, earth cultivation, and wind cultivation. It took Hanju several years to create the complete 6 paths of reincarnation. Now only choosing one to cultivate would be a total rip-off. After thinking for a while, he decided to choose sword cultivation. A straight man's gotta wield a sword to be strong and fierce, right? The system started cultivation, and Hanju felt as if he was submerged in a flow of power. The system even reminded him to take care of himself in the future, because once he embarked on the path of cultivation, 1,000 years would feel like a dream, with no turning back. He had to diligently increase his stats from now on. The system interface also changed, leaving Hanju unprepared. However, the relationship tab looked new. He tried clicking on it. Unexpectedly, Tilao appeared first. As expected, he really hated him. If he knew he had spiritual roots, he definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Hanju almost vomited blood. He had been painstakingly growing herbs for him since birth, and yet he still harbored hatred towards him. But then he thought about it. This old guy probably resented his parents for abandoning him, and since he's been running off to who knows where these past few years, he can cultivate in peace. No time to waste. Hanju immediately began increasing his cultivation. Once he reached the 9th level of Lianqi, he ditched this place for good. Let's see what old man Tilao at the 7th level of Lianqi can do to him. When he focused intently, Hanju could see different, criticized bubbles, which seemed to be spiritual energy, but he could only sense wind, earth, water, and wood. Although he couldn't see lightning and fire, Hanju would use the 4 types of spiritual energy to cultivate for now. Upon entering the path of cultivation, the system gave him 2 choices. 1. Become a peerless prodigy and show off, which would grant him a Lianqi realm magic weapon. 2. Cultivate humbly, which would unlock the function to conceal his cultivation level and spiritual roots. Without much thought, Hanju chose the second option. He'll just diligently cultivate day by day. 2 years passed in a flash. Hanju still grew spirit herbs with all his heart. Hopefully the spiritual herbs would grow quickly, so he could freeload off of them. His 4 types of spiritual energy had all reached the 7th level of the Lianqi realm. The effect of promoting the growth of spiritual herbs was obvious. Hanju looked around, hoping that no one would discover him here today. Hanju went back, carrying his basket. The girls who were attentively eating dragon fruit next to the riverbank, upon seeing him, screamed, Oh heavens, he's both handsome and knows how to grow herbs. I want to snatch him and make him my husband. They never used to give him a second glance, but ever since he started cultivating, his charm has become prominent. This isn't a good thing. Why doesn't this system help him conceal it a bit? Just when I was racking my brains, Xing Hongzhuan suddenly blocked my path. She wanted me to take a trip into the woods with her. I followed along, totally confused. For the past few years, she's been helping Tilao watch over the herb garden, never even giving us lowly herb slaves a second glance. So why is she suddenly calling me out? What's up with that? So I asked the system, and wouldn't you know it, her affection level for me shot up to 2 stars. My brain's fried now. We've never had any physical contact before, so why is she suddenly interested in me? I facepalmed. This is all because of that charm thing, isn't it? What if she uses me as a human furnace for dual cultivation? Sure, it might be great, but also super rough. Seeing me constantly holding my head, Xing Hongzhuan tried to strike up a conversation to ease my tension. I don't intend to make things difficult for you. I just want to ask you if you are willing to be a medicine slave for the rest of your life. Totally not getting what she wanted, I scratched my head and pretended to be clueless, saying I didn't know what to do. Xing Hongzhuan then made a proposal. As long as you help me with one thing, I'll take you to cultivate immortality and escape your mortal status. Huh. What does the fairy want this little one to do? I thought she was going to ask for something super difficult. Turns out it was even more messed up than porn, which was to steal Tai Lao's pill formula. Then she'd take me to join a demonic sect, and maybe even become her hubby. I froze on the spot. Turns out there's a rogue cultivator from a demonic sect mixed into the Jade Purity sect, right here in the herb garden. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Offending the Jade Purity sect means being hunted down to the ends of the earth. But if I refuse, Xing Hongzhuan will probably silence me right here in the deep, dark woods. No one would hear me scream. Plus, Tai Lao isn't even here. Xing Hongzhuan seemed confident I wouldn't breathe a word, and even gave me some time to think it over. We're both at the 7th level of Lianqi, but I haven't learned any spells yet and don't have any magic items. I can't take her on right now. So I put on my best dumb, bad guy act to escape the situation. Oh, I don't know where that thing is. Plus, there's a fellow disciple guarding Tai Lao's pavilion. Suddenly, Xing Hongzhuan spun around. She slammed my head into the ground without a shred of mercy. Of course it's in the pavilion. Tai Lao, that old geezer, went out to find immortality herbs. Headed. He probably won't be back for years. As for that guard, you don't need to worry. I will lure him away. Finding the pill formula won't be difficult for you, will it? And as for the fact that I have no cultivation base, she'd prepared a pill to help me open my spiritual roots so I could move more easily. I cursed inwardly. That's gotta be some kind of poison, not a pill. She shoved it straight into my mouth and forced me to swallow it. Then she got all up in my face, praising me. Good boy, relax. After you succeed, I will nurture you like my future husband when we return home. I tried to vomit the pill out, using the system to eliminate it from my body. I wiped my mouth, holding a grudge in my heart. The question is, should I listen to Xing Hongzhuan? People from demonic sects are ruthless. Even if I help her, there's no guarantee I'll benefit. She might even go back on her word. Finally, the system's giving Hanju a choice to deal with this situation. If he steals the pill formula, he'll get Xing Hongzhuan's trust, but also a 5-star hatred from the Yuqing sect. If not, he'll get the ultimate sword technique, Divine Sword. As long as he doesn't help her, he gets a new skill. No need to even think about it. Hanju's totally going with option 2. That night, Hanju waited for Xing Hongzhuan. She'd already found out that the pill formula was in Tai Lao's study. She's gonna lure the guards away, and then he'll sneak in first. Before she left, she gave him a special warning. Remember, there's a formation in the pavilion. If anything goes wrong, he'll be back immediately. Time's short, you gotta be quick. An hour later, Hanju arrived in front of the pavilion. He saw the guard who was killed with his eyes still open and sighed. Xing Hongzhuan, said she'd lure them away, but she straight up murdered the guy. She really is a she-devil, huh? A moment later, other guards shouted. She ran over there. After her, report to Tie Lao. Hanju took the chance to sneak into Tie Lao's study. This place is like 10 times bigger than his own room. Hanju searched every nook and cranny but couldn't find anything. Seriously, Xing Hongzhuan could have just snuck in here and found the pill formula way faster. Why even bother recruiting him? Is she nuts or something? Hanju picked up a gold-plated brush, his eyes sharp. Some people have it all, huh? His brush is made of gold, while us medicine slaves get the crappiest stuff. Evil landlord? What are you muttering about? Did you find the pill formula yet? Xing Hongzhuan appeared behind him, making Hanju jump. His voice was weak for some reason. Not yet. There's too much stuff here. Are you slacking off? Ignoring Hanju's excuses, she was done playing cat and mouse. Her hands were already covered in blood, so killing him wouldn't be a big deal. Hanju stumbled backwards, accidentally bumping into a bookshelf. A white vase fell from the shelf, shattering on the floor, revealing something inside. Is this the pill formula? They both stared at the scroll rolling across the floor, their expressions turning grim. Hanju cursed inwardly. This old geezer hid something so important in such a dangerous place. Seeing Xing Hongzhuan pounce, Hanju panicked. If she gets the pill formula, she'll definitely kill him. Unexpectedly, she hugged Hanju tightly, her voice completely different from her earlier murderous tone. You're amazing! You really are my lucky charm. I didn't expect someone as honest as you to be so romantic. Hanju lost the pill formula to Xing Hongzhuan, and also lost the divine sword technique. But he noticed her aura was unstable. She probably used up a lot of energy, luring those guards away. Hanju grabbed the inkstone nearby, and wanted to smack her in the head with all his might. But just then, bam! A wave of power slammed into them. The elixir recipe fell right into Tai Lao's hands, who was standing at the door, looking absolutely furious. You dare to eye my elixir recipe? You've got some serious guts. Xing Hongzhuan was totally surprised to see him back way earlier than expected. Turns out, Tai Lao had been back for ages, just waiting for her to show her true colors. He'd been suspicious of her ever since she first arrived. Over the years, none of the other disciples bothered with the herb garden, just these two. Something fishy was definitely going on. Tai Lao's attacks were relentless, like he knew he had this in the bag. Xing Hongzhuan was clearly drained after leading those guards away. Stealing the recipe was a no. Rago now. Running was the only option. Tai Lao had a hard time catching up, since these demon cultivators had developed an amazing escape art after being chased by Yuqing's sect for thousands of years. Hanju finally woke up, all achy and groggy. Clutching his head, he started acting. Master, you're finally back? I tried to hold that devil back, almost died. Tai Lao even thought I was in cahoots with her. But after Hanju explained everything, Tai Lao realized that he'd just been used. She wanted to groom you as her husband. You believed that crap. After getting chewed out for a while, Tai Lao sent Hanju home to get some shut-eye. The system rewarded him with the absolute art of sword, just like promised. Finally, he had a way to fight back. 2 years quietly slipped by, but Hanju kept leveling up. Now he was even using magic to chop firewood, and his swordplay was getting pretty darn good. Today was his last time cutting wood. The herb garden just wasn't cutting it for his cultivation anymore. In the past 2 years, Hanju had cultivated all 4 elemental roots to the 9th level of Liangqi. Once he finished refining the thunder and fire elements, he could break through to the foundation establishment stage. But there was no thunder or fire spiritual energy around the herb garden, so he had to bail. Hanju pondered a way to sneak out of here as he was walking, and these days, Tai Lao was gone more and more often. Stuck at the 7th level of Liangqi, not everyone could break through smoothly like Hanju. That's what sets a system user apart. His lifelong goal was to extend his lifespan, and to get stronger, He had to leave this herb garden that he'd been tied to for 20 years. Hanju was determined to sever ties and leave without looking back. This medicinal garden, thanks to Tia Lao being an outer disciple at Yuqing sect, allows them to be considered people of Yuqing sect. That's why he decided to cultivate here. Besides Tia Lao, no one knows his identity at all. Seeing a strange face like Hanju appear, the two guards demanded to see his sect token. He can now openly introduce himself to the world. This humble one is Hanju, a wandering cultivator at the 9th level of Lianqi, seeking to join Yuqing sect. Upon hearing 9th level of Lianqi, the two guards hurriedly wanted to report. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No need to report. I have business outside. If I heard correctly, you're at the 9th level of Lianqi and want to join our sect. Yang Luo is an elder of the Yuqing sect. Because demonic cultivators have been infiltrating in recent years, he needs to check him out first. Please display your spiritual power, Hanju nodded, and then unleashed the absolute finger divine sword. He gathered power on his 2 fingers, then flicked them lightly, and a piece of the distant mountain was immediately sliced off. The 3 people's eyes widened. They froze. Is he really only at the 9th level of Lianqi? Yang Lu noticed that it wasn't exactly swordsmanship, but more like magic. Compared to his cultivation level, it was a bit unusual, but the purity of this spiritual energy definitely wasn't that of a demonic cultivator. So he immediately led Hanju to register his identity. From now on, he's officially an outer disciple. On the way, Hanju asked about a few things regarding this place. Yuqing sect has over 2,000 outer disciples, but to enter the inner sect, one must reach Zhuji, Foundation Establishment. Every 3 years, the sect will hold a competition. The top 3 in the inner sect will receive Zhuji pills to help the 9th level of Lianqi break through to Zhuji. As for the inner sect disciples, they reside in a small world. Even Yang Luo doesn't know their exact number. Hanju asked around a bit before getting to his main goal. May I ask if Yuqing sect has any places to cultivate thunder and fire spiritual energy? Yang Luo looked surprised that he had a thundering spiritual root, but there are no cultivation places for that in the outer sect. If he needs it, he has to ask the Elder Hall. He might even be able to join the inner sect exceptionally. Turns out, because thunder's spiritual roots are rare, they're highly valued by the sect. Hanju then displayed a bit of thunder magic to Yang Luo to prove he had a thunderous spiritual root. Brother Yang, please help me recommend me. If I can enter the inner sect, I'll definitely not forget your kindness. Yang Luo hurriedly led him to the Elder Hall to register. An old man sat there and told Yang Luo to check his spiritual root first. Although his appearance was normal, Hanju couldn't see through his cultivation level, but when it came to checking his spiritual root, he was worried his 6 spiritual roots would be exposed. So many headaches would follow if that happened. Gotta act humble. So Hanju only revealed 3 of his spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, just 3 spiritual roots already made him stand out. Yang Luo gave him a bunch of supplies and spirit stones, and even got you a brand new, super fancy room. Before leaving, he specifically told you to rest up, and that he'd let you know if there's any cool news. Hanju sighed. He was just a free, strange servant, but now he's on the special care list, which is kinda giving him the pressure. But hey, Yang La chose a room full of fire spiritual energy for him, so it's not all bad. When it comes to cultivation, you could say, this is a good thing. Usually, cultivators only cultivate one type of technique and only have one attribute. Someone who needs to cultivate all 6 attributes like him is destined to work 1,000 times harder than others. Luckily, he's got the abundant resources provided by the system, so cultivation isn't even tiring. Plus, there's the feeling of extending his lifespan. That's the real trend, man. It's been so many years since Hanju first saw the system, and in the end, it's all for the sake of immortality. In his past life, he didn't cherish his body, staying up late watching movies. to waste his youth. It wasn't until he got a terminal illness that he realized how precious life is. This life probably won't give anyone a third chance. So Hanju doesn't need fame or fortune, and he doesn't need beauties. He just wants to live a long, long time. Hanju just kept immersing himself in cultivation. One day, Yangla opened the door to announce, "Sorry, I made you wait half a year. The Grand Elder is back." Yangla sensed that his aura had become a lot stronger, but the clothes he was wearing were still the same. He was stunned. "Could it be that you've been cultivating the whole time and haven't left this room once?" Hanju finally woke up, looking dazed and asking, half a year already?" Hanju followed Yangla to the Elder's Hall. The old secretary praised him. "Your spiritual power has increased quite a bit. He's got good aptitude, and he's also diligent. Yangla hopes he can become an elite disciple of the sect. Not bad aura. Not inferior to intersect disciples, even almost as good as elite disciples." The round-faced, pot-bellied Grand Elder praised Hanju. If he wants to join the inner sect, he needs to find a master. Within the inner sect, there are 18 peaks, corresponding to 18 teaching elders. If any of them take a liking to him, he can directly become an inner sect disciple. Otherwise, Hanju would have to participate in the inner sect competition and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. He nodded, understanding. His eyes were extremely determined. On the way, the Grand Elder talked about the teaching elders of the various peaks. Some are competitive, some are modest in their cultivation, and some go out on missions every year. The important thing is what kind of cultivation style Hanju wants to follow. He doesn't like excitement, and he doesn't like being too prominent, so choosing modest cultivation is the best. As soon as he said that, the Grand Elder stroked his chin and looked at him, smiling meaningfully. Yuqing Peak is perfect for you. You'll definitely like it there." On the way, a few red-crowned cranes flew over. Their shadows covered both of them, surprising Hanju. Ahead is the land of the inner sect. The Yuqing sect is a series of tall, overlapping mountains. Seeing the disciples flying on their swords, Hanju couldn't help but admire them. The Grand Elder walked and introduced a few places along the way. Like the Jade Purity sect center is the spot for grabbing missions, perks, and doing a little trading. Hanju had seriously been underestimating the Jade Purity sect all this time, thinking they were just some small fry sect, straight out at an old school wuxia flick. Finally, they arrived at Jade Serenity Peak. Shockingly, it was the lowest, crilling place, and totally freezing. Plus, the disciples here are the fewest in the inner sect, cause their teaching elder, Xishuan Xianzi, has crazy high cultivation but loves to seclude herself for training, just wants some peace and quiet, and she doesn't even allow her disciples to get all lovey-dovey, so basically, it's a bunch of hardcore cultivators here. Is it too late to change my mind, or what? The Grand Elder turned around and caught Hanju's expression of pure, unadulterated joy. Jade Serenity Peak is perfect for me. When cultivating, the worst thing is being disturbed. Listening to the Grand Elder lead him inside to meet Xishuan Xianzi. Xishuan Xianzi seemed pretty chill about taking on a disciple, only asking him one question: "Do you agree to join this peak, ignore worldly affairs, and focus solely on cultivation?" Before he could even answer, this super outgoing girl pops up. Finally, Jade Serenity Peak has a decent disciple. This Chongyue is at the second level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but her affection for him is only 2 stars. Guess his charm's taken a nosedive. Hanju coldly stated that he can cultivate for 100 years without leaving his room. And then, there were no further instructions. The cold rejection caused Chongyuer's affection to plummet. Xishuan Xianzi, amused, wanted him to try attacking her to see if he had some skills. Hanju didn't hold back, and used all his strength to unleash his magic. When it was just inches from Zhishuan's face, he immediately dispelled it. Her expression remained calm as if nothing had happened. Younger was thrilled that he knew when to stop, and her affection jumped back up to 2 stars. Meanwhile, Zhishuan Xianzi only has 1 star. Ouch. Zhishuan Xianzi found his swordsmanship not bad and allowed him to stay on Jade Serenity Peak to cultivate. The Grand Elder, seeing that Hanju had found a place to settle down, bid farewell and left. But then Zhishuan Xianzi stared intently at him, making him uneasy. His supreme 6 attributes have been seen through, Yunnair whispered, reminding him. This is telling you to acknowledge her as your master. Hanju totally forgot about this part. Since it was his first time acknowledging a master, he just copied what he saw in TV dramas, kneeling down and shouting, Disciple Hanju greets master. May master live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Zhishuan Xianzi sighed. She's not the empress or anything. Whatever, Yungar. Take your junior brother to register in the inner sect and arrange his cave abode. Yungar immediately pulled Hanju away. On the way, she even asked him if he knew how to fly with a sword. Meanwhile, Zhishuan Xianzi watched him leave, very pleased. Not bad temperament, has the looks, and a good personality too. Since Hanju didn't know how to fly with a sword, he had to rely on Yungar to take him. Looking down from a height of over 1,000 meters made him tremble. His only support was her. Hanju didn't know what she was saying, so he just said something random. Thank you, senior sister. If senior sister needs any help, you can always tell junior brother. Yungar was extremely happy, vowing to protect him and not let anyone bully him. For 5 years, she had been all alone on Jade Peak. Now she had a junior brother who was as handsome as Hanju, and obedient too. Her wolfish, tiger-like expression caught Hanju's eye, making him unconsciously scared. He hoped life would be smooth sailing from now on. Yungar led Hanju to his cave abode, which was next to hers. Because the cave abodes were deep within a secluded cave, they could focus on cultivation without fear of being disturbed. Hanju looked around the room, marveling at the grandeur of the inner sect. From the moment he started cultivating until now, this was the first time he felt pressure. The deeper his cultivation, the greater the difference he felt. Zhishuan Xianzi was a 3rd Gulf Stage nascent soul cultivator, a height that was difficult to reach even in his dreams. The Grand Elder had taught him a lesson. The difference between the inner and outer sects was not just 1 level. He was only half a step away from the Golden Core realm, yet he could only serve as the Grand Elder of the outer sect. Speaking of cultivation levels, the lowest is Lianqi, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into the body, nourishing the limbs, and increasing physical qualities. Foundation establishment, Zhuji, is when the dantian is full of spiritual qi, compressing the qi into spiritual liquid, shedding the mortal body, and transforming into spiritual power. Golden core, Jindan, is when spiritual power gathers into a Dan Jungian state, using the person as a cauldron to concentrate essence, qi, and spirit, forming a holy fetus. When essence, qi, and spirit condense into a nascent soul, breaking the golden core and escaping, one becomes a nascent soul. Yuan Yi. At this time, the cultivator can open up the natural world, receiving great and supreme power. Above nascent soul, only the founding ancestor of the Jade Purity sect has reached that level. After that, he left for many years and hasn't returned. So Zhishuan Xianzi was the strongest cultivator he had come into contact with so far. Jade Peak is indeed a good backer before he grows up. Hanju has to rely on his master, who knows how dangerous it is out there. After thinking for a while, Hanju immediately began to seize the time to cultivate. He couldn't let his master lose face. Just then, the system gave him 2 development paths. One was to gain fame, lead Jade Peak to become the strongest peak, and receive a top-grade magic weapon, but offend Zhishuan Xianzi. The other was to cultivate humbly, receive her love, and obtain a set of secret body techniques. Looking at the words, offend Shi Xuan Xianzi, Hanju was speechless. His master was really strange. Making her proud wasn't necessarily a good thing. 3 years passed, and Hanju cultivated without leaving his cave abode for half a step. Today the weather was fine, and he decided to learn how to fly with a sword. If he walked, it would take half a year to get anywhere. In the inner sect, he had read the book Sword Flight Technique, and then threw it away, because with his high Shenigrade sword talent, he would definitely learn it in the blink of an eye. This is the difference a top Lentier aptitude makes, bro. You don't need to grind like those other dudes over there. Right then, he breezes past Zhishuan Xianzi. She's standing on a nearby cliff, taking in the view. Hanju, you're something else. You actually stayed in seclusion for a full 3 years. Hanju lands, bows respectfully. Greetings, Master. He's also got a question he needs answered. My wind and fire spiritual roots have reached the 9th level. Master, please guide me. Where can I cultivate thundery spiritual Q? Shi Xuan Xianzi doesn't give him a straight answer, but asks him back. You want to cultivate a 3-element spiritual Q foundation. Hanju nods vigorously. He's actually got 6 elements, you know. But Shi Xuan Xianzi bursts his bubble. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Focusing on cultivating a single path of spiritual Qi is already super tough. Not to mention the heavenly tribulations get way stronger later on. So wasting time cultivating is a huge loss. Hanju sees her point, but he's already got these spiritual roots. If she's not sure, he'll figure it out himself. Hanju earnestly pleads. I understand, Master, but I believe in my willpower. I'm sure I'll succeed. I'm willing to dedicate all my time to cultivation. Shi Xuan Xianzi's lips curve slightly. She points out a teleportation formation in the inner sect that can take him straight to the Thunder Spirit Pool. After arriving, Hanju is once again blown away by the sheer lavishness of the Jade Pure sect. This Thunder Spirit Pool is way bigger than he imagined. Even just teleporting, he can feel the dense Thunder Spiritual Q. The higher he goes, the more intense the Thunder Spiritual Q gets. It feels like cultivating here would shoot him straight to the 9th level. Such a huge place, yet there's only one person cultivating. Hanju realizes just how rare this is. Suddenly, a voice whispers, almost moaning, in his ear. Don't wander around in the Thunder Spirit Pool. You can only cultivate by the edge. Otherwise, you'll get struck by lightning and die. Hanju gets the fright of his life and yells. His scream reaches the young man focused on cultivating above. What are you screaming for? Never seen a handsome guy before. The tree spirit, having just scared him, turns and leaves, reminding him again. Don't go near the center. Hanju didn't expect to run into a tree spirit here. Just how loaded is the Jade Pure sect? Even though the tree spirit looks gloomy, cultivating near it doubles the effectiveness. Hanju suddenly wants to nurture a tree into a tree spirit to boost his cultivation time. That way, he could reach the 9th level of Thunder Spirit Q ahead of schedule. Just thinking about it, Hanju gets super excited. Starting from scratch, reaching the 9th level in just 1 year. The young man in the distance thinks he's way too cocky. No one can reach the max level in a single year. With such a greedy mindset, he won't get far. A year later, he takes back everything he said last year. He mutters to himself, Hanju, you're the real MVP. He's now perfected all 6 systems of Lianqi and can break through to Zhuji. Shi Xuan Xianzi was once worried he'd cultivate too many things and go crazy. But she didn't know the cultivation method he was using already had it all figured out. It's called the tribulation, avoiding method. At this moment, dark clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by powerful thunder and lightning. The tree spirit grimaces. Powerful Zhuji, thunder tribulation, huh? Oh no, he really picked a great spot. According to the tree spirit, Hanju shouldn't undergo his tribulation at the Thunder Spirit Pool, because the power of the thunder tribulation would double here. The tree spirit urges the young man to leave quickly before he gets caught up in it. As for Hanju, he's a goner. The tribulation clouds were set. Boom. A deafening thunderclap and a powerful bolt of lightning crashed down. Hanju's entire body glows with the golden barrier of the tribulation, avoiding method, helping him absorb the heavenly lightning, turning it into the purest spiritual key. It's just a thundering tribulation, baby. Turn into my power, Hanju roars. The intense light prevents the tree spirit and the young man from keeping up with what's happening. Just like that, 2 years fly by. Hanju pays the fee for using the Thunder Spirit Pool for 3 years. He originally planned to consolidate his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Zhuji stage after breaking through. It was an unexpected incident for him, but his lifespan is about to reach 200. This time, Hanju also has to choose his path of development. If he brings glory to the Jade Pure sect, he'll get the 9 Nether Thunder method, but he'll earn Zhishuan Xianzi's resentment. But if he cultivates in secret, he'll soon reach Jindan and receive a supreme, single-grade magical sword. Hanju makes a face. He has no idea how much his master loves cultivating. Just 2 years, and you've reached the 3rd level of the Zhuji stage. Throughout this entire inner sect, you're considered a talent. The young demon who cultivated with him in the Thunder Spirit Pool proactively comes over to chat. I am Mofukyu, of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. May I ask your esteemed name? Hanju. He politely introduces himself back. Upon learning he's from Jade Serene Peak, Mofuki is both surprised and regretful. Junior brother, you're from Jade Serene Peak. With this aptitude, joining Jade Serene Peak is a waste. You should come to Heavenly Thunder Peak with my thunder, cultivating master. Hanju has already accepted Zhishuan Xianzi as his master. A teacher for a day as a father for life. How can he just switch like that? Seeing he couldn't persuade him right away, Fuki still wanted to give him more time to think. The system displays information. No idea what's written on it, but Hanju's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, Xing Hongzhuan is being chased by a group of people. They seem to be from the demon sect. She betrayed them, but right now she doesn't know where to go. Everyone wants to kill her in this identity. If she wants to turn over a new leaf, there's only one person who believes her. Hanju. In this life, only he stood up for her, so she considers him her destiny. A black crow caws loudly in the bushes. It has red hair, so Xing Hongzhuan goes on the run again, hoping for the day she'll meet Hanju again. Meanwhile, Hanju reads the information that Xing Hongzhuan is being hunted. He clutches his head in frustration. Why is she still alive? And after all these years, why does she still have feelings for me? It's even stronger. It's just, this system can actually record events and phenomena. I wonder what else it can do. I just hope it won't screw me over later. Whatever, back to cultivating. Right then, a strange bell rings outside. Hanju runs out to see what's up. Junker excitedly runs over to him. Let's hurry and go see Shifu. A second later, Yugir was sprawled on the ground. It's only been a few years, and this guy's already reached foundation establishment. What's worse, she can't even see through his cultivation level. She's at foundation establishment stage 2, so he's got to be at least stage 3. She promised to protect him, but now Yunger is actually weaker than Hanju. This makes her goodwill towards him plummet. Jade Serenity Peak never rings the bell normally, so Yuer forgot to tell Hanju. When the bell rings, it means Shifu wants to summon all the disciples. When Hanju arrived at the location, all eyes were immediately glued to him. Everyone wanted to break the rules of Jade Serenity Peak. Suddenly, a four-eyed youth came to start a conversation. He is Liu Sanxin, specializing in handling work of Jade Serenity Peak, so Zhishuan Xianzi can focus on cultivation. Hanju politely expressed his gratitude to his senior brother. Just at that moment, Zhishuan Xianzi arrived. The head teacher has ordered that the bottom 3 peaks in the 18 peaks competition will send disciples to participate in the confrontation with the Qingming demon sect. In recent years, the demon sect has repeatedly sent spies to plot against the Jade Pure sect, So the head teacher has decided to order a counterattack. Hanju looked around. Everyone seemed eager and energetic, so he didn't worry about being sent out. However, whether those bottom 3 peaks would be sent to their death or defect to the enemy was still unknown. Shishuan Xianzi didn't care about the rankings, but this matter involved the Demon Sect and the Jade Pure Sect, so there would definitely be battles. She told them to choose their missions seriously and not slack off in training for even a second. Liu Sangxin reported that recently the sect had a plan to cultivate the most outstanding disciples from each peak as a foundation for the next generation. Therefore, he thought this was a plan specifically for early, mid-generational disciples like himself. Who knew Shishuan Xianzi would actually have her eye on Hanju? After all, he had just joined the peak and cultivated from Lianqi Stage 9 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. As expected, the other disciples also felt it was unreasonable. In terms of strength and aptitude, senior brother Liu is the best choice. Why is there a cultivation plan for a junior who just arrived? Hanju didn't want to waste his cultivation time, so he proactively raised his hand and stood up to decline. It's not necessarily a good thing for Shifu to personally send him out. She might even suspect him of being a spy sent by the demon sect. Shishuan Xianzi didn't force him and sent Liu Sangxin instead, but deep down, she couldn't understand why he'd refuse this once lifetime opportunity. After returning, Liu Sangxin profusely thanked Hanju for giving him the opportunity. Thanks to this incident, his goodwill toward Hanju definitely increased by 1 star. While Liu Sangxin left, Yuer volunteered enthusiastically to guide Hanju. Liu Sangxin didn't understand why she looked at him with a mysterious smile. It's like it's saying, just try to put up with her. Yuer wants to take Hanju with her on a sect mission this time, since he's only been cultivating in his cave since he got here. Hearing about having to go out on a mission, Hanju put on a lazy act. Can I not go? It's fine if you don't go, but Yungchair's curious. Why don't you feel driven or pressured? You can even get a lot of cultivation resources while doing missions in the cave. Hanju made up enough excuses to refuse the mission, mainly because he's afraid of dying. Yunir scolded angrily. How can we cultivators be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, why cultivate immortality? Yunir was speechless at his statement, and actually felt it made a lot of sense, and the story of the 2 siblings reached Shishuan Xianzi's ears. Sure enough, she suspected him of being a spy from the demonic sect, although she's less suspicious now because he's not going out to improve himself. But the fact that a rogue cultivator like him doesn't lack top-notch resources makes her want to keep a closer eye on him. More than 10 years later, Hanju came to the Thunder Spirit Pool again. The tree demon was puzzled to see that he was still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm because it thought he was a genius. Seeing him sigh, the tree demon comforted him. Listen to this old tree. Cultivation is profound. You can't grasp everything. If he can't grasp it, then he wouldn't be Hanju. They only saw his 3rd level Thunder Spirit root, but didn't see the other spirit roots. And he spent nearly 400 high-grade spirit stones to pull them all up to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His actual cultivation is almost at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. With the little spirit stones left, he has to cultivate the Thunder Spirit Chi to perfection. Junior brother Han is here too. Mofuki jumped out to greet him. He also brought a girl, his junior sister, Moju. As soon as she saw Hanju, Moju pouted, scolding. Why are you still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm? My senior brother said you might have reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm already. He slow and steady wins the race. After Hanju finished speaking, he sat down to cultivate right away. Just being here costs a lot of spirit stones, and he especially reminded them to stay away from him while he was cultivating. Moju seemed disappointed because he hadn't made any progress over the years, wasting Mofuki's high regard for him. Looking back at herself, she had broken through 2 levels in 10 years. Definitely the speed of a genius. Suddenly, Moju felt something strange. The surrounding spiritual energy was being absorbed at a dizzying speed. It even far exceeded Moifuki's ability to absorb, even though he was already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this time, Moju was speechless, not knowing what cultivation technique Hanju was practicing. If it was due to the quality of his spirit roots, then why hadn't his realm increased at all? Mofuki could only think of one reason, which was that he had suppressed his cultivation. Maybe he had already caught up with Mofuki's cultivation. Every time they met, Hanju gave him a reason to admire him, and his favorability kept increasing. 15 years later, Hanju had cultivated the Thunder Spirit Chi to the 9th level. At this time, he finally agreed to leave the Thunder Spirit Chi to receive his stipend. The tree demon now saw that he was not simple at all, and even had a way to suppress his cultivation, and it had an opportunity that could help him obtain more cultivation resources. So it wanted to invite him to participate. Hanju only cared about one thing. Is it dangerous? Opportunities always come with risks. Hearing this, he immediately coldly turned around and left. Opportunities in the cultivation world are good and all, but even if there's just a little bit of danger, he'd rather just receive his regular stipend. But every time Hanju showed up, he'd become the center of attention for all the cute neighbors, and being too attractive ain't always a good thing. Suddenly, a petite hand latched onto Hanju. Moju, out of nowhere, started chatting him up like they were long, sauced buddies. Han, Mixyong, you're here too? What a coincidence. Turns out I need your help with something, a major opportunity at that. Hanju grimaced. How come the words great opportunity stuck to him like a leech? Seeing Hanju's silence, Moju deliberately leaned in to pull him along. If we succeed, wealth and status will be within reach. Maybe even some unexpected benefits. Annoyed by her clinginess, Hanju coldly pushed her hand away. Miss Mo, please have some self-respect. I need to get back to my cultivation. Moju was fuming, utterly rejected. Before she could vent her frustration, Hanju had already vanished. Right now he was hiding behind a secluded wall, hoping she wouldn't chase after him. Two girls strolled by, excitedly gossiping about a young man even more handsome than Mofuki from last year's intersect competition. You could tell who they were talking about. But what caught Hanju's attention was intersect competition. He had been so focused on cultivating that he'd completely forgotten about it. His master would definitely not let him off the hook, so he hurried back to apologize to Shi Xuan Xianzi. Luckily, she wasn't mad about that, but about something else. You're still at Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Are you kidding me? Your teacher knows you're capable of more than this? Hanju finally came clean, admitting he was already at Foundation Establishment Stage 9. But he just wanted to live a peaceful life, so he hid his cultivation. Xishuan Xianzi's eyes narrowed, suspicious. If everyone on Jade Serenity Peak cultivated as diligently as you, then Jade Serenity Peak would definitely be the strongest peak. Thanks to his master's acknowledgement, the system rewarded Hanju with a movement technique manual, the 7 illusory steps. He almost forgot about it. While he was talking to Xishuan Xianzi, he didn't notice someone new wanting to join Jade Serenity Peak. Turning his head, he caught sight of Tilao's aged and weary face. This awkward reunion after all these years was something even he hadn't anticipated. They stared at each other, surprised. Tilao, Hanju, Cheng Yue stood in the middle, curious. You two know each other, but this was far from a normal acquaintance. At that moment, Xishuan Xianzi even assigned Hanju to be Tialao's senior brother, to guide him in the future. The two sat together, feeling dejected. Hanju, of course, didn't dare to call Tilao junior brother, and Tilao was still clueless about what was going on. Back then, he checked, and you had no spiritual roots. But now you're an intersect disciple. It took him 20 years to reach Foundation Establishment. And you're already at Foundation Establishment 9th layer. If he'd discovered you back then, who knows? He might have broken through ages ago. What's with that face? Shidi. Yukare suddenly appeared behind Tialao, looking like she wanted to devour him whole. Han, Kushidi is our peak's genius. Don't you dare have any designs on him. Shi Xuan Xianzi summoned Hanju today to give him a mission. Because he's more obsessed with cultivation than she is, she's arranged for him to guard the 10,000 demon realm of the Yu King sect. Hanju smelled danger the moment he heard the name, but Yunkar was super excited, like she was about to go party. It's the place where the Yu King sect's demon pets are raised. Let me go with Shidi. Shifu! No way! It's super dangerous there. The demon beasts are always escaping, and disciples have died because of it. Hanju's heart turned cold. Then why are you assigning me there? Turns out each peak has to send a disciple to guard the place, and the spiritual chi there is super dense, perfect for his cultivation. It's dangerous, but if he's careful, he'll be fine. With that reasoning, Hanju had no way to refuse anymore. He could only obey Shi Xuan Xianzi's orders. After he left, she turned to remind Ti Lao, "You better build a good relationship with Hanju. I don't care about the old grudges. From what I know, he won't plot against you. You can rest assured Hanju will be a true disciple of Yujade Peak from now on." Hearing this, Ti Lao's eyes widened in shock. He wondered in his heart if he really deserved it. Half a year later, thanks to the dense spiritual chi in the 10,000 demon realm, Hanju reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment with his wind spiritual root. But the other spiritual roots were still stuck in place. Super bored, he went to check if the system had any new functions. The relationship chart has a new update. This Xing Hongshuan actually has 4 stars of favorability, and she's determined to have him as her husband. Must be, because she got beaten to a pulp by both the devil cultivators and the Yu King sect. It was time for patrol, and he stretched his limbs tiredly. Every patrol was a practice session for the 7 illusory steps. Although the 10,000 demon realm is a good place to cultivate, the demon beasts are prone to rampages, so disciples are needed to guard the place. Today, as Hanju stepped out the door, he saw a demon beast, like a stuffed teddy bear. But it wasn't dangerous at all, so he brushed past it and whistled as he left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his back, it revealed its true form as a huge beast and lunged to attack. It used its powerful claws to slash at Hanju, but his body disappeared like an illusion, catching it by surprise. While Hanju was already in the air, this demon can casually enter his restricted area, so it's definitely not a simple one. Each layer of the 7-fold phantom steps splits into an afterimage. Reaching the peak of the 7th layer allows you to split into 7 afterimages, not only increasing your speed, but also confusing your enemies. Even though Hanju was zooming around like crazy, that demon beast wasn't a pushover either. He had to seal off its movements to pin it down. After creating 7 afterimages surrounding the demon beast, Hanju unleashed the ultimate technique, Divine Sword Finger. From above, brilliant sword beams rained down, piercing through the demon beast's body. It yelped in pain and ran away with its tail between its legs, but wasn't seriously injured at all, because only his real body can hurt it with the 7-fold phantom steps. Thankfully, this demon beast was all about speed and had no offensive moves. He's just curious about what kind of demon beast that big cat is, and how it broke the restrictions to get in here. Recently, demon beast rampages have been getting more and more frequent. It's time he reports this to the higher Menshops. The sect immediately called an emergency meeting. Everyone suspects that it's the Qingming demon sect causing this, probably trying to use the demon beasts in the Wanyaoji 10,000 demons world. That makes sense, since the sect has tripled the number of demon sect scouts we've been cleaning up lately. How about we send more disciples to the Wanyaoji? The Yu King sect is facing 2 big problems. The sect leader is missing, and there's a demon beast rampage. Dao Lei Laoxian, the elder in charge of Tianlei Peak, suggested that they investigate the truth behind these 2 matters. He turned to ask for Shi Xuan Xianzi's opinion, since she's been quiet as a mouse since the meeting started, but she just said they could decide everything themselves. Dao Lei immediately suspected that she knew something behind the genius nurturing plan of the peaks, and immediately inquired, "Where did Shixiang Senior brother, take the disciples of the 18 peaks. Shixong. You know I'm always cultivating in isolation and only know a little bit about these things. If there are internal spies among the elders, then I can only trust that me and my sister can work together. Xishuan Xianzi nodded. After all, they are of the same vein. Dao Lei Laoxian smiled meaningfully for some reason. 2 years later, Hanju sat down for a rest within the restrictions of the formation. Thanks to the layout of the restrictions of the formation, he could patrol and rest at the same time. Currently, Hanju is at the 6th level of Zhuji. Even cultivators in the Jindan realm can't break through the restrictions, so he can cultivate without worrying about being disturbed. Little Hay. You're treating the Wanyaoji as your cultivation ground, huh? He, as Hanju replied. His face turned pale. Isn't he the only one here? Now this weird old geezer suddenly appears. He isn't affected by the restrictions, which means his cultivation is above the Jindan realm. Seeing his shocked expression, the old man smiled kindly and explained, "Don't be afraid. I'm like you, also a Yuqing sect disciple here to guard the Wanyaoji." Even so, the old man saw through Hanju's cultivation at a glance. Knowing full well that he had already reached the 9th level of Zhuji, he scared the living daylights out of him, then softened the mood. No need to be tense. Did you come here on your own initiative, or did your Shifu send you? My Shifu, Shi Xuan Xianzi, sent me. For some reason the old man went, "Oh," still probing, asking if Shi Xuan Xianzi assigned you any missions. Huh. Of course, Hanju couldn't just blurt it out to a random dude like him. "Oh, can't tell others, huh? This shime is pretty interesting." "Kid, you know you're in trouble now, right?" Hanju's eyes were full of panic. It was the first time he'd faced someone at such a high realm. The old dude then told you to follow him and that he'd help you sort something out. Just then the system pinged you with some info. Turns out that old geezer is the head teacher of the Yuqing sect, Li Qingzi, with the cultivation of the 8th level of the Yuanying realm, and he's got the hots for Xishuan Xianzi too. Li Qingzi started walking and talking. These demon beasts here are all subordinates of the demon king Huxin Bailong, and Huxin Bailong is the type to hold a grudge. This time he's gathered a bunch of demon beasts to ambush this place and prepare for a riot. Spill the beans. What did you do to piss off Huxin Bailong? Hello, testing 1 2 3. Li Qingzi's rambling on, and Hanju wasn't listening at all. In his head, he's picturing that old guy cozying up to Xishuan Xianzi. Absolutely unacceptable. This old coot doesn't deserve her. After telling the story of his fight with Huxin Bailong from 2 years ago, Li Qingzi figured out that he wasn't the one who provoked it, because the Demon Beast riot happened earlier than expected. He thought some evil sect was secretly causing trouble. You were lucky the Demon King was caught in the trap, losing so much power that you lived, he added. But what kind of movement technique do you use? How are you faster than Huxin Bailong? Faced with the question, Hanju mumbled that he accidentally picked up some kind of movement technique that was faster than his. Back to the main topic. They have to deal with the Demon Beast riot first, Hanju asked naively. Does the solution involve offing it? Are you crazy? That Demon King has huge potential. Can you afford to kill him? Li Qingzi was helpless with him. Xishuan Xianzi probably sent him here to earn some merit, but he doesn't have a clue. However, his movement technique is no joke. Even facing Huxin Bailong, he could protect his life, so he got an even crazier idea. How about you go subdue it? Senior, go find someone else. I just want to cultivate in peace. You want me to sacrifice my life to the Demon King, huh? No way, in this lifetime. Hanju thinks he'll die for that lame reason. Li Qingzi tried everything to keep him here. He would cast a formation to swallow it. If he succeeds, he will pass on the most advanced cultivation technique of the Yuqing sect, the Yuqing decision. Seeing Hanju stop, Li Qingzi thought he'd convinced him, but he was just reading the system notification behind his back. If he accepted the mission, he would receive Yuqing decision, along with the hatred of the Demon King and the attention of the evil sect. If not, just continue to cultivate and get a swordplay secret, but Li Qingzi's favorability will be reduced. Of course, Hanju didn't give a damn about the old guy's favorability, so he rejected it immediately. Seeing him leave, Li Qingzi stomped on the ground in frustration. Why did Shimei take in a disciple like this? He sighed. In the end, I still have to take care of everything myself. You think I'm right, don't you? The Demon King Hu Xin Beilong had appeared behind Lin Qingzi some time ago. Facing it, he still maintained his superior attitude. Hu Xin White Dragon roared, summoning hundreds of other demon beasts. A one-tick versus hundreds battle was about to erupt, while at that moment, Yu Xier and another young man were looking for Hanju in the 10,000 demon realm. They hadn't gone far when they encountered countless fallen trees scattered on the ground, the marks resembling extremely powerful swordplay. Moreover, it was a demon beast riot. A short while later they arrived at Hanju's cave in the 10,000 demon realm as usual. Yunker was still excited to see him. Happy to see me, Shidi. Come and catch me. As always, Hanju completely ignored her. He stepped forward to greet his fellow disciple. This humble one is Meng He. Honored to make your acquaintance. Han Jue. Meng He is Yu, Jade Peak's 7th senior brother. With a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Shi Xuan Xianzi sent him to help Yu. As soon as he arrived, he inquired about the situation here, especially the fallen trees in the back mountain. Han Zhu awkwardly scratched his head, fabricating a story that he had been surrounded by demon beasts, and a senior had come to his aid. Meng. He acted very much like a senior brother, immediately volunteering to patrol the surroundings, leaving Yuer and Hanju to rest. Yuisher sat down to enjoy tea with him. This time, Shifu was worried about Yu being in danger. Rumor has it that demonic cult spies have infiltrated these 10,000 demon beasts. Hanju understood why the system said he would attract the attention of the demonic cult. If he accepted that mission, no wonder Li Qingzi would come all the way here. It seems this 10,000 demon realm isn't simple at all. Thinking this, Hanju turned to Yuer and said, Shiji, how about we leave the 10,000 demon realm? Just then Meng He rushed in frantically, looking disheveled. Are there any unactivated restrictions left? Quick! Quick! Turns out he ran into a great demon as soon as he went out. Judging by its size, it was probably at the golden core stage, hence the severe injuries. Before that, Meng Heng had seen a group of demon beasts locked in a formation in a deep area a few miles away. Yuner now understood why Hanju wanted to leave this place. But you've been here for 2 years, and you're still fine. On the contrary, Hanju was even more certain that he had to leave the 10,000 demon realm. If he failed, he wouldn't go around recklessly. Just then, the demon queue grew increasingly dense. It seemed they were moving toward them. Sure enough, from afar, a horde of demon beasts rushed madly towards the cave. The number was too great, so the restrictions couldn't stop them. In this critical moment, Hanju wondered, what are you waiting for, run? This place is managed by our Jade Peak. If we run, will it be considered abandoning our post? Without listening to Yuger, Hanju left alone. Those who like to bravely sacrifice themselves are free to do so. Meng. He also felt that what he said made sense. All 18 peaks have managed areas in the 10,000 demon realm. If they're being attacked, then the other peaks must be targeted too. As soon as they left, the demon beasts leveled the pavilions and charged straight ahead. Looks like they weren't after them specifically, they were just passing through. Just then, a demon beast opened its mouth behind them. Hanju immediately grabbed Yuer. It was that golden core demon from earlier, the one Meng. He chickened out and bailed on them with his flying sword, and he was acting all senior brother. Parry before, Youngjer looked up in fear. There were like 6 or 7 of them, circling above, ready to attack. One dove straight down. She squeezed her eyes shut, ready to die. 3 Pure Shadows Sword. Hanju shouted the name of the technique. Last time you rejected Lin Qingzi, so you got this reward. It turns Sword Q into shadows, can use up to 3 different spirit energies, 1 sword shadow each. Now it was Hanju's turn to shine, he signaled, for the sword Kui to slash all those great demons. After witnessing Hanju's absolute power, Yunker was instantly stunned. No way, that was a golden core demon. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe how ridiculous Junior Brother Han is. A golden core demon and a peak foundation establishment 6, headed 1, all gone, dead from 1 sword strike from Junior Brother Han. At this moment, he cast his gaze into the distance. Just one look made Junior blush with embarrassment. She still couldn't forget that cold gaze. Is that really the Junior Brother I knew? Still, he's seriously too strong and handsome. Yue was still thinking when she was suddenly awakened by Hanju's voice. Everything's taken care of. Today was a big haul. Those demon beasts are covered in treasures. Heard you can exchange them for spirit stones. Let's go! His quick change made Yugelair puff up her cheeks in anger and follow. After a long while, they finally arrived at the myriad demons' grand teleportation array. Seeing their appearance, Menghe suddenly burst into tears. Junior brother, junior sister, you're both still alive. That's great. In response to his cry was a kick straight to the face. Yusir angrily scolded. Why didn't the demon beast just eat you up? Finally, the teleportation was activated. Accompanied by Menghe's miserable screams, teleported to some place, a thought appeared. A path I never thought of. I was worried I didn't have enough spirit stones to cultivate to the peak of foundation establishment. But it's here. The thought was interrupted because Hanju didn't think that killing demon beasts could make so much money. Holding a bag of money in his hand, he could say it was the first time he'd felt like a rich guy. Seeing his wide-eyed, mouth-agape face, Yunair stepped forward to remind him. The myriad demons realm is where the sects raise demon beasts. Each one is very valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples aren't allowed to kill the demon beasts there. This time is a special case. We won't be held accountable. Hearing these explanations, he pondered, I think I should still seriously seclude myself. I'll save the spirit stones slowly. Anyway, that's enough to cultivate the golden core already. After some time, they finally returned to their master's cultivation place. Faced with her, Hanju had no choice but to lower his head. Master, the Wanyao realm isn't just having rampaging demon beasts. There are even shadows of the demonic cult appearing. Your disciple can't stay inside any longer. I've come to beg forgiveness from Master, and will voluntarily punish myself with 100 years of reflection. Xishuan looked at him and shook her head. What if you can't cultivate for 100 years inside? Just that one light sentence made Hanju's eyes widen. What? Chang Yue, who was nearby, immediately chimed in. Master, this matter isn't related to senior brother. Back then we were attacked by demon beasts. 7th senior brother abandoned us and ran away alone. But Xishuan didn't buy her explanation. Menghe simply didn't save you. Ultimately, it's because your strength is too weak, hindering him. One person living to deliver the message is better than 3 people dying inside together. Yunair was stunned. But this, Xishuan interrupted her, continuing, Menghe didn't violate the rules of the sect. He was merely protecting himself. You and Menghe may withdraw first. Left with no choice, the 2 of them could only obey her words. As for Hanju, he was still pondering the meaning behind his master's words. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She doesn't want to settle accounts with me alone, does she? Not giving him time to overthink, Xishuan spoke up. Hanju, what have you been cultivating for all this time? He clearly stated his desire. It's for immortality. Xishuan shook her head. But if you just seclude yourself and cultivate painstakingly, without opportunities, you can never achieve immortality. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Disciple understands. But disciple wants to increase my cultivation first, then, with enough strength, seek out opportunities. His words only made her frown even tighter. an opportunity was arranged for you. If you had rendered meritorious service in the Immortal Realm, the day you became a core disciple wouldn't be far off. Sadly, you gave it up. Furthermore, the grade of your cultivation technique is so high that even I can't figure it out. In terms of cultivation techniques, I can no longer help you, Pilot. Very well. Would you like to have your own blessed cave with Xiantian spiritual chi? Inside, aside from lightning spiritual chi, there are also other elemental spiritual chi. This condition was truly tempting, causing Hanju to take note. Where is it? Xishuan looked at him with a confident gaze. It's near the Yuqing sect, but you have to be in the top 3 of the inter-sects combat assessment to get it. Saying this, seeing his hesitant expression, she became even more annoyed. Are you even afraid of a combat assessment? It won't harm your life? Hanju then looked at his master with a look of disdain. Master, will anyone with a golden core cultivation or above participate in the combat assessment? She shook her head. Do you think golden core cultivators are cabbages? At that level, they either become Qingxin disciples or become elders and stewards. Hanju was then pondering. So, those participating in the inter-sect assessment are all Foundation Establishment cultivators. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, it's settled. Thank you for the suggestion, Master. Your disciple will do his best to win glory for Jade Serenity Peak. Never would have thought that she used all her words to be able to persuade this disciple. Xishuan can only sigh. Finally, it can be considered that he speaks human language. Not knowing how long it had passed, a voice rang out in front of the door. Is the boss here? Open a heaven. Connate cultivation room. 100 spirit stones. He looked towards Hanju, assessed him, and nodded. All right. Your seat is in area Jia number 444. The places that he passed by, his extraordinary bearing attracted the praise of who knows how many women around. But to Hanju, nothing was as attractive as immortality in his heart, and the place he set foot in was a place with picturesque scenery, everyone riding swords. The scene in front of him caused the fighting spirit in his heart to rise, determined to break through the realm immediately and prepare for the assessment. But before 3 seconds had passed, he suddenly noticed something. A group of men are gathering together very mysteriously, attracting his attention. So it's a bunch of insects ganging up to bully a young teenager named Zhao Fan. Even after witnessing everything, with his tranquil mind, Hanju was still determined to be a melon-eating bystander, ready to watch the drama unfold, but the system didn't seem to want to let him get his way. Popping up immediately, Hanju was super surprised to see the words displayed, quote, Detected innate providence possessor, do you want to view their background? Meanwhile, back to the other side of the story. Zhu Fan, having been provoked to the point of insanity, finally decided to bite back. He gritted his teeth. If you dare to make a move in Ling Qi, aren't you afraid of the disciplinary punishment? The demonic sects have been restless lately, and you're still fighting amongst yourselves? I have reason to report to the elders, suspecting you of being rebel traitors of the demonic sects. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Zhu Fan's mouth immediately curved into a smile. Along with that, his info also appeared. Turns out he's just a reincarnated Deicheng cultivator, just like those typical characters in other stories. No need to understand. As for Hanju, after seeing the system's reminder, his face darkened. Reincarnated cultivator. This title seems pretty hardcore. Character. If this was a novel, he could be the main character. His past is also quite familiar. Spiritual treasure. Please don't tell me it's from the Yi family, that old dude, along with his thoughts. 2 little angels and devils appeared. The little angel smiled sweetly. He's the main character. Helping him later would be like a rocket to the top, but the little devil angrily retorted, No way! Aren't there enough supporting characters who get screwed over during the main character's growth? Don't even think about it. And so, he decided to listen to the devil, leading to Zhu Fan being beaten like a stray dog for his reckless words. Time flew by. 8 years passed like a dream. Hanju had now cultivated to the 9th level of this Huji realm, and the intersect assessment was about to begin. At this moment, a voice caught his attention. Why, it's the male lead Zhao Fan, facing a girl, holding a red umbrella. The expression on his face now was embellished by the autumn leaves flying through the air. His hands trembled as he tightly gripped his own clothes. The girl said with a sincere voice, "I'm really sorry. I know you're a good person, just like in those chapters." Saying this, she turned around and left. Without a word of farewell, Hanju sighed beside him. See? It's better to just cultivate, no annoying troubles at all. But before he could leave, Zhu Fan called out to him, "Stop right there!" Hanju turned around and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Zhao Fan immediately replied, "May I ask, are you Cltivation?" He nodded. "I never change my name when I go, nor my seat when I sit. It is I." Hearing this, his face immediately became puzzled. "I'm Zhao Fan from Tianlei Peak. I often hear Senior Brother Mo mention you, saying you'll definitely become a Daneng cultivator of the Yuqing sect in the future, so I wanted to meet you." Hearing these words, Hanju immediately pondered. "Senior Brother Mo, look at the good deeds you've done." Judging by his demeanor, this is still the old tradition of cultivation novels. But just when he thought there would be a fight or duel, Zhu Fan suddenly knelt down. "I heard you resisted a girl's affection. I want to ask, how can I pursue the person in my heart?" Completely off script. This left Hanju dumbfounded. "What the heck, bro? I thought you wanted to fight me." Zhao Fan didn't pay attention to that expression and shouted loudly, "Please guide me on the right path and fulfill his wishes." His voice echoed. Hanju said, "Brother Zhuao, you should actually let go of everything. How can we cultivators indulge in common affections? What are women? If you attain the great Dako, the world will follow your heart. Whatever you want, you'll naturally get it. Have you ever seen me get close to any women? This step requires you to comprehend your own nature." As he finished speaking, the sunlight seemed to be highlighting it to make it even more persuasive. This single sentence touched Zhu Fan's heart. Why is my dead heart suddenly beating rapidly? But this couldn't stop Hanju's steps. He immediately turned around, his mind full of thoughts. What an idiot. Can your looks compare to mine? And you still want a girl? Scene changed to another place. Hanju looked at the line of people in front of him, pondering. Another summons of all disciples. Guessing it's related to the intersect assessment. Big brother Da Shixiong came from behind. Little brother Shigori, long time no see. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Do you know a woman named Xing Hongzhuan? Hanju was caught off guard. How did he know? Hanju looked at Yang Luo and denied it. Don't recognize her. Why are you asking me this, big brother? Yang Luo replied. For the past few years, Big Brother has been following the sect leader to set up ambushes in the 10,000 demons realm, fighting with the demon sect. I haven't been injured at all, because I was lucky enough to get intel from a traitor in the demon sect. That's why the sect leader pretended to leave the Jade Pure sect. In reality, he's lying in wait in the 10,000 demons realm. Yang Luo continued. The traitor is Xing Hongzhuan. When she was little, she was captured by the Green Underworld demon sect and threatened with some kind of poison, so she became a spy for them in the Jade Pure sect. That's why she hates the demon sect so much. Before, she even tried to steal a pill formula from an outer sect alchemist to find an antidote. To Hanju's astonishment, Yang Luo continued. This girl also knew to turn over a new leaf. Afterwards, Xing Hongzhuan was rescued by the sect leader. Because of her contributions, the sect leader made an exception to allow her into the inner sect, becoming a disciple. After he finished speaking, Hanju interjected, Tilao is really awesome, so righteous, I admire him so much. Yang Lu looked at Hanju. Right now, Xing Hongxuan is cultivating on our main peak. We met her before, and we heard that she was looking for a disciple who was also a servant alchemist. What a coincidence for Hanju. Our Jade Serene Peak also has a disciple named Hanju. Senior brother Han, you tell me, isn't this a coincidence? Hanju finally understood what he was implying, and his expression turned to stone. She spilled the beans. There was no other choice, he could only admit it. Alright, I'm the Hanju she knows, I didn't have a choice back then, but, seeing the sudden change, Yang Luo smiled and hugged Hanju's shoulder. I understand, it's just that Big Brother didn't think your aptitude would be so outstanding. Afterwards, you swore an oath to the sea. You chose Jade Serene Peak instead of a more superior peak. It's our honor. We'll try our best to give you the best resources for your cultivation, so rest assured. Skipping the pleasantries, Xishuan suddenly appeared, announcing the start of the intersect assessment. Then, she announced the content of the assessment. Each main peak must send at least one disciple. Is anyone willing to volunteer? The disciples who heard this immediately raised their hands to volunteer like ants, including Hanju. He looked at Meng He and asked, "Everyone's participating so actively. Is the assessment really that rewarding?" Meng He nodded. The rewards aren't small. Besides the inheritance of profound techniques, there are also 500 high-grade spirit stones, along with an ice spirit embryo. But these things made Hanju think, is that all? Why didn't Xishuan Xianzi mention the innate blessed land? Could it be that Xishuan Xianzi is opening a back door for me? Finally, he decided to raise his hand. Everyone's so enthusiastic, so I'll join in on the fun too, to avoid others thinking I'm not sociable. But Xishuan's loud voice made him despair. Hanju, you're first. Is there anyone else? He immediately stood up, his expression saying, Master, isn't there some misunderstanding? But she completely ignored him and turned away. After a long time, the list of volunteers was finally complete. The other disciples immediately left in a flurry of discussion. Only Hanju was left here because of Xishuan's special request. She looked at him and asked, Your cultivation has improved again. I underestimated your talent. You have all 3 elemental affinities. But your breakthrough speed is so outstanding, it can even be said that no one in the Jade Pure sect can compare. Facing her praise, he immediately clasped his hands. This is all thanks to Master's guidance. Master is the truly powerful one, but his flattery only made Xishuan feel helpless. I don't remember teaching you anything. Your cultivation method and sword techniques are all not bad, but they're not our profound techniques. Speaking of this, her expression became transcendent. You must have had a master before. Since you joined the sect, you've been diligent in your cultivation, and have no intention of harming the sect. Furthermore, there are witnesses who say you were born in the outer sect, which means you only obtained an opportunity from a young age. Everyone has their own opportunities, and I won't be curious. The reason I'm telling you these things is because I want to tell you that in this intersect assessment, you can confidently display your strength without fear of causing trouble for yourself. Not stopping there, Xishuan continued. To avoid unnecessary trouble, from today onwards, you will be my personal disciple. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning him. A personal disciple. But the system didn't give him a chance to refuse. Immediately, a congratulatory message popped up, and the reward he received for becoming Xishuan's personal disciple was the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. Knowing his fate was sealed, he didn't refuse and immediately shouted, Thank you, Master! A smile flickered on her lips as she immediately turned away. She waved her hand. This is your personal disciple Jade token. Keep it safe. You may leave. After that encounter, Hanju returned and started familiarizing himself with his new moves. He held out his hand and muttered, Having these 3 spells is enough. It shouldn't be much different from a senior disciple. Using different attribute spirit energy will produce different effects. Interesting. I have more trump cards now, but I'm not proficient yet. Adding the 3 pure shadow sword, there shouldn't be a problem at all. The more Hanju thought about it, the more conflicted he became. No, even if Master said there are no restrictions on methods during the competition, the destructive power of these two is too great. I shouldn't use them unless necessary. Then I really have no other spells left. Suddenly, Chang Yuer popped up from nowhere. Junior brother, the intersect competition is about to begin. Are you confident? He stammered in response. Oh, good morning, senior sister. The scene changed to some mountain, and a scream came out of nowhere. How did you guys get in here? Secret! Ygritte explained. Senior brother, I'm taking you to a place so you can join the intersect competition, Ygritte explained. Master was afraid you wouldn't understand the rules, so she especially told me to explain them to you. The 18 peaks have already built their arenas. You know this, right? The disciples will be assigned to the peaks for one-on-one battles, and the top 10 will be selected. Then, the entire sect will watch the final battles in the intersect city. Junior brother, look. Tomorrow you'll be going to the Heavenly Chu Arena for the competition? Hanju looked at the announcement board and asked. So, before the top 10, not many people will be watching, right? Ygritte confirmed that this was the case. Could it be that Junior brother's goal is the top 3? I believe you definitely have the strength, he sighed wearily. I'll try my best. Ygritte was very happy at this moment. We have to go back and tell Master. Junior brother, good luck. Thank you, senior sister. Be careful. As soon as Ygritte left, Hanju thought to himself, not bad. I can compete with humility. I don't want to attract too much attention. Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan unexpectedly appeared from behind, her voice soft. Darling. Hanju jumped in fright. He turned around and shouted, Miss, don't call me that so casually. But it seemed to make her happy, and she chuckled. Hongxuan teased. We already said that when we were in the outer sect, I didn't expect to meet you here. Fate is truly miraculous, Hanju stammered. That situation was a fleeting encounter. If I refused, I was afraid you'd kill me. But Hongxuan didn't seem to care. It's okay, I took it seriously. Besides, you didn't stand me up back then, otherwise I wouldn't have my status today. I heard them say you're at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Is that true? Hanju confirmed. Accurately speaking, it's a bit away from the 9th level. I was about to reach it. But I haven't had time to level up, Hongxuan asked. Just a little bit more. Her hand began to grope around her ample chest. Then I have something that can help Foundation Establishment cultivators increase their cultivation. Let me see. Hongxuan immediately pulled out a bottle of pills. This is the Jade Clarity pill. I don't really like it. It's perfect for you to use. This young man, though addicted, still pretended to be aloof. Keep it for yourself. Saying one thing, but in the next breath the pill was already in his hand. She continued. Don't worry, I can get these pills periodically. But the problem Hanju was concerned about wasn't this. I'm cultivating with Jingxi Zhenren. You don't need to worry about Master's side. Her voice had a hint of warmth in it. Darling, good luck in the intersect competition. I didn't think you'd be such a genius. My aptitude is average, but if you need anything in the future, I'll do my best to help. Hearing these words, Hanju's eyes lit up. You're saying, before he could finish his sentence, Hongxuan had already disappeared before him. Hanju clenched the pill bottle in his hand, thinking, this is karma. The scene shifts inside a room. Xing Hongxuan is cultivating with her master, who is none other than Jingxi Zhenren. You gave the Yu King pill to that kid. No regrets? Xing Hongxuan answers decisively. No regrets. This disciple has fallen head over heels, but Jingxi Zhenren isn't buying it. Nonsense. Just because he's handsome, Xing Hongxuan, caught red-handed, blushes and retorts. Isn't that enough, Master? The Master is speechless. To make me help him so much, I don't think he's worth it. Xing Hongxuan explains, his aptitude is outstanding. When I first saw him, he hadn't even started cultivating. The headmaster says he's already at Foundation Establishment Stage 9, but Jingxi is still puzzled. With such talent, why haven't we heard of him in all these years? Xing Hongshuan explains. The headmaster says he's humble and always in secluded cultivation. The headmaster even wanted to give him an opportunity, but he flatly refused. Jingxi now finds the young man a bit interesting. Looks like this master needs to pay attention to him. Cut to the competition arena. Hanju now realizes he's been tricked. He thought only the top 10 got the whole sect watching, and that there wouldn't be many from other sects either. But before his eyes is a sea of people, black like ants, surrounding the arena. Hanju wails in despair. WTF, how am I supposed to act now? The system then announces. The Yu King sect's inter-sect competition begins. You now have the following options. 1. Win the whole thing and become famous throughout the Yu King sect. Reward 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 2. Humbly aim for the top 3. Minimize your impact. Reward 1 spirit treasure. After reading the system's message, he immediately chooses the second mission to stay true to his low-profile motto. Looking towards the sky, Hanju feels the system really understands him. Along with that, the bell for the first match rings. Moju points forward when she sees Hanju stepping onto the stage. She's super confident that Hanju will win the first match, but contrary to his overwhelming cultivation level, he deliberately puts on a very distressed appearance, using his footwork to dodge east and west, not letting his opponent hit him. The other guy, not realizing he's being played, is super excited to attack, not paying attention to his inner energy consumption, even putting on a disdainful look of looking down on his opponent. Their match really fails to attract the discerning audience around. Even the Mo brothers are stunned by what they're seeing. Mo Shixiang's face darkens because he knows Hanju is just putting on a show. That's right, he's actually exhausted from trying to suppress his strength. Sensing that the time is ripe, his eyes sharpen when he notices that there are not many audience members left, and the judges are sleeping until noon. He uses his fastest speed to close in on his opponent, who is still full of arrogance, unaware that the Grim Reaper is coming, and then Hanju's triumphant expression appears. A loud noise rings out, accompanied by dust, causing the judges to be stunned. He used an overwhelming posture to make his opponent unable to stand up again and win. The Mo brothers look at it and are speechless. Hearing their voices, he looks towards them with a beaming face. Mo Xiangdi, I was just finding his flaws. And so his subsequent matches continued. Like the first match, with Zhu sitting on the side, propping up her cheeks. My fellow disciples always feel like that guy's intentionally avoiding us. Meanwhile, Fuki sighed on the side. He's a dedicated cultivator, doesn't want to be tied down by a woman. Saying that, he got serious. What he wants is the great Dao and immortality, even if he gets comforted by your little sister. But he still shook his head. I can't compare to him. The sun immediately peeked over the pavilion's roof. Hanju was cultivating, his mind wandering. At first, his fighting style was waiting for all the spectators to leave before defeating his opponent with one strike. Now, the competition has become so heated it's hard to hide when surrounded by viewers. Notably, Zhao Fan, the reincarnated Dei Cheng, has surprisingly broken into the top 10. But the most important thing for me is to get stronger, to avoid accidents. Just then, a picturesque scene unfolded, accompanied by Hanju's gaze. Wait a sec, he looked into the distance. The leaves weren't moving, so there's clearly no wind. Where did that wind sound come from? Am I being haunted or something? The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he unleashed the Yulong exorcism seal. A powerful ray of light immediately struck downwards, but that wasn't enough to completely eliminate it. Remnants still emerged. He immediately yelled, "Evil spirit, surrender now!" In the darkness, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps rushing through the air. A black figure appeared, screaming, "Stop!" Hanju was stunned. He can talk? These demons are really evolving. But upon closer inspection, it was an old man. "I told you to stop." This old man is the supreme elder of the Yu-King sect. Since when did the Yu-King sect have a half-beastman like you? And with no respect for your seniors. Hearing the voice, Hanju's eyes widened. Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder angrily berated Hanju. I was just passing by, and you bombard me with these big moves. Is there no law? Is there no justice? He couldn't understand the old geezer. Running around acting weird in the dead of night. No wonder people would misunderstand that. The elder just ignored him, still sulking. This old man cultivates the primordial spirit out of body technique. Don't you understand? Actually, the Supreme Elder was also terrified by the spell just now. It almost destroyed his primordial spirit. Even his real body couldn't have withstood it. Are all the inner sect disciples this strong now? Hanju ignored the old geezer and turned to leave. I have to tell my master about this. A senior acting like this is just gonna scare the disciples to death. The Supreme Elder panicked, quickly stopping him, even swallowing his pride to apologize. Seeing his reaction, Hanju suspiciously asked, "You know my master?" The elder puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "Your master is actually my disciple. Even the current sect leader." Hanju nonchalantly replied, "Then I'll pretend today didn't happen. Take care." The Supreme Elder gleefully sized up Hanju. "Kid, I see you have extraordinary talent. Want to inherit my legacy?" Hanju played along. "What legacy?" "The Heavenly Gang Golden Body." "Want it?" "This whole Yu-King sect? Only this old man and the sect leader know it. This muscle-building book is the Heavenly Gang Golden Body? Sounds cool." Hanju wanted to, but then changed his mind. "Never mind, thanks for the offer." Hearing that, the old geezer huffed and stormed off. Hanju was even more certain. After almost killing him, how could he be so nice? He definitely wanted to screw me over. Hanju told his master. Having such a childish old geezer as a senior gave Shi Xuan Xianzi a headache. "That damned old man is causing trouble again. Don't worry, I'll go find him another day. If he dares do that again, I'll personally take action." After giving Hanju her word, she told him to go rest. At that moment, Hanju was still curious. He wondered, is the Heavenly Gang Golden Body really that powerful? Why did that senior want to pass it on to me? Shi Xuan Xianzi answered a bit awkwardly. "It's super powerful. Arguably the strongest technique of the Yu-King sect. But you have to castrate yourself before you can cultivate it." Silence fell in the room. Knew that old geezer was up to no good. Dodged a bullet there. Wait a minute. So doesn't that mean the sect leader and the grand elders, Shi Xuan, knew what he was thinking and sternly warned him, "Don't you dare spread that around"? Hanju yelled, "Yes, ma'am," to sound convincing, but inside he was thinking, damn, these seniors are hardcore, straight up chopping it off for the sake of divine powers. The next morning, inside the Intersect City, the Intersect Top 10 tournament officially began. On the viewing platform, countless disciples squeezed together to witness the power of these geniuses. The fan clubs were going wild. One of them was hugging some weird-looking bear that didn't resemble a panda and yelling, "Bing Dunner, work it!" With so many people watching, this is too much drama, Hanju thought. Maybe I should just end this quickly. Suddenly, a hot figure appeared in his line of sight, and Cheng Yuer's voice rang out. "You finally came, Junior Brother." "Junior Brother Han, we're here to cheer you on." As she finished speaking, the Yunyu Peak senior brothers and sisters behind her enthusiastically raised cheering banners. Hanju was surprised. Thanks, everyone. But right now, his eyes locked onto a figure. It was Zhao Fan, sitting at the top of the viewing platform, frowning unhappily as he looked down. Zhao Fan remembered Mofuki's instructions. His biggest opponent this time was Hanju. Because Hanju always hid his strength, Zhao Fan couldn't get a clear understanding of his actual power. Mofuki guessed that his strength was already on par with elite disciples. Zhao Fan smirked confidently. "Not necessarily. Now that I have a powerful magic treasure, He definitely can't be my match." Abruptly, his expression changed, and he looked shocked, as if he'd seen something strange below. Moju, a gorgeous woman, appeared in front of Hanju and cheered for her senior brother's opponent. "I believe you can definitely win first place." Chang Yuer raised an eyebrow disdainfully and looked down at her, asking, "Who are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter." She acted like a cat whose tail got stepped on, glaring at Chang Yuer. The senior sister advised her gently, but with barbs, "Go back and finish puberty first, or junior brother Han will end up in jail." Amidst the tense confrontation, Xing Hongshuan appeared, calling out, "Husband," causing both of them to short circuit. The duel between the two turned into a three-way battle. Moju said with disgust, "Husband isn't a word you can use." Xing Hongshuan immediately retorted, "So what if this old lady likes it?" Hanju, the root of all evil, was pushed aside and sat alone in a corner, contemplating his life. "Why am I getting caught up in this mess?" After a moment, Dao Lei Laoxian came out and amplified his voice with magic power, echoing throughout the plaza. "Everyone, quiet down. The top 10 tournament will now begin." The first match, Yunyu Peak's Hanju versus Tianlei Peak's Zhu Fan. The audience went wild. They were talking about Zhu Fan. It was rumored that a grand disciple of Xi Jinfeng publicly stated that if Zhao Fan made it into the top 3, he would offer himself as a Dao partner to compete with him. Their words didn't affect the two geniuses on stage. Zhu Fan was extremely annoyed and sneered, "Brother Han, you always said you weren't interested in women." Hanju was also very despondent. "My fate is not my own, what can I do?" Not wasting any more time on words, Zhu Fan raised his hand, gathering powerful lightning spiritual energy. He arrogantly reminded, "Brother Han, you better use your full strength this time." Appearing in his hand was a lightning infused spiritual treasure with a strange shape, surrounded by a vortex of deadly lightning spiritual energy. Zhao Fan raised his head, revealing a cold gaze as he stared at Hanju. The vortex of spiritual energy caused both of their clothes to flutter. The two didn't make a move, cautiously observing each other. Zhao Fan politely invited Hanju, "Don't be polite, please make the first move." His words were practically a declaration of confidence in his victory. Hanju understood what he meant. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed. "You said it yourself, okay." Dao Lei Laoxian, seeing they were ready, announced, "Prepare yourselves, the match begins." The moment he finished speaking, pale golden sword Qi appeared around Hanju. He spread his arms, channeling his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his move. He was putting everything into this final strike. Hanju raised his head, his eyes sharp as he gazed at Zhao Fan, preparing to strike. Before this, Zhu Fan was confident that his magic treasure would give him the upper hand. But now his heart was filled with utter panic. He thought in alarm. Could it be as that person once said? Mo Fuqi was a core disciple of the Heavenly Lightning Peak, and his strength was undeniable. Hanju was one of the few people he acknowledged here. He admitted that in some areas, he was far from Hanju's equal. It's better to compete than to antagonize. If there's a chance, try to befriend him, and you'll gain a lot of benefits. Hanju's potential was enormous. He was a role model for their generation. Even so, Zhu Fan was still a little unwilling. He was determined to defeat Hanju and rise to the top in one step. "My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's." He remembered Lu Jiao's mocking words, "You're nothing more than this." The more he thought about it, the more unwilling Zhu Fan became. "You'll have to watch closely. I'll make you regret it, make you understand that you were wrong." In his rage, he unleashed his spiritual power, the shockwaves blasting in all directions, causing the audience to stir in astonishment at this terrifying spiritual force. Condensed, purplish lightning enveloped Zhu Fan's body, This was his ultimate defensive technique. Zhu Fan gritted his teeth and sneered. So what if you're a Tianao? Today, I, Zhu Fan, will trample you under my feet, he shouted provocatively. Hanju, hurry up and come at me. Mo Zhu, who had been watching all this time, couldn't help but feel worried. Zhu Fan, combined with his magic treasure, is truly formidable. He was even accepted as a true disciple by his master. Han Xiong, this time, things aren't looking good for you. Cheng Yuzhe didn't seem worried at all and retorted, he's still far from my Han, Xu Chuadi. It's obvious you don't know anything about him. Suddenly, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Xing Hongshuan covered her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, the duel's over! Zhao Fan, at this moment, was beaten unconscious, and he reflexively coughed up blood in pain. The magic treasure he was so proud of was shattered under the power of the swordplay. Zhu Fan was sent flying off the stage, tearing straight through and slamming into the audience stands, causing bricks and rubble to collapse everywhere. Even Dao Lei Laoxian was startled by this situation. After regaining his composure, he announced, Yu Yufeng's Hanju wins the match. The second match is about to begin. The surrounding crowd hadn't recovered from this quick ending. They ridiculed Zhu Fan. He's just all talk. Amid the whispers assessing Zhao Fan and Han Zhu, Chang Yueyi said to Mo Zhu, I told you, Han. Shidi is very strong. Mo Zhu grudgingly accepted. She glared angrily at Zhu Fan, who was being treated by the medic below. Unaware that Zhu Fan couldn't accept his defeat at this moment, he knew Han Zhu hadn't held back at all. After a round of challenges, the top 5 inner sect disciples had emerged, determining one person who didn't need to compete and would be directly ranked in the top 3. The remaining 4 would compete in 2 matches. The elder brought out a jar of lots for them to draw. If they drew a red slip, that person would directly enter the top 3. Hanju stepped forward to draw first. He drew a red slip. As expected, supreme luck wasn't just a boast. Hanju remembered his master saying that if he entered the top 3, he could choose a Xiantian cultivation cave. Now that he was directly in 3rd place, didn't that mean he could? Hanju could skip a round. The remaining 4 engaged in a battle for supremacy. These 2 duels were extremely unique. The first match was fought by 2 cultivators. With spiritual powers, everyone watched them stand still in boredom, unaware that their spirits were clashing fiercely. The second match clearly involved swords, but they insisted on using muscles to prove their manliness. The audience begged them to use magic, but in the end, the most exciting thing was still the duel that lasted less than 3 moves. Now that the top 3 had emerged, Dao Lei Laoxian would announce the rules of the final match. Before he could even speak, a hand suddenly shot up. Elder, I forfeited. Everyone was like, WTF? Looking at Hanju raising his hand. Not giving a damn about what others thought, he explained. The previous fight drained too much of my spiritual energy. I haven't recovered yet. I'm happy with 3rd place. Dao Lei Laoxian was stunned, pursing his deep lips and bushy beard. After a moment, he agreed. 3rd place confirmed. Yu Yufeng Hanju. He reminded, remember to go to the main peak to collect your reward later. Some felt they had overestimated Hanju, but others saw it as an act of respect for his opponent. Someone else deeply cared for and felt sorry for Zhu Fan, and was heard muttering, turns out, I'm not that weak after all. Zhao Fan felt relieved, his face flushed with joy as he murmured, I'll call him Brother Han. Meanwhile, Hanju suddenly got a system notification. Zhao Fan's favorability towards him had increased to 2 stars. He was confused. Why is everyone's favorability so random? The system announced, you have received a reward. A 7th grade spiritual treasure, the Golden Cicada Mystic Garment, which can withstand any attack, up to 1 full power strike from a Transformation Realm cultivator. Adding spiritual chi can enhance its defense. Transformation Realm is below the nascent Soul Realm, huh? That's awesome. Hanju was so happy he was practically wagging his tail. Dao Lei Laoxian saw him like that, suspiciously curling his thick lips. You're this happy with just 3rd place? Unless Sichuan Xianzi told you to aim for third place. Hanju was startled and had to deny it to get it over with. He led the top 3 to the main hall to receive their rewards. Jingxi Zhenren, representing the sect, congratulated the 3 on becoming elite disciples of the sect. This time's reward is 3 Xiantian grottos, heavens. The first place winner gets to choose first. Golden orbs of light flew from her hand. Jingxi Zhenren explained. These 3 Xiantian grotto heavens are located near the mountain range outside Jade Creek 18 Peaks. Their locations are extremely secluded. These orbs of light will guide you to your grotto heavens. You will guard these areas around your grotto heavens from now on. Hanju couldn't help but think, are they setting us up as guards? The first Xiantian grotto heaven has a strong balance of fire and wind spiritual qi. The champion seized the opportunity and immediately chose it, as it suited him perfectly. The second Xiantian grotto heaven has a relatively high concentration of water, fire, and wood spiritual qi. Without hesitation, the buff dude with the scarred face chose it. The remaining grotto heaven belonged to Hanju. This grotto heaven had very complex spiritual attributes, but its spiritual qi concentration was equivalent to a spiritual pool. Hanju rejoiced inwardly, as this grotto heaven was perfect for his 6 spiritual roots. On the surface, he was extremely humble, clasping his hands. Thank you, Zhenren Jingxi. This is more than enough for me. Jingxi Zhenren, appreciating his nature, thought to herself. This person was able to achieve third place. It seems Quan Kair did not misjudge his qualifications. Not bad indeed. With everything settled, Jingxi Zhenren told them to follow the orbs of light to their own grotto heavens to inspect them. The 3 paid their respects and accepted the orders. Leaving, Hanju was led by the white orb of light, passing through forests all the way to a water source, where he found a mountain. There was a small cave at the foot of the mountain, faintly illuminated by light. The orb went to a rock with a gap, going through an extremely narrow passage, only allowing 1 person to pass. Hanju walked for about 10 steps, and at the end of the road, it suddenly lit up. In front of him was a building carved into the mountain walls, divided into small rooms. The house was tidy and clean, with ready-made wooden frames, allowing for the convenient planting of vine-like plants. Around it was a wide expanse of land, ponds, and naturally growing trees and plants. At this moment, Hanju stared wide-eyed at the spirit treasure he had just received. This was the main garment used for defense, just like the one outside. But the golden cicada mystic garment was different. When touched, it was extremely thin, light, and transparent, yet capable of defense. Hanju draped the golden cicada mystic garment over himself. It covered his arms, sparkling and transparent. But only for a moment. He looked no different than before he wore it. The whole garment completely hid within his outer robe, making his sect uniform look newer. Hanju thought to himself, if the defense is really as the system says, then even a nascent soul powerhouse might not be able to do anything to me. This is an unprecedented sense of security. Now I can cultivate in peace. Hanju paced back and forth, thinking. Things were different now. Finding him wouldn't be easy. He'd carved his own mark outside the main entrance, hoping they'd recognize it as his cave. Just then, 2 figures stood before the narrow cave entrance leading to Hanju's abode. It was Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqi, who'd been searching for Hanju for half the freaking day. Zhao Fan still kinda doubted if this was really Hanju's cave, but Mo Fuqi, who was hesitant before, was now certain. He told Zhao Fan to look up, following his gaze up the super tall cliff face. At the cave entrance, there was a ridiculously arrogant line. Bear with it for a moment, and the sky and sea will be vast. The 2 were speechless, not knowing what to say, but it totally fit Hanju's personality. Mo Fuqi shouted, Han Xiongdi, It's Mofuki, here to visit Ya. Hanju curiously popped out and asked, "What brings you two bros here?" Mofuki explained. "The sect's been throwing out tons of missions related to the Qingming Devil Sect lately. Interested in joining us to wipe out one of their branch strongholds?" Zhao Fan grinned like a maniac, adding, "I've checked it out. That branch is loaded with spirit pills and elixirs that could help your cultivation." Hanju wasn't even a little tempted. He waved his hand. "Thanks for the thought, but I don't want to leave this place right now. Gotta go into seclusion to break through. Wish you both a bright future." "Seclusion for a breakthrough?" Zhu Fan exclaimed. "Are you about to achieve the Golden Core realm already?" This cultivation freak really scared him. Hanju didn't deny it. He turned to go back inside. "If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to Cultivate." Mofuki wouldn't give up. He grabbed Hanju's shoulder, pulling him back, trying to convince him, "Golden Core ain't that easy to break through. The Heavenly Tribulation is way scarier than the Foundation Establishment one. If you do the mission with us, we'll prioritize giving you the Tribulation Passing Pill." Seeing Hanju startled and perked up at that, Mofuki was pleased. Knew it. Gotta lure Hanju with cultivation stuff. Cultivation ain't just about luck. Gotta have stepping stones. No stones, no going far. He was clearly unwilling, you could see it in his eyes. Hanju was actually checking the system. Option 1. Agree to join them and get a low-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Refuse. Cultivate humbly and get a new ghost artifact. Pretty obvious which one's better. Zhao Fan continued enthusiastically. "This mission is super important. If we do well, we'll definitely earn merit. Our status in the Yuqing sect will rise, and we'll even get famous in the cultivation world." Hanju still refused. "Forgive me, I'm not interested in fame or fortune. If the Yuqing sect is ever in trouble, I'll fight with all my might, even if it means my flesh and bones are shattered." He turned, looking super righteous as he said, "But right now, I just want to cultivate." He looked up at the sky. White clouds floated by, like the long, endless pursuit of the Dao of longevity. Mofuki and Zhao Fan couldn't understand this talented guy's thinking at all. "Even though he's strong, he's too chicken," Mofuki lamented. "Yeah, you can't just stay in seclusion your whole cultivation life. If you want to cultivate, you gotta fight for opportunities." "He'll realize that sooner or later," Zhu Fan added, "unless he really doesn't need resources. It's hard to get anything just staying in seclusion." He tilted his head, thinking, "Forget it. Maybe I can surpass Hanju when I get those elixirs." "Han Xiang, wait and see. I'll prove I'm not inferior to you. When you have nothing, you'll definitely regret it." Meanwhile, Hanju was happily accepting his system reward, the Little Universe Belt, which can be used as a storage bag or ring. It holds a vast space, and the shrunken belt is not easily destroyed. 2 years later, the 6 spiritual powers had been perfected, and Hanju was finally able to break through the Golden Core. This step cannot be careless, as only 3 of the 10 cultivators succeed in breaking through. Surrounding Hanju's body were streams of excess spiritual energy that escaped as he approached the breakthrough. Dark clouds rolled in, gathering overhead, waiting for the moment to reward him with a searing bolt of lightning. Ignoring everything, Hanju focused and closed his eyes. They say that the Golden Core Realm's heavenly tribulation easily spawns inner demons. If you fail the breakthrough, you either get struck dead by the heavenly tribulation or go crazy and become a demon. Just then, he heard a creepy laugh in his ear, whispering, asking him what he wanted: fame, fortune, or women. "You're strong enough to stop hiding now, so go out there and show off your power. Whether you devote yourself to the saints or overthrow all beings and defy eternity, it all comes down to a single thought of yours." Hanju calmly asked it, "Is that it? Anything else?" It was stunned, not understanding why the main body wasn't phased at all. He gently pointed, already capable of tearing it apart. "Is this all there is to a demon of the heart? No other choices, And you dare tell me to erase Yang Gao's name in this area? You really know how to pick your targets. Farewell, don't need to send you off. The heart demon turned into fine dust, vanishing into the void. Heart demon gone. Now it's time for a full power breakthrough. Hanju's eyes looked up. Deep within his pupils was absolute determination. A light suddenly flashed in the rolling clouds. Speak of Cao Cao. And Cao Cao arrives. Massive heavenly lightning struck, whiting out a whole section of the gloomy sky. At the same time, Hanju quickly chanted an incantation. 6 paths reincarnation. Open. Golden cicada mystical god armor. Open. The light and his figure intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. One could only peek and watch. 3 days later, the system notified him. Received an excellent grade magic sword, the Kulin sword, made from Kulin tendons and bones, housing the Kulin soul, with the effect of exorcising evil and the 6 paths soul absorption divine power, unlocking the inheritance function. Hanju excitedly celebrated. My lifespan has increased. Not bad. A small goal of breaking through to the Yuanying stage within 100 years isn't impossible. If I fail after 100 years, I'll admit defeat. He stretched and loosened his muscles, then lazily plopped back down, happily tapping on the screen. Alright, let's see what my friends are up to, before continuing to cultivate. The joy was short-lived. Hanju suddenly stared at the screen in shock. It read, Good friend Li Qingzi has been attacked by a demonic cultivator. Head teacher has been attacked by the demonic sect multiple times. What? Could it be that the demonic sect has infiltrated? I wonder how Master is doing. Best to head back and see. He hurriedly flew back on his sword, but the scene before him shocked Hanju. Black smoke covered the once elegant Jade Pure sect. Cries of distress and commands echoed everywhere. Those with minor injuries wait here. Those with severe injuries are to be taken for treatment. Those who have recovered should try to gather at the Northwest Plaza. Countless fellow disciples, covered in injuries, wearily gathered together, standing in the plaza filled with injured people. Hanju couldn't utter a word. Cheng Yue was busy bringing medicine to everyone when she saw him and exclaimed, Senior brother Han, the girl who used to be so strong and aloof, now had a tired face, dark circles under her eyes as she reproachfully said, You still know how to come back? Master said, If we find you, tell you to go see her. Entering the familiar main hall, Hanju remorsefully bowed. Disciple pays respect to Master. After the inter-sect competition, this disciple hurriedly cultivated. Forgetting to visit you, please punish me. Shi Xuan Xianzi coldly opened her mouth. You still know how to come back. I thought you had already betrayed the sect. Hanju's heart was in a mess. He couldn't answer this seemingly light but sarcastic statement. She continued slowly. As things stand now, the Jade Pure sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. At this moment, an unfathomable meaning flashed in Shi Xuan Xianzi's eyes. As your master, I'll give you a chance. You can leave the Jade Pure sect. These words were like the sky collapsing onto Hanju. Hanju stood motionless in the pouring rain, his silent figure reflected in a large puddle on the ground. Hanju exclaimed in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. The incident of the Jade Pure sect was so hard to believe that he thought it was just a cruel joke. Hanju widened his eyes and stood frozen, unable to utter a single word, his mouth agape, sweating profusely. While he was weighing whether to choose the first option, the system's notification suddenly popped up, drawing Hanju's attention. The system notified him that he had 2 choices. 1. To leave the Jade Pure sect and receive a bottle of Qi gathering pills. 2. To stay and receive a magical artifact and a secret magical manual. After reading the notification, Hanju lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, What about Master? Shi Xuan gently closed her eyes, looking serene. I will live and die with the Yu King sect. Suddenly, Hanju's voice chimed in, making her slightly surprised. If that's the case then, Hanju said solemnly, his eyes firm as he emphasized each word, this disciple will also live and die with Master. Xishuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Aren't you afraid of death? Hanju thought to himself, of course I am. But there's also the golden cicada mystic skill. Suddenly, the system's notification cut through his thoughts. Seeing the notification that his master's goodwill towards him had increased by 3 stars, Hanju's expression became a bit awkward. Another star and it could develop into a Dao partner. After thinking for a moment, he decided to throw it all aside. Afterwards, Hanju raised his hand resolutely. People are destined to die. One death is as light as a feather, the other as heavy as Mount Tai. I pursue longevity, but I don't want to abandon Master. He clenched his fist, full of determination. He said that, but Hanju's eyes were still full of worry. Unless I encounter someone I can't fight, then I'll definitely protect my own life first. Xishuan slightly curled her lips. But I haven't taught you anything. It's not to the point where you have to do this. Before she could finish, he immediately retorted. Although you haven't taught me, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Every time Master has helped this disciple, it is deeply etched in my heart. This was truly Hanju's honest words. He sincerely hoped that she would live a peaceful life. Hearing this, Xishuan smiled slightly, full of pride. Worthy of being a disciple of my Jade Serenity Peak. But this matter isn't that serious yet. I appreciate your sentiment. Suddenly, Chang Yuer excitedly jumped out. Actually, Master saw that you were afraid of death, so she told you to leave first. She immediately received a flick on the forehead. Xishuan then asked about Hanju's cultivation, and told him that he could follow her. At this time, Xishuan realized that she had never properly taught Hanju, and he felt a little embarrassed, scratching his face with his index finger, saying it was nothing. She didn't reply, but inwardly scolded Hanju as a little rascal. I'm giving you pointers, and you don't even want them. In the end, Xishuan didn't say anything and let him retreat. From inside the large, sun-drenched tower, Hanju's cheerful voice echoed. This disciple takes his leave. After he left, she instructed Chang Yuer to go to the other side first. Xishuan held a talisman between her fingers. Go help your junior brother according to my instructions. Those things are all in the universe pouch. Hearing this, she curiously glanced at it, and then obediently agreed. A moment later, in front of Hanju's cave abode, he hesitated, and then asked, Why is Senior Sister here? Why did Senior Sister enter my cave abode when no one was around? Hanju stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. What are all these? Chang Yuer glanced at him. Master told me to help you set things up. Planting spirit herbs will help increase the spiritual qi of your cave abode. The formation is created by Hongxi. You have to infuse spiritual qi to activate this formation, which will conceal the entrance to the cave. If someone forcibly enters, they'll fall into an illusion and won't be able to escape. The spirit herbs don't need care. They'll naturally increase the spiritual qi around them. The lush spirit herbs seem to be glowing under the sun. She happily asked Hanju if these things weren't bad, huh? He couldn't help but blurt out, I never expected Senior Sister to know these things. Hearing this, Chang Yuer smiled smugly. Don't think my cultivation is inferior to yours. I know everything. Alchemy, talisman making, formation setting, exorcism. Hanju immediately bowed his head to thank her and Xishuan. Suddenly, Chang Yuer moved closer to him, her ample bosom swaying before his eyes, causing Hanju to startle in surprise. Forget about the thanks. Under the setting sun, she looked like an angel. In a while, Senior Sister will move here to keep you company. He sweated, swallowed hard, and hesitantly called out, Senior Sister. After a moment of hesitation, the sentence that Hanju finally uttered in the romantic atmosphere was, Are you trying to leech some spiritual qi from my cave abode? As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Yuer instantly turned gloomy, causing her entire body to tremble. Seeing this, he immediately froze like a stone statue, the expression seemingly frozen on his face. 5 years later, inside the cave abode, dazzling light shone through the entrance, illuminating the interior. Hanju, now chilling at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, was sitting cross-legged, pondering life, and staring at system notifications. He scrolled through the notifications. Li Qingzi getting jumped by demonic cultivators popped up like crazy, panting non-stop in the messages. Headmaster, Brother Over-the-Top Mo, and Brother Zhu were also on the hit list. Glad I didn't tag along with them in the first place. Suddenly, a system notification popped up again. Detected as Xiantian Luckholder. Wanna investigate their background. Hearing Xiantian Luckholder, Hanju instantly tensed up. Someone's outside the cave. The notification revealed the profile of the Xiantian demon fetus, Chen Santian. He deadpanned. Why is a core disciple of the demonic sect coming to the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or did he bring the whole squad? While Hanju was thinking that he would have the upper hand if the other party was alone, outside the cave, Chen Santian was reading the words carved on the stone. A moment of patience, a vast sky and sea. After reading, he disdainfully sneered and laughed. The people of the Jade Pure sect are indeed cowards, turtleheads. Suddenly, Chen Santian noticed the strangeness of this place. Why is there such a big name in this desolate place? He immediately came to the conclusion, this must be a cave dwelling. But then Chen Santian scratched his head. But I wonder where's the door? Inside, Hanju was watching him through the barrier. Hearing Chen Santian call him a turtle, he was so angry that his hands were shaking, and all his veins were bulging. His voice sounded again. I'm coming for you, kid. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Santian with murderous intent. Basically determined that he was alone, so I have to give him a grand welcome. As soon as he made up his mind, he immediately sensed murderous intent near him. Before Chen Santian could prepare, 3 streaks of swordlight brushed past his body at the same time. He widened his eyes in disbelief at his current situation. The 3 streaks of swordlight that just brushed past were Qingju's Shadow Sword of the Banishing World. Less than a second, Chen Santian was knocked down. He flew far away on the ground and sank into the thick smoke. Damn, what kind of trick that dissipates the spiritual energy, the change to fight back. Otherwise later, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Chen Santian lying on the ground. Suddenly he noticed a move waiting in the air and looked up in horror. Chen Santian, with his head full of blood, begged in a hurry, "Senior, stop." A voice sounded from inside the cave. Why did he come to the Jade Pure sect? Chen Santian immediately tried to justify himself. It's all a misunderstanding, I just happened to pass by here. At this moment he was extremely nervous. Who is this person? Who, I have clearly investigated, that there is no strong sword cultivator elder in the Jade Pure sect. Chen Santian narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be the supreme elder of the Jade Pure sect? At this moment, Hanju suddenly appeared behind him, calling his name in a deep voice. Xiantian Demon Fetus, disciple of the Qingming demonic sect. If I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect, what do you think your ending will be? The first thought that came to Chen Santian's mind was, how does this person know my background? Then, he turned his head sharply and shouted repeatedly that he was wrong. Please give me a chance. After seeing the young and beautiful face in front of him, Chen Santian speculated. You are a disciple of the senior. Hanju was considering whether to hand him over to the sect in exchange for hostages. While thinking, suddenly a sharp knife was placed right next to his neck. After Chen Santian put the knife on Hanju's neck, he immediately threatened loudly towards the cave, Senior, let me go, otherwise I will kill your disciple. Suddenly a calm voice rang out, stopping him. Then please let me interrupt for a moment. After he said that he had no disciples, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward and embarrassing. Chen Santian was petrified on the spot. After waking up, he immediately shrank and knelt on the ground, trembling. Said he was just joking. At this moment, Chen Santian was scared shitless. A 9th level foundation establishment cultivator? This must be some kind of illusion technique. He can suppress me and even see through my background. He's definitely a master. There's no way I can escape. Hanju, on the other hand, felt a bit let down. Is this all there is to a core disciple of the demonic sect? I was wondering if he was just too weak, or if my 3 pure shadow sword technique was too OP. He thought for a moment, then suddenly turned around, scratched his head, and headed back to his cave. Whatever, just follow me. Hearing. Chen Santian immediately thanked Hanju loudly for not killing him. Inside the cave, water dripped continuously from several stalactites into a small stone pool. Hanju led Chen Santian inside. I can't force things right now. I need to figure out how to keep him here. Chen Santian followed Hanju, peering around curiously. So, this is a formation concealing the cave entrance. Chen Santian speculated nervously. I originally planned to hand him over to my master, but he would definitely try to escape desperately. The only option I have is to kill him now. He probably doesn't dare to run because he's overestimating me. Thinking this, Hanju suddenly called out, Chen Santian, causing him to look over in confusion. Hanju nonchalantly pointed to his own face and told Chen Santian to stab him with all his strength. Hearing this, Chen Santian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this senior trying to find an excuse to kill me? Chen Santian started overthinking and got increasingly terrified, panicking and shouting, I was wrong. Hanju remained calm. Why do you keep trying to sneak attack me? Don't you want to try? Hearing this, Chen Santian immediately shook his head, vehemently denying it. Hearing that Hanju wasn't blaming him, Chen Santian immediately wanted to kowtow to him. Indeed, he didn't know that the reason Hanju wasn't worried was because he had the Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Armor protecting him. Hanju was speechless, looking at Chen Santian's fear-stricken state. He then assigned tasks to Chen Santian. Am I that scary? I didn't expect this guy to be such a coward. Diverse clusters of flowers of all colors and shapes were enveloped by sunlight and spiritual energy. Sunlight streamed in through the cave entrance, illuminating the inside of the cave. Hanju sat in meditation right in the middle of the cave entrance, receiving the brightest and most potent sunlight. In a corner of the shadows, Chen Santian was secretly observing him. This senior cultivates so hard he never leaves his cave, he thought. Then lowered his head again, worried. I've been here for a year now. If this goes on, the intelligence gathering will be delayed. Chen Santian, looking grim, turned to look at Hanju again. As a core disciple, I haven't returned for so long. The elders and my master must be very worried. What should I do? Unable to come up with a solution, he suddenly had a murderous intent. If I attack him while he's cultivating, maybe I'll have a chance. No sooner said than done. Chen Santian immediately took action. The veins on the back of his hand bulged menacingly. In the next second, Chen Santian had dashed towards Hanju, who was sitting there. If I can, I'll make you pay 100-fold. I am the demonic embryo that everyone in the Qingming demonic sect fears. Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Hanju suddenly whipped his head around, looking at Chen Santian with a murderous gaze. Chen Santian immediately did a 180-degree turn and pretended to swat a mosquito for Hanju. Sorry, did I disturb you? There was a mosquito. Seeing this, Hanju merely pursed his lips in silence. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Looking at the system notification that Chen Santian's hatred level had risen to 4 stars, and then looking at his obedient and subservient attitude, offering to sweep and clean, Hanju was speechless. He sat in silence, contemplating. Over the past year, Hanju hadn't tormented Chen Santian at all, and hadn't even contacted the sect to protect him. Yet now, his hatred level had reached 4 stars. Behind him, as soon as Chen Santian turned away, He immediately thought of another way. I can only run away when he goes out. I can't keep cultivating like this forever. Once I escape, take over the sect, I will flatten this mountain. He frowned tightly, full of determination. Chen Santian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of hope for the future shining in his eyes. When the time comes, I'll get back the debt of the past year. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly gasped in shock, his eyes widening so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. Right in the middle of Chen Santian's chest was a large, gaping hole, and that hole was created by Hanju behind him. The three pure shadows sword gathered into a single point. Hanju coldly declared, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to use it. If you stayed put, you would at least have some value as a hostage. But now, you're no longer needed. With those words, Chen Santian's body collapsed at Hanju's feet, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Afterwards, Hanju began to think about the next steps. This guy has connections with a strange senior. Once he's dead, those old monsters will sense it, and then hunt me down at all costs. Just then, a weird puff of smoke suddenly rose from the corpse at his feet, startling him. Hanju watched Zhang Renma gradually appear from the smoke, and couldn't help but think, he's actually showing up for real. Zhang Renma glared with bloodshot eyes, gnashing his teeth. You killed my beloved disciple, which is the same as courting death. With that, Zhang Renma pointed at him, growling, If you have the guts, tell me your name. Hanju casually lied without batting an eye. I am Cao Cao. And you are. Hearing that, Zhang Renma immediately cackled. Zhang Renma introduced himself. I am Zhang Renma. From the Qingming Devil Sect. Cao Cao, I've got your name. Just wait to die. With that, he vanished into thin air right before Hanju's eyes. At that moment, the system finally popped up a notification that Zhang Renma's hatred for Hanju was at 5 stars. Hanju looked at the hatred level and rubbed his forehead, sighing, Oh man, that's high. Hanju is only at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. It'll be tough to fight him before reaching the Transformation God realm. After thinking it over, he decided to contact the sect to send someone to clear the hatred. 8 years later, it was still the familiar cave abode with the proverb engraved horizontally. Sheng Hongzhuan stood in front of the cave entrance, calling out loudly twice, Hubby. She gently stepped inside, cheerfully raising her hand, pretending to ask, Is hubby home? Immediately after, Sheng Hongzhuan excitedly ran in, calling out, Hubby! Causing Hanju to jump. First, it was senior apprentice sister, and now it's her too. Are the formation arrays just for show or what? Then he calmed down and asked, What is it, Sheng Hongzhuan? She immediately pulled out something that shocked Hanju to the core, showing it to him. This treasure! It turned out that the so-called treasure, in Sheng Hongzhuan's words, was the Jade Purity Pill. Looking at the large quantity of Jade Purity Pills displayed on the table, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement as she generously said, This is all the Jade Purity Pills I've accumulated over the years. Just use them. But Hanju's answer was beyond Sheng Hongzhuan's expectations. Go back, I don't need them. She stammered in confusion. He didn't explain, but just said in a deep voice, You're already at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Keep them for yourself. Hearing that, Sheng Hongzhuan immediately frowned sadly. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her eyes widened in horror, as if struck by lightning, unable to speak. Seeing that, Hanju went to Sheng Hongzhuan's side. Don't tell anyone about my breakthrough, if you want to be my partner. Saying that, he slightly raised his head, frowning with determination. Then you have to cultivate properly. Now, in a few hundred years, I'll achieve enlightenment and become an immortal, while you'll turn into a pile of white bones. She silently listened to Hanju's heartless words. Your deep affection for me is a punishment. After a while, Sheng Hongzhuan replied, You're right. I can't hinder your progress. She slightly turned her head to smile at him. Hubby, Cultivate in peace. I'll go help you get the cultivation elixirs for the Golden Core Realm. Hearing that, Hanju immediately panicked, reaching out to stammeringly try to stop her. That's not what I meant. Inside a room in the Qing Ming Devil sect, natural light penetrated through the small window on the roof, enough to see the things hidden in the darkness. Along the wall were several skulls with glowing eye sockets, neatly arranged. Deeper inside, another empty room had nothing in it, except for a few people sitting in a circle. One person stood in the middle. The Qing Ming sect leader, Duan Tongtian, who had reached the peak of the Yuanying realm, frowned gloomily. It's been so long, and we still haven't found Li Qingzi, Zhang Renma immediately confirmed. Li Qingzi is deliberately not returning to the Yuqing sect to divert our attention. He slightly narrowed his deep eyes. We might as well ignore him and directly attack the Yuqing sect. The others there simultaneously volunteered to attack. Someone came to report that Yuqing sect still had an old monster. Someone spoke up, asking for the sect master's opinion. He pondered for a moment but still chose to delay. We've invested too much. Chen Santian is already dead at Yuqing sect. We won't let it go. This time it's different. Duan Tongtian grinned smugly. Announce it. This seat is about to undergo nascent soul transformation. If successful, defeating Yuqing sect will be a sure thing. These words immediately startled everyone else in the room. Zhang Renma stuttered, testing the waters. Duan Tongtian is really that confident. Hearing this, he frowned tightly, annoyed by the doubt. This seat has been preparing for this for decades. Then, Duan Tongtian turned around, affirming, 9 parts confidence. You guys can wait another 30 years. The surrounding demonic cultists immediately cheered in support. He demanded Yuqing sect be leveled to the ground for revenge. Zhang Renma also narrowed his eyes, filled with killing intent. Just wait and die, Kaio. Treasure the time you have left. In another distant place, there was a gleam in someone's eye, overflowing with happiness. Another 10 years. These past years, every day brings change. Hanju has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm of the Lightning and Wind spiritual roots, plus other lower Golden Core Realm spiritual roots. Happy wiggling, it feels so abundant, so magical. The nascent soul realm is waving at me. He was like he was flying in paradise. Extremely happy, and that heart shape above his head is too extra. Suddenly, at this moment, Chang Yuer appeared next to him, joining the fun. Junior brother, I'm here to visit you. Hanju's helpless voice echoed in the cave abode. Please, just give my cave abode some face, will you? She looked natural and relaxed. I set up the formation. Of course I know how to get in. Chang Yuer held something about the size of a thumb, saying that planting it by the lake would make the spiritual qi in the cave abode denser, and it could even become the best cave abode in Yuqing sect. After hearing this, he was extremely grateful and bowed deeply, thanking her loudly. Seeing this, Chang Yuer chuckled. It's all thanks to the master's rewards. I'm just doing some small tasks. While Hanju was still squirming with happiness because the master was so good to him, she continued. In the past few years, Jade Serenity Peak has gotten some new disciples. Ranked behind you, also. Iron Senior Brother passed away 2 years ago, reaching the limit of his lifespan. These words immediately shocked him, making his hair stand on end. Hanju whipped his head around, with an unbelievable look, hesitating. Tialao is gone. Chang Yuer slightly raised her head to look at the sky. Iron Senior Brother's aptitude was too poor. He just died when his lifespan ran out, but before he died, he wanted to see you once. This is his pill companion. Hearing this, he only asked grimly, Why did he want to see me? She replied calmly, How would I know? I wasn't close to him. Hanju didn't say anything more, only frowned and lowered his eyes, hiding the pain in the depths of his eyes, silently calling Tilao's name. Rewinding time to many years ago, when he was just a 6-year-old child, his parents abandoned him and ran away. "My lord, what do you think?" That voice came from two people, anxiously explaining outside the door, pleading for that pitiful child. "With a person called my lord," he coldly instructed. "If that's the case, let him work in place of his parents." "Yu Chun, no, stop!" The subordinate stammered his opinion. "He's just a child. He can't do heavy work." 6-year. Old Hanju blankly looked up at Tilao. "He can do as much as he can. It's better than starving to death outside anyway." He recalled what he had gone through, and slowly recounted. Sometimes he wasn't human, making Hanju do all sorts of things. But over the years, Tilao never harmed him, and even gave Hanju enough to eat and drink. He even educated him. Although this education made Hanju display an extremely uncomfortable expression, he used to hate Tilao very much, but it was thanks to him that there was the Hanju of today. He thought to himself, perhaps the path of cultivation is also about fate, elasis. Some people rush by in a hurry, leaving only sorrow. After thinking about it, Hanju looked up again at the person in front of him. "Senior sister, please try hard to cultivate. If there comes a day when you're gone, junior brother really." Hearing this, Chang Yu-gaer turned her head in surprise to look at him. She smiled happily, scolding Hanju. "You stinky little brother, I thought you didn't have me in your heart at all." Right after, Chang Yu-gaer said she had to go back to cultivating, trying to squeeze out some more time to walk a bit further on the cultivation path with her little brother. A while after she left, Hanju stood silently outside his cave. He gently raised his head, taking a deep breath, as if to calm his mood. Then Hanju turned and walked away, revealing a memorial tablet carved with the two words, Tilao, on the rock face. The memorial tablet was enveloped in light. "Hope you reincarnate into a good family." Time drifted by lazily, and 10-odd years passed in a flash. Even without the support of elixirs, his 6 spiritual roots, besides the earth and wood spiritual roots, all reached the 9th level of the golden core stage, and his strength was getting closer and closer to the nascent soul stage. Since he was about to reach his centennial birthday, the system activated a new function. Hanju looked at the system, confused. Suddenly it chimed, "Congratulations! You've turned 100 years old." Activating the trial simulation function. Trial simulation. You can set the cultivation level and strength of the combat opponent. Test and replicate the strength of all living beings within a 100-mile radius. The battle results do not affect your real body and mental state. You can trial countless times. After reading it, he was super excited and shouted, "Trial simulation doesn't suffer from side effects like getting injured. This is practically a cheat code." Hanju didn't hesitate and clicked Activate Trial Simulation. He'd never really understood his own strength before. Finally, he could test it out. Instantly, a dazzling blue light erupted from the system screen. Before he could prepare, he was sucked in. System. Teleport. In an instant, Hanju teleported to a white space. The system announced, "Welcome to the trial simulation arena." He felt like he was in a dream, wondering if he was in his consciousness. While he was confused, the screen suddenly appeared in front of him again. The system displayed a list of characters with real relationships to Hanju. "Simulating the strength of the opponents," he muttered. "Fighting myself would be a bit weird, so let's try the strongest." Then, he decided to choose Li Qingzi, the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. A character exactly like the real person appeared instantly. Hanju greeted, "Sect Master. Bri Reflex." Based on that voice, the character immediately detected his location. It instantly charged toward him at the speed of light. He nimbly dodged. Couldn't help but think, too fast. Hanju used the 7 shadow steps to jump up, while cursing inwardly. This trial simulation has no martial ethics, attacking without a word, and it's doing it for real, he thought. Can't hold back now. Then, he gathered his strength and unleashed The three pure shadows soared. A huge golden light followed his hand as he struck down. The character on the ground instantly exploded. After the explosion, smoke filled the ground, making it impossible for Hanju to see anything. He waited anxiously for the smoke to dissipate, then was shocked to discover that the three pure shadows sword hadn't broken through the defense. The character stood still. Only his clothes were torn, he guessed. This golden body, unless it's the Heavenly Dipper golden body, it didn't rest, but rushed toward Hanju fiercely. He didn't hesitate, and decided to try the 9 dragons expelling demons seal. A dazzling golden ball flew out of Hanju's hand, falling straight onto the character's head. Another huge explosion rang out. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Amidst the shattered rubble, the two continuously attacked, neither giving way. From the outside, all you could see were 2 circles of blue and yellow light constantly clashing. After a few moves, the figure got pushed back a little. Hanju sized it up. The 9 dragons exorcism seal wasn't simple, but it could only push back the sect leader, not defeat him. It was still too much of a stretch against someone at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Just then, the system suddenly popped up next to him. Do you want to adjust your opponent's strength? Adjustable range, nascent soul realm level 8 to Lianqi realm level 1. Seeing this, Hanju frowned, feeling like the trial simulation was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, at the Jade Pure sect, someone's stammering voice echoed from inside the main hall. No way, Dao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Is this true? Li Qingzi confirmed. Absolutely accurate. Duan Tongtian won the first round and successfully underwent tribulation. He's currently consolidating his cultivation in the transformation god realm. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, feeling like they couldn't win. Jingxi suddenly remembered and asked, "Where's the master? Isn't he cultivating towards transformation god? He should be close, right?" Lao Ta retorted. Nah, it's just some kind of divine power. Transformation god is tough, Dao Lei suggested. How about we call for reinforcements? We can still ask for help. Li Qingzi replied indifferently. I've already asked the righteous factions for help, but no one's responded yet. Shi Xuan thought silently. Meanwhile, Lao Ta continued. If the old ancestor was here, that would be great. He has the strength of the mid-stage transformation god realm, but he's been out for years and hasn't returned. We can't find him even if we wanted to. Here's the plan. The Supreme Elder and I will deal with Duan Tongtian. Everyone was surprised by this. Jingxi quickly spoke up to stop him. Li Qingzi said helplessly, There's no other way. With your current cultivation, anyone who goes will just be throwing their lives away. He pondered. Forget about Duan Tongtian. You can't even break my Heavenly Gang golden body. This is the Jade Pure sect's strongest technique. No one can break it. Maybe I can fight him. At that moment, on Hanju's side, the Lin Qingzi character had been completely annihilated by him. You broke the Heavenly Gang golden body, the system announced. Today's achievement has been granted. Killing a nascent soul realm level 5 cultivator, the respect of passerby. This trial simulation is so much fun. Immediately afterwards, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the first lightning bolts appeared. Then came countless crisscrossing lightning bolts, lighting up the entire sky. From those lightning bolts, a huge bolt of lightning converged and struck straight down, and below was Hanju. He was ready, waiting for the lightning to strike him. He was radiating brightly. This was the moment of a nascent soul realm cultivator's tribulation. This year, all 6 types of spiritual roots have reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm. Cultivation complete, Hanju thought to himself. Time to break through to the nascent soul realm. Just then, his senior sister's voice called from the foot of the mountain. He wondered, is the demonic sect attacking? Why is she here? Chang Yue ran over breathlessly, and seeing the scene before her, she wondered, is junior brother about to break through to the Golden Core realm? She muttered. If the Qingming demonic sect comes here, It will interrupt his tribulation. Forcibly interrupting is a major taboo during tribulation. Junior brother will suffer a backlash that endangers his life. Thinking of this, Chang Yuer made up her mind. No way, as his senior sister, I have to protect him. But suddenly she thought, with my strength, it will be difficult to protect junior brother. Looking at the lightning that was still constantly striking the mountaintop, she thought, I'll just have to wait for junior brother to wake up and immediately take him back to the inner sect to avoid disaster. What can I say? I just like him so much. Gotta be a bodyguard first. 10 days later, the demonic sect's people began to attack the Jade Pure sect. They slaughtered everyone they came across, and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Chang Yuer suddenly sensed demonic energy. She guessed they had arrived. She looked towards the source of the demonic energy, secretly delighted. It's the main peak. The demonic sect is attacking there. Lucky it's far from my junior brother's cave. Chang Yuer frowned thoughtfully. Taking him to the inner sect now would actually harm him. This is for the best. As long as junior brother stays in his cave, he'll be safe. Then, she stepped onto her sword, preparing to fly off, leaving a sentence behind before she left. Sorry, I'm going ahead to help Master vow to live and die with the sect. Instantly, Chang Yuer rode her sword and flew away, hoping her junior brother wouldn't come back. At that moment, Hanju successfully leveled up to the Yuanying realm. He felt himself, this Yuanying realm is a bit OP. Even the 6 paths reincarnation technique has transformed. The Yuanying realm is a barrier. Its power connects to heaven and earth, interacts with the 5 elements, and obtains supreme power. Therefore, all spiritual roots will merge into a 6-system spiritual root, turning into a completely new and extremely powerful spiritual power. Hanju felt the 6-path spiritual power floating in the palm of his hand. From now on, he could directly absorb the spiritual power between heaven and earth, no longer needing to rely on spiritual roots to cultivate. Just absorbing the 6-path spiritual power alone would make his cultivation far more efficient than before. The system prompted, congratulations on breaking through to the Yuanying realm, receiving a divine power reward. You chose the path of a sword cultivator, receiving the Sword Dao divine power. Heaven punishing ghost god sword. Looking at the number 998 years old on the system, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just then, the system suddenly issued a red alert, reminding, your Yuking sect is under attack by the Qingming demonic sect. He was utterly stunned. What? The attack has already begun? Is it me? The system chimed in again, interrupting Hanju. He didn't expect it still had another reminder. The strongest expert in the Yuqing sect has been detected. Qingming demonic sect leader, Duan Tongtian, first level of the transformation realm. Do you want to immediately start the trial simulation? Seeing this, he thought to himself, the Yuking sect definitely can't hold on. Hanju reminded himself, calm down. Before, I could kill Yuanying realm cultivators in the Jindan realm, so now I should be able to fight against a transformation realm. Then, he decided to try the battle, and pressed start trial. At this moment, black smoke covered everything within the Yuqing sect. The disciples, seeing they couldn't win, shouted for each other to retreat. Zhang Renma led the demonic sect army and shouted, Cao Cao, get out here and accept your death. If you don't show yourself, unless you've already run away. His single protruding eye was cloudy, and his mouth continuously laughed disdainfully at the people of the Yuqing sect. As expected, a bunch of useless trash. Zhang Renma looked towards the thick, reddish-purple heavenly lightning pillar in the distance and muttered, the sect leader's side should be finishing up soon. Immediately after, he raised his voice and ordered, disciples, listen to my orders. Kill everything, loot everything. They immediately obeyed. He added, if you can't find Kao, use the Yuking sect disciples to worship my disciples' spirit in the sky. At this time, Hanju had finished the trial. 1 minute after the fight, he fell into contemplation, finding it incredibly unbelievable. After a while, he hesitantly asked himself, That's all there is to Duantongtian. The pink lightning bolt from the black swirling clouds in the sky struck the mountain. It was gradually weakening. A skull, along with a terrifying red aura, flew towards Ling Qingzi and the Supreme Elder, making them unable to withstand the pressure. Immediately after, a figure gradually appeared. The person laughed loudly and said, "Give up!" After looking closely, they recognized Duantongtian. He disdainfully said, "As long as you kneel down and beg, perhaps this seat can at least let you suffer less pain." Li Qingzi gritted his teeth, saying each word carefully. "Duantongtian, even if we, disciples of the Jade Pure sect, die, we will never submit to the demonic sect." After saying that, he leaped towards Duantongtian. Duantongtian didn't even try to dodge, just sighed. Too slow. Li Qingzi was instantly sent flying. The Supreme Elder mused. That skull behind him has Xiantian dark energy. Once absorbed, it instantly neutralizes attacks. That's how he's been wearing us down. He struggled to his feet, cursing. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Behind them, Shi Xuan, in pain, clutched her arm, rising from the rubble. She couldn't help but sigh worriedly, thinking of her disciple, Hanju. That little brat is probably in seclusion. Hopefully, no one discovers his cave. And then there's Cheng Yuer. I'm sorry. As your master, I couldn't protect you. Guess I'll be taking the first step, Shi Xuan sadly thought to herself. Duantongtian spoke up. These centuries of grievances should end now. Seeing her sudden appearance, he was a little surprised. Then, Duantongtian gave a sinister smile. What a pity to see such a beautiful woman like you go to waste. Mo Zhu, cornered, had no choice but to jump off a cliff. Someone shouted from behind. She jumped. She jumped off the cliff. Below is a bottomless abyss. Keep chasing. Don't let her get away. She felt helpless. Her spiritual energy had been exhausted from trying to escape, and now she couldn't even control her sword to fly. Under the pursuit of the demonic sect, Mo Zhu thought she was surely done for. She resolved herself, even if I die, I won't let them have their way. At this moment, she thought of Hanju and told herself, if I had cultivated as diligently as him, I wouldn't be in this mess. Will I ever see him again in the next life? Just as she closed her eyes, thinking she was about to die, Hanju suddenly appeared. Miss Mo, what are you doing down here? Mo Zhu opened her eyes wide, hardly believing what she was seeing. Hanju hovered in the air, catching her. After a long moment she stammered, Senior Brother Han. But then, Mo Zhu asked a few strange questions in confusion. Are we dead? Are we in heaven? Just as he was getting confused, the system notified him. Mo Zhu's affection for you has increased. Current rating, 55 stars. Hanju brought her to Mofuki, saying, Brother Mo, I've finally found you. Then he looked up and saw Hanju flying over, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Without hesitation, he tossed Mo Zhu to Mofukiwa, instructing, Take care of her, I have to go. Watching Hanju's figure gradually disappear, he wondered, how exactly does Hanju cultivate? Mo Zhu still hadn't come to her senses, asking, Are you in heaven too? Mofuki ignored her, lost in his own thoughts. 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators were ganging up on me, but Senior Brother Han killed them along the way. Hanju hurriedly flew off, sensing an increasingly strong aura, an oppressive force. He realized the situation wasn't good. The aura of a Transformation Realm cultivator was on the main peak. I'm to blame for arriving too late. Just then, he passed by Jade Ripple Peak, and it caught his attention. Hanju approached to observe, discovering a swarm of black, gold-clad demonic cultivators surrounding several senior brothers and sisters. He turned back, instructing his junior sister. After we carve out a path of blood, quickly lead the new disciples to escape. Hearing this, Cheng Yuer turned back in dismay, trying to dissuade them. Yang Luo said sternly, My mind is made up. even if we die. Before we die, we'll drag them down to hell with us." As soon as he finished speaking, they prepared to charge forward, but they noticed 3 strange flashes of lightning. Seeing this, Chang Yue quickly guessed. 3 flashes of light. Could they be golden rays in the shape of swords, darting down from the sky, heading straight for them, swirling around the group of demonic cultivators, killing everything in their path? In a blink, all the demonic cultivators, dozens of them, were wiped out. Chang Yue and the others were so surprised that their jaws dropped at what just happened. Immediately after, the golden lightning flew away again, without stopping at all. She noticed it, and called out tremblingly, "Shinani." Just then, a threatening voice echoed from inside the forest. "I'll give you a chance, woman. Agree to be my partner and return to the demonic sect with me, and I'll spare your life." Sheng Hongshuan angrily retorted, "Duan Tongtian murdered my parents. Even if I die, I won't go back." Hearing that, he immediately drew his sword, saying, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Prepare to taste my blade, coated in poison." At that moment her eyes seemed to spot something. Xing Hongshuan's expression suddenly changed as she excitedly shouted, "Hubby!" Thinking he'd won, he said, "So, you agree? You know what's good for you. I told you, you can't get submission without being forceful." But he didn't know that Hanju had appeared behind him at some point, with a chilling gaze. The trees swayed, rustling, as everything tried to quiet down because of the arrival of the killing god, Hanju. All that was left was Xing Hongshuan's voice calling, "Hubby!" The man was like, "Huh." She was already lying motionless on the ground. Xing Hongshuan was utterly shocked. That guy was the second-ranked core disciple of the demonic sect, but he was taken down in one move. Turning around, Hanju seriously reminded her, "Find a place to hide. It's not safe here anymore." Xing Hongshuan's face flushed red. She shyly reminded, "Shidi, you have to be careful too." At the same time, the system notified, "Sheng Hongshuan's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 6 stars. He walked away annoyed, cursing his damned charm and strength in his heart. On the other side, Duan Tongtian was arrogantly at his peak, scoffing, "Is this all the Jade Pure sect is capable of? You've been chasing our demonic sect for hundreds of years. With me, I'm at the transformation realm. Who dares to stop me?" The pressure around her, along with her injuries, left Zhishuan Xianzi with no strength to retaliate. In the distance, Li Qingzi had his arms torn off, and he was collapsed unconscious against a nearby rock, while the Supreme Elder was also exhausted, just sitting still. Duan Tongtian swaggered as he looked at them, contemplating, "Using all the cultivators of your sect to nurture GU will definitely help me increase my strength. When that happens, the #1 sect of the Great Yan Dynasty will be ours." He looked at the plaque of the Jade Pure sect and shouted, "Will the centuries sold foundation of the Jade Pure sect be destroyed here today?" With that, using his spiritual energy, he stomped the plaque under his feet. Then, Duan Tongtian stepped maliciously towards Zhishuan Xianzi. He glared viciously, adding to her despair, "You still haven't given up. Guess how many people from the Jade Pure sect are still alive?" Zhishuan Xianzi's eyes were resolute, as she widened her eyes and bluntly said, "No." Duan Tongtian was enraged. A powerful spiritual energy flashed in his hand. "This ungrateful brat. Go say that in the Yellow Springs." The powerful stream of spiritual energy was about to shoot straight at Zhishuan Xianzi. Li Qingzi couldn't accept it, crying out mournfully, wishing he could take her place. Duan Tongtian's blow unleashed a massive explosion. Under the blazing fire, Hanju used the 7 illusory steps to instantly whisk Zhishuan Xianzi away. He was as cool as a cucumber, even asking her gently, "Master, are you all right?" Zhishuan Xianzi still hadn't shaken off the feeling of brushing against death. She stared blankly at her disciple. "I shouldn't have come here." Li Qingzi was freaked out, secretly marveling, "My junior sister sure picked a good disciple." The Supreme Elder felt a liking towards Hanju, but alas, we're all going to die here. But Qi Xuan suddenly smacked Hanju. She scolded sternly. "What are you doing here? Get out of here, listen to me, and go as far as you can. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of the Yu King sect." Hanju was dumbfounded like an abandoned kid, reaching out to grab her. "I'm here because of you, master." Qi Xuan desperately avoided him, both worried and annoyed as she shooed him away. Duan Tongtian, who had been ignored this whole time, laughed mockingly. "A mere Lianqi 9th layer dares to come here? What a brave little guy. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this old man, I'll spare your life, and even give you a chance to join the Qingming Devil Sect." Suddenly, the system threw 2 options at Hanju. 1. Listen to his master and escape. If successful, he'd get a magic artifact. 2. Successfully kill the Huashen stage dude and save the Yu King sect, and he'd get a top-grade elixir. Hanju thought to himself, "Good thing I have the trial simulation, or I would have chosen to run." He turned to Duan Tongtian and said, "I don't need your offer. I'm here to prepare to kill you." Duan Tongtian couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. "Little brat, you're so arrogant." Hanju calmly walked closer to him. Even bitter cultivation has its moments of passion, you know? Just as he was filled with the intent to slice that fake old man to pieces, someone shouted, "Cabasio, Cabasio, so you're here too." Zhang Renmo appeared behind Hanju, holding a knife to his neck. "Die." The Supreme Elder was shocked and horrified at his sudden appearance. Duan Tongtian laughed loudly. "I don't even need to lift a finger. With the Renmo Elder's strength, he can crush him. I'll enjoy watching your despair before you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Renmo was sent flying, skimming past his face. He crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Duan Tongtian was stunned, his eyes wide. Li Qingzi exclaimed in shock, taking down a Yuanying stage cultivator in an instant. "This is impossible." Everyone around was also staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Qi Xuan Xianzi quickly recognized the familiar spiritual energy and was a bit surprised. She turned her head, searching, and saw Hanju as the source of that spiritual energy, standing in the swirling aura. He raised an eyebrow challengingly. "Ready? I'm sending you on your way." A red glint flashed in Duan Tongtian's eyes. He sneered. "You think taking down the Renmo Elder with a bit of effort means you can fight me?" The dust slowly cleared, revealing Zhang Renmo kneeling on the ground, struggling to get up. He muttered angrily, "Humiliation, utter humiliation." He went crazy, roaring and charging toward Hanju. "I'll kill you!" Zhang Renmo summoned a lantern, using a magic treasure called the Yisha Tian Mo Deng, other killing Sky Devil Lantern. The Supreme Elder shouted in horror, "Little friend, step back! This magic treasure can refine souls." Not giving Hanju a chance, Zhang Renmo made his move. Sha Tian Feng Hun Mo, killing heaven-sealing soul devil. I will use your souls to appease my disciple for 3 days. Did you see that, my disciple? I'm avenging you." Hanju just said coldly, "He'll see you real soon." He lightly pointed his finger, and the 3 pure shadow sword appeared. Half of Zhang Renmo's body got blasted to bits. Even that shattered Calamity Devil dude who was already falling apart got vaporized. Click. The Supreme Elder and Lin Qingzi were speechless, just standing there with their jaws dropped. Duan Tongtian wasn't scared at all. Instead, his fighting spirit got fired up. He said, "Qingzi, impressive. So young and already strong enough to kill one of our elders." Hanju looked up at him. "Do I have the qualifications now?" Duan Tongtian was really appreciating him. "You're strong enough to take on an elder position in our sect. Why don't you come to the Devil Sect? Wealth, fame, babes, cultivation manuals. I can give you everything." "What do you say?" He barely finished, when the 3 pure shadow sword shot right in front of his face. A spiritual energy shield popped up in front of Duan Tongtian, protecting him without even ruffling his clothes. Hanju frowned, getting more serious. The 3 pure shadow sword got blocked. Duan Tongtian didn't bother hiding anything, saying slowly, "Behind me is the Xiantian Black Magnet Supreme Treasure. It can absorb spiritual energy and is immune to most attacks. Unless your spiritual energy is greater than mine, you can't even touch me." He started yelling like a maniac. "I gave you a chance, but too bad you have an extraordinary fate. Did you really think I'd regret losing a talented person like you? The one thing this world doesn't lack is geniuses. Why are there so few geniuses in this world? It's because only the capable survive. Everyone else dies along the way, just like you." Duan Tongtian's power radiated everywhere, making everything around him distort. The righteous and demonic armies were still fighting, struggling to stay standing under the pressure. Zhao Fan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was also affected by this terrifying pressure. On the mountaintop, the elders closest to him were under even more intense pressure. This is the power of a fully realized transformation realm. Duan Tongtian flew into the sky, sucking up the surrounding demonic spiritual energy. "If you're so stubborn, I'll make you taste despair. Don't you want to protect the Jade Pure sect? I'll stand right in front of you and make everyone in the Jade Pure sect die before your very eyes. Let's see how you protect it then." Hanju gripped the Qilin sword, which was shining brightly. "So much talk? Are you done yet? I mean, any last words you want to get off your chest?" He raised his sword, the light reflecting off the blade above his head. He smiled mockingly back. "Save your last words for yourself." A surge of energy made Duan Tongtian choke, unable to speak. A million thoughts raced through his head. What's happening? Something's locking me down. I can't sense anything. My body won't move. What kind of weird trick is this? It was Hanju's newly created secret technique, the Heavenly Curse Fiend Slaying Sword. The light from the technique made everything else fade away. The force of the sword seemed to split the air itself. Xishuan Xianzi's emotionless face cracked, revealing a look of shock. Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were petrified, staring wide. Second Ying lied. They trembled and muttered, "Duan Tongtian is dead. Yuan Ying killed a Transformation Realm cultivator," the Supreme Elder said in astonishment. "No wonder back then. It really wasn't the problem of divine powers. He's ridiculously strong. This guy, the Jade Pure sect, must keep him." On the other side, Hanju was carefully examining the guy. Only the body was destroyed. The 6 Paths soul absorption technique senses a nascent soul escaping, meaning he still has a chance to recover. This future trouble must be eliminated. The battle is over. The fiery red sky had been replaced by the afternoon sun. A beautiful scene, but no one cared. They were all busy gathering and talking excitedly about Hanju. White smoke billowed up from the ruins. Duan Tongtian's spirit was barely hanging on, trembling as he hid. "Phew, luckily I bailed out Jita there fast. Hope they didn't spot me." He was so salty about it. He's just a freaking Yuan Ying. How is this possible? Just who in the heavens is this guy? Hanju suddenly appeared behind him, like he was just chilling there the whole time, and casually dropped, "I'm Changshan Zhao Zilong, duh." The Jade Pure sect and the Qingming Devil sect have been beefing for centuries. Time to wrap things up today. 6 Paths soul absorption. Under the light of the divine power, Duan Tongtian unwillingly cursed, "Zhao Zilong, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. And the demon-taming sect won't let you get away with this either." His spirit finally faded away in the light, kicking and screaming about how unfair it all was. And just like that, Huashen Master Duan Tongtian was a goner. Hanju, retracting his power, was like, demon-taming sect? What's that? The ever-reliable system pinged. You eliminated a Huashen. Received a superb Casagrade pill, the Godmind pill. Xiao Yi is now filled with hatred for you. Current hatred level, 6 stars. He wonders, Xiao Yi, who's that now? And finds out Xiao Yi is at the 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, and hates your guts, wishing he could rip out your bones and refine your soul. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Hanju sighed dramatically after reading that. Knew some grumpy old dude would come causing trouble. Then he thought, Void Amalgamation Realm, huh. A little worried, he muttered. Definitely can't win that fight. Even if I become a Washin now, it'd be tough. Jingxi Zhenren anxiously called out, Everyone, look! That Shantian Black Fiend seems kinda weird. They all looked over and were gobsmacked to see a skull with glowing red eyes, breathing out sickly green mist. From within the mist, a crimson devil stepped out, letting out a dry, crackling laugh. Du Guang Tongtian was truly useless. Couldn't even buy me some time. Looks like I'll have to find another pawn. Fellow cultivator, your divine power is impressive. A Yuan Ying killing a Huashin. It's broadened my horizons. Hanju raised his hand, forming a seal, ready to blast him. But the devil taunted. Useless! I'm a void amalgamation grand cultivator. Your divine power can't kill my primordial spirit. But if Du Guang Tongtian had bought me a little more time, I wouldn't have only recovered this much. This made everyone around tremble in fear. Void Amalgamation Realm? Who the heck are you? The guy introduced himself all casually. I'm Zhao Yi, an elder of the Northern Continent demon-taming sect. I've schemed for years, yet I never calculated this variable. I'll remember this debt. Hanju narrowed his eyes. So you're saying Du Guang Tongtian was just stalling for time? It was actually for you. Xiao Yi snapped back, annoyed. Of course! That trash told me no one in the Jade Pure sect could stand up to him, that he could let me. Before he could finish, Hanju interrupted. Trying to set me up, I can tell your primordial spirit isn't like other people's. Maybe your main body is damaged, or your physical body was destroyed. The guy didn't even flinch. You're not worthy to know. I just don't feel like bullying juniors. Xiao Yi channeled his energy, leaving a sentence before disappearing. I'll send this information back to the demon-taming sect. You guys just wait for the demon sect to come for revenge. Then he vanished. Li Qingzi guessed. No wonder the Qingming sect ambushed the Myriad Fiend Assembly. It turns out that this demon-taming sect guy arranged everything. The Supreme Elder beside him added, From now on, the Qingming sect should be erased from history. Li Qingzi turned back. Thanks to Hanju, the urgent task is to eliminate all the layers of the devil cultivators within the sect. I'm counting on you for this. Hanju, meanwhile, was all attentive towards Sichuan. I'm sorry, master. This disciple is useless. Let me heal you. Li Qingzi shouted from outside. Han kid, your master isn't seriously injured. He stubbornly refused. Master is the most important. If you want to go, go yourselves. In his heart he was thinking, yeah right, if I single-handedly wipe out the devil sect, my reputation will explode. Sichuan smiled happily upon hearing this, feeling touched by her disciple's care and concern. Everyone around was jealous. Immortal Sichuan has such a talented disciple who is so caring of his master. Dao Lei was suspicious. Just what is that fellow cultivator's background? With your cultivation, you couldn't possibly be a disciple nurtured by our Jade Pure sect, Hanju calmly said. Just because you've met doesn't mean you know someone. You just need to know that I'm now a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, and I won't harm the Jade Pure sect. The people around him spoke up for him, all thinking that he had his own story that he couldn't talk about. Just then, the demon sect bunch showed up yelling, looking for their sect leader. They suddenly panicked because they couldn't find him. His aura was completely gone, and there was a demon corpse lying nearby. Li Qingzi seized the opportunity and ordered, Han brat, quickly kill them all. Afterward, I'll make you the next sect leader. Shi Xuan next to him worried, Your newly healed arm shouldn't exert too much force. Hanju stubbornly insisted on healing his master first. The helpless situation made the old man so angry he couldn't say a word. Li Qingzi had to shout, The demon sect leader is dead. Jade Pure sect disciples, Listen to my order, kill all the demon cultivators." These words scared them so much that they ran away. As they ran, they spread the news. The sect leader is dead, making the demon cultivators even more panicked. The Jade Pure sect surged forward with renewed vigor, determined to kill all the demon cultivators. The entire city was filled with battle cries echoing in every corner, forcing the demon cultivators to desperately resist. Those who remained all thought the Azure Underworld demon sect would suffer heavy losses, and this debt would prevent them from ever attacking the Jade Pure sect again. Li Qingzi announced. "All the elders here are certainly aware of Hanju's strength, right?" he declared clearly. "With this performance from now on, Hanju is the deputy sect leader of the Jade Pure sect. As for me, my cultivation can no longer break through. The future of the Jade Pure sect relies on the younger generation." In his heart he thought, "I must not let this guy leave the sect." So he tentatively asked, "Hanju's potential is enormous, and his strength is fully qualified for this position. No one has any objections, right?" At this moment, Hanju spoke out in opposition, making Li Qingzi want to burst with anger. He whined, "I only want to cultivate. Being the deputy sect leader is so tiring. How would I have time to cultivate?" These words directly choked Li Qingzi. The Supreme Elder had to step in to defuse the situation. "Then let him be an honorary elder, enjoying the salary and benefits of the deputy sect leader, unless the sect is in danger. Normally, no one is allowed to bother him." Hanju happily gave a thumbs up in his head. As expected of the Supreme Elder, so clever. On the surface, he pretended to be troubled and accepted, then asked, "You were at the Void Amalgamation Realm just now?" Then he, the Supreme Elder, confirmed, "Just as you predicted, he only had his primordial spirit of the connecting heaven realm left. At most, helping him restore his physical body would give him a chance to break through, thus delaying the time. He probably borrowed some secret technique to absorb the life force and spiritual energy of the Jade Pure sect on the ground." The war that had just occurred gradually returned to peace. The skull floating in the sky gradually disappeared, he continued. "Furthermore, North Continent is so far away from us. Even if they arrive in time, our righteous alliance won't let them run wild." Hanju couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. How can I be at ease? What if? I should quickly close up and break through the Void Amalgamation Realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a legend about a mysterious great power spread throughout the sect. Xishuan stood in the hall and announced to everyone. This time, the Jade Pure sect encountered danger. Fortunately, thanks to the sect's god, Slaying Elder, who killed the transformation god with one sword, turning danger into safety. Hearing this news, everyone was in an uproar, discussing the god, slaying one. Contrary to everyone else there, Hanju's face went blank. At this time, Xishuan dismissed everyone and called Hanju to stay. Everyone obeyed and retreated, leaving only Hanju and Xishuan. Both of them were silent for a moment, making the atmosphere awkward. Suddenly she spoke. "Haven't you ever thought about it?" he asked back, a bit dazed. "Thinking about what?" She sighed and said, "Help. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose in coming to the Youqing sect?" Li Qingzi might not mind, but as your master, I need to get to the bottom of this. No wonder you never needed my guidance. Should I be calling you Taoist Han from now on? This made Hanju chuckle awkwardly. "No need, master. You probably know a bit about my background from junior brother Tai, right? Don't you trust my aptitude?" Xishuan challenged him, clearly annoyed. "Even if your aptitude is amazing, where did you get all those divine powers and techniques?" He was speechless. He couldn't blame his master for thinking that way. A nascent soul killing a transformation divinity was just too abnormal. No one would believe it, especially with his long seclusion and access to top-tier resources. Even a fool could see something was up. Hanju had no choice but to explain. "All right, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." Xishuan nodded in agreement. He began. Once upon a time, there was a naive and innocent little kid who loved drinking beast milk and lived carefree days. Then, one day, he found a ring under a willow tree that had been struck by lightning and burned to a crisp. Being the selfless child he was, he gave the ring to his uncle. Little did he know, the ring contained a hidden immortal. The immortal took a great liking to him and decided to bestow a great opportunity upon him. The immortal said, "I see that you have extraordinary talent. 1 in 10,000. I, this old man, happen to have a yellow-grade cultivation technique that I'll give to you." Hanju continued. After that, the immortal would often transmit techniques to me in my dreams, saying that I would become a celestial god. But fate is fickle, so I have to seclude myself every day and not cause trouble. He thought, the more I embellish this, the less believable it gets. Master probably won't believe it. But Xishuan remained calm, so that's how it is. There have been precedents before. Her words surprised him. She continued, "If that's the case, then why did you bravely stand up back then? The Yu King sect has never been particularly generous to you. I believe you don't consider the Yu King sect your home either," Hanju said seriously. "That's true, but in the past 100 years, there haven't been many people who truly cared about me. And they all happen to be in the Yu Qing sect. Among them, the most important one is willing to live and die with the Yu Qing sect." At this moment, the system notified him that Xishuan Fairy's favorability towards him had increased again. She asked gently, "So, what are your plans for the future? Continue to seclude yourself?" Hanju replied respectfully, "Who knows when that void amalgamation realm demon head will arrive? I have to seize the time to become stronger." Xishuan agreed and let him go. After that, he returned to his cave to seclude himself and cultivate. Hanju recalled how those immortals used to speak to him with contempt. Now it's always, "Elder slays gods this," and "Thank you, benefactor that." He relaxed on his hammock, enjoying the moment. As expected, strength reigns supreme. Facts prove that always secluding myself was the right choice. If I had slacked off on my cultivation for a few years, I'd be struggling to even survive now. You could only say that success is always for those who are prepared. I must risk my life to cultivate in the future. Chang Yue approached at this moment, cheerfully greeting him. "Junior brother, I'm here," she said excitedly. "The sect has collected a lot of heavenly treasures for you to help increase the spiritual energy in your cave dwelling. I'm here to help you plant them and adjust the spirit gathering formation too," Hanju said without caring. "Sorry for the trouble, senior sister." Chang Yue smiled brightly, teasing, "Come on, you're the elder slays gods now. How dare I still call myself your senior sister?" The system then notified him that Chang Yue's favorability had increased again. She was suddenly pinned against the wall, her eyes wide with surprise. Hanju leaned one hand against the wall, a smirk on his face, and said, "As long as senior sister cultivates diligently, you'll always be my senior sister." Chang Yue blushed awkwardly, stammering, "I am still cultivating, but how can I compare to you, junior brother?" He whispered in her ear, "It's okay, senior sister. I have a request." She shyly whispered back, "Tell me quickly. I'll fulfill it for you, junior brother." Hanju flashed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, "I've been waiting for you to say that." He made his request. "Then please add another formation to the cave dwelling for fire prevention, theft prevention, and even senior sister prevention, thank you." This left her speechless, not knowing what to say. In the past 3 years, the Jade Pure sect actively prepared. The sect leader led the disciples of the 10 Peaks to defeat the Azure Nether sect, while Bo Feng guarded the sect. Under the Jade Pure sect's assault, high-level figures like Duan Shentong and Zhang Renma gradually failed. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like rivers, a truly horrifying sight. The Azure Nether demonic sect, which had committed evil deeds for 100 years, was finally destroyed, shaking the entire cultivation world. The Jade Pure sect's prestige rose to unprecedented heights. The name of the god, Slaying Elder, was also spread throughout the cultivation world, known by all but never seen. Hanju stood watching the setting sun fade into the distance, feeling his cultivation base increasing noticeably. The mission has been completed. He immediately received the precious rewards bestowed by the system. Dark clouds and rumbling thunder rolled across the sky, illuminating the mountain gate with an eerie green glow. The ferocious thunder and lightning seemed to want to swallow the entire dark sky. Below the Jade Pure sect, fellow cultivators had gathered in full force, all thinking that the demonic sect was about to attack again. Li Qingzi turned to ask the Supreme Elder, "Master, what do you think?" The old man calmly said. "No need to worry. This old man will use the Qi observation technique to take a look. The origin is from Hanju's territory." Everyone heard this and thought, then it's nothing to worry about. At this moment, an extremely powerful spell struck from the sky, called the Great Heavenly Thunderblast. It could convert the thunder spirit Q of heaven and earth into a thunderblast, destroying the world with an extremely large range of damage. The lightning struck the ground. The explosion was deafening, scorching the surrounding earth and rocks. Hanju stood there laughing loudly. Finally, there's an attack with a large area of effect. This old man loves it. Watch me cast lightning 5 times. At this moment, a voice called out, "Elder Han, do you have a moment?" He looked down and saw Li Qingzi standing below for a long time. He stopped and asked him with surprise, "Sectmaster Li, what's the matter?" The old man stood below, smiling happily, and replied, "There's something I need to talk to you about. If Elder Han has any requests, you can tell me directly. I've already greeted the other elders. Your small matters are the Jade Pure sect's big matters." Hanju said frankly, "I don't have any requests. I just want to live peacefully." Li Qingzi looked around again. "Now that I see it, this cave is a bit small, isn't it?" He said calmly, "I'm used to living here." The old man suddenly suggested, "How about Elder Han move to the main peak to cultivate? It's both spacious and comfortable over there." He still firmly refused. "There's no need for that. Thank you for the sect master's concern." Li Qingzi continued, "If that's the case, then we won't force it. As for the Xiantian cave dwelling, the sect will try its best to improve it at that time, giving you the best resources." Hanju was surprised. "There's such a good thing," the old man whispered. "There's one more thing. Can Elder Han take in a disciple?" He asked hesitantly. "Take in a disciple?" The old man continued to introduce. "This kid has outstanding aptitude. Elder Han only needs to guide him a little in your spare time. Later, when he grows up, he can also be filial to you." Hanju didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, the system also sounded a reminder, detecting a Xiantian Qi luck-bearer. This information surprised him. At this time, a young man appeared. The system then introduced him. His name is Yang Tiandong. He has demon blood, born half human and half demon, with excellent aptitude. But when he was young, he once lost control and transformed into a demon, injuring his fellow disciples, so he was imprisoned by the Azure Nether demonic sect. Fortunately, the Jade Pure sect rescued him. Hearing this information, he thought, "It's another protagonist, Laya-type character." He quickly and respectfully said, "Greetings, Elder Zihan Shen." Hanju awkwardly replied, "I can accept him as a disciple, but he can choose his own cultivation techniques from the Jade Pure sect. I'll only be responsible for teaching him spells and divine abilities." Li Qingzi immediately agreed. "That's the best!" The old guy pulled out a barrel of tokens and gave it to him. "Cultivation techniques aren't a problem, but if he wants supreme techniques, he'll need to accumulate contribution points. Please accept these tokens representing the elders. You can give them to your disciples in the future. Seeing a pile of tokens, Hanju started sweating bullets. Does this mean I have to keep accepting disciples in the future? Li Qingzi continued. Alright, I'm off. You two can chat slowly. Hanju turned to look at the disciple who was still bowing respectfully. As your master, I've divined your origins. Your name is Yang Tiandong. This surprised the boy, his eyes widening. Hanju continued. You're half human, half demon, and were imprisoned by the Azure Nether-Devil sect. Is that right? Yang Tiandong remembered Li Qingzi's warning. Your identity is special. Remember, don't tell him about your past. Understood. Now he was thinking in surprise. He can even deduce my past. Hanju smiled. From now on, you are my disciple, Yang Tiandong said admiringly. As expected, Master is amazing. You can even calculate this. Disciple is in awe, the system notified. His favorability towards Hanju has increased by 3 points. He laughed gleefully in his heart. This is ridiculous. I have a system. What don't I know? He then threw a token to Yang Tiandong. Alright, accept this token and find your own place to cultivate. He immediately obeyed and followed the instructions. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong's mood dropped, and he spoke up. I have a request. Seeing him like this, Hanju turned back, wondering what he wanted. He said, my father once left behind a profound supreme technique that requires the nascent soul realm to cultivate. This disciple's aptitude is foolish. I hope Master can guide me. Then, he took out a beautiful, reddish-orange feather. As soon as he saw the feather, Hanju was startled. This is... Hanju stared intently, thinking, my divine sense is blocked by this feather. To obtain the supreme technique within, one needs the consciousness of a nascent soul realm to open it. You wait for me there. He turned and left, saying, this master will take it back for research first. Cultivation requires willpower and arduous training. After you've cultivated your spiritual power for 10 years, I'll teach you spells. He quickly obeyed. Suddenly noticing something strange, he asked in surprise, 10 years. But seeing his master indifferent, he said helplessly, it's okay, disciple will go cultivate now. In a flash, 10 years passed. Still the same scenery, illuminated by the bright sunlight. In seclusion, Hanju cultivated, already making plans in his head. 10 years. Core Formation Realm 4th layer. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm shouldn't be long now. I can prepare that thing already. Suddenly, he remembered. I wonder how my disciple is doing now. Yang Tiandong, who had been by his side all along, now trembled and said, Master, you've finally awakened. He had been sitting motionless for 10 years, almost becoming petrified. Hanju probed. Foundation Establishment Realm 1st layer has broken through to the 6th layer. The speed is not bad, he does have some strength. He then began to ask his disciple how he felt over the past 10 years. Yang Tiandong reported. Reporting to Master. This disciple has cultivated arduously for 10 years, and the gains are not bad, and he has also gained some insights. These words made Hanju want to bang his head against the wall. I've been in closed Kusundor cultivation for so many years, and I haven't gained any insights. He yawned, exhausted. If that's the case, then you can go out and do a mission. Yang Tiandong perked up excitedly. Really? I can go out? Awesome! What kind of mission is it? Hanju casually ordered. I remember the sect has a monthly contribution leaderboard. Wait until you're in first place, win, and then come back. He looked shocked, his mouth agape. He was kicked out of the cave by his master, thinking gloomily. First place on the monthly leaderboard. How long will it take to achieve that? Hanju, alone in his cave, looked at the red feather, finally managing to separate that kid's consciousness. Actually, I don't need to wait until the transformation realm. I can open it now. I've been preparing for this day for 10 years. Increasing my cultivation to strengthen my divine sense is secondary. The most important thing is to rely on an object, that is, the mind-enhancing pill, a specialist in boosting divine sense. He popped open the pill bottle, saying, "Unexpectedly, it was all according to my plan. This elixir has a total of 9 pills. The more you take, the stronger the effect. A nascent soul cultivator who takes it will have the divine sense of a transformation cultivator. This elixir strengthens divine sense by M times. Let me see what you actually are." The feather began to smoke, and the intention within gradually revealed itself. It began to emit a great light, enveloping the entire space, and Hanju himself, he was swallowed by the blinding light, only managing a few hesitant sounds. Outside, a group of people were approaching, walking and talking. They seemed to be a group participating in the sex assessment. The kids laughed and joked happily, asking each other all sorts of things in a lively commotion. Mofuki led the way, a gentle smile on his face. Youth is so good. He remembered the year I had just entered the Jade Purity sect. Was also like this. Nan Sheng doesn't spare anyone. My uncle is now in charge of recruiting new disciples. These kids are all talented, and they're easy to talk to. The menial work is relatively light. Suddenly, from the darkness, someone holding a small green bamboo hairpin released a clear, murderous intent as a hidden weapon. Mofuki immediately sensed it, instantly dodging the path of the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, the hairpin exploded, releasing a cloud of green smoke. He immediately realized there was poisonous smoke in the hairpin. The kids behind him panicked and called out to him. He only had time to shout, "Fall back! There's an attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared, 2 long sabers in his hands, charging forward to attack. Mofuki retracted his hand, gathering magic power and shooting a powerful bolt of purple lightning at him. He was thrown back by the damage from the lightning. Mofuki seized the opportunity to launch another attack. He slammed his hand hard on the ground, causing the ground to explode. Bolts of lightning flew up in a straight line, speeding towards the stranger. He quickly dodged the move. Suddenly, a sound of piercing through the body rang out, blood splattering everywhere. Mofuki only had time to think, careless, before another person stabbed him through the throat from behind. Seeing this scene, the kids panicked and called out Senior Mo in worry. The stranger shouted, "Everyone kneel down, don't move. We only want Mofuki. If you dare to interfere, don't even dream of returning alive." Mofuki, panting, asked, "Who are you?" He mentally checked himself. Realizing the stab was close to his heart, he didn't dare to move recklessly. The guy said, "Tian Gang Disha Suyi Gyume. All I can tell you is, Yu King sect's great tribulation is coming." Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke billowed out, enveloping everyone and forcing the strangers to retreat warily. The kids looked up at the sky, speechless with surprise. A gigantic figure stood there. Hanju, using the divine power, Dharma, heaven, and earth. He was using primordial essence to create a physical body. When mastered, it could manifest as a 10,000-foot tall body. He boomed, "You dare to kidnap disciples of my Yu King sect?" The strangers panicked. They all thought it was an illusion. There's no way someone can be that big. Hanju thought to himself, this Dharma, heaven and earth divine power is seriously awesome. The intimidation factor is maxed out, and the destructive power is off the charts. Too bad my people are here, so I can't go all out. Or else! Then he saw the heavily injured Mofuki sitting on the ground and thought, this guy looks kinda familiar. He immediately charged forward, causing the strangers to freak out and run. The kids on the ground screamed in terror, "Don't step on us! If that foot comes down, we're goners!" The strangers quickly signaled a retreat, wanting to take the hostage, believing that Hanju wouldn't dare to do anything rash. Hanju suddenly raised his fist, leaving them stunned and speechless. They saw a colossal fist flying towards them. They thought, he even dares to punch his own people. Mofuki shouted, "Stop! Don't involve the children, they're innocent." Suddenly, Hanju's figure zipped past him, causing him to instinctively turn his head. Was that just a feint? This thought made his eyes widen in shock. At that moment, the two strangers from earlier were sent flying forward, as if kicked away. He quickly turned his head again, but everyone was gone. Mofuki was speechless. His fellow disciples still didn't understand what was happening, and stood motionless. The kids were buzzing, all remembering that someone had made a move, but they couldn't see clearly because the speed was too fast. Mofuki smiled. Of course. Who else could defeat two Golden Core experts in an instant? He turned and yelled, "What are you blanking out for, junior brother? Come over here and help me heal." The junior brother hurriedly ran over, apologizing profusely. At the sect, large clouds covered the sky, and the sunlight shone through the roof of the main hall, creating a sparkling golden hue. Li Qingzi was chuckling lewdly while reading a racy comic book, muttering, "Nice, nice." Suddenly, Hanju kicked the door open and stepped in, startling him so bad he incinerated the whole comic book. Hanju tossed the two strangers in front of him and said, "These two wanted to kidnap Mofuku. I'm handing them over to you." Looking at the hat and the patterns on their weapons, Li Qingzi had a guess. A straw raincoat going further and further, twin blades, enough to kill the righteous path. The Supreme Elder stepped forward and said, "If I'm not mistaken, these are people from the Green Robe Holy Sect." A millennium ago, the Green Robe Holy Sect unified the cultivation world in Great Yan. Because they assassinated geniuses of various sects, they were ambushed by the righteous path. Recently, they've suddenly resurfaced, kidnapping many talented disciples of the righteous path. Li Qingzi added, "It seems they've got a serious intel network on us. All the disciples they nabbed were top talents. I reckon we've got a mole inside the sect. The intel they got either came from Chaoyang Pavilion or our higher-ups." The Supreme Elder shook his head. "Let's not jump to conclusions. This devil sect has been quiet for thousands of years. For them to suddenly pop out now? They must be plotting something huge." Hanju asked, "So what's the deal with the Green Robe Sacred Sect's strength? Do they have any Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators?" The Supreme Elder denied. "Nascent soul is a given. But Void Amalgamation Realm? Who knows?" Hearing this, the dude low, Groki wants to run for the hills. The Supreme Elder said gravely, "Elder Han, time is of the essence. I must personally pay a visit to the other sects with Li Qingzi and rally the forces of the righteous path. During this time, the safety of the Jade Pure sect will be in your hands." Ding dong. System notification. Incoming task. Facing the Jade Pure sect Elder's request, either refuse or agree, and receive a worthy reward, a youth-preserving pill. With this, I won't need those face-tuning apps anymore, sweet. But he immediately agreed. "No problem." The two old guys both sighed in relief. With Elder Han keeping watch, we can rest easy. They happily chatted away, and the system chimed in again. Good feelings. 1. 6 years later, Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Lifespan increased to 1085. Raising his shoulders tiredly, he says, "How is it taking so long? The disciple still hasn't returned yet. Is the first monthly chart being a little too much? Gotta check the friend circle to see if his name is there." Ding dong. The system announced that all of his friends and disciples were attacked by the Green Robe Sacred Sect, and Yang Tiandong was kidnapped. He froze. Normally, if a disciple is in trouble, his master would go and save him, no question about it. Nope. This is totally a trap. He feels a mysterious force from the shadows controlling his life, forcing him into danger. This has got to be fate. I, your daddy, have to fight against fate. Sorry, my beloved disciple. Your master is useless and helpless. I can only wish you a good reincarnation. I can't leave, but I'm an elder, so I need to work for the sect. I have to do what's expected of me." Recalling Li Qingzi's words, "I suspect there is a spy in the Elder Hall," Hanju thought. "There must be someone from the Green Robe Sacred Sect inside the Jade Pure sect." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. making him look up in surprise. Dao Lei Laoxian, 7th level of the nascent soul realm, Jade Pure Sect Deacon, secret agent of the Green Robe Sacred Sect. He's shocked. So it's him. Hanju's face darkened. He sighed. This Green Robe Sacred Sect secret agent is pretty good at hiding too. No wonder everyone was feeling my heroic rescue of the Jade Pure Sect. Except him. I thought he was just arrogant, but little did I know he's a spy. What to do? Should I arrest him immediately or find evidence first? The sect leader and the supreme elder aren't even here. The only person I can trust is myself. He immediately went to visit his master. I have discovered a spy from the Green Robe Sacred Sect among the elders. How should we deal with it? Shi Xuan coldly asked. Who is it? Short and sweet. Hanju honestly answered. It's Dao Lei Laoxian of Heavenly Lightning Peak. In his heart he thought, but I don't have any evidence right now. I can't reveal a word about the system. Should I continue to weave a tale about someone accusing Lao Lei? But she coldly uttered a chilling statement. Kill him. The statement that stunned him speechless. Do they have beef? She's not even asking for evidence before demanding to kill him. Shi Xuan explained, I've long noticed something off about him. If even you say the same, then it must be true. There's no need to tell the other elders. Go straight to Heavenly Lightning Peak. Outside the sunlight was bright, but a thick cloud of smoke was gradually spreading. Right then, at Heavenly Lightning Peak, Dao Lei cheerfully went to open the door. Two elders arriving together. What's the deal? Suddenly, a blade of sword Qi flew right at his face. With a little gift for Han whispered in his ear. Hanju coldly unleashed a move. The three pure shadows sword, stabbing straight into him. Dao Lei was pierced by the sword Qi, pinned to the wall, totally unable to move. He coughed up blood from the heavy blow, but still angrily yelled, What do you mean by this? Hanju stepped closer to question him. Someone accused you of being a secret deacon of the Green Robe Holy Sect. Recently, the disciples' incidents are inevitably related to you. Today I'll eliminate you for the sake of the lost genius disciples of the Jade Pure Sect. Dao Lei was stunned to hear that. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from his body, blocking Hanju's vision. The system chimed in. Dao Lei harbors hatred towards you. The current hatred level is 5 stars. At the same time, he also used 300 lightning tribulations to escape from there. Suddenly, beams of light appeared on the ground like a barrier surrounding Dao Lei. Hanju used the great heavenly lightning blast to strike him, causing Dao Lei to cry out in pain. Shi Xuan, watching from the outside, was shocked. So fast, I didn't even see when Hanju made his next move. Facing him, there's no way out. All that was left of him was his Jungian Shen, trembling and begging, Elder Han, please show mercy. I'll tell you everything. Hanju suddenly appeared behind Dao Lei. All right, I'll show mercy. Suddenly, he glanced away and left a message. Master, leave the rest to you. 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. At this moment, Dao Lei's disciples ran over anxiously. Master, what happened? They saw Shi Xuan standing there silently and hurriedly asked about their master's whereabouts. She announced sternly, After an investigation by the Demon Slayer Elder, it's known that Heavenly Lightning Peak's Elder Dao Lei is actually a spy from the Green Robe Holy Sect, and he has now been executed. Disciples of Heavenly Lightning Peak, cultivate in peace. The position of Elder will be decided when the sect leader returns. In the meantime, try to avoid going out to prevent being targeted by the Green Robe Holy Sect. The disciples still couldn't believe it and kept asking questions. An elder angrily slammed his gnarled hand on the table. He stood up and said loudly, He's dedicated himself for so many years, yet he's a spy. What's the evidence? Shi Xuan calmly explained. This is Dao Lei Laoxian's storage ring, which he used to exchange information with the Green Robe Holy Sect's holy envoy. Besides this, there are other letter exchanges with demonic cultivators' magic tools. Other elders also confirmed one by one. They shared a common view. The Demon Slayer Elder is terrifying, unapproachable. Hanju was sitting leisurely on a tree at this time. Luckily, the remaining elders are all upright. This green-robe holy sect has spies in both the righteous and demonic paths, and they've infiltrated some cultivation families. The Jade Pure sect is full of holes now. Cleaning up the sect is such a pain. I'll remember the names first and deal with them later. Can't stir things up yet. Suddenly, the system announced, "Detected a Xiantian luck possessor. Do you want to check this person's background?" Hanju suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How can it be that the disciple's bloodline is worse than him? Hanju quickly turned pale with fear, thinking, do these things really exist? He jumped down and blocked the old man's path. Please stop. His actions startled the old man. Hanju begged. Old man, can you give me one of your chicks? The old man said embarrassedly. These are for the inner sect. Hanju then held out his command token. It's fine, I'm the Jade Pure sect's Demon Slayer Elder. If they ask, just say I took your chicks. The old man was frightened. This servant greets the elder. Elder, please choose as you wish. Take as many as you want. The old man opened the basket for him to choose. Hanju immediately said, no need, just one is enough. Just then, the system displayed the stats of a chicken. Its color and form vastly different from the others. Name: Hey-Yu-G, Black Hell Chicken. A reincarnated demon saint from the upper realm, currently just a chick, with the spiritual energy of a 2-year-old in the Jade Pure sect. At that moment, the sun was nearing its peak, brilliant light illuminating all. Shi Xuan calmly said, Master and senior brothers, you've finally arrived. Seeing you all so radiant, the journey must have been smooth, huh? The Supreme Elder, looking utterly wrecked, forced out. Not at all, not at all. It's the first time this lass has shown such concern for us old geezers. Live again. Lin Qingzi, whose clothes were tattered, chimed in. Truly, life is without regrets. Junior sister, what's the matter? Her face scrunched up. It's like this. Taoist Thunder Immortal, that guy? And she proceeded to tell them the whole story. A long silence stretched between the three. No one speaking. All focused on listening. After a long while, the sect's gate still stood majestic in the twilight, without a single sound. Finally, Lian Qingzi and the Supreme Elder simultaneously demanded to go and kill Taoist Thunder Immortal somewhere else. Hanju's system chimed with a notification. The sect master has returned. The Jade Pure sect is safe and sound. And rewarded him for completing the task. He was off to the side, enthusiastically teaching Hey-Yu-G how to absorb qi, to alleviate its hunger. After finishing, Hanju wearily wiped the sweat from his brow. This time, there's no need to eat heaven and earth treasures. Sheng Hongxuan, from the Qiankun cave residence next door, comforted him. I've gained quite a few heaven and earth treasures from my travels. I've already planted them all for you. Not only that, I have a huge gift for you. Guess what it is? He pouted. Probably a storage ring, she happily exclaimed. You guessed right. Last month, while traveling with my senior brothers and sisters, we encountered the Scarlet Wind sect fighting the Azure Dragon sect. When we joined forces to defeat the Azure Dragon sect, I conveniently snatched a storage ring. It's full of treasures. Traveling isn't without its rewards. With your strength, you'll definitely make a killing. Hanju nonchalantly replied, Forget it. You keep that storage ring. I just want to live a peaceful life. Sheng Hongxuan worried. Face reality. The Jade Pure sect can't protect you forever. In this world, there are countless sects stronger than the Jade Pure sect. Beyond your imagination. Hanju then asked. So where does the Jade Pure sect rank among the cultivation sects of the Great Yan? She pondered. The Great Yan's cultivation world has over 20 sect forces in total, of which 12 are righteous. The Jade Pure sect is probably in the top 5, he thought helplessly. Only top 5. Quote. No wonder the Jade Pure sect has so many enemies. Xing Hongshuan added, "Actually, the strength of most sects isn't that far apart. There are no official rankings, and no grand tournaments are held to determine the positions. Husband, it might be a little difficult for you to live a peaceful life. Recently, a famous figure has emerged from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. His name is Huang Jihai. At the Golden Core realm, he already beheaded an old monster from the nascent soul realm, and now he has become a transformation divinity realm. It is said that he wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Yan cultivation world. What if he really comes to our Jade Pure sect? He can't just not act, right?" The God-slaying elder, Han Ju, bitterly thought. "What does the God-slaying elder have to do with me?" he sadly said. "Why is there always some battle maniac wherever I go? Has this Huang, whatever, Hao, who challenges sects, ever killed anyone?" She replied, "No, after all, the Vermilion Bird Sword sect is a reputable orthodox sect." These words cheered Han Ju up. He quickly jumped up. "Han Ju has become stronger, so I am relieved. Let the old Huang come. Han Muchi always welcomes." The expression on his face at that moment left Xing Hongzhuan speechless. Hei Yuji was happily catching bugs under the ground. A year had passed. The forest was still peaceful, under the sun's dazzling rays, as Ye San Lang, the 7th level nascent soul realm of the 6 Desires sacred cult, was hidden there, complaining, "I've been here for a month already. Why hasn't old Lei arrived? Could something have happened? If it weren't for the God-slaying elder stationed here, I would have sneaked into the Jade Pure sect long ago. I heard that the God-slaying elder is very ruthless, but there is also a rumor that he is very cautious. To this day, no one has seen his face. If he has this kind of mentality, I really want to see the cult master have a good fight with him." At this moment, a figure approached. "Is it Ye Zibi of the 6 Desires sacred cult?" Han Ju, disguised as a true disciple of Taoist Thunder Immortal, thought to himself. The system checks for nearby powerhouses every so often, leaving no hidden dangers unchecked. But his lies couldn't fool the man. He darted forward like lightning, attacking him. That's not our code phrase. As Ye Sanlang landed a blow on Hanju, he explained, "Including spies, no one ever knew his identity before." The shockwave from the attack sent rocks and plants flying everywhere. Then, a huge explosion rang out, and his attack was bounced back, sending him flying away. Hit by his own move, Ye Sanlang could only think, how could it not break his defense? This power, I've only seen it from the sect leader. The important thing is, he trembled as he asked Hanju, "You're clearly only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How are you so strong?" Suddenly, he realized. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? Could it be? Hanju just stared coldly at him. Then, he confirmed his guess. "That's right, it's me." Ye Sanlang immediately turned to flee, his mind racing. To deal with the elders Han Shen, they need to use half of the high-level combat power. At all costs, I have to send a message back. His eyes turned bloodshot, showing his determination. But just as he thought that, Ye Sanlang's body underwent an abnormal change. He suddenly became only a primordial spirit. It turned out that his body had been annihilated by Han Ju's heavenly punishment Ghost God Sword. Ye Sanlang was horrified. Before he could react, he was just a primordial spirit. No wonder the sect leader kept saying that we blamed him wrongly. Han Ju didn't hold back. Quickly using Grand Heavenly Thunderstorm, he hastily begged, "I admit defeat, I surrender." Han Ju stepped forward from behind, interrogating, "What exactly is the Green Robe Holy Sect plotting? Tell me now." Hanju relentlessly questioned Ye Sanlang. "Why is the Green Robe sect capturing so many geniuses?" He trembled. Before annexing a sect, they capture geniuses and take them to a training camp to concentrate, waiting for the sect to be destroyed, so they have to join the holy sect. Hanju angrily threatened, You guys are really bold. Does the Green Robe Holy Sect have Transformation or Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators? Ye Sanlang became even more panicked. There are Transformation Realm cultivators, but I don't know about Void Amalgamation Realm. At that answer, Hanju became even more annoyed. Why does the Green Robe Holy Sect, being so strong, keep hiding in the shadows? Where are the geniuses being held? He stammered. I really don't know about that. I'm just a normal deacon. As soon as he finished answering, it seemed like Ye Sanlang was afraid he would get angry and chop him in one blow. Hanju felt really annoyed inside. A 7th level nascent soul realm cultivator is just a normal deacon? Your future path is narrow. He just trembled as he looked at him, begging for mercy. At the same time, the system notified him that his hatred level with him was 6 stars. Hanju then coldly ordered, "Then that's good, you can go now." Maybe this was what Ye Sanlang expected the most. His expression suddenly became so excited that it was unbelievable. But he immediately extinguished his hope with just one sentence. "It has to be me who sends you off." Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, a sound rang out, and then the entire forest fell silent again. Xing Hongshuan excitedly held the ring in her hand. "I found another storage ring. I'll take it back and give it to my hubby." But that ring was actually not simple. There was still the aura of a nascent soul escaping on it. 2 years had passed, and He Yuji was still as fat as ever. His chubby cheeks drooped down, and his beak kept chirping. At this time, Lin Qingzi was sitting at the table, discussing matters with Hanju. He suggested, "There's something I want to ask Elder Han to do. We've investigated the location where the Green Robe Holy Sect is holding the geniuses, but this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At that time, we'll be responsible for the front, and the Elder will break in and take their heads." Hanju frowned. "I don't think it's right. What if it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Once I leave the sect, the Green Robe Holy Sect might send a Transformation Realm cultivator to attack the Jade Pure Sect. Can you guys stop them?" He looked at him and reminded. "Moreover, nascent Soul Realm experts in the Green Robe Holy Sect are only deacons. The difficulty is extremely high," he realized. "Then I'll just take care of it myself then." Li Qingzi quickly stood up and thanked him. "The safety of the Jade Pure Sect is all entrusted to Elder Han." He then supported his hand, politely reminding him to rest assured. Afterwards, Li Qingzi thanked him repeatedly and hurriedly left. Hanju thought to himself, "To be sure, I'll go explore where my limits are." Now at the simulated training ground, he ordered the system to create Duan Tongtian to fight. Following his command, the guy was instantly set up with a 9th, Red-layer deity transformation realm cultivation. Hanju was only at the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. He ordered him, "Last time I didn't give you a chance, this time, go all out." Duan Tongtian frowned but didn't answer, bracing himself for battle. Quick as lightning, Hanju lunged forward, throwing the first punch. The guy's eyes lit up, and he immediately backed away to dodge. They threw some serious punches, with both of them going at each other per stop. Then, the simulation trial ended. He flopped down, exhausted, grumbling, fighting evenly with a 9th, Red-layer deity transformation realm cultivator. What if it was a void amalgamation realm dude? Hanju rubbed his temples, calculating, "Can't keep going like this. Gotta immediately go into secluded cultivation. Need to confirm the Green Robe Holy Church's plans first." The system immediately notified him that his disciples and friends had been ambushed by the Green Robe Holy Church. Hanju thought to himself, "Hang in there, disciples. Your master's trying hard to cultivate so he can come save you." Inside a dilapidated, crumbling house, it was dark as heck, with only a few rays of light coming through the windows. A bunch of masked dudes sat inside, anxiously asking each other, "Why isn't Ye Sanlang back yet? Could something have happened to him?" They were speculating like crazy. How could that be? Sanlang is a 7th, rare layer nascent soul realm expert. who besides Elder Zhanshan could stop him. Plus, we've got our inside man. So who is the inside man anyway? Only Ye Sanlang knows. Each inside man only has contact with one person, besides the sect leader. That's the problem. The sect leader's too damn cautious. I say we just go and level the Jade Pure sect, kill any disciples who don't submit. Suddenly, the door behind them was smashed open, and a tall, burly figure appeared. Enraged, the group grabbed their swords and rushed forward to deal with the intruder, but the guy just looked down on them, sneering. "You guys are this weak? I can't even be bothered to draw my sword." The group looked at the newcomer in shock. He coolly introduced himself. "This one is Huang Jihai of the Breathsword sect." Huang Jihai glanced at them, interrogating. "I want to challenge the Green Robe Holy Church. Tell me, where's your headquarters?" The group immediately started freaking out, asking each other, "Huang Jihai, why is this killing star here? Should we let the sect leader teach him a lesson? Are you kidding me? You know the sect leader's personality? We'll be skinned alive." Without another word, he casually drew his sword slightly, sending shivers down their spines. One of them shouted, "Our sect leader is in secluded cultivation and can't come out so quickly. Why don't you challenge the Jade Pure sect first? If you defeat that guy, we'll tell you the location of our mountain gate." He was surprised when he heard the words, Jade Pure sect. How can that Jade Pure sect contain such a man? Huang Jihai felt confused. Huang Jihai became serious upon hearing the name Jade Pure sect, and that person? He scoffed. "What's the point of challenging the lowly Jade Pure sect?" The guy quickly said, "It's different now. A powerful figure called Elder Zhanshan has appeared there, a sword cultivator who can slay deity transformation realm experts. His strength is unfathomable. You might be interested," Huang Jihai said in a low voice. "I used to have disputes with the headmaster and the supreme elder of the Jade Pure sect. Their strength was average, and I've never heard of this Zhanshan fellow." "Don't lie to me!" The others were in a panic. "It's really true, you can go and ask around. Even the Qingming magic sect was destroyed because of him. But one sentence from him shut them up. You guys tell me the location of the Green Robe Holy Church first. I'll go challenge the Jade Pure sect, then come back for my life." Finally, they had no choice but to compromise. Huang Jihai arrogantly left. Back at Hanju's place, Chang Yue's familiar, crisp voice rang out. "Hanju, I'm here to see you again." She ran over excitedly, her eyes twinkling. "Come on, give me a hug." Hey Yuji was squeezed tightly in her arms. She gushed in his ear. "Hanju, how long have you been raising this thing? It's so big and soft." Hanju angrily ran over. "Stop touching him. This is my precious mount. If you break him, you're paying for it." Chang Yue didn't care about that. But when she looked up and saw his face, she couldn't help but compliment him. She nodded, looking at him with admiration. "Every time I see your face, I feel like it's a feast for the eyes. Plus your talent." Chang Yue seemed very curious. "I really want to know how outstanding your parents must be. They can't be simple folks, right?" Hanju replied in a low voice. "They were just ordinary people. After more than 100 years, they're probably pushing up daisies by now." He felt a pang of sadness, but reminded himself, "From the moment they ditched me to save their own skins, there's no family bond left." He was silent, scratching his head, and quietly walked ahead. Chang Yue followed behind, asking, "Han Shidi, do you know Elder Quan? He's our Shifu's third Shixiong." Hanju didn't pay attention to such things, so he didn't know. She added, 300 years ago, he offended someone, and was sent away by the Supreme Elder to avoid trouble. He's saying he wants to come back recently. Didn't you know?" He was obviously unconcerned about this matter. Chang Yue continued. "It's said that Elder Quan is returning to compete for the position of Elder." Hanju still ignored her. "That's Li Qingzi's problem, let him worry about it." She pretended to think. "I heard Elder Quan really likes our Shifu. Maybe they'll even become Dabeo companions." This time, he finally asked uncomfortably, If that's the case, how strong is this Elder Quan? Seeing his annoyed expression, 1000YEARS' voice trembled slightly. I heard he encountered an opportunity outside of Daiyan, and he's now a transformation god stage cultivator. Compared to the elders here, he's like a ticking time bomb. Only the sect leader doesn't know about this. Hearing this, he immediately shooed her away. 1000YEARS scurried off. Hanju called after her. Please tell Lin Qingzi that I'll do my best to protect his position as sect leader. He frowned, feeling secretly worried. Things have gotten complicated. Fighting Elder Quan is unavoidable. But for Shifu's sake, how to resolve this peacefully is a problem. There's an even bigger problem. This innate fortune tester has been showing up all day. Couldn't this guy cultivate peacefully instead of challenging the sect? Huang Jinhao's appearance is even more headache-inducing. The system continued to prompt him and even activated a mission. It seemed like Huang Jinhao was getting really close. Hanju muttered to himself. To be on the safe side, I'll try it out in the simulation trial first. Then, the system started repeating itself. This time it took 2 minutes. He got annoyed. Hanging on for so long isn't good. After a session of simulated combat, Hanju slumped onto the floor, lamenting. As expected of someone with innate sword intent, he can actually last 2 minutes against me, he pondered. Continuing like this isn't an option. Fighting for too long isn't good. There's only one way, but it depends on Huang Jihao's character. Sure enough, he was getting closer. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains. Huang Jihao's shadow grew larger and larger. Passing through the rolling mountains and rough roads, he arrogantly came to challenge the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao's face was cold, radiating killing intent as he went to find the terrifying god slaying that the others had mentioned. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The surroundings seemed to have subtly changed. Huang Jihao unexpectedly saw a figure that had appeared under a tree nearby, he thought. Foundation Establishment 9th Layer. How did I not sense him? This kid is quite interesting. He looked more closely. An eye-pleasing figure, slender and alluring, and looked at the handsome face, the rosy lips. Full and fresh. Huang Jihao could also feel the smooth, long hair fluttering around him and giving off youthful hormones. Truly innately handsome. He stopped for a moment. Huang Jihao's eyes judged him from head to toe, and then suddenly his cheeks turned red, revealing a clear expression of shyness. The system reminded him, Huang Jihao has developed affection for you. Current affection level, 2 stars. Hanju really didn't expect this situation. He was speechless. At this moment, the two of them stood still. 4 eyes met, and neither of them spoke. Hanju thought, I haven't even done anything. Where did his affection come from? Huang Jihao spoke. Kid, I really vibe with you. Wanna become my disciple? Reaching the nascent soul stage won't be tough in the future. He was stunned. Didn't expect the guy to say that. Bro Huang? No way! Hanju felt like his charm was being used incorrectly and asked, Who the heck are you anyway? Why did you come to the Jade Pure sect? Huang Jihao introduced me as being from the Zhaoxi Sword sect. Huang Jihao. His eyes showed determination. Coming to the Jade Pure sect this time is definitely to challenge your decapitating god elder. He didn't understand why Huang Jihao wanted to challenge the decapitating god elder, and not others in the sect. He replied, I have to deal with the decapitating god elder, so the 6 Desires sect will let me challenge him. Hanju was so angry at that ridiculous reason that his veins popped out. At that moment, the system prompted, You harbor hatred towards the 6 Desires Saints sect. Hatred level 6 stars. Hanju wondered, what about their sect master? Feels like the decapitating god elder isn't as good as him. Huang Jihao didn't know because he was very mysterious. He still asked him to make sure. Huang Jihao started getting pissed, frowning. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to become my disciple or not? Hanju gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, He's getting impatient. Time to play some tricks, he said smugly. Becoming your disciple isn't a problem. If you can take one sword strike from me, then I'll become your Shifu." A look of confidence was now on his face. "I'll take one sword strike from you. If you can even injure me, even a hair, then I won't bother the Jade Pure sect anymore." With that, Huang Jihao spread his arms out decisively. Huang Mao keeps his word. Han Ju wasn't going to be polite anymore. He took out a sword. He observed it. This sword isn't simple. He's only at Foundation Establishment 9th level, and already has such a treasure. Han Ju started preparing to attack Huang Jihao. He emitted an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Huang Jihao was shocked by the spiritual energy emanating from Han Ju. He felt like he almost couldn't stop it, and got into a stance ready to make his move. Huang Jihao was about to be blown away and quickly cast Wind Wall. After that, he noticed that he was launching an attack from a distance towards him. Huang Jihao hurriedly raised his sword to block Han Ju's attack. The power from the strike grew stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to defend. Then his eyes suddenly changed. In the end, he still tried to resist to the end, but Huang Jihao couldn't resist anymore and was thrown away. He was sent flying high into the air, his feet no longer touching the ground. What kind of swordplay is this that's so powerful? Huang Jihao suddenly realized something strange. That's not right, it's a divine ability. After regaining his composure, he landed gently on the ground. Han Ju sighed. "As expected of you, your reaction is outstanding." He raised his eyebrows. "Huang Jihao's reputation is renowned. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" He was unconvinced and shouted. "You ambushed me," Han Ju said calmly. "I warned you beforehand." Huang Jihao's words were a bit hesitant. "No matter what you say, I wouldn't be able to take that sword strike even without the ambush. Who the hell are you?" His eyes suddenly turned cold. "You came looking for me, and you're asking me who I am." He was shocked after hearing this. No way. But he quickly regained his composure. Huang Jihui promised not to come to Yuqing sect again, and would wait for Han Ju to leave Yuqing sect before challenging him. Seeing this, he grinned wickedly. "Wait till I leave Yuqing sect, see if you can wait that long." As Huang Jihui walked, he grumbled to himself. "That damn guy dared to trick me. I was careless and avoided too slowly. Otherwise." Suddenly, a strange voice startled him. "May I ask who you are?" Guan Yugang approached Huang Jihui from out of nowhere. "Why are you coming from the direction of Yuqing sect, acting so sneaky? You must be a heretical thief." Being called that made him a bit annoyed. "None of your business. Get lost." But he remained nonchalant. "Capturing you will be my contribution. The elders will definitely value me more." Then, before he could finish speaking, the two quickly drew their swords. Suddenly, Huang Jihui burst out laughing. "What kind of trash are you?" Then, the two wielded their swords and slashed wildly at each other. And he felt lucky to have a place to vent. On Han Ju's side, the system notified him. "You silently repelled Huang Jihui, gaining a piece of spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade spiritual treasure." He felt this was a good treasure. Han Ju laughed gleefully. "I'm the boss of my own world. Let me know if anyone else exists." At this moment, a voice called out to him from outside. "Han Ju, are you there?" Hearing the familiar voice, he guessed that his master had come to find him. Han Ju felt a little embarrassed to have his master come all the way here, so he immediately responded, "It's okay. Has Yuger told you about my senior brother, Guan Yugang?" He was trying to remember, and indeed she had mentioned it. She hurriedly continued. "He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihui near Yuqing sect, and as a result he was seriously injured." Hearing this, Han Ju was speechless. "Well, aren't you something, old Huang?" He reached up and scratched his head in confusion. "Really, what bad luck?" Xishuan recounted that he was defeated while Huang Jihui was injured, and nearby there was a forest that was destroyed by sword energy. She guessed that he had come to Yuqing sect to challenge, and was defeated by Han Ju. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. "No way! Is Master here to question me?" Xishuan smiled. "It's just that I didn't expect Huang Jihui, the famed one, to lose to you. This time I came to find you hoping you can help me suppress Senior Brother Guian a little." He looked doubtful, also a little worried. Suppress Senior Brother Guan. She offered a plan. The headmaster is probably not better than Senior Brother Guan, but because he is devoted to Yuqing sect, he delays his cultivation. At this time, expelling him from the position of headmaster will inevitably disappoint people. Moreover, Senior Brother Guan only wants to avenge the headmaster. After his injuries heal, let him challenge you. If he wins, he can be the headmaster. Hanju said seriously. If it's possible, then it's possible. But this battle is best carried out quietly. Xishuan then replied. Of course. Just to save face for Senior Brother Guan. While talking, she suddenly looked down at Hey Yuji. Why are you raising a chicken? This chicken looks extraordinary. He suddenly smiled in a terrifying way, startling it. Usually cultivation is dull. Having it as a companion isn't bad. Xishuan didn't expect Hanju to also feel dull. Speaking of which, she remembered that the Immortal Realm Grand Meeting once every 100 years was about to begin. In that place, you can get all kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, natural treasures, whatever you want, even secret cultivation methods. As long as you have enough resources you can exchange them. Do you want to go? But he refused to go because he didn't want to take risks. At this moment, in the Chu sect sword sect, there was a loud scolding. What? You couldn't even block one of his sword strikes? Huang Jihui bowed his head and took the punishment. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. The man opposite him spoke up. You are the person with the highest combat power of this sect besides me. He could only explain. His spiritual power is extremely overbearing. It's the first time I've encountered spiritual power like that. Also, the one talking to Huang Jihao is Tang Han, the sect master of the Zhaoxi sword sect. He wondered, also what? Then he blushed embarrassingly. This guy is super handsome. Within our Zhaoxi sword sect, when it comes to looks, no one can compare to him. Tang Han's expression immediately changed to one of helplessness. Is that really important? Seeing this, Huang Jihao quickly waved his hand. All right, it's not important. He suddenly remembered. The Luji sacred sect is still targeting the Yuqing sect. Once my injuries heal, I plan to challenge the Luji sacred sect, Tang Han thought. Their foundation shouldn't be underestimated. The Supreme Elder already approached me, hoping we'd stand against the Luyi sacred sect, but I didn't agree. Simply because that person isn't dead. The Luyi sacred sect won't be destroyed. Huang Jihao wondered about that person. Tang Han recounted. The sect master of the Luyi sacred sect? When he was younger, he was like, because of a fortuitous encounter, he fell into the demonic path, becoming the sect master of the Luyi sacred sect. I heard from my grandmaster that this generation's Luyi sacred sect master is the most powerful in the last 2 generations. You should probe his strength, but don't be reckless. His eyes turned determined. Don't worry, I might be arrogant, but I'm not stupid. 7 years later, Hanju was sitting bored, thinking. After Yang Tiandong and Zhao Fan were captured, my cultivation increased, but their status hasn't changed. Maybe they're just pretending to compromise. Head teacher Lai is too pitiful. If he's not being beaten up, he's getting beaten up on the road. Suddenly, Hey Yuji came over, calling him, and saying it wanted to go outside to take a look. Hearing it say that, Hanju pondered. Hey Yuji's strength is already equivalent to a Lianqi cultivator. Its mind is growing bigger, and it's curious about the outside world. After thinking it over, he suddenly stood up, startling it. Let's put it this way. Hanju held up a picture of a roasted chicken, saying threateningly, "It's very dangerous outside. Lots of people want to eat you. Got it? This is your forbidden area. Remember, you absolutely can't go there. You absolutely have to become invincible before you can go. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. Even I don't dare go outside." Hearing those words, Hey Yunji slumped down and started crying. "Master, please don't read anymore. I won't go outside anymore." He was happy that he had successfully brainwashed it. Just then, Li Qingzi rushed over anxiously. "Elder Han, something's happened. Maple Leaf Valley has been destroyed by the Luyi sacred sect." The Valley Master, before dying, sent a message to me, saying that within the Luyi sacred sect, there are 10 Huashen cultivators, enough to sweep through the cultivation world of Great Yan. The next target of the Luyi sacred sect is very likely the Yu King sect. "Elder Han, what do you plan to—" Before he could finish, Hanju had already dashed off. He quickly grabbed his basket, not forgetting to bring Heiyuji and his sack. Li Qingzi, seeing this, shouted, "Acting swiftly in a crisis, I really didn't misjudge him." Having prepared, Hanju replied, "Then why aren't you seizing the time to run away?" Li Qingzi was taken aback by Hanju's words, his mouth agape. Hanju was furious, trying his best to escape, while Li Qingzi desperately held onto his leg, exhausted to the point of panting. Hanju, carrying the fat Heiyuji on his back, angrily told them to run, but Li Qingzi stubbornly clung on. "Are you even listening? I came to give you a heads up. Preparing in advance isn't telling you to pack your bags and scram." When he looked over, he heard the old man grumbling, "Where can we even run to? So many disciples. Even if we run, we can't just give up our territory to them. Those sects will just station themselves here. The Yu Qing sect is still doomed anyway." After hearing that, Hanju fell into thought again. He was about to say that it didn't matter if the Yu Qing sect was destroyed, as long as the people were alive. But he had underestimated the significance of the Yu Qing sect to them. At this moment, the system popped up a notification about the Yu Qing sect's impending annihilation, and presented him with 2 choices and corresponding rewards. After reading it, he wondered what he should do. Afterwards, Hanju turned to Li Qingzi and asked, "Hey, you said the intel said they wouldn't be here so soon, right?" The old guy replied honestly, "They needed time to clean up the mess at Maple Leaf Valley. Plus we have, 10 days max?" Suddenly hearing this, he grabbed the old man's shoulders. "Chief, what the heck?" he wondered, eyes wide. "Why is our Jade Pure sect constantly being targeted? I thought the Jade Pure sect was super strong." Li Qingzi was just left standing there dumbfounded. Not stopping there, Hanju kept pressing, each question digging deeper. "It's like you guys put the Jade Pure sect on a pedestal it doesn't deserve." The old man replied helplessly, "Actually, the Jade Pure sect is pretty awesome. It's just that strongest guy, our founding patriarch, he's been MIA for 500 years. If he was still around, would the Six Paths sect dare to mess with us? Thousands of years ago, he single-handedly gave the Six Paths sect a beatdown they'd never forget, driving their leader into a mental breakdown." Hearing that, he had another question. Curious. "So, the Six Paths sect wants revenge on us?" Li Qingzi said awkwardly. "That's not important. Your master and I used the secret transmission treasure that the founding patriarchs left behind. As long as the founding patriarch returns, the Six Paths sect will be nothing to fear." Saying that, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand, expressing, "Hanju, we gotta grit our teeth and get through this crisis. Once we get through it, there won't be any more threats, and you can cultivate in peace." Hanju didn't know what to do other than agree. Afterwards, he used his foot to push Li Qingzi away, like he was saying up front, "If we can't win, then I'm booking it out meta here." The old man agreed with him. Li Qingzi added, "If we really can't win, I can't let you die here with us for nothing." He seemed satisfied, saying he'd stick around. "Oh yeah, Chief. Does the sect have any pills suitable for cultivating in the nascent soul realm?" The old man replied sheepishly. "The Jade Pure sect has very few alchemists. You'll have to figure that out yourself." Hearing that, Hanju's face immediately changed. He straight up left, ignoring Li Qingzi's reluctant attempts to stop him. In the end, Hanju compromised. "Just kidding, I'm gonna buy a beast-taming pouch." But in his heart, he was thinking it'd be more convenient when he ran away. Next up, A meeting of the minds as a man and a chicken discuss their escape plan. Inside the main peak city, the streets were bustling with people. Somewhere in the mix, Hanju was floating in the air. Hei Yuji's face looked a bit dissatisfied and bored. People turned to look at it. A huge animal crammed into a sack with a glass window exposing its face. Suddenly, the system announced, "Detected a connate luck possessor. Do you want to check their background?" Making him jump. Hanju looked at the system panel and sighed internally. Another connate luck possessor. The Jade Pure Sect is a lucky sect indeed. The background check contained Xuan Qingjun's identity, including her realm, true identity, and a few highlights about her. After reading it, his face went square, marveling that to ascend, she must be at least a great ascension cultivator. Hanju blankly focused on an important detail. She is. After being stunned for a moment, he guessed that there was only one woman on the plaza right now, so it must be her. In front of Hanju appeared a girl, Xuan Qingjun, sitting on a step near the fence. Next to her were two men fighting over the beauty, arguing with words, then breaking into a brawl and punching each other left and right. Seeing that, Xuan Qingjun wasn't interested at all, even looking extremely bored. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in surprise. There's a hidden aura. Xuan Qingjun's focus suddenly shifted to him, behind. She became interested again, gently touching her lips. Looks like I can stay a little longer. Hanju was walking when the system notification popped up again. Xuan Qingjun is showing interest in you due to your appearance. Favorability, 1 star. He was totally bummed. He was just trying to steer clear of the battlefield to avoid getting caught up in any trouble. Then, Hanju turned back to look at her, bewildered. Never thought this killer charm would be my downfall. Xuan Qingjun, even more intrigued, kept her eyes glued on him. He barely took a step when the system dinged again. Favorability increased. Current rating, 2 stars. This notification freaked both him and his pet out. Meanwhile, Xuan Qingjun stood before a mountain with the inscription, "A moment of patience, a vast sky and a wide sea." She found it super interesting. After thinking it over carefully, she suddenly got it. These 7 characters actually make sense. Lastly, Xuan Qingjun looked up and said with a smirk, "You're even more interesting now. I like saving the best for last. See you next time." With that, she waved goodbye. Hanju inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Must be the formation that kept her from finding the entrance. He seriously discussed Xuan Qingjun's true power with Hei Yuji, but all Hei Yuji cared about was, "Damn, can I return this beast pouch?" Then, he hung a calligraphy painting on the cliff, hoping she'd forget about him. 7 years flashed by. Hanju was now at the 8th level of the Yuanjing realm. But he wasn't satisfied with his current strength. That, "If I don't break through to the transformation realm before the sacred sect of 6 desires arrives, I'm screwed." Suddenly, the system panel displayed notifications. 2 people being chased, and 2 people being ambushed. He was surprised. Why was Li Qingzi ambushed by his own sect members? We clearly screened everyone. All Yuanying Realm cultivators in the Jade Pure Sect are not spies. Then, Hanju's eyes widened as if he remembered something. Crap, I forgot about Kuan Yu Gang. Hanju was right. Kuan Yu Gang didn't dare challenge the Elder of Killing Gods, so he gave up on becoming the sect leader. But he couldn't let go of his anger, so he found Li Qingzi and beat him up to vent. He was still relieved that his masters were okay. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Is there a Taoist friend present? May I have a moment of your time?" Hanju groaned. Xuan Qingjun, she's back again. In the past 7 years, she had visited twice without success. But she didn't seem to be forcing her way in. She wasn't really malicious, just stubborn. Or at times a charm doesn't apply here. I'm afraid she'll break me. After calling out, she waited quietly outside. This time, he actually came out and faced Xuan Qingjun directly. But the one who panicked was Hei Yuji. It looked like it was about to cry. It bowed its head and pleaded, "Please, don't eat my master." Xuan Qingjun was clueless about its actions. Hanju kicked away the shameless bird and introduced himself. "I am Hanju. May I ask what brings you to my humble abode?" Xuan Qingjun said softly. "I am Xuan Qingjun, a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. A few years ago, I happened to meet Senior Brother in the inner sect, and realized what it means to be unforgettable at first sight. Finally," she said, "I'm taking the liberty of visiting this time. I hope Senior Brother won't mind." Senior Brother's handsome appearance is truly rare in the world, peerless. Hearing these words, Hanju just thanked her awkwardly and wanted to slip away. Xuan Qingjun took out a token and stopped him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Junior sister is willing to offer a treasure. I hope Senior Brother won't refuse." He was curious. "What is this?" She explained the item's origins. "This is the Heavenly Immortal Manor token. The Heavenly Immortal Manor is a sacred cultivation ground in the world of cultivators. With this token, you can be led into the sacred ground, and at worst, you'll achieve the Yuanying realm after leaving." In her heart, Xuan Qingjun thought, "Little brat, I don't believe you won't be tempted. I'm gonna get that face of yours no matter what." But unlike her expectations, Hanju bluntly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, Junior Sister, but I don't want to leave the Jade Pure sect. I plan to stay and cultivate in the Jade Pure sect for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Xuan Qingjun quickly turned around and searched for something. "It's okay if Senior Brother doesn't value it. I still have more." She took out a tiny sword. This is the dealing sword, totally capable of one-shotting a golden core master. Seeing Hanju frozen solid, she's like, "Okay, now I'm starting to freak out a little." Xuan Qingjun pulls out a bottle. "So, I'll throw in a bottle of pills that'll help you break through to the golden core realm." Hanju's still rocking that stone, cold indifference look, not even batting an eye. She keeps going. Pulling out a book, "I'll also give you a body refining manual, plus 3 magic secret manuals." Still feeling generous, she reaches for more. When Xuan Qingjun whips out a crimson spear, Hanju finally snaps. Alright, hold up." Xuan Qingjun, totally lost, stares at him like, "Dude, what's your problem?" Hanju unlocks his hidden cultivation. A crazy wave of spiritual energy bursts out. Turns out, I'm already in the nascent soul realm. Xuan Qingjun is stunned, speechless. Then, realizing it's the 8th level of nascent soul, she asks, "Unless you're actually the Zihan Shen Elder." Hanju doesn't even try to deny it, revealing his secret. "Just keep it on the DL, okay?" System notification pops up. Xuan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 4 stars. After a moment of shock, she suddenly all smiles. "I get it now. So, what you need is something simple." Xuan Qingjun pulls out a jade bottle. This is a first-grade nascent soul pill. It can help you break through to the transformation god realm. 1 bottle enough? I can give you another one if you want." Hanju is just speechless at this level of wealth. He can't help but ask, "Seriously, what's your background?" She dodges the question. "My identity isn't important, but I want to become Daco partners with you. What do you say?" Hanju hesitates. Then he finally speaks slowly. "You can pull out so many treasures. You're definitely not ordinary. Can you help us deal with the 6 Paths sect?" Xuan Qingjun refuses without a second thought. "Nope. All I care about is you." Hanju is defeated. Guess getting a demon lord to help isn't easy. Without a shred of integrity, he asks, "So what's the price if I agree?" Hearing that, she covers her mouth and giggles. Then she replies, "The price is cultivating together, getting stronger together. What do you think?" The system pops up a notification. Xuan Qingjun wants to form a Dao companion with you. Option 1, reject. Option 2, accept. You will receive corresponding rewards. Hanju wants to flip the table on the system, because it's clearly doing it on purpose. In the dim, gloomy dungeon, the sound of footsteps echoed, bleak and frightening. The figure passed by a prison cell where soldiers were lashing out whips in bursts. There, Zhu Fan was being brutally tortured. Whip marks were bloody and bruised all over his body. Yang Tiandong wasn't doing any better either. He was coughing up blood from the torture, gasping for air. The Six Paths sect members said to each other, "These two guys from the Jade Pure sect are really stubborn. They try to escape every year. And even after getting caught and beaten, damn it, they still don't give up." One guy says decisively, "Just kill them." The other one worries, "If we kill them, how will our holy sect win over people's hearts?" They whine and complain for a while, then head off for a drink, leaving the two guys there. Zhao Fan swears in his heart, "One day, when I attain enlightenment, I'll definitely kill every last dog and chicken in your Six Paths sect." Yang Tiandong collapses in pain. "This is your plan. How did we get caught before even getting out?" He sighs. Who knew there were people training giant mole rats at the Heavenly Terrace? He pants as he tries to advise, "Zhao bro, let's not struggle anymore. Let's just wait for my master to come." Zhu Fan looks up to the sky and laments, "Your master, the Zihan Shen elder. Too bad he's not coming." Yang Tiandong jumped up to retort, "Nonsense. Master is so strong you won't find an opponent in the entire Yuqing sect. If he's not coming, then who is?" He was also helpless. Master's talent really was the best he'd ever seen, and his strength was undeniably real. Zhu Fan thought to himself, but didn't dare say it out loud. But he was scared to death. The kid said with admiration, that's right, Master Zhu ditched me like that. You must have arrived a long time ago. Maybe you're observing me in the dark to see if I can take the hardship." He was too lazy to argue. It was better to say nothing, leaving this poor kid with a little hope. Elsewhere, Hanju was recalling the divine ability granted by the system, the somersault cloud, which could travel 18,000 miles in a day. Xuan Qingjun's goodwill increased again, and he instructed, "Remember to cultivate diligently. I promise to come to you if I need anything." He sat in a corner, burying his face in his hands. "Sorry, what she gave me is really too much. I'm getting corrupted." Heiyuji looked suspiciously. "Master, is she still going to eat people?" Hanju kicked it in the face. He poured out pills into his mouth, eating while saying, "Don't you dare slander my Dao companion." At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if something terrifying was about to happen. A grade 1 nascent soul pill. The medicinal effect is truly domineering. The Six Paths spiritual power is cleansed until it's smooth and stable, accelerating years of absorption. Once again, Hanju was enveloped in a massive surge of spiritual power. He sighed. "Just one pill is equivalent to 100 years of effort, but I can't rely too much on pills. Daily cultivation must also be done to avoid weakening the spiritual power." 2 years flashed by, and Hanju stood there majestically. To Heiyuji's surprise, thanks to Demon Lord being so generous, he was now half a step into the transformation realm. He was now at the 9th level peak of the nascent soul realm. His eyes sharp, he called out, "System, check." The system announced, "The strongest person in the Yuqing sect is Guan Yang, at the 2nd level of the transformation realm." Hearing this, Hanju thought, "That's good. The Six Paths Saint sect hasn't made any moves yet, so I still have time to break through to the transformation realm." He quickly moved, leaving Heiyuji with a word. "I'm going to the 10,000 demons realm. I'm leaving the house in your care." As soon as he stepped outside, Ling Qingzi came running up to announce, "Elder Han, you've come at just the right time. There's good news." He could tell from the guy's expression that it wasn't anything good. The old man said with a smile, "Huang Jihao challenged the Six Paths Saint sect and got beaten to a pulp, angering the Zhaoshu Sword sect. They want to prepare to join forces with us to attack the Six Paths Saint sect." The situation has turned around." They both smiled contentedly, praising old Huang for stirring up trouble at just the right time. Li Qingzi suddenly lowered his voice. "So, this time I was planning to invite—" Before Hanju could finish listening, he had a bad feeling. He put his arm around the old man's shoulder happily. "I understand what you mean. You want to take Elder Guian, but you're worried it will affect the sect, right?" Lin Qingzi looked embarrassed. "I didn't mean that." Hanju insisted. "It's fine if all the elders go. I alone am enough to guard this Yu King sect." These words made the old man's face twist with anger, thinking, "You really are." Suddenly, he whispered in the old man's ear, "About to break through to the transformation realm." This sudden information left Li Qingzi stunned for a long time. He then shouted excitedly, "Great, great! You can focus on breaking through. Leave the matter of conquering the Six-Path Saint sect to us. So exciting! You, at the nascent soul realm, were able to defeat someone in the transformation realm. So what will you be like after breaking through to the transformation realm?" Hanju quickly waved his hand. Yes, yes, yes. So you should go quickly. I wish you all the best." In the 10,000 demons realm, Hanju thought to himself, "I heard that breaking through to the transformation realm causes a big commotion, making it easy to attract enemies for a sneak attack. The 10,000 demons realm is the best choice." He stood alone on the edge of the abyss, looking down pensively. Hanju declared clearly, "Today is the day I break through to the transformation realm." Thunder and lightning in the sky, black clouds underfoot, birds and beasts scattering. Just then, a crack appears in the sky. A blinding area of lightning. He boldly declares, "Come at me!" Immediately, a heaven-shaking thunderbolt strikes down on the 10,000 demon realm. The myriad officials of the Green Garment Sacred Cult are a mysterious black mass. A figure slowly approaches. He's stopped at the gate, and only then takes out his token. The other person quickly presents their token as well. The gatekeeper takes the token, looks at the name Jade Pure Sect's head Elder Li Liu Zi, and is puzzled. The person quickly retracts the token, because he presented the wrong one. Then he presents the correct token, plus a book with scantily clad women, which the gatekeeper quickly accepts and says, "Greetings, Deacon." The figure reveals himself. It turns out to be Li Qingzi, now smiling. "Pleasure. It's just a small matter. Everything is prepared. We just need to set up the teleportation formation at the ceiling location." A rustling sound is heard. "March, quickly. An army of the Green Garment Sacred Cult is hurrying, due to an order from the elder inside the prison." Zhao Farron stares blankly at them moving. He turns to discuss with Yang Tiandong. "Could it be that something happened to their people?" He says, "Wait. Unless it's Master coming to save us." He opens his eyes wide and thinks, "To mobilize so many people, it must be a full, Phoenix-scale attack from the sect." Zhao Fan is excited. "It's a rare opportunity. Should we take advantage of the chaos and escape again?" Yang Tiandong scratches his head awkwardly. "Maybe not. Let's just wait for them to come and rescue us." Hearing this, he gets angry. "Don't just sit there and wait for death." Zhao Fan points to the door. "What if it's not our people coming? Wouldn't we miss this chance?" Yang Tiandong is also annoyed. "Aren't you afraid of your own ideas? How many times have we tried to escape? Don't you know by now?" Suddenly, a large dent appears in the ceiling above. Dirt and rocks fall down, forcing the two to quickly dodge. In the dust cloud, a voice calls out, "All captured disciples of the Jade Pure Sect." Li Qingzi appears in the admiring light of the two prisoners. "This seat has come to rescue you." They also happily call out, "Head Elder," he shouts. "Prepare to fight back. Break out. Join this seat in destroying the Green Garment Sacred Cult." For a moment, no one says anything. In the 10,000 demon realm, Hanju has broken through to the Huashen realm. The system immediately displays a notification of a worthy reward. He stretches, thinking that after breaking through to Huashen, he has a lifespan of 3,000 years. There's hope for longevity now. He breathes a sigh of relief. Finally! Hey Yuji sees him again and says, Master, you're finally back. I thought that woman had eaten you. Hanju angrily knocks it on the head. You chicken! What are you thinking about all day? It cries out in pain, retorting, Am I not a phoenix? He says coldly. But right now you're just a chicken. Only through diligent cultivation can you become a phoenix. Hey Yuji is dejected. How long is diligent cultivation? Hanju summons the system, checks, and sees that his fellow disciples and Dao companions are being attacked by the Green Garment Sacred Cult, and thinks, Hang in there, guys. I still have to protect the Jade Pure Sect and guard against enemies from afar. Xuan Qingjun suddenly appears behind him. I heard that our slaying God Elder broke through in the 10,000 demon realm, scaring Hanju half to death. When did Xuan Qingjun come in? He turns around, trembling, and asks her, What do you want from me? Hanju was like, Oh crap, is she gonna force something on me? What should I do? She opened her mouth softly, but with a hidden meaning. I've come because... Before Xuan Qingjun could finish, Hanju was sweating bullets. She's a demon lord who's been kicking around the mortal world for who knows how long. How could she fall for someone at first sight? Letting me rise to the heavens in one step, letting me pay the price for everything. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Xuan Qingjun continued. To say goodbye, I'm getting ready to leave. This sentence stunned Hanju. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. Go where? He asked. She lowered her head, not explaining clearly. We don't know how many years it'll be until we meet again, so I wanted to visit you. Hanju spoke up. Before you go, what do you want? I'll do my best to satisfy you. Could you not leave? He pleaded. I'm so lonely without you. Xuan Qingjun got angry. Your face, on the other hand, shows that you're looking forward to me leaving. Hurry up and leave, so that I can need you. But not now. Don't think about me. The timing for us to be together every day hasn't arrived yet. Hanju still tried to salvage the situation. Do you have any pills that can raise the cultivation of the transformation realm? She immediately pulled some out. These are Transformation Realm Spirit Enhancement Pills. I have 4 bottles of these. I'll give them all to you. He was overjoyed. Why am I so shameless? Okay, thanks. Xuan Qingjun continued to advise. It's been many years since we've met. I'm a little reluctant to part with your face. Even though you're already in the Transformation Realm, you're not invincible. Stay in the Yu Qing sect and cultivate properly. Don't run around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. Pretty boy, I'm leaving. With that, she disappeared out the door of the cave abode. Hanju was left alone, his face dark. He looked regretful. Hey Yuji, lying next to him, thought, looks like the demon lord really was just passing through the Yu Qing sect. Now she's probably going somewhere else to seek enlightenment. It giggled inwardly. Finally, I don't have to worry about my master being eaten by her anymore. Before the darkness shrouded everything, this place was called the Toa Wai Shangjiao. A powerful person sitting on the highest platform spoke. The Zhuke Jianzong really wants to die with us. What do you elders think? Someone in the crowd spoke. In my opinion, we should kill them. Huangji's disaster is threatening them. The people all thought that the strength of the Zhuke Jianzong was not high, and they definitely would not dare to resist. Huang Zuntian suddenly pondered. Calm down. But they are so arrogant. Could it be that there are other forces secretly supporting them? The elders simultaneously reminded him that he was overthinking it. We must take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone thought that his sect was weak, and no one could be an opponent to them. We must fight to the end. Huang Zuntian bit his fingernails. I'm not afraid. I'm just thinking about the worst possible outcome. His mood sank. The person next to him immediately reminded him, Sect leader, you are too cautious, or rather, too cowardly. The great elder said, Our plan has been delayed time and time again. We can't delay it any longer. If you are not at ease, I have another plan. We will send a few elders to attack their headquarters. Their main force is currently entangled with us, and the sect will definitely not be able to resist. The disciples of the Toa Wai Shengjiao all agreed that this was a good opportunity to strike. The great elder's words spoke to everyone's hearts. Huang Zuntian hesitated and slowly asked, "Do we really have to fight?" This question immediately agitated the entire sect, causing them to become annoyed. He had to say, all right, I'll personally take action. This time, I'll go with Shenkuai Zenrin to attack the Vermilion Birdsword sect and the Jade Purity sect. Is that good enough for Ye? As soon as he said that, the whole sect cheered like they'd already won, inevitably causing some worrywarts to remind everyone to be careful. The Grand Elder, standing to the side, lowered his head, secretly scheming something. He turned and whispered, "Shankuai Zhenren, you absolutely have to go all out. When the time comes, I'm worried the sect leader will drag things out again." Just then, Shankuai showed up, looking all menacing and stuff. He just quietly said, "Consider it done." Meanwhile, in his cultivation cave, Hanju was gradually grasping a new truth. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique had reached the 5th level, and he'd also comprehended a new divine ability, an upgrade to the 6 Paths Soul Absorption. It could absorb the soul fragments existing deep within his own primordial spirit, protecting the soul and imprisoning other souls. On top of that, he could stamp the 6 Paths imprint onto a soul. The 6 Paths imprint would exist forever, unextinguishable. No matter how many times the target reincarnated, as long as the 6 Paths imprint remained, he could find them across reincarnation. The upgrades to the 6 Paths Reincarnation Technique weren't just that either. The higher the realm, the more domineering the 6 Paths spirit energy became. As Hanju cultivated, he thought to himself, "My cultivation is still not enough. Even if the sacred sect of Toa Wai is not a big threat, don't forget about the Yaotong Ma sect. You have to know that his Rongshu cultivation in the Yaotong Ma sect is only an elder. The details of this demonic sect are also unbelievable." Just then, Chang Yuer's voice rang out. "Hanju, Shidi." He turned to ask, "What's up, Shiji?" Shi, riding on Heiyuji, said, "Shifu wants me to invite you to Jade Serenity Peak. It's important." Hanju asked back, "Shifu invited me? I'll go right away." He thought to himself, "She rarely invites me there. Gotta show some face." In the main hall of Jade Serenity Peak, many disciples had gathered, chattering away. "Meng!" He raised his voice to calm everyone down. "Everyone quiet it down and take your seats. Shifu is here." Liu Sangxin had already graduated and became a core disciple. Originally, Meng He, the 7th Shixiang, had become the eldest disciple of the new class. Suddenly, everyone saw something shocking that left them all gaping in surprise. Someone commented, "Hanju, Shidi, seems to have gotten a bit more handsome," but they looked over to Tutuyan, who was silently closing her eyes. All the disciples were wondering what Hanju's identity was that he could sit next to Shifu. Some realized, could he be the god, slaying elder? Meng, he frowned as well. "Yeah, I was stunned for days when I first learned the truth," he announced. "Listen up, everyone. You absolutely cannot reveal Elder Han's identity. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the sect. Got it?" Everyone responded, "Yes, sir." Hanju, sitting next to Togenan, was feeling awkward, thinking, "Is Shifu trying to pass the position to me? How am I supposed to refuse?" She spoke. "Recently, I hope all of you won't be enclosed. Kunador Cultivation. Patrol the outer sect of the Jade Purity sect." The head teacher sent a message back. He said that they had joined forces with the Vermilion Birdsword sect to attack the sacred sect of Toa Wai, and the imprisoned disciples have also been rescued. But he worries that the sacred sect of Toa Wai will attack our sect, because they encountered only 5 Transformation Realm experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Among the 18 Peak's disciples, our Jade Serenity Peak is the weakest. Except for our small number is also because the head teacher loves us. Understood. We've cultivated hard all these years, now is the time to shine. Hearing this, everyone cheered, swearing they wouldn't retreat. He smiled. The outer sect has the first line of defense protecting it. Maybe you'll have enlightenment in a life or death situation. This way, you'll be worthy of the sect's training, he wondered, also not catching up with them. Taman called out, Hanju, Elder Han, you have news about the Transformation Realm experts who snuck up to attack of the sacred sect of Toawai. He understood. So she wants me to be a tranquilizer, Hanju then said loudly. As for dealing with the experts, I have a little experience, the disciple said with admiration. Elder Han is too humble. She then used her magic to transmit a message. I wanted to ask, what level is your cultivation now? Hanju casually said, First level. She was surprised. You've been enclosed, condor cultivation for so many years. Why hasn't your cultivation improved? He smiled. It's the first level of the Transformation Realm. Li Qingzi didn't tell people. This sentence also made her immobile, not knowing what to say. Inside the main hall of the sect, Shi Xuan then ordered, All right, dismissed. You all go back and prepare for patrol duty. Let Meng He handle the arrangements. Everyone obeyed their master's orders. The group dispersed, chatting amongst themselves. With some disciples noticing something different about their master, they all remarked that it was the first time they had seen their master so flustered. She closed her eyes and thought, how many years has it been since he broke through to the nascent soul realm? And in the blink of an eye, he's already at the deity transformation realm. Shi Xuan glanced at Hanju and said, Wanting to see me make a fool of myself? It seems you no longer regard me as your master. As your master, I haven't taught you anything. He scratched his head, feeling awkward after hearing that. I didn't mean it that way. She softly said, Forget it. Just tell me what you need. You've done a great service to the Jade Pure sect. No need to be polite. Hanju raised his hand and asked, Do you have any pills for cultivating in the deity transformation realm? Shi Xuan hesitated. Sorry, I don't. He then said, It's all right. Then please do your best to help me enhance the spiritual energy in my cave abode. She frowned. I'll see what I can do. Shi Xuan thought to herself, Hanju is growing too fast. The small temple won't be able to contain a great Buddha like him. If only the Jade Pure sect were stronger. She then imagined Hanju leaving the sect. Suddenly, Shi Xuan realized that image felt strangely familiar. The founding ancestor had also left the Jade Pure sect in pursuit of higher realms. She called out to Hanju to stay, causing him to pause slightly. Bewildered, Shi Xuan hesitated and asked, How long can you stay at the Jade Pure sect? People climb to higher places, water flows to lower grounds. You're growing very fast. Perhaps one day the Jade Pure sect will become a burden to you. He immediately affirmed, Don't worry, if I wanted to leave I would have left a long time ago. Even if I go elsewhere, I'm bound to encounter more troubles. It's the same hassle wherever I go, so instead of abandoning the familiar for the distant, I might as well stay here and cultivate in peace. Shi Xuan was still worried, but in the cultivation world, there are many sects stronger than the Jade Pure sect. Aren't you afraid that staying here will hinder your progress? Hanju then said, Master, you can always have faith in my talent. If there really comes a day when I leave, I will inform you beforehand. He thought to himself, Going to a wider world to pursue dominance? What a load of crap. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Isn't living in peace better? Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The Six Paths Holy Sect is about to invade the Jade Pure sect. He immediately asked the system to identify the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. At that moment, a figure stood on the mountaintop. looking down at the gate of the Jade Pure sect. It was Huang Zuntian and Shan Kui, preparing to attack the Jade Pure sect. He was still worried. They're showing too much weakness. Could it be a trap? Shan Kui impatiently said, Sect Master, I've investigated thoroughly. They don't have any deity transformation realm cultivators, and even their nascent soul realm cultivators don't exceed 10. Huang Zuntian scratched his chin. No, I feel uneasy. I just feel like there's a problem, he angrily said. Sect Master, we can't miss this opportunity. If the Six Paths Holy Sect perishes in our hands, how will we face the previous Sect Master? He still insisted. Continue observing, causing Shan Kui to think in frustrated, damn it, if I couldn't beat him, I would have snatched the Sectmaster position long ago. Han Zhu had been hiding behind a rock, secretly observing, looks like I've met a fellow Taoists. I also need to do a simulation trial before I dare to come. He turned to look at the system panel, sighing. I thought the system had a bug just now. Unexpectedly, the system panel displayed the information of Huang Zuntian, the sect master of the Six Paths Holy Sect, a 9th-level deity transformation realm cultivator. He thought to himself, this guy is interesting. Shan Kui was still trying to berate Huang Zuntian, insisting on attacking. Han Zhu then stepped forward and asked, the Six Paths Holy Sect only sent 2 people. They were stunned to realize that they hadn't detected his aura. Sure enough, it's a trap, Shan Kui shouted loudly. You two aren't enough, buddy. You're totally delusional. Guess I'll have to slowly experience your skills then. He gathered his magic power and unleashed the 6 directions devouring the heavens technique. Huang Zuntian freaked out and yelled, Stop him, Shan Kui, wait! But he was already charging up. He said, Don't worry, sect leader. Even if he's a god, slaying elder, I can still fight him. Han Zhu calmly asked, I heard your saint sect leader doesn't like killing. Why are you guys targeting my Yuking sect? The guy lowered his head, stammering, not knowing what to say. Shan Kui charged forward, magic trick in hand. Enough talk. He barely managed to shout his name. As he flew straight at him, Han Zhu had already set up a magic formation. Shan Kui widened his eyes in horror. He could only think, this is, and in a flash, bam! He was torn into 100 pieces. Flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Huang Zuntian was absolutely terrified by the scene. He stared intently at Han Zhu. He could only utter, a trap. Huang Zuntian stood frozen, thinking, it really was a trap. Shan Kui's flesh exploded in an instant, splattering everywhere. Han Zhu blasted his primordial spirit out. Scared stiff, he screamed, Sect leader! Now I finally understand why you're always so cautious. Seeing Shan Kui blasted out in his primordial spirit form, he shouted anxiously, Shan Kui! Without a word, Han Zhu directly unleashed the 7 illusory steps, sucking in Shan Kui's primordial spirit. Immediately, his primordial spirit was sucked away by Han Zhu's soul. Absorbing power, Huang Zuntian felt sorry for his subordinate and reached out, calling, Shan Kui! Then he thought, an elder at the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm was killed by him so easily. I'm at the 9th level, yet I can't see through him. Han Zhu's shadow seemed to grow larger in front of Huang Zuntian. He looked at him, thinking, he's not just at the Void Amalgamation Realm, he's probably already broken through to the Fusion Realm. Huang Zuntian's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed, you! Wait, seemed like something. But turned out Huang Zuntian ran faster than a horse. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, by Green Robe Saint Sect in you, we swear to never rest until one of us is dead. He ran for his life. My intuition was right. The Yuking sect actually has a wildcard like this. Shan Kui, wait for me. When I've achieved great cultivation in the future, I'll definitely avenge you. But how could legs outrun clouds? Han Zhu caught up to Huang Zuntian in less than 2 seconds with the somersault cloud. Feeling it was unfair, he shouted, you're breaking the rules. A huge explosion appeared on the mountain. shaking the surrounding world. Hanju controlled Huang Zuntian, who was pinned against a tree, and he panicked. "Don't do it. I can make the Green-Robed Saint sect stop the war." But Hanju didn't give him a chance. "When you pull up weeds, you gotta get the roots," Huang Zuntian said miserably. "I'm the sect leader. I have a responsibility to my sect. Besides, if it weren't for me holding them back, countless Yu King sect disciples would have already died." Hearing this, Hanju agreed. It was true. Zhao Fan and Yang Tiandong were both alive. Plus, he didn't like killing. Huang Zuntian was truly helpless. The Green-Robed Saint sect was so stagnant thanks to him. Seeing Hanju hesitate, Huang Zuntian continued, "As long as you spare me, I'll definitely order the Green-Robed Saint sect not to attack the Yuqing sect anymore." Hanju asked him suspiciously, "Are you telling the truth?" Hearing this, Huang Zuntian was overjoyed. He thought there was hope for negotiation, but his hope was shattered in an instant. The heaven-trampling, devil-subduing sword had already split him in half. Hanju decisively replied, "I don't believe you," standing before Huang Zuntian's bisected body. "You're saying you couldn't stop the two sects from fighting before, so why would coming back now make a difference?" While talking, Hanju noticed something. He went, "Huh," and took a closer look at Huang Zuntian's corpse. Turns out, that wasn't his real body. He can even revive? Nah, it's a body double illusion. Wait a sec, this talisman. Could it be a substitute talisman? Heard those things cost a fortune. Man, you rich. Huang Zuntian got hit by my sword and thought, what kind of weird magic is this? The pressure is insane. System prompt. You, Huang Zuntian, have generated hatred. Current level, 2 stars. Hearing this, Hanju thought, killing him would solve the problem, and it would also deter the Six-Path sect from causing trouble all the time. He dodged Hanju's attack and exclaimed, "I can't take this guy head, Rian. That move earlier was unblockable. Luckily, I still have my trump card." As he cast his spell, he calculated, "This move is for sneak attacks within a formation. The caster is immune to hundreds of attacks. I'll use this chance to activate the teleportation array back to headquarters. Breaking the formation is the only way to stop it. The spell can block hundreds of attacks in an instant. Super rare. I don't believe you've got the skills for that." But Hanju wasn't afraid. All he did was raise his sword to the sky, and instantly, thousands of other swords flew up. This chapter of his created a sword storm against Huang Zuntian. Many swords released by Hanju flew towards his magic formation. Huang Zuntian froze for a couple seconds, his eyes popping out, and he stammered, 10,000 swords returned to 1. How does he have this kind of divine power? The mountain where Huang Zuntian and Hanju were fighting shook violently from the aftermath of their battle. Everyone below heard it and ran to see what was up. Such a loud noise! Who the heck is it? This sounds more like a pained scream than a battle. Yes. That's nascent soul level stuff we can't deal with. As soon as they said that, everyone gasped in shock. This was a horrifying scene before them. The whole mountainside was almost leveled. I think I know who did it. Back at the mountain with the patience brings peace inscription. Hanju had captured and bound Huang Zuntian's nascent soul. He cried out in pain. Huang Zuntian's nascent soul trembled. Just who are you? How do you know 10,000 swords return to 1? A lost secret technique of a mysterious sect. He faced him. Scared out of his wits, I've never lost so badly. Hanju honestly answered Huang Zuntian's question. Changshan, Zhao Zilong. Huang Zuntian heard the name for the first time and wondered. What sect is Changshan? Even He Yuji didn't understand what he was saying. Hanju slapped him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You answer my questions." He started asking, "Does the Six-Path sect have a position like Supreme Elder?" Huang Zuntian honestly replied, "Yes, but he left, Great Yan." He asked again, "How did you become a Windmaster?" He had to answer again, Of course I have my own abilities. Okay, the six-path sect is currently... Hanju kept asking, and Huang Zuntian started crying. Sir, can you spare me? I can join the Jade Pure sect to atone for my sins. Hanju didn't expect him to spill everything. One sentence. Watch your performance. From him caused Huang Zuntian, as if being imprisoned in eternal bars. Six-path soul absorption can absorb soul power and store it deep within the user's nascent soul, protecting or imprisoning it. Hanju said to Hei Yuji, now that Huang Zuntian is captured, the six-path sect isn't so scary anymore. It happily replied, Master, you're the best. We don't have to run anymore. But the one who was imprisoned wasn't so happy. Behind bars, he said angrily. Those damn elders. If I ever get out, I'll skin them all alive. A big explosion happened, causing everything to be destroyed. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and birds flew away in panic. The subordinate ran while asking, Great Elder, still can't contact the sect leaders group. The Great Elder angrily retorted. Still no contact. More likely than not, they're in deep trouble. The subordinate exclaimed in fear. Then we abandon this place? All disciples retreat back to the sect to defend, then send people to investigate the sect leader's news. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment before replying, That's the only way left. As the two of them scrambled to escape, a beam of light flashed between them, forcing them to stop. Because their path was blocked by a person with incredible skills, who landed on a sword. It was Huang Jihao, leisurely crossing his arms, saying, Last time, you guys didn't show any martial ethics, ganging up on me. Today, I'll wash away that humiliation. Spill it. Where's your sect leader? Otherwise, don't even dream of surviving today. The Great Elder angrily shouted, Huang Jihao. The subordinate whispered, I'll hold him off head. Shion. You find a chance to sneak attack from behind. A cold voice of Lin Qingzi echoed from behind. Are you two whispering about escape plans? Another person arrived, Guao Yougang with his satisfied banner. Just got the intel from my subordinates. Your sect leader went to sneak attack Yuqing sect. We at Yuqing sect are perfectly fine. Which means your sect leader probably ran into that person. As for why your sect leader isn't back to rescue you, I don't need to spell it out, do I? Finally, the Six Jade Saints sect raised the white flag and made a decision. The Six Jade Saints sect sues for peace and headed back to the mountain where Hanju resided. It was still very peaceful here. 3 empty pill bottles were discarded on the table, next to a snoring face. Hanju thought to himself, Xuan Qingjun's pills are all gone. My cultivation speed is getting slower and slower. He slumped onto his lazy pillow. Currently at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Hanju lay there, feeling bored. It seems the spiritual qi in my cave is thinning too. If this keeps up, it won't do. Just as he was pondering, someone asked, Is Elder Han there? He leaned back, looking weary. Is that sect leader Li? But the first thing he saw was Yang Tiandong's body, covered in injuries. He was still in tatters, clothes torn, holding on to his staff, trembling after all these years. Finally, your disciple has met you, old man. Li Qingzi smiled behind him. Luckily, I didn't disgrace my mission and brought your disciple back. Yang Tiandong, with tears streaming down his face, lunged to hug Hanju, sobbing. You don't know how much this disciple has suffered these past years. He buried his face in Hanju's leg, whimpering, I always believed Master would come save me. That belief is what helped me persevere. Hanju felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, it's too dangerous outside. I didn't dare go out. Yang Tiandong hugged him tightly. If it wasn't for you guarding Yuqing sect, the sect leader wouldn't dare go save us. You are my god. Hanju was only concerned. Your snot is getting on my clothes. He unexpectedly patted Yang Tiandong's head, gently comforting. You did a great job. From now on, I'll pass on all my skills to you. The system notified. Yang Tiandong's favorability has increased. Current level, 5 stars. He Yuji, witnessing this, was instantly jealous. You dare compete for favor with this old man? Yang Tiandong didn't care about his surroundings, constantly repeating, "Master is the best." Li Qingzi suddenly cut in, "Congratulations, congratulations. This time, all the Yuqing sect disciples have been rescued safely, but there are still some things I want to ask Elder Han about." He leaned forward, asking, "My mole in the 6 Jade Saint sect," said sect leader Huang Zuntian, "disappeared near Yuqing sect. When I returned to the sect just now, I also discovered a mountain missing near the north gate. Did you do it?" Hearing this, Hanju became vigilant, only replying with a simple "M." Li Qingzi's glasses glinted, his mouth curving into a sinister smile. Elder Han thought something dangerous would happen, but what he was about to say was, "Elder Han, you are my god." Li Qingzi danced around his cave, yelling, "You're a hero. Luckily you dealt with Huang Zuntian, so we were able to attack the 6 Jade Saint sect's lair smoothly. For Yuqing sect to have such a talented individual as Elder Han, the heavens truly have eyes." Hearing these nauseating flattery, Hanju said, "Sect leader, don't run around anymore. Focus on cultivating." He suddenly remembered something, saying, "Oh right, one more thing. In half a year at most, the ancestral master will return." Hearing this, his eyes turned serious, and he looked back at Li Qingzi. "How is ancestral master?" he continued saying. "In another 5 years, we're throwing a huge party for the Jade Pure sect's 1000th anniversary. I'm gonna invite all sorts of big shots from other sects to network and stuff. We'll hype you up, let everyone know how badass Elder Hanju is for taking down Huang Zuntian. You'll be famous in the cultivation world." Li Qingzi's daydream got totally shut down by Hanju's "Nope," he said with his villain face. "Don't tell them I killed Huang Zuntian. And I don't want to be in the spotlight. I just want to chill and cultivate," the old guy stammered. "But that way, they'll be wary of us and won't mess with the Jade Pure sect," Hanju explained slowly. "Your intentions are good, but helping the Jade Pure sect got me into some karma trouble. If they team up and come knocking, I can bail. But what about the Jade Pure sect?" Li Qingzi pondered. True. In that case, we'll boost the spiritual energy in Elder Han's cave." Hanju was skeptical. "That's it? My cave's already the most spiritually dense place in the sect." The old dude thought for a sec and said, "That's all we can do. Anything else might not satisfy you. Or, wait for our founder to come back. Or, with his level, he's bound to have tons of treasures. He'll definitely hook you up." They said their goodbyes, and Li Qingzi left, thinking, "Oh founder, please hurry back. We can't handle this little terror." Ding ding, system notification. A system panel popped up, and Hanju focused. The system announced, "You successfully protected the sect and repelled the 6 Paths Sage sect. You received a spirit treasure, a sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast with providence." Hanju cheered. "Jackpot! But wait, there's more!" The system continued. "You received a 5th grade spirit treasure, 9 stars stepping spirit shoes, the emotionless flying sword manual, and a chaos sky dog in egg form." Yang Tiandong was shocked. Master just randomly pulled out a magic weapon. "Is this space magic?" He Yuji added. "And they're all high? The quality treasures. Is Master a treasure wholesaler?" While Hanju was gloating, he said, "Gee, Rear, I need you to do something for me." Villain face, evil grin, and the egg in his hand. He shoved the egg towards He Yuji like he knew what Hanju wanted. It cried and begged, "Master, no!" But how could a chicken escape the evil clutches of humanity? Same result. He Yuji had to incubate the egg. Someone reported from outside. "All 18 Peaks elders and the Jade Pure Peaks duty personnel report to the main hall immediately." Following the summons, everyone gathered in the main hall. People whispered, Are we fighting another sect again? It's a big deal if all 18 Peaks elders are called. Someone in the front warned. Quiet. The Grand Elder's gonna speak, the Grand Elder announced loudly. We've waited almost 1,000 years for this moment. 1,000 years ago we trembled before him. Now, in 10 years, it's time to show him our power. He gave the order with a determined look. Prepare to depart. Go. No mistakes. Li Qingzi asked beside him. Are we really doing this? The Grand Elder replied. Don't overthink it. This is important. No amount of preparation is too much. Suddenly, everyone in the sect pointed at the sky. Quick! Look up! What's that? Even the Grand Elder looked up in surprise. A hole appeared in the sky, looking like a cosmic black hole with violent lightning inside. Inside the black hole, a foot slowly stepped out. It was Jiuding, and beside him was a strange beast. He walked out laughing. Jiuding said, Almost 1,000 years. Let me see how far you've come. Don't disappoint me. He stood in the air, releasing his aura in all directions to survey everyone below. Everyone panicked. This pressure was way stronger than Duan Tongtian's. Grand Elder, are you confident you can handle him? The Grand Elder yelled with a serious face. Activate the formation. As soon as he said that, the formations around them lit up one after another. Fireworks exploded on both sides, breaking the tense atmosphere. So it turns out all the firecrackers were to welcome the Yu King sect's old ancestor. Jiuding Zhenren is back. Even the Grand Elder is acting all cutesy. Master, do you like it? He stands high above, looking down at his rambunctious disciples welcoming him, and praises. Not bad. The sect has more flair than when I left. Then, he turns to the beast beside him and says, This demon was at the Rongshu realm, conveniently killed by me. I'll let the alchemy department turn it into pills and distribute them. Jiuding sternly instructs. During my absence, did the Yu King sect have any outstanding disciples? As a reward, I can personally impart some teachings to them for a while. Li Qingzi respectfully suggests. The most outstanding in the sect is naturally Elder Han. The Grand Elder chimes in. This time, the sect faced a crisis, and it was thanks to Elder Han that we resolved it peacefully. Hearing this, Jiuding replies, Oh, we have such an outstanding disciple. Where is he? Let me meet him. Li Qingzi worries. Elder Han is wholeheartedly cultivating in his cave abode and didn't come today. Hearing this, he doesn't blame him but says, He has character. Jiuding points and says, It's fine. I'll personally visit him in a few days. The old man hears this, and his heart is overjoyed, tears welling up. Great, we finally raised him properly. Back to Hanju's beloved mountain retreat. He's sitting there, his eyes clearly showing utter helplessness. And Hey Yuji is super pissed, wanting to cuss Non. Stop. Hanju glances to his left again, his eyes still full of helplessness. The sound of barking echoes throughout the quiet mountain. Turns out this little pup is the newborn from the egg that Heiyuji hatched. Hanju just sits there watching the chicken and the dog argue, Non. Stop. Mostly because the Hundun Tiangu is young and playful, constantly provoking Heiyuji. He looks and thinks to himself, It's been a while since the Hundun Tiangu hatched from Heiyuji's egg, but why is this dog born so arrogant, refusing to acknowledge its mother? He thinks, I've accumulated virtue my whole life. Why did I encounter these two? Hanju is spacing out when Jiuding's voice suddenly rings out. Elder Han's two demonic pets. One look, and you know they're not simple. Where did you get them? He suddenly turns around and replies, I got them by chance. He finally starts to introduce himself. This old man is the Yuqing sect's founding ancestor, Jiuding Zhenren. Li Qingzi behind him wonders, since when did he raise a dog? When Hanju hears the name, he lowers his head, clasps his hands, and respectfully says, I was rude. Please forgive me, old ancestor Jiuding. That's what he says. But he's thinking, The system already has the info. I'll challenge him in the simulation trial arena today, he gently replies. No need for forgiveness. I must thank you for helping the Yu-King sect when it was in danger. As thanks, I'll gift you an opportunity. I wonder if you're willing. Hearing this, Hanju is incredibly surprised. His eyes widen as he asks, opportunity? Zhu Ding recounts. 1,000 years ago, this old man left the Dayan cultivation world to search for immortals on the mainland, then went overseas, and after many years of wandering, I became the vice sect master of a hegemonic sect. This time I've returned to lead some geniuses to cultivate there. He's secretly feeling smug. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? But Hanju's not feeling it, he's thinking. The house is about to collapse, and you're still out there looking for fun and girls. The system notification pops up with 2 invitations from Lia Qingzi and Zhu Ding. One is to follow Zhu Ding overseas, and the other is to stay in the Yu-Qing sect and quietly cultivate. Since option 1 has more benefits, Hanju chooses option 1, but suddenly he hesitates and asks, "May I ask, is your sect considered invincible overseas?" Hearing the question, Zhu Ding ponders and replies, "Though not invincible, it's one of the hegemons." Hanju asks, "So there are opponents?" He replies, "But our sect has many Rongshu realm powerhouses. Outsiders can't do anything." A look of hesitation still appears in his eyes. He awkwardly replies, "Is that so?" Seeing this, Lian Xingzi interrupts and says, "If Elder Han feels conflicted, you can consider it and reply later. The ancestor will stay in the Yu-Qing sect for a while, then you can decide." But deep down, he was actually worried, thinking, if Elder Han leaves with true person Zhu Ding, what'll happen to the Jade Pure sect next time we're in trouble? Hanju didn't even have to think about it. No need to think. Thanks for the ancestor's kindness, but I'll stay at the Jade Pure sect. I want to do everything I can to help it grow. Even Ancestor has been wandering outside for years, all for the Jade Pure sect. I have my own way of protecting this sect, watching it get stronger. That's the Dao. Hearing him say that, the guy got a little lost in thought. Finally, Zhu Ding said, "If that's the case, I won't force you." Li Xingzi was probably the happiest, his eyes all watery with joy. He turned to leave, but not before saying, "I hear you like to cultivate in peace and quiet. From now on, this entire mountain is yours. You don't need the spirit energy of a cultivation cave. The spiritual veins here are more than enough to satisfy you." Li Qingzi arrange for everyone to leave the mountain, leaving Elder Han alone. Alright, having gotten a bargain, Hanju bowed his head to send true person Zhu Ding off, and didn't forget to thank the senior for the gift. Once they were far away, Lian Qingzi asked, "Old ancestor, did you just want to test Elder Han's loyalty to the sect?" After getting the answer he wanted, he said, "Li Qingzi, gather all the treasures I've collected and give them all to him. Also, set up a spirit gathering formation to concentrate the spirit energy of the entire mountain. You know how to arrange the disciples in the other caves." The old guy followed Zhu Ding's orders. After all, you have been alive for many years. You could tell at a glance if you were worried that if he followed me, there would be no one to protect the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi was silent, then said, "Indeed, the Jade Pure sect can't do without Elder Han." He clasped his hands behind his back, slowly. "You guys say he's cautious by nature. I think he's just afraid of the dangers overseas. But the dangers overseas are real." Seeing Li Qingzi's embarrassment, he also spoke in relief. "It's okay if he doesn't go. It's reassuring that he can stay and guard the Jade Pure sect. He's good, really good. But I've never seen such a cowardly excuse that sounds so good. I wasn't like him back then." The system notification popped up again. You chose to stay at the Jade Pure sect and received a divine power inheritance. Tathagata Curse, a Buddhist divine power that can transcend souls and suppress evil spirits. Hanju felt a pang of pain, thinking, is it trying to get me to come out? One sunny day, Hanju was sitting and admiring the scenery when he was called. Hubby, it was Xiang Hongchuan who called. She walked over. I found another treasure this time, he asked curiously. Where did Miss Xing find it this time? Xiang Hongchuan winked, acting all cute. At the market, I got some treasures at the auction that day. Then, she opened her hand to show off. Someone tried to steal the treasures, but I killed them. This is what I got from his ring. A fellow Taoist who came with me said this is innate spirit gathering jade. It's super rare. Hanju was still wary and opened his divine sense. What he saw didn't look good. Xing Hongxuan kept rambling. They say it can automatically gather the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and can even create a spirit gathering altar. It's a great treasure. He didn't think so. What she was holding was a black lump, not a treasure. Hanju yelled helplessly. Stop picking up everything. There's a sealed fierce beast inside. If you use it to cultivate, both your body and soul will suffer a backlash. Sheng Hongshuan still tried to argue. I checked it. How could it be? He sighed wearily. This thing disguised the killing intent as spirit energy. You need at least a nascent soul divine sense to see through it. Hearing that, she threw the treasure to the side. She picked up the treasure and ran away. Sorry, I almost hurt hubby. I'll throw it away right now. Hanju sighed helplessly. I can purify it. Bring it here. He used his power to absorb it, and the soul in the treasure was the scream of a fierce spirit. Sheng Hongshuan blushed shyly. That was close. Good thing hubby's cultivation is so high and saw through this evil thing. How should I repay you now? Look at my appearance. Before she could finish, Hanju interrupted. Put it away. I've destroyed the fierce spirit. You'll need it when you break through. Her face fell because her plan failed. He continued casually. Your cultivation speed is too slow. If you keep this up, you won't be good enough to be my docile companion. As soon as he finished speaking, Xing Hongshuan's hands clenched until they trembled. Her eyes fell in disappointment, and she replied, I understand. Hanju realized he'd misspoke. Maybe he was too harsh. Feeling guilty, he took out a ring. All the treasures you gave me are in this ring. I've kept them carefully. Now I'm giving them back to you. Suddenly, Hanju also blushed, stuttering. Besides, the spirit energy here is dense. Move here to cultivate. Sheng Hongshuan's eyes showed surprise, but also joy as she looked at him. Xing Hongshuan ran in front of Hanju, cupped her chin in her hands, and gazed at him, then blushed on her own. Hanju was also embarrassed, and said, I just hope you'll put all your effort into cultivation. Dude, seriously, we gotta keep our thing on the DL for now. Alright, I'm worried some bad guys might use you to get to me. She was totally stoked to hear that and covered her face. Okay, in her head, she's probably thinking, OMG, he does care. Hanju's furry spies saw the whole thing go down. Hey Yuji, being all teacher, hey. Was schooling Hundun Tiangu? Look at that, you mutt, that's a 2. Timer right there. Xing Hongzhuan was about to say something but then clammed up. Her brain was doing backflips like, am I even good enough for him? But I totally called dibs first. Back in the day, I went through hell and high water to become a cultivator, just to get revenge. I poured my heart, soul, and wallet into leveling up. I figured everyone else was the same, you know? Then I saw him for the first time. He was just a kid, didn't even have a spiritual root. But I liked his face, so I gave him a Suling pill. Honestly, with that pill, even a mixed spiritual root would have been a win. And then, bam! He shot up to become one of the strongest guys in the Yuqing sect. Hanju saw Xing Hongzhuan was gonna say something, but then clammed up. So he asked, What's up? She was just feeling a little down about her fate. Talent is just crazy, you know? The more you compare, the more you doubt yourself. But the truth is right in front of me. I gotta keep pushing myself so I can be worthy of Hanju. Xing Hongshuan didn't answer, just spun around and said, Nothing, I'm gonna cultivate, and then she bailed, leaving Hanju all by his lonesome. Why is she suddenly bummed out? Girls are confusing, man. Hey Yunji was still giving Hundun Tiangu the lowdown. Scratch what I said before, our master's a total oblivious dude. A year and a half later, after he came back, Zhu Dingzhenren himself spruced up the Yuqing sect's 18 peaks and jacked up the spiritual energy in the intersect training grounds. Not only that, but he also tamed a bunch of exotic beasts that were on par with the nascent soul realm to guard the sect. The Yuqing sect's power in the 10,000 demon realm just kept growing. Ever since the Millennium Ceremony was announced, all the righteous sects in the cultivation world have sent people to congratulate them. The Yuqing sect became a happening place like never before. Everyone was dishing out the compliments, saying the Yuqing sect was unfathomably strong. Word is, even the leader of the Six Paths sect got taken out here. We can chill. No one messes with this place. Hanju didn't care about the Millennium Ceremony. Cultivation was his whole life, unless something major went down. He was giving the two demonic pets a lecture. If you guys get any bigger, you won't fit through the cave entrance. So stay outside, and no wandering down the mountain. Got it? The little chicken and dog looked so pathetic, you couldn't help but feel bad for them. The system notification popped up again, catching Hanju's attention. He saw the Immortal Chi Luck Bearer. Check his background. After seeing that Sui Chi was a star of calamity, who could bring misfortune to those around him, he learned that since he had the luck of an Immortal Emperor, he wouldn't be affected by the Star of Calamity's bad luck. Also, you can't kill a Star of Calamity, or even the Immortal Emperor's luck wouldn't be able to stop the bad vibes. After reading all that stuff on the message board, Hanju's jaw dropped. He was frozen stiff. He took off running and shouted to the system. "System, tell me where he is, quick! I've got divine sense. Don't let him get close to the Yuqing sect. My Immortal Emperor luck might protect me, but the Yuqing sect is screwed." But it looks like Hanju was a step too late, because that Su Chi was already standing at the sect gate. The kid was all smiles, finally made it to the Yuqing sect. Su Chi's eyes went wide with excitement. Su Chi's gonna work hard to cultivate. I'm definitely gonna be the best. The little guy started climbing the huge steps, spouting cultivation philosophy. The first step might be small, but it's a giant leap from my life. Just as Sun Chi's foot was about to touch the first step of the Yuqing sect, a gust of wind whipped past. It was Hanju, who'd rushed over in a hurry and sent the kid flying. Hanju's face was cold as ice. "Why is a mere mortal like you here?" Su Chi cheerfully introduced himself. "I'm Su Chi. I want to join the Yuqing sect and cultivate. Are you an immortal from the Yuqing sect?" Then his face lit up. "Can I skip straight to the inner sect? My talent definitely won't disappoint the sect." Hanju grimaced, thinking, letting you join the Yuqing sect? And then getting affected by your bad luck? No way. So he found a reason to shoo Su Chi away. "You're too old. You've missed the best time for cultivation. It's better if I pass on a chi absorption technique to you. You'll find someone else to be your master." The little guy anxiously replied, "No way! I only want to join the Yuqing sect." Su Chi even dared to point at Hanju's face and say, "Aren't you from the Yuqing sect? I heard that the Yuqing sect's Millennium Shlong talent selection attracted many different factions. You must be here to snatch talents, right? Do you have any shame?" Hanju cursed inwardly. "How does this little brat know so much? What a pain." The little guy thought he was a hot commodity and arrogantly said, "Don't even think about trying to get on my good side just because you see I'm special." He was truly getting annoyed with the kid. "You really won't leave?" "If being nice doesn't work, I'll use force." Hanju stepped forward and grabbed his collar, dragging him away, much to Su Chi's shock. He was preparing to throw the kid away, as if trying to throw bad luck away from himself. But Sun Chi was screaming in fear. "Don't kill me," Hanju thought to himself. "If I kill you, your bad luck will spread. I can't handle that." Su Chi's screams echoed through the mountain. "Hanju, let go of me." The kid was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, and he cried out in pain. Su Chi fearfully scooted backward, asking, "Who exactly are you?" Hanju's face was extremely scary as he replied, "You don't need to know who I am. Since you refuse to leave, you can only stay here from today on. Don't even think about leaving this place for the rest of your life." The system popped up a notification. Sun Chi has developed hatred towards you. The current level of hatred is 2 stars. The little boy's face also showed clear resentment. Hearing the system notification, Hanju was a little worried, thinking to himself if he would encounter bad luck. Su Chi was like a beast waiting for its prey, ready to pounce. Seeing this, he guessed that he vaguely felt a strange aura, seemingly brewing a conspiracy waiting to erupt. Could it be the attack of bad luck? The kid charged like a starving tiger. Unexpectedly, Sun Chi's face planted on the ground, his stomach rumbling loudly, leaving him stunned in his worries. The little guy crawled up clumsily and trembled, asking, "Do you provide meals here? I haven't eaten anything for days." Hanju was speechless, asking, "How did you get here? Didn't you eat on the way?" Su Chi used his last bit of strength to say, "I've passed by 7 restaurants, but for some reason, they either suddenly closed down or got robbed by bandits. I haven't had a single bite of food." Hanju was also helpless, not knowing what to say, worthy of being a jinx. Then, the system prepared an extremely lavish table of food. At the same time, the system reminded him, "Su Chi has developed goodwill towards you. The current level of goodwill is 3 stars. Su Chi was extremely happy. "Thank you, senior, I'll eat now." Hanju was paying for the food, thinking, the increase in goodwill is so childish. As expected, it's simple and easy to teach from Sun Chi's experience. It seems like he still hasn't realized that he brings bad luck. A jinx is destined to be lonely for life. What a pitiful child. Some truths are better left unknown. Thinking this, Hanju spoke, "How's the taste? This is your last meal." Hearing that, Su Chi immediately became frightened and alert. The little guy widened his eyes, confused. That vigilance was quickly dispelled, because he would start cultivating later. This is a chi absorption technique. Take a look at it yourself. Su Chi gratefully thanked the senior for his great kindness. The little guy happily accepted it. So, staying here is for cultivation. Sun Chi was delighted with the items in his hands. "Yea, I must cultivate diligently and not let senior down," the system reminded him. "Su Chi has developed goodwill towards you. The current level of goodwill is 5 stars. Hearing this, Hanju smirked. This little brat is so easy to fool. And so, the cultivation journey of the 2 masters and disciples started in spring. Swallows filled the sky. If you're going to cultivate here, you got to follow the rules, you know. Then summer rolled around, and Hanju was still passionately teaching Sun Chi bit by bit. Autumn came quick, changing the leaves, and the 2 were still focused on cultivating. He even told the kid about Yang Tiandong, which the kid was super impressed by. Winter covered everything in a blanket of white snow. Su Chi cultivated, but still remembered to care for Heiyuji and Hundun Tiangu so they wouldn't get cold. 13 years flew by, and Hanju had already reached the 5th layer of the transformation realm. He asked Sun Chi, "Why is it so noisy all of a sudden? What day is it?" "Oh yeah." Hanju paused. He noticed the noises around him. Su Chi replied, "Senior, have you forgotten? 10 days ago, Zhu Dinglaozu led some core disciples overseas." He remembered. "Almost forgot." Before leaving, Zhu Dinglaozu even came to talk to me, I think. The kid, with his charming looks and strength, had already broken through to the 2nd layer of the Foundation Establishment realm. Now the cheers outside are shaking the sky. They must be back. Hanju looked at the Su Chi who had grown up, thinking, Su Chi's talent is really amazing. He can break through easily without a Foundation Establishment pill. While he was thinking, he heard a voice. "Junior brother, which startled Hanju. He noticed Chungyue, who was happily showing off to him. "We're back from overseas, I have good news to tell you." Before she could finish, Hanju grabbed her up like she was nothing. "Senior sister, this place is too small, let's go outside for some fresh air, okay?" Only Suchi was left behind, confused and wondering. This place is small. Wow. The scenery today is so beautiful, flowers blooming everywhere, Chungyue exclaimed. Compared to the fighting and killing overseas, this place is paradise. I didn't expect junior brother to have such a romantic side. He sat up straight and said, "Just kidding. This gazebo was a gift from the sect, used for entertaining guests. It's not bad." In his heart, Hanju thought, "Perfect. I avoided Suchi." She happily told him, "Junior brother, do you know, the Luyai holy sect has been destroyed? Really? That's worth celebrating." Changyuer's face lit up. "When we came back, the founder led some core disciples to beat them until they were left without armor, and we looted all their wealth. I really wish you were there to see the founder show up." Their faces turned green. He seemed happy for her. "That's great. No more hidden dangers this time. Time to cultivate in seclusion." Hanju didn't forget to ask, "Did you diligently cultivate during this time?" She happily replied, "After going overseas, I focused on cultivating, just hoping to walk the great Daddio with you." The two kept chatting. Hundun Tiangu wondered, "Hey chicken, who is that woman?" "That woman seems to like our master very much. Hey Yuji taught it about life. Don't be fooled by appearances, that's desire. She wants to eat the master." Hundun Tiangu was frightened and replied, "You're thinking too much, aren't you? This is clearly a love affair." It frowned and said, "The path of cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. Feelings only delay the great Dabio. This is what the master taught me." Hundun Tiangu stuck out its tongue and said, "You actually believe that, chicken? How can your tiny chicken head become a phoenix?" It didn't realize that Heiyuji was holding a feather duster, ready to attack. And so, a brawl broke out inside the house. Then Hanju was stunned. Until the system had a new notification, the system reminded him, "Your disciple has been attacked by a demonic cultivator. Xuan Qingjun has been attacked by a demon, has been attacked by Buddhism. Your Dao companion is being hunted down by Xuan Qingjun." Living again, Zhu Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area. His fate has changed. Reading the notification, he thought to himself, "Xuan Qingjun is being hunted down. Her cultivation is so high, but she still can't beat so many. This Jiang Hu is dangerous. Fortunately, I lived again. Later, if I have the chance to meet, I must listen to the way of living again." The sun began to set. The sky was getting dark, and Hanju and Chungyue said goodbye to each other. He felt lucky that she was safe. It seems that Sun Chi's bad luck also has a time limit. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanju's eyes popped out in surprise. Su Chi was massaging Ju Ding, and he was happily saying, "Han Xiaoyu, I've been waiting for a long time." And Su Chi stood beside him happily. The Kaishan Laozu of the Yu King sect is here." Ju Ding asked innocently, "This is your disciple. Not bad aptitude. Why don't I take him overseas to seek the great Dao?" Hanju had just come back and heard everything, but he was still frozen. All his efforts seemed to have vanished. Ju Ding was very comfortable being taken care of by Su Chi. Then, he said to Hanju, "I just came back from overseas, bringing a lot of treasures to replenish the spiritual energy of the cave. I'll have my disciple bring them to you later." Ju Ding didn't forget about Su Chi and asked again, "Your disciple's aptitude is not bad. How about I take him overseas for training next time? What do you think, yes?" Of course he's freaked out. Hanju's face is totally green right now. Thinking of taking a walking disaster with him. Is this guy looking for a death wish or what? He didn't even notice the kid's pale face, turned to Su Chi and asked, "Little punk, how do you feel? Want to follow this old master to the overseas to cultivate?" The kid happily asked back, Is there really such a good thing? Hey, Zhu Ding thought smugly. Hanju hates trouble the most. If I can take this little guy, he might even thank me. But against his expectations, Hanju actually said, Grandmaster, this guy is kinda special. Better not take him. Zhu Ding's forehead instantly poured with sweat and said, You won't let him go? He pressed forward to ask. Aren't you afraid of affecting your cultivation? He quickly explained. It won't affect it this time. Su Qi watched from the sidelines and thought, Zhu Ding Zhenren is the founding grandmaster of the Jade Pure sect, and he's personally visiting the senior, even asking for his opinion. A calculating glint flashed in the boy's eyes. This proves that the senior's identity isn't simple. I definitely have to cling to this thigh. Hanju was almost desperate. Leaving other things aside, I just want to ask. Do you feel unwell in your body? Zhu Ding was suddenly asked and felt awkward, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sun Qi suddenly spoke. Thank you for Grandmaster's good intentions. I want to stay with the senior. Zhu Ding chuckled, satisfied. Like master, like disciple. Never mind then. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, You just got your life back. He turned back to praise him. Little friend, this old man has been through all the sects in the cultivation world. In the future, the grand banquet won't have anyone with bad intentions towards the Jade Pure sect. You can cultivate in peace now. Hanju also praised him without holding back. Grandmaster is awesome. But Zhu Ding interrupted his excitement. One more thing. This time I went out, and this old man discovered an ancient forbidden area. This forbidden area hasn't been discovered for long. Maybe there are still hidden resources. Do you want to go take a look? Hanju now remembered the notification from before. Ancient forbidden area. Just hearing it already sounds like it's not a good place to visit. He remembered an old story. Isn't this the forbidden area that Zhu Fan fell into before? Speaking of which, nothing good ever came of Zhu Fan after that. Thinking like this, he replied to Zhu Ding, Nah, let's just leave the opportunities for the other disciples in the sect. He already knew Hanju would say that, so he didn't force it. Zhu Ding's gaze turned serious, as if he was about to say something important. At most 20 years, this old man will leave. The celestial abode is about to open, and this old man is preparing to enter the abode to pursue the great Daddio. Do you want to go together? Let me tell you, this celestial abode has an extraordinary origin. Every 100 years, disciples ascend to immortality. Hearing this, Hanju immediately thought, Isn't this the opportunity that Xuan Qingjun arranged for me? But he'd already refused once. The what's 2 more times? Sorry, Grandmaster, someone gave me this opportunity once, but my ambition lies here. Zhu Ding was extremely appreciative. Even the celestial abode can't move you. Then I have nothing more to say. With you guarding the sect, I'm at ease, Hanju. Understood. I wouldn't dare. Not even if you gave me a few thousand more years could I catch up to Grandmaster's cultivation. Zhu Ding tried to pick up chicks but failed, so he had to leave. Then this old man will go rest and recuperate. See you next time. After he left, he thought, Grandmaster was in contact with Suni Qi for so long, I'm afraid he can't avoid bad luck. A few more years passed. Hanju read the notification and said, Sure enough, the old ancestor has been unlucky these past few years, but luckily he hasn't croaked yet. He was now a 6th level Transformation Realm powerhouse, and was reading the notification from the system panel. In the mock battle in the training ground just now, I managed to last half an hour. Consider it an improvement. While thinking, Hanju suddenly stopped his gaze at one place. It was when Su Qi cultivated in the cave abode. It seemed that the bad luck was getting stronger and stronger. The black-haired chicken and the Chaos Heavenly Dog outside were still sound asleep. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was originally a Qi-luck divine beast, able to protect the black-haired chicken from the influence of Su Qi. Hanju stepped out of the cave abode. It seemed that Xing Hongshuan had just returned not long ago. Let's go see how she is. He took a step, and in an instant arrived in front of Xing Hongzhuan's house on the mountain. He knocked on the door. "Is Miss Xing home?" But for a long time, no one answered. A second later, the door opened with a complaint. "What is it so early in the morning?" Xing Hongzhuan, in a very seductive nightgown, rubbed her eyes as she opened the door. Seeing Hanju, she immediately woke up and excitedly called out, "Husband!" Then Xing Hongzhuan ran over and hugged his arm, cheering, "Perfect timing. I want to show you a treasure." Hanju was a bit caught off guard. Seeing his reaction, she immediately said, "Come on in, let's talk inside." Xing Hongzhuan quickly stepped forward to light the candles, brightening up the place. This was the first time Hanju had seen Xing Hongzhuan's room since they'd become acquainted. After a short wait, she brought out what she considered a treasure and placed it in front of Hanju. She took his hand and said, "I went to an ancient forbidden zone a few years ago and found quite a few treasures. Feel free to pick whatever you like." Hanju looked at the pile of stuff on the table, thinking, "I appreciate your kindness, Miss Xing, but these treasures all look pretty average." With her cultivation level, she couldn't have gotten any top-tier stuff anyway. But then something caught his eye and stopped him in his tracks. It turned out to be a dull-looking piece of wood. It looked like a spirit tablet, but there were no words on it. Moreover, there was an extremely faint trace of divine sense within it. Hanju's expression turned serious. Even a normal transformation realm cultivator wouldn't notice anything unusual, and only his chaos karma demon god could detect the slight difference. This thing is no joke. While he was sending out his primordial spirit, Xing Hongzhuan stood next to him, observing. She thought to herself, "It's been a while since I've been this close to him." Just like Hei Yuji said, "Don't be fooled by appearances. She wants to eat her master." Her words were probably 9,099, accurate, as it seemed her hunger was resurfacing. After examining it with his divine sense, Hanju realized that there was a hidden secret within the wooden tablet. The former owner's identity was likely extraordinary, but he didn't know what kind of secret treasure was hidden inside. A light from the tablet flashed out, blinding him for a moment. It turned out to be a heaven puppet secret technique formed from spiritual energy, its strength determined by the cultivator who created it. Heaven puppets don't fight autonomously, but require the creator to leave a wisp of their soul to control them. Hearing this, Hanju thought, "Isn't this just a substitute?" Then he learned that destroying the heaven puppet wouldn't affect the creator, but it couldn't be maintained for long. When the spiritual energy was exhausted, the puppet would stand motionless until more spiritual energy was poured into it, restoring its ability to move. Hanju was speechless. This is just a simple creation using spiritual energy. If you add natural treasures, you can refine it to its maximum potential. Because it doesn't need to breathe, you can create a large number of them and store them in a storage ring. When needed, you can turn the puppet army into soldiers. Legend has it that using the most top, sanitier treasures in the world along with absolute spiritual energy can create the ultimate heaven puppet. Its heaven, hair-defying power can even rival Immortal Emperors. Before him stood the puppet's cold gaze. Hanju was sweating bullets after hearing how overpowered it was. Xing Hongzhuan, who was standing next to him, was completely puzzled by his series of expressions. By the time Hanju completely escaped from the divine sense within the secret, he realized that she was about to strip him bare. He yelled in shock. "Stop!" Xing Hongzhuan pouted unhappily. "Hubby, you're too fast." Hanju blushed and adjusted his clothes. "Thank you for sharing this treasure. May I take this wooden tablet with me?" She was also embarrassed by him, hugging a pillow as she replied. "Of course. Everything is yours, hubby." Hanju thought to himself. This girl is indeed bold, but it was my fault for not preparing and sending out my primordial spirit first. Well, thank you then. I'll go study this. I'll visit again next time. With that, he waved goodbye and left, leaving Xing Hongzhuan alone, blushing as she hugged her pillow and dreamily thought about what just happened. Back in Hanju's cave abode, it was already midday, But the space remained cool and quiet. He began to work on producing the puppets. Unexpectedly, this heaven puppet secret technique from the ancient Forbidden Zone was truly extraordinary. Normally, it would be difficult to transform spiritual energy into a physical form, let alone create a puppet. But the heaven puppet method could do it, Hanju quickly assessed. Moreover, the secret technique to split the soul is also very rare. It's like having an extra pair of eyes, and you can have the same perspective as the puppet. That means you can make one for everyone. Just in case they run into danger outside, it could save their lives. Even if the puppet can't win, it can share their location so I can come rescue them. He was having some serious thoughts when those blush-worthy scenes popped into his head. Thinking about it, Hanju shouted, "I'm gonna make!" But he underestimated the difficulty of crafting puppets. The difficulties started piling up as a frustrated voice echoed in his cave dwelling. "It broke! How did it break?" Followed by a disbelieving scream. "Grinding stone, engraving wire, soaked in water, how did it crack?" Hanju didn't give up. Despite failing countless times, he wanted to try again. "I don't believe it." And so, after 2 years of tireless crafting, the first person he wanted to see was Xing Hongzhuan. She was reading a book when she was called over. "Miss Xing, this puppet is for you." Xing Hongzhuan turned around, completely surprised to see a stuffed toy that looked exactly like Hanju, and he said shyly, "You can keep it in your storage ring. Carry it with you wherever you go. It'll save your life in a pinch." Chang Yuer also got one from Hanju, and she absolutely loved it. "So cute. Thank you, junior brother." As for Zhishuan, he just gave it to her and ran away, leaving her alone with the puppet in her hand, leaving Zhishuan speechless as she stared at the puppet. Because the heavenly puppet was practically a glitch, Hanju once thought about building an army. But he found that the soul power needed to control the puppets, which had to be split from his own spirit, would have a huge impact on his cultivation, so he decided to stop. After much deliberation, he decided he couldn't waste any more time on his cultivation. The system announced that he had reached his 2nd year of life, marking a significant time on his cultivation journey. "From now on, you have the following options." Hanju sighed. Time really flies. The 2 options given by the system were: 1. Continue to cultivate quietly as before. 2. Cultivate prominently. He read them over and pondered, choosing to cultivate quietly. 2. To go outside and be a peerless genius? No way. The system reminded him. "You have received the 4th grade spirit treasure, Hanjun glazed crown." Hanju put on the new item, thinking, "It's a defensive spirit treasure. The system really knows me." From head to toe, he was fully armed with spirit treasures. Anyone below the void amalgamation realm couldn't threaten him. On his head was the 4th grade Hanjun glazed crown, but he still thought, "This crown is too small." Overall, Hanju's equipment from head to toe. His clothes were the 7th grade Golden Cicada Mysterious Divine Robe, his belt was the Minor Cosmos, and his shoes were the 5th grade 9 Stars Spirit Stepping Shoes. Su Qi looked on with admiration, saying, "Senior, your new hair accessory looks so handsome," he retorted, annoyed. "It's a crown, not a hair accessory." But for Hanju, these things didn't matter much, because magical treasures were ultimately external items. True strength still came from within. "It's been a while. How's my cultivation going?" 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Real Person 9 Cauldrons led another group of disciples to the overseas. Chang Yuer was on the ship heading overseas, crying her eyes out. "My junior brother, how am I supposed to live without you?" Hanju, as always, didn't go overseas with 9 Cauldrons. He just came to see them off. "Have a safe voyage, everyone." After seeing Chang Yuer and the others off, he thought, "Now that Real Person 9 Cauldrons is gone, I wonder how long I'll have to guard the sect." System: check the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect right now. After receiving Hanju's question, the system replied, "Yi Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Transformation Realm, heir of the Poison King." The familiar name made him pause. He searched through his memories and vaguely remembered. Moju mentioned this person. Someone discovered Li Qianlong's cave dwelling. She had raved. It said he almost achieved the soul transformation realm in his lifetime. What he left behind must be extraordinary, such a great opportunity, and you're not going. What a pity. But Hanju didn't think it added up. Why haven't I heard of Li Qianlong becoming a disciple of any sect? The 5th level of the soul transformation realm in the Great Yan cultivation world is top tier. Wherever he goes, he'd cause a stir. His thoughts drifted. He's a spy. In the main hall of the sect, Jingxi is announcing, this month's elite class disciples can enter the secret chamber in the ancient forbidden area. Related disciples remember to register at the secret chamber. Then they can cultivate in peace. She sat high above, continuing, this time, although Ancestor 9 Cauldrons has left, he left us many opportunities. Don't disappoint his painstaking efforts. Li Qianlong mingled in the crowd, chuckling inwardly. Old fool? I've finally waited for my chance. He was calculating his next steps. Calm down. There's one person who will stop me before I can execute my plan. I'll deal with him first. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect. Old Man Godslayer in the ancient forbidden ground. At this moment, Zhu Fan was in a state of utter exhaustion. He was extremely resentful. Must I, Zhu Fan, resign myself to this? No, my fate is in my own hands. Not heaven's. He collapsed before a mysterious dark purple object, surrounded by withered skeletons. Thinking this, Zhao Fan struggled to rise from the shackles that were trying to hold him back. I've succeeded. Snatched my life from the hands of the one called Heaven. Zhao Fan's entire body was enveloped like a chrysalis. 5 years later, the system announced again. Xuan Qingjun comprehended a divine ability. Mo Fuqi fell into demonic cultivation. Chaos Heavenly Dog comprehended its natal divine ability. Real Person 9 Cauldrons encountered a demon king. His Dao heart was damaged. Hanju read it and said, 3 seconds of silence for old Ancestor 9 Cauldrons. Who told you to look at those outstanding stars? Another notification arrived, surprising him. Your friend, Zhu Fan, achieved the self-tyrant physique. Earth-shattering. He sat reading the news from the notification board, utterly shocked. So many things happened in these 5 years. Suddenly a sense of unease washed over him, making Hanju tremble. This isn't good. At this rate, they'll surpass me. The system is checking the Jade Pure Sect's perimeter. No trace of Li Qianlong has been found. Seeing this, he was relieved. He's gone. Good thing he didn't do anything. I was distracted by watching him cultivate. It's time to go all out. Let's see who's the cat and who's the mouse. The 2 demonic beasts, a chicken and a dog, saw Hanju's aura and couldn't help but worry. How many times has Master been like this year? The 3rd time, I think. He never seems to rest. Heiyuji curled his lip. Sitting for too long isn't good. There's a reason cultivators often get hemorrhoids. Tu Chi, however, was still infatuated. Senior is truly worthy of facing his own destiny. Another 5 years passed. Li Qingzi appeared, calling, Elder Han, are you there? It's me, old Li. Hearing the call, Hanju replied, Sect leader, please stop. Let's go somewhere else to reminisce. At this time, he had already broken through to the 8th level of the soul transformation realm, while Su Qi was still hidden away. Fearing he'd bring misfortune to others, Li Qingzi opened his mouth. Elder Han, long time no see, you've improved a lot. He replied politely. And you as well, sect leader. May I ask why you've come to find me? He looked as gloomy as a stale bun, saying, The Righteous Path's grand cultivation gathering is about to begin. Are you going, Elder Han? Hearing this, he thought, a grand cultivation gathering. Sounds like a place where trouble easily brews. Therefore, Hanju decisively replied, I'm not going. But before he could finish, Li Qingzi's big hand covered his mouth. This gathering is in the capital of the Great Yan Dynasty. Participating will grant you the chi luck of the human race, which is only beneficial for cultivators. Hanju hesitated. I'm not going anywhere. After all, now that the ancestor has left, other forces probably know about it. You should understand what I mean. Li Qingzi sighed. I knew you'd say that. You don't even want such a great opportunity. Wait till I get the chi luck and come back to make you jealous. Hanju changed the subject, and what he wanted to inquire about was Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi's face darkened. How do you know about that evil creature? He began to recount what he knew about Li Qianlong. He was once my junior brother, a genius rarely seen in 100 years of the Jade Pure sect, but he and Guan Yugang both liked Xishuan Xianzi. They once had a life and death duel, and my master had to intervene, he recounted sadly, but Li Qianlong was not convinced, and dared to ambush my master. Fortunately, I intervened in time, preventing a major mistake, but he had his meridians severed, and was locked up in Repentance Cliff, to reflect on his actions. Then he escaped, leaving a letter before he left. He said he would return one day to destroy the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this story, Hanju couldn't help but think, no wonder the master doesn't allow disciples of Jade Peak to fall in love. Back to reality, Li Xingzi asked. But why did Elder Han suddenly mention him? Hanju told the truth. In the inner city, I met someone claiming to be Li Qianlong's disciple, recruiting others to join him. I was also invited. But when I looked for him, he disappeared. Hearing this, he anxiously moved his face closer to Hanju's. What? He's here? What's he up to, recruiting people? Hanju told the truth. Or rather, made something up. He caught a fish, and inside the fish's belly was a piece of paper that said, Great Chu Rising, or something like that. Li Qingzi broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Great Chu Rising. He wants to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. Immediately after, a deafening shout startled the birds in the trees. Elder Han, you must capture him. And be careful, don't kill him. Then Li Qingzi hurriedly turned and left. I have to tell my fellow disciples to be prepared, Elder Han. Take care. The system gave another notification. Perhaps something unexpected happened, surprising Hanju a little. Sect leader Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the cultivation gathering. Choose one. 1. Refuse and continue cultivating. Receive a spirit treasure. 2. Accept and leave the sect with the sect leader. Receive a superior grade spirit stone. He immediately complained, this system is so slow. He's already refused, and now the system notifies me. You have refused the sect leader's invitation. Congratulations. You have received the supreme grade spirit treasure, Book of Misfortune. Hanju thought in surprise. Huh? Supreme grade? Book of Misfortune? A supreme grade spirit treasure that can curse living beings, bringing misfortune to the target, and they won't even notice. Looking at the scene before him, Hanju thought, opening treasures never had such a grand scene. This treasure is like a book. Its owner can make their wishes come true by opening it, while the cursed person will suffer misfortune for a long time. Hanju sat down on the ground, arms crossed, thinking, Book of Misfortune, the name fits. It clearly doesn't bode well. There are so many sealed books on it. It must be a real killing book. Maybe like Su Qi. It brings misfortune to curse others. The boy sweeping nearby suddenly noticed him. Su Qi stared at Hanju blankly, his cheeks flushed, feeling a sudden sense of closeness. Hanju's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes flashing. What did you say? Su Qi jumped in fright, begging for mercy, and the boy ran away in terror. Sorry for disturbing you, senior. Hanju didn't chase after him but watched silently. Can misfortune resonate with each other? Interesting? He wondered. But the system only produces high-quality items. The Book of Misfortune won't curse someone to death, will it? Without thinking too much, he bit his finger. Might as well bind it first. The book was covered in talismans. Hanju dripped his blood on it, the most prominent talisman. His drop of blood slowly seeped into the old and tattered talisman. The talisman instantly emitted a brilliant aura, illuminating the entire area. At the same time, a stream of purple light appeared from nowhere, engulfing Hanju. But who to test it on? He flipped through the Book of Misfortune. Zhu Farron is the top enemy. Nah, he's too strong, it won't work. Cursing undetected, the system says so, but it feels kinda sus. Hanju suddenly thought of Li Qianlong. He can't even beat me at the same level, let alone this guy who's plotting to overthrow the Yu King sect. He put on a scary face, flashing a sinister grin. If it weren't for you, our Jade Serene Peak might have had some romance blooming already. In a secluded forest, birds soared through the sky, piercing through the fluffy clouds. Waterfalls cascaded from high above, making the current even more intense. Li Qianlong knelt before a house, sincerely begging his master to come down the mountain. The master refused. This old master has long been detached from the mortal world, no longer participating in the strife of the cultivation world. Your grudge is yours to settle. Li Qianlong was sweating buckets, frowning as he pleaded, "Master, please impart the poison god pill to me." The master still refused. "What if you use it to poison me to death? Wouldn't I die unjustly?" He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. This old dog is still wary. At this moment, the master finally explained, "Nine Cauldron's true person has already sensed my existence, so I can't offend him. But if you want revenge, you can go find the Wei family of the Great Yan Dynasty." In the cultivation world, the Wei family of the Great Yan Dynasty has extensive connections. "Do you understand my meaning?" Li Qianlong quickly understood. He grumbled as he walked. "Damn old geezer. I spent so many years as a medicinal body for nothing. Kept saying I'm the sole heir of the Poison King, but he didn't even impart all his skills." Li Qianlong blurted out some unpleasant words. "Just you wait. When the time comes." Suddenly, lightning flashed in the sky. Perhaps his karma had arrived. Before Li Qianlong could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning struck him from the sky. On one side, the sun was shining brightly, but on Li Qianlong's side, the sky was as dark as ink, with a cloud emitting continuous lightning bolts striking him. Elsewhere, Hanju silently stared at the old book covered with talismans. He asked, "Near Yuan has been cursing all day, but there seems to be no reaction. Is this a fake?" Yang Tiandong happily showed off his achievements. "Master, this disciple has not failed your expectations. I've become a core disciple. The absolute emotion sword technique you imparted is truly supreme. Many people can't even withstand a single move. I plan to go to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly, representing the Yu Qing sect, to establish a reputation. Could you teach me another move?" Suqi became curious upon hearing this. "Could it be that you are the senior brother Yang Tiandong that the senior mentioned?" He scratched his head shyly. Hearing this, Hanju immediately kicked Yang Tiandong off the mountain. He cried out, "Master is against me going to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly." He explained, "I'm afraid you'll spread bad luck." 5 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the perfected God transformation realm. He thought, "Once I enter the void amalgamation realm, the efficiency of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy will triple, but others in the cave will not be able to absorb the spiritual energy. This is not fair to Su Qi. Keeping him in the cave forever is not a long-term plan. Where should he go in the future?" After pondering for a long time, Hanju finally spoke. "Su Qi, come to me, I have something to say." The boy immediately obeyed, quickly approaching him and asking, "What is it, senior?" Hanju laid out his condition. "You've been at Yu Qing sect for years, so you've kind of started down the cultivation path. I'll give you a mission. If you can pull it off, I'll take you as a disciple." Su Qi perked up at this. "What's the mission? Su Qi will definitely not let senior down." He pointed at the kid, laying out his demand. "I want you to go to Beizhou." Hanju's face turned scary serious. "Join the Yu Yao sect. focus on cultivation, and then be an inside man. I'll wipe out the sect and come get you." Suchi couldn't help but be amazed. "Wipe out a sect? What realm is senior at? So OP?" The kid excitedly yelled. "This disciple will definitely complete the mission," he instructed. "This is a secret mission. Don't tell anyone. Now go." Sushi immediately obeyed. The kid held his hand up to the sky, basking in the sunlight. "It's been so many years, I didn't think Senior would ever let me go." Sunlight streamed through the gaps in his fingers. Sunshi pondered. "I thought I'd have to surpass Senior's cultivation before I could leave. I was mentally prepared to stay there my whole life. I must complete my master's test." The kid scratched his head. Oh snap. Suichi just remembered he didn't ask where Beichao was. Hanju, with a demonic look on his face and fiery red eyes, stared at a book filled with charms and yin-yang symbols. Meanwhile, on a mountain under a gloomy sky, the air was cold and mysterious, filled with bizarre creatures. A gigantic monster with a round body and a mouth like a huge vortex appeared, making everything around it tremble. Amidst the chaotic, dusty scene, Li Qianlong was sweating bullets, his face tense and terrified as he faced the terrifying creature. He was so tense that he didn't even notice someone calling him. The guy next to him wondered, "Aren't you supposed to know the way? Why did you lead us into a demon den?" Li Qianlong's face darkened. This road wasn't like this before. He frantically tried to reassure them. "Don't panic. There's a shortcut this way. I've been through it before." Lian Qianlong wondered, "What the heck is going on? It's like my bad luck has spread to everyone around me." While he was walking, he got struck by lightning out of nowhere. And when Lian Qianlong was diligently cultivating every day, he ran into inner demons. Just last week, he tried to rob a cultivator who was carrying a guitar on his back. Li Qianlong lamented. "Who knew he was pretending to be weak? We almost got wiped out." He motivated himself. "No way, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I can't give up here." Li Qianlong blurted out, "I remember the direction. We go this way." The guy next to him replied helplessly, "We just came from that way." From that day to 20 years later, the system popped up a bunch of notifications. One notification caught Hanju's attention. Quote, "Your disciple, Su Qi, spread bad luck. The Qingui sect was struck by 100-year, unseen tribulation." The entire sect was wiped out. He stared at the system notification, unable to hold back his laughter. Hanju grinned, secretly praising Su Qi. Jingxi, who was nearby, spoke up. "From today onward, no disciples are allowed to enter the myriad demons realm until further notice." Everyone started whispering amongst themselves. He turned around and exclaimed, "Who knows how long this tribulation in the myriad demons realm will last?" "Sorry for the trouble, Jingxi Genren," she replied. "It's no problem, please, Elder Han," Hanju eagerly agreed. "Thank you, Jingxi." Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, along with a notification. Quote, "Teleportation activated. Destination, Myriad Demons Realm." Jingxi worried. Less than 100 years since Huashen, over 200 years old and already at the Rongshu realm. Even old ancestor Juding took almost 1,000 years to get there. A disciple wondered, "What's going on in the Myriad Demons realm?" She still looked up and replied, "Elder Zihan Shen is borrowing the Myriad Demon realm to transcend his tribulation. Remember this. Don't spread it around. Just say the Myriad Demon realm suffered a natural disaster. Got it?" Hearing Jingxi's words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation, like hardcore fans seeing their idol. Behind the excited crowd, one guy had a dark expression, clutching his binoculars tightly. At that moment, Guan Yugang was closing his eyes tightly, sensing everything around him. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "Finally, I have a chance in the Myriad Demon realm." Thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed incessantly in the dark sky. Not only that, but it's been thundering and lightning non-stop for the past 8 days. Then a huge bolt of lightning finally tore through the sky, hurtling down with unimaginable speed. Hanju's eyes opened, revealing his mysterious dark brown pupils. Hanju's face was emotionless as he sat still. Quote, "Void amalgamation realm achieved." The system's voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations on your breakthrough. You have received one of 2 symbiotic magic treasures, fusing into your soul. It will only recognize Hanju for life, and as you get stronger, it will also get stronger." Without hesitation, he chose the sword. The system then popped up. "Congratulations, you have received the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. Because you didn't reincarnate according to the usual rules, the Hongmeng Qi in your body refined a symbiotic magic treasure for you." A sword bamf suddenly appeared from within a strange cloud of black smoke. Hanju's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise as he looked at the powerful sword and said, "Hongmeng, huh?" He rested his hand on his chin, wondering, is it the Hongmeng from those primordial Honghuang-era novels? Hanju looked at his character info screen. What the heck is the detachment stage? Like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon, shedding the mortal body? Is this a sign of going to Immortal Realm? The distance between the Void Amalgamation Realm and the nascent Soul Realm is truly like heaven and earth. What the nascent Soul Realm can't do, the Void Amalgamation can do easily. The image of a silent, dense forest quickly appeared in his mind. Hanju was certain his divine sense could now extend for over 100 miles. A giant python with black eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared in his mind, followed by a scene of Guan Yugang walking forward, imposing and powerful. Sensing something was up, Hanju exclaimed in surprise, "Why is Elder Guian here?" He said, "The lightning tribulation has dissipated. I wonder where Elder Zion Shen is hiding, looking for me." A voice suddenly sounded from behind Guan Yugang, startling him pale. He blushed, looking at Hanju in surprise. Is this Elder Zan Shen? So handsome? Switching back to a meeting room? As the host, Lianlong offered his opinion. "What do you all think about this matter?" One of them slammed the table angrily and roared, "That Mo Fuqi, it's too much. Relying on being a Yuqing sect disciple, he's arrogantly snatching our sect's treasures." Another person quickly chimed in. "Treasures are unowned. Whoever grabs them gets them. If you can't snatch them back, just say so directly." He got a glare and a curse in return. Even so, that person couldn't help but exclaim, "But the Yuqing sect's actions have been really arrogant lately, more overbearing than before." This opinion was echoed by another person. "If you all feel the same way, then why don't we join forces to suppress them?" A new plan was immediately proposed. Li Chanlong, with a scheming look, agreed, saying, "Exactly. The Yuqing sect is harboring demonic scum. Monfuqi has killed countless loyal people. We must bring them to justice." He frowned sinisterly, ordering, "Everyone in this room agrees." Back in the 10,000 Demons realm, Hanju, wearing a blank face, asked the person below, "You seek me?" He thought this guy didn't look friendly at all. However, the man sighed appreciatively and exclaimed, "Indeed, Elder Zhan Shen. I am Guan Yugang. We had an agreement." This statement immediately made Hanju frown and question, "Agreement?" Before Hanju could think, he immediately pointed at him with a resolute attitude. "I issued a challenge to you. If I win, I become the sect leader of the Yuqing sect." Elder Zihan Shen. "Have you forgotten?" Guan Yugang frowned, thinking to himself, is he scared and trying to find an excuse to avoid the fight? As for Hanju, he looked extremely troubled and awkward right now, remembering his master's serious face when he instructed him. "The reason I've come to find you is that I hope you can help me suppress senior brother Guan." Hanju's expression couldn't help but make Guan Yugang uncomfortable. Thinking this, he jumped down and couldn't help but sigh wearily. It's never early, never late, It always has to be at this moment. Yu Gang approached, disgruntledly saying, "So you agree?" Without waiting for Hanju to answer, he attacked. "Very well, Elder Zhan Chen. My divine powers are very strong. Try to endure them," Quan Yu Gang secretly thought. "This time, I'll use the divine power I just comprehended to kill him instantly. Then, Senior Sister Xishuan will look at me differently." Then, he controlled and gathered the aura from the four swords into one, forming a sword with immense power. This is an unparalleled divine ability. With true damage, the killing move complete, Guan Yugang launched the sword towards Hanju without any hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Hanju calmly made a hand seal and teased, thinking, "It's been a long time since I used this move." Hanju's eyes now mixed with a hint of anger and determination to defeat the opponent in one move. Ultimate skill, Divine Sword. Instantly, a sword aura 10,000 times larger than Yu Gang's sword shot down, causing him to exclaim in shock and utter panic, "What is that size?" The ultimate move descended, defeating Quan Yu Gang in the blink of an eye, sending him flying and screaming in pain. He was now defeated, unable to resist, only able to gape and exclaim, "I couldn't withstand one sword from him. If he hadn't held back, I would already be dead. No wonder Senior Sister yearns for him. My heart aches. So bitter. It's laughable that I even thought I could defeat him in one move." Quan Yu Gang fell, accepting defeat, while Hanju gently approached and consoled, "Actually, you are already very strong. You just chose the wrong opponent." Then, he turned and walked away, leaving a word for him. "Now, only you in the Yu King sect are worth my attention." Quan Yu Gang could only sit there and weakly exclaim, "Elder Zhan Shen." He continued to comfort him. "Don't be discouraged. There is a future with the new Yu Qing sect." At this moment, there was no longer hatred or a desire to eliminate him in Yu Gang's eyes, but rather admiration and respect. The system then displayed a notification. "Quan Yu Gang has developed goodwill towards you." But he responded with a dismissive attitude, "Shut up." 3 years passed in a flash. In front of a stone tablet engraved with the words, "Bitter cultivation to become immortal." Hanju was now admiring his achievement and sighing. "Bitter cultivation to become immortal. That will be the name of this mountain in the future." Hundun Tiangu flattered, "The aura on Master's body is too strong. Did you break through again?" Hei Yu Ji chimed in. "Of course. Who is our master?" He beamed, enjoying the praise from the two of them. "As expected of the spiritual pets I raised, they truly understand me. Actually, it's true that I broke through. After trying a simulated battle, I finally defeated Zhu Ding Zhenren. Good thing my Hongmeng Judgment Sword activated its divine power." Thinking about it, he recalled how he defeated True Man 9 Cauldrons in such a badass way. Still riding that high, Hanju thought smugly, "I can even beat someone at the 8th level of Void Amalgamation, so Zhao Zhe at the 2nd level is a no-brainer." Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his train of thought. "You have new social connections. Checking." Hanju just sighed. "Damn, this cultivation world is too exciting," he mused. With True Man 9 Cauldrons as support, the Jade Pure sect doesn't need to be as humble and cautious as before. But what about the other sects? Do they also have some old monster backing them up? Nope, Void Amalgamation is not enough. I gotta keep cultivating and reach the body integration realm ASAP. All of a sudden, a voice cut through Hanju's thoughts from behind. "Bitter cultivation ascends Immortal Mountain. Is Elder Han home?" Standing before him was Li Qingzi, looking more pathetic than ever. Seeing his injuries, Hanju was exasperated. "Sect leader, can't you just cultivate in peace for a few hundred years?" But Li Qingzi responded with a serious, panicked expression. "Elder Han, we're in big trouble. The sect, the two orthodox and demonic factions of the Great Yan have joined forces to attack our Jade Pure sect." Li Qianlong appeared, his face full of murderous intent. "Get ready to attack the Jade Pure sect." Hanju couldn't help but be surprised and question Li Qingzi. What's this about the two orthodox and demonic factions joining forces to attack? He just grumbled and recounted the story in frustration. They said our sect has a core disciple who fell into demonic practices. I personally went to apologize, but they attacked me anyway. The more he talked, the angrier he became. Li Qingzi pointed at Hanju and said, "Oh yeah, you know that disciple? His name is Mo Fuqi." This made Hanju's eyes widen in surprise. The story became even more serious as he began to suspect someone is trying to smear our sect and take advantage of the situation to attack us. Hanju frowned, his expression becoming more serious. "What's the deal with Mo Fuqi? Tell me about it." Speaking of Fuqi's past, he's from the Mo family, a cultivation family. Back then, his name wasn't Mo Fuqi yet, but then disaster struck. Someone from the Mo family colluded with demonic forces, causing the entire family to be destroyed by the combined forces of the righteous and demonic paths. Only Mo Fuqi and Mo Zhu survived. From then on, the two siblings relied on each other, wandering the mortal realm, until they met Taoist Thunder Immortal of the Jade Pure sect. He accepted them as disciples and gave them new names. He looked at the two young children and gently reminded them, "From now on, Mo Fuqi will be your name. I hope you forget your hatred and start a new life." At this point, Li Qingzi could only sigh in frustration and say, but he couldn't fulfill that wish. Once when he went out to train, he encountered his old enemies and mercilessly killed quite a few disciples from that sect. Later, he also killed people from other sects involved in the incident, resulting in him being hunted down by over 5 sects. Forced into a corner, Motofuki had to use his family's divine power. As a result, the divine power contained demonic thoughts, causing him to become possessed. He relied on this divine power to kill even more people, causing him to become completely demonized with no turning back. Right now, Hanju gritted his teeth and insisted, "Mofuki definitely isn't that kind of person. He's always been humble. He wouldn't act so extreme." Old Lai agreed with him and thought the same. "This is too unbelievable. These sects didn't even ask me before they started hunting him down. What if he was being manipulated?" He even said angrily, "I originally wanted to dissuade them, but they even beat me up. They clearly just want to use this as an excuse to start a war. Now we're surrounded by them. Plus, the old ancestor has left. Originally, with Elder Han and Quan Ugong, we could still put up a fight, but Quan Ugong was seriously injured for some unknown reason and hasn't recovered. Our only option is to run." He couldn't help but wonder and sigh. As for Hanju, he quickly turned his face away, avoiding eye contact and trying to make it seem like none of this had anything to do with him. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked, "Sect leader, don't rush. Do they have any void amalgamation or body integration realm experts?" Old Lai replied confidently. "How could they?" He explained emphatically. Before, Huang Zuntian, at the 9th level of nascent soul realm, was already arrogant enough in the Great Yan. If they had cultivators of that level, they would have destroyed the 6 Desire Saint cult long ago. He kept asking questions. Then what about going out to find opportunities since the old days? Li Qingzi didn't know either, only vaguely replied, "I'm not sure." Back when the founder contacted the various sects, they were all like family. Or at least I haven't heard of other void amalgamation realm cultivators in Dayan. Hanju was about to say something, but Lao Li cut him off. The old guy just sadly said, "Elder Han, prepare to leave. In 3 days at most, I'll lead the Yunqing sect to find the founder." Behind him, Hanju's expression turned scheming, exuding a cold aura as he said, "Run. Why the hell would we run? I'm not running. Why are you running? Let them come. They'll understand if the scariest person in the Yuqing sect isn't necessarily the founder." Lao Li's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. He immediately asked, "What realm are you at now?" A clear, prideful answer came, "At least, no weaker than the founder. that only amplified the old guy's shock. Time. A year had passed. 2 Yu-King sect disciples were going down the mountain, chatting as they went. I heard the disciples of the other 19 sects are getting close to the Yu-King sect. Should we run? The other person confidently replied. Run? Why? They wouldn't dare attack. If they do, the founder will come back and wipe them all out. Suddenly, the two of them were surprised to find a strange figure standing in the distance. The person suddenly turned around, causing them to panic and shout, "It's Huang Jihai of the Zuxi Sword Sect. The Zuxi Sword Sect is attacking." Not waiting for the other person to explain, the two of them immediately bolted, leaving Jihai standing there dumbfounded. He could only stand there frozen. Suddenly a voice came from behind, making Jihai shudder in fear. "Why are you here again? Didn't you get beat up enough last time?" Hanju was already standing behind him, questioning him. Jihai could only panic and explain, "Fellow Taoists, don't attack! I'm just here to visit. I have no malicious intent." That made Hanju curious, and he asked, "Visit me? How strange." He suddenly blushed and said shyly, "Recently, the two paths of righteousness and evil are joining forces to deal with the Yuqing sect. I was ordered by my sect to ask if the Yuqing sect needs any help." His eyes suddenly turned cold as he replied, "No need. No matter how many of you come, you will all die." Jihai looked surprised and a little scared, thinking to himself, "He's so confident, no wonder he's the god, slaying elder." Hanju interrupted his thoughts and said immediately, "But maybe someone is behind this. If you can find that person, I wouldn't mind asking my sect master to establish a permanent alliance with you." Jihai asked in surprise, "Really?" A definite answer rang out. Not a word is false. His face suddenly became happy and excited, and he exclaimed, "Elder Zihan can actually fight 19 sects by himself. Being able to form an alliance is worth offending 19 sects." The system on Hanju's side announced, "Huang Jihai has developed goodwill towards you. Current goodwill is 4 stars. He thought to himself, "This guy doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he?" The scene shifts to a house placed in the middle of a lake, on a high mountain, surrounded by mist. Li Qianlong from the Wei family was bowing respectfully and requesting someone mysterious inside the house. Li Qianlong of the Wei family requests that the senior come down the mountain. The mysterious person walked out and asked him back, "My requirements for going down the mountain are very high." He quickly replied, "Senior, just name your price, and I will agree." The mysterious person acted mysteriously and asked back, "Really? Anything? Ah?" He asked himself and answered himself with a mysterious smile. Yes, Li Qianlong's face was full of murderous intent and confidence, as if he was plotting something big. In some ancient secret realm, a place with dark caves and large rock arches opening up to the sky and distant mountain peaks, Sheng Hongshuan was scribbling away, copying down the text, and muttering, "These secret techniques on the wall look super mysterious." She cheered happily, "If I copy this down and bring it back for my hubby, he'll definitely be stoked." Then she turned to Hanju's puppet and said, "I wonder if hubby can hear what I'm thinking." Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan heard strange footsteps. Her expression turned cautious as she glanced around. Turns out it was Wu Dao. Looking totally depressed, he gave Xing Hongxuan a blank stare. Seeing Xing Hongxuan's wariness, he reassured her, "No need to be so careful, little buddy. I'm just here to check out the cultivation techniques." Then he casually touched the stone wall, completely ignoring Xing Hongxuan. Xing Hongxuan was still suspicious. Judging by his vibe, this isn't his first time here. Maybe he found this cliff before me. The atmosphere became eerily silent. On the other side, Hanju also learned what was happening inside the cave via his puppet. His face showed a hint of worry, but not much. He thought to himself, "Seems like this guy doesn't have any bad intentions. No need to freak out too much, but I should probably leave a mind's eye behind just in case. Suddenly, a black crow flew over, catching Hanju's attention. He noticed something attached to its leg and wondered, is that a jade scroll for transmitting messages? But here's the problem. Hanju's never used one of these things before. How's he supposed to work it? Before Hanju could figure it out, the scroll suddenly emitted a blinding light, and out popped Huang Jihao's face, the elder of this Han family. I found out the details, Hanju. At that moment, Hanju was just staring at Huang Jihao's face like, dude, what happened to you? Huang Jihao continued. 19 rogue sects ambushed the Jade Pure sect. This is related to the Wei family. I'm okay, don't worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, the light vanished, leaving Hanju dumbfounded. The system panel showed Huang Jihao was attacked a bunch of times, but luckily escaped. Hanju saw this and sighed. He's fine, so why would I even worry about him? He couldn't help but be surprised by Su Qi. He brings destruction everywhere he goes. It looks like the heir of the Immortal Emperor really does have a lot of luck, and the Wei family can actually seriously injure Huang Jihao? I should find out more about this family. Thinking this, Hanju immediately went to Li Qingzi to ask about it. As soon as the old man heard the name Wei family, his expression changed slightly. Hanju continued, I'm sure the sect master knows about the Wei family. Li Qingzi didn't deny it. The Wei family of the Great Yan isn't too famous. They only have one nascent soul cultivator. But the Wei family has a ton of beautiful women who have married into all sorts of places. Their business network is considered the biggest outside of the Great Yan. As he spoke, his expression became perverted. You want a woman too? Hanju's eyes remained sharp as he asked, is it possible that the Wei family is behind this? Li Qingzi immediately denied it. The Wei family doesn't have that much patience. Plus, they have a good relationship with the Jade Pure sect. But Hanju didn't think so. With a wide network, anything is possible. So who's the master of the Wei family? Li Qingzi only knew that it had changed hands, but he didn't know who it was now. Hanju heard this and reassured him that he would ensure his safety. Jingxi also took the opportunity to remind him to take his medicine. Hanju shook his head and sighed. Haven't even dealt with the old grudges, and now there are new ones. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. If I knew who was behind it, I could get revenge already. He couldn't swallow this anger. Might as well vent some anger on those two, Xiao Yi and Lian Qianlong. Cursed Xiao Yi last week, now it's the other guy's turn. Hanju's expression gradually lost its humanity, anticipating what was about to happen. In some secret chamber, Lian Qianlong's diligent cultivation finally bore fruit. He was on the verge of breaking through. He was overjoyed, his heart practically bursting with excitement. If I break through this time, the chances of success will be even greater. Suddenly, Lin Qianlong froze, a sharp pain shooting through him from somewhere. He immediately coughed up blood, racked by relentless coughing. Li Qianlong roared in agony. I was so close to succeeding. Why is this happening? Despair crept into his eyes. If this continues, when will I ever overthrow the Yuqing sect? But then he reassured himself. Never mind. The time is almost here anyway. I'll stick to the plan. With that, Li Qianlong headed towards the dark staircase. On the other side, in a magnificent city, inside, everyone was partying, creating a loud and lively atmosphere. They eagerly greeted Li Qianlong and inquired about his cultivation progress, while others pulled him into the festivities. Ignoring his less than cheerful expression, taking advantage of the crowd, Li Qianlong announced, this time, Wei family and I paid a heavy price. The goal is to invite a void amalgamation cultivator to help us wipe out the Yuqing sect. Everyone looked dubious. Li Qianlong continued. We scouted the Yuqing sect beforehand. Old Ancestor 9 Cauldrons has already gone on a sea voyage. Now their strongest person is the decapitating god elder. As he spoke, his eyes hardened. Do you all want to join forces with me to eliminate the Yuqing sect? An eerie silence fell, as if no one completely trusted Li Qianlong. He reassured them. That senior will leave after the job is done. After overthrowing the Yuqing sect, the Wei family only wants the Yuqing sect's secret realm and won't participate in any fighting. As soon as Li Qianlong finished speaking, everyone present immediately agreed to join him, and their previous suspicions vanished. He put on a show on the outside, but dark schemes already forming in his heart. Once I've destroyed the Yuqing sect, I'll invite that senior to wipe you all out. Just as he was plotting, the pain struck him again. Blood gushing from Lian Qianlong's mouth like a fountain, he screamed inwardly, "Who the hell is toying with me?" Han Ju, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on, just dumbfounded and wondering why there was no feedback. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju's friends were having a rough time, with some falling into demonic paths and others constantly under attack. Su Qi, on the other hand, stumbled upon an opportunity and comprehended divine powers in the second layer of Void Amalgamation Realm. He was super surprised. Zhu Fan even went into the demonic path? Is this like a Tianlai Peak tradition? The Peak Master is screwed, and the disciples are miserable too. See? Jade Serenity Peak is still the best. Suddenly, Hundun Tiangao popped out of nowhere and called out to him. Turns out, it had been cooped up here for too long and wanted to go out and train. Hearing this, Hanju immediately refused. You're a divine beast. If your identity is exposed, people will covet you. Besides, if you're not in the Yuqing sect, it'll be hard for me to save you. Ignoring his advice, Hundun Tiangu insisted. But I always feel like there's some kind of opportunity waiting for me outside. Faced with its earnest plea, Hanju had no choice but to ask again. Are you really sure? Once you're attacked, whether it's by righteous or demonic cultivators, I won't step in to save you. Hearing that, Hundun Tiangao wasn't scared at all, but felt a little confident. I think you should be worried about them instead. Turns out Hanju was overthinking it. Hundun Tiangao was already buffed up this much. He was sweating buckets, realizing he'd been too careless, not noticing its changed appearance. Hundun Tiangu immediately reassured him. Don't worry, master. I'll be careful. Just gonna stroll around a bit and come back. As it spoke, it kept licking Hanju, making him curse inwardly, wishing he could give it a sword. Hanju knew that with Hundun Tiangu's personality, even if he didn't allow it, it would eventually run out on its own. Might as well agree to let it go out and experience things. Looks like it was time for B to hit the road. Hanju saw Hundun Tiangao off. It only barked once in response. He was just about to give it some more instructions. But in an instant, Hundun Tiangao had taken off like a shot, leaving Hanju behind to mutter, "Doggy, just you wait to get backstabbed by society." He could only pray for Hundun Tiangao and reassure himself that it was a blessed beast of fortune, hard to kill, even if it tried. Heiyuji popped up out of nowhere, calling out to him. Hanju couldn't stay calm anymore and shouted, "You want to go too?" Heiyuji panicked and quickly clarified, "How could I? I'd be turned into snake chicken soup out there." Heiyuji then shyly revealed, "I came to ask Master if you could teach me how to cultivate, or some life-saving tricks would be great." Hanju just remembered that Heiyuji had its own innate technique, but lacked magical powers. He decided it was time to teach it a few tricks. Hanju said with expectant eyes, "First, I'll teach you the Dharma idol." He thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity to prove that bitter cultivation is just as effective as going out there." Heiyuji smirked, cursing Hundun Tiangu inwardly. "You dead dog. Bet you didn't see this coming. The moment you left, I asked Master to secretly teach me divine powers. Now, next time we meet, I, the chicken god, will smash your head in." Scene change. In a crowded town, Su Qi wore a pensive expression, strolling through the bustling crowd. The boy wondered, have the past few years been good luck or bad luck. Sukichi's life was truly full of ups and downs. Once he was taken with by a young lady's beauty, but her whole family unfortunately caught a plague. Only Sukichi managed to escape. Another time he was chased by a demon cultivator. Chopped from afar like it was nothing, he used all his strength to escape, but unfortunately stumbled into the lair of a legendary mythical beast, and the demon cultivator instantly died. Luck always seemed to follow Suchi. Every place he stepped into had a test of life and death waiting, but each time he turned danger into safety. But others weren't so lucky. The boy had witnessed too much folks suffering. The feeling of wanting to help but not having the power grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he could only sigh. Facing this world, we're too fragile. Maybe the process is more important than the result of the mission. After experiencing the suffering of the world, the boy finally understood his master's intention. In a daze, the boy accidentally bumped into a woman's chest. She immediately screamed, "Are you so horny you're desperate for my body?" Suichi panicked and apologized profusely, but it was too late. The woman didn't accept his apology and shouted, "I've been indecently assaulted like this. Who will marry me now?" Ignoring Suichi's pleas of innocence, she decisively drew her sword. To the boy's shock, his anger exploded. Losing his reason, the woman lunged at Suichi without hesitation, cursing madly. "Kid, go to hell!" Suichi was terrified and froze, unable to react in time. Unexpectedly, luck came to him again. She tripped over a banana peel. Her fall shook the entire town. Suchi also breathed a sigh of relief, quietly slipping away. As expected, Master is secretly helping me. Otherwise, how could I be so lucky? He really lives up to being called Master. On the other side, Li Qianlong had arrived at the Yuqing sect, gleefully provoking, "Bet you didn't expect it. Your daddy Li Qianlong has come to see you all at the Yuqing sect." After speaking, he turned to Wei Yuan and asked, "How are things, senior?" Wei Yuan frowned and replied, "I just used my divine sense to check. There's only one transformation god realm cultivator in the Yuqing sect, and they seem to be injured." Li Qianlong revealed a sinister expression, plotting something wicked. "The Xianshen elder is injured. Perfect." Wei Yuan was curious. "You invited me here to deal with a sect like this?" Li Qianlong lowered his head, reaching out to stroke Wei Yuan's bald head without any remorse. "I'll be troubling you later, senior." Wei Yuan still looked dignified. "A bunch of rabble. A small matter." With Wei Yuan's backing, Li Qianlong loudly ordered his army to charge forward. The first person to kill their way into the Yuqing sect will be handsomely rewarded. Hearing this, everyone felt invigorated and charged forward in unison. Hanju received a notification from the system about the attack. You can either escape or return to protect the Yuqing sect. Without hesitation, he chose to stay and protect the Yuqing sect. Hanju's eyes were extremely sharp as he exclaimed, "Wei Yuan is a void amalgamation realm level 1 cultivator from Shu Yuan continent, the deputy sect leader of the Zhulong sect." Immediately, the system returned a result. Trial completed. Target has been defeated. Time: 3 seconds. Wei Yuan had fallen to the ground without anyone noticing when it happened. Outside the main hall, a hurried report echoed, 19 sects are attacking. The East Great Gate Guardians request reinforcement for the sect protection formation. The South Gate needs a change of consumables. Inside, a subordinate continued to report, "The Wanyao realm is on the north side." Hearing this, an elder spoke up. "Has it come to such a critical point?" Everyone was curious and asked, "Senior Brother Zhang, why aren't you worried at all? Even if we don't run, we should at least send disciples to resist, right?" Li Qingzi smiled, replying confidently and calmly, "What's the panic? It's just a small matter." One person, sweating, wondered, "Could it be Zihan Shen Elder?" Li Qingzi understood his meaning and said, "That's right. Zihan Shen Elder has decided to face the 19 sects alone. First, to minimize casualties among the disciples. After a pause, Ling Qingzi continued. Second, because the 19 sects aren't splitting up their forces, probably afraid of being ambushed. It's the perfect opportunity for Zahanshen Elder to catch them all in one fell swoop. Someone hesitated and asked, "Is he confident?" Li Qingzi excitedly exclaimed, "Rest assured. Zahanshen Elder said that he can now compete with the founding ancestor. To dare to guarantee that, he must have absolute confidence. This is a God-given opportunity." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and praised. Xishuan really did a great job educating him. At this time, behind the mountain, Hanju rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, "Cultivating for too long made my shoulders and neck a bit stiff." Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. "Master, you've finally come out." Hanju turned to see Hei Yuji carrying large and small bags, urging, "Let's run quickly! I've packed everything." He helplessly thought to himself, Hei Yuji has inherited some of my true ways. He wasn't in a hurry but nonchalantly said, "Relax. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why should we run?" It widened its eyes in surprise, not quite understanding Hanju's meaning. But as soon as he finished speaking, he flew away, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Hei Yuji looked at the swirling dust and thought, "Was Master scolding me just now?" He rode his sword, flying as fast as the wind, rushing straight toward the enemy. Some dude yelled out, "That's the Jade Pure sect ahead. They're totally screwed. And protecting Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi. Seriously, they're traitors to the righteous path." Seeing the figure standing on the cliff, everyone started buzzing. "Is that Senior Wei Yuan? Seriously? A grand scholar of the void amalgamation realm? Shut your trap. We're not worthy to even talk about someone that strong. This battle's gonna be legendary." Li Qianlong saw someone flying over and piped up, "Senior, those Jade Pure sect folks are here." Wei Yuan subtly unleashed his divine sense to size him up. Hanju saw it was just a 9th Bricklayer Foundation Establishment cultivator and scoffed, "Weak sauce." But when he took a closer look, he was stunned by all the bling this guy was rocking. Straight up spirit treasures everywhere. Li Qianlong chuckled derisively. The Jade Pure sects scared stiff, sending one guy to die. Wei Yuan ignored him, thinking, "I only have one spirit treasure, and I had to fight tooth and nail for it." He asked suspiciously, "This guy isn't actually real person 9 Cauldrons, is he?" Li Qianlong guessed, "Probably just an envoy asking for peace. He's from some far-off overseas place. No way he could get here so fast. Plus, the East Lord's in trouble right now. Doubt he has time to bother with the Jade Pure sect." Hearing that, Wei Yuan seemed to get it. No wonder he's covered in defensive treasures. He's probably afraid we're going to take our anger out on him. Hanju quickly flew in front of the two of them. As soon as he landed, Li Qianzong rushed to speak. "The Jade Pure sect only sent one guy. How arrogant!" Hanju scanned them and asked, "You're Li Qianlong, right?" This caught him off guard. He wondered to himself, his pressure resistance is too OP. How does he know I was super careful about keeping this quiet? Then, he secretly sent a message to Wei Yuan. "Something's not right. Please, Senior, take action and eliminate him," he nervously replied. "He's ignoring my pressure resistance. His strength is definitely on par with mine. I doubt he's from the Jade Pure sect." Li Qianlong speculated, "This guy's most likely an elder of the divine punishment. I heard he's the youngest elder in the history of the Jade Pure sect. Apparently he was born outside the sect and is less than 300 years old." Wei Yuan thought to himself, "Less than 300 years old? Then at most he's just entered the transformation divinity realm. He can resist my pressure resistance? He must be relying on spirit treasures." Thinking this, he confidently said, "In that case, does Elder of the Divine Punishment dare to fight me one-on-one?" As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even prepare himself, Hanju suddenly attacked first. He thought dismissively, I wonder where this guy's getting his confidence from, and decided to just kill him. Wei Yuan was still in shock. Unable to believe what just happened, Li Qianlong was horrified, thinking, he has no martial ethics. He actually dared to sneak attack. The crowd below was also jaw-dropped by his insane speed. Hanju didn't hesitate and used the Six Paths Absolute Seal. His palm landed on Wei Yuan's forehead with flashes of lightning. Since entering the Void Amalgamation Realm and comprehending his new divine power, this seal could suppress and kill the enemy's primordial spirit. It was his ultimate move. His physical body was still intact, but his primordial spirit was gone. His knees slammed into the ground, and the moment he let go, Wei Yuan lost consciousness and collapsed. Li Qianlong watched this scene, only managing to utter one word, Senior Wei Yuan. Before he could recover from the shock, he heard Hanju say, You're next. Hanju controlled his sword, the tip aimed straight at Li Qianlong's chest. Then, he raised his hand and lightly flicked out spirit chi detonation. They immediately flew towards his body, dissolving his golden core, tearing his nascent soul, and severely injuring his primordial spirit. In just a few short minutes, Hanju had taken care of the two strongest guys. Everyone was so scared by this sight that they were speechless. After a while, someone hesitantly asked, Sect Master, do we still attack? That Sect Master immediately flew into a rage and cursed, Attack my ass, are you a spy or something? We came to support the Jade Pure Sect, remember? That person faked a laugh and said, Looks like the Jade Pure Sect doesn't need our support, then we'll go first. Sorry for the disturbance. And watched the group hurriedly run away. He secretly felt lucky that the 19 sects didn't fight to the death. If he killed them all, the Jade Pure Sect would become the common enemy of the cultivation world. The Great Yan only needs to intimidate for now. Hanju quickly arrived at the main hall. He stepped inside and called out, Head teacher Li Qianlong, I leave the rest to you guys. Hearing this, everyone asked in disbelief, It's over already? They haven't even started the party yet. Afterwards, he returned to his cave abode behind the mountain. Hanju gently placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. He immediately cast a spell, chanting incantations in his mind, releasing him. A faint ghostly figure immediately appeared before him. He was overjoyed and tearful, stammering, Elder Zihan Shen. Hanju spoke indifferently. Huang Zuntian, listen carefully. Do you want to be resurrected? His words startled him. He hesitated and asked, You mean resurrected? He replied seriously, That's right. There's a corpse here whose primordial spirit has been destroyed, but the physical body is still active. As long as you seize it and merge with it, you can be resurrected. Hearing this, Huang Zuntian immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I, Huang Zuntian, swear to the heavens that I will serve you as a slave. If I don't, may I be devoured by inner demons and die without achieving the Dabo? He kowtowed until his forehead was swollen, but he didn't care. He continued, I will follow you to the end. When I am resurrected, I will sever all ties with the Six Paths Sacred Sect. From now on, I am your man, senior. However, Hanju awkwardly said, Sorry, the Six Paths Sacred Sect has been annihilated. Ignoring that he was mind-blown by the news, he secretly assessed that this Huang Zuntian knew how to play the game, but he couldn't completely trust him just because of these words. His next words attracted Huang Zuntian's attention. This body has an extraordinary identity. He's the deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect. Hanju stated his purpose. He's a grand cultivator of the fusion realm, whose soul I just destroyed. Now I want you to replace him. He was frightened by the words, fusion realm, and stammered, If senior orders it, this subordinate will die without hesitation. He explained annoyedly. Me telling you to replace him isn't to make you do anything. It's just that I'm afraid that the person behind him will come for revenge, affecting my cultivation. Understand? Zuntian nodded hurriedly, indicating that he understood. Hanju said indifferently, "You just need to help me appease the Nine Dragons sect and cover up this matter. In addition, I have left a mark in your soul. If you dare to betray me in the future, I can crush you with a single thought." Hearing this, he knelt down sincerely and said, "Rest assured, Great One, I will never be your enemy." Receiving the assurance, he ordered Zuntian to begin the seizure. 7 days later, the system notified, "Huang Zuntian's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability is 5 stars. Hanju speculated. It seems he has successfully seized the body. In Wei Yuan's body, he was grateful and thankful. Zuntian said respectfully, "I have not failed your command. I have successfully seized the body." Seeing this, he felt that old Huang was acting a little off. He thanked him again. "Senior, I am in your debt. May I ask for Senior's name and dacio title? It would be impolite to keep calling you Elder Xin Shen." Hanju thought for a moment and replied, "Then call me Reincarnation." In his heart, he thought, the 6 paths of reincarnation was successful, so me being called Reincarnation shouldn't be too much. But Zuntian thought differently. Daring to use words like reincarnation as his Dao title, he is indeed not simple. I must latch onto this person tightly. Suddenly, he hesitated and said, "Senior Reincarnation, I just sensed that the Nine Dragons sect is calling for me," as he predicted. Sure enough, after Wei Yuan had been out of contact for so long, they must be very anxious now. The matter cannot be delayed. Yuan quickly set off back to the Nine Dragons sect. Don't forget to remind him, Nine Dragons sect is just outside Great Yan in the West Abyss province. Don't get lost, and remember to keep a low profile. Huang Zuntian immediately obeyed. Before he left, Hanju reminded him again, "If they're not easy to fool, just talk less. After all, you're a great void amalgamation cultivator. They wouldn't dare to interrogate you too hard." He calmly replied, "Don't worry. I kinda want to do this one properly." Confused by what Zuntian meant, he asked again, but he just lightly replied, "Using my old trade." After thinking for a bit, he turned back and asked, "Senior, do you need me to climb to the position of sect leader of the Nine Dragons sect?" His words left Hanju speechless for a long while, then he just said indifferently, "Whatever makes you happy." Zuntian obeyed and bid farewell, preparing to set off. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "You have successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and received a magic manual. Congratulations on obtaining the original form technique. Casting this spell can reveal the original form of all living beings." After reading it, Hanju pondered. The system notification only appeared now, which means if I didn't keep my trump card, the Jade Pure sect would have encountered more trouble. Looks like being cautious is the right way to go. The effects of karma are really scary. A month later, Li Xingzi excitedly carried a box of toys and said, "I'm here to give some treasures to the slashing god Elder." He happily pointed to a large pile of stuff behind him. Thanks to Elder Han, the sect leaders of all 19 sects have come this time, apologizing and giving us a lot of things. "I've picked out some good stuff to give to you, Elder," he replied helplessly. "Sect leader, you're too kind." Li Qingzi suddenly changed his attitude, angrily saying, "I've confronted the sect leaders of all the sects, and this time the mastermind behind it all is that bastard Li Qianlong again. I've already locked him up." Then he sighed with melancholy and said, "We've issued arrest warrants for Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqiu, but those two have completely vanished into thin air. I'm a little worried about them," Hanju said indifferently. "No need to worry, they both have skills. Maybe they've already left Great Yan long ago. Li Qingzi replied. Hopefully that's it. Speaking of the Wei family, it's the same. The Wei family got kicked out of the Great Yan cultivation world by another sect. Without them, stirring up trouble among the forces in Great Yan is way quieter. Don't worry, bro, Hanju reassured himself. That's the way to go. We're not aiming for domination, just chill cultivation so the sect can go further. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju ordered the system, open up the social relationships of Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqiu. Your good friends Mo Fuqi and Zhao Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area and got an ancient inheritance. What a lucky bastards. Hanju was munching away while reading the info, speculating. These two aren't going to end up together later, are they? Forget about them for now. Next up is a bunch of info on my close peeps, he thought with a sigh. These guys, especially my disciples, can't give me a break, huh? Just as Hanju was spacing out, the system popped up with a notification. Detected innate luck possessor. This info freaked him out a bit and caused a bit of annoyance. You're kidding me, another one. Hanju reluctantly clicked on the option the system had just given. He sulked, his face full of suspicion. Please don't tell me it's another troublemaker. At this moment, the system presents a resume of Xun Chenghan. Hanju saw the flood of info in his head and sighed inwardly. He looked at the part that the system specially highlighted. Damn. A human-shaped spirit cube gathering machine. Suddenly, he noticed a line. Wait. He's going out of his way to find me by name? Hanju suddenly remembered the introduction from before, his head full of question marks. He highly praised himself in his head. Am I that famous? A figure bowed before a large stone tablet, with the words, Bitter cultivation leads to immortality carved on it, muttering, This must be Elder Zan Xin's cave abode. The guy is Xun Chenghan. This must be it. Xun Chenghan thought Elder Zhan Shen must be a man of bitter cultivation. Definitely can help me escape from the sea of suffering. He remembered little Mehi and cried secretly, I can't kneel and lick under her skirt anymore. At this moment, Xun Chenghan suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. He kowtowed repeatedly before the stone tablet, shouting, This humble monk Xun Chenghan begs Elder Zhan Shen to take me as a disciple. But a whole hour passed without anyone answering him. Xun Chengyan lost his spirit. Why isn't there any movement? Could it be that the senior isn't here? He put his hands together, banishing the thought from his mind. No way. It must be that the senior is testing me. As long as I persist, my sincerity will move him. Xun Chengyan prostrated, his voice full of sincerity. Please, senior, take me as a disciple. It turns out everything until now has been from Hanju's point of view, through divine sense. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The grand primordial spirit ginseng is good, but it can also bring trouble. Let's just watch for now. Spring came, and he was still kneeling before the huge stone tablet. Then summer came, and it was pouring rain, but he still refused to budge. Autumn passed. The flowers were blooming, people were enjoying themselves together. Finally, winter came, and white snowflakes covered Xun Chengwan's whole body. But he still didn't move. At this moment, it was no longer winter. Suddenly a voice rang out. Awakening his mind, the person asked, You've been kneeling for so long, aren't you tired? The speaker was Mo Zhu. He looked up at her and replied, To see clearly the red face and white bones, I'm not tired. Mo Zhu looked at him, frowning in confusion at Xun Chengzhan's words. He looked at her, a pitiful expression in his eyes, and stammered, Why? You are Elder Zhan Shen. Mo Zhu didn't even bother to turn her head, just confirmed that she wasn't. Mo Zhu looked up at the blue sky, her expression unreadable, and said softly, People like that are born for us to look up to. Mo Zhu frowned, revealing her jade, dew-green eyes filled with coldness. Hanju wasn't backing down either, staring intently at her. He sat cross-legged facing Mo Zhu and asked, Mo girl, "Are you intending to chase after your elder brother who's fallen into the demonic path?" She quickly confirmed, "I'm preparing to find my brother and seek revenge together." Hearing those words, he parted his lips and softly asked, "After so many years, can't you let go of the grudges?" Moju's expression was unreadable. Her lips formed a slight curve. "I originally thought I had let go of the hatred, but after cultivating this far, I realized it has become my heart demon." She stretched out her slender, smooth hands. "If I can't overcome this heart demon, I'll always be shackled, preventing me from ever reaching the nascent soul stage." With that, Moju clenched her hands into fists. She turned her face away, softly saying, "I came to say goodbye to you, and to the entire Yu-King sect, except for my brother." Hanju quietly stared at Moju with his brown eyes. She lowered her head slightly, and he spoke his heart. "The person I care about the most is you. You're the only one who has made my heart flutter." As she spoke, Moju leaned closer to Hanju, their faces close together. Dragonflies fluttered over the water's surface, surrounded by small, vibrant flowers, creating a beautiful scene. Moju leaned forward, leaving Hanju looking dumbfounded, and softly said to him, "There are some things I'm afraid I'll regret if I don't do them, so we'll have to part ways here." Moju's eyes narrowed slightly with tenderness, and a hint of shyness flushed her face. Suddenly, a mysterious force gripped her hand tightly. Moju widened her eyes in surprise and glanced at the person who had just done this. Hanju was still sitting there, his hand holding her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. He coldly glanced at Moju and instructed, "Now that your mind is made up, be careful on the road." Moju decisively pulled her hand back, silently cursing, "Hanju, you pig! What was I even expecting? Why didn't he try to keep me? Even just a little show of reluctance would have been enough." She turned her back to him. Her face darkened, and tears fell silently. "Who knows when we'll meet again in this life after this farewell? I'm so unwilling." Moju pursed her lips, repeatedly telling herself, "I'm unwilling." Suddenly she whirled around and shouted his name, followed by a question. "If I return safely, will you agree to marry me?" Hearing this, Hanju lowered his head slightly, his handsome face unreadable. He looked up at her, gently smiling. "Of course, you will return safely." Hearing these words, Moju's eyes welled up with tears, and her heart was filled with joy. As expected, I didn't misjudge him, but contrary to Moju's expectations, she was captured and tied up by the sect master. As soon as she left the cave, Moju cried and struggled like a grub. Hanju, with a face that just begged to be punched, pointed at her. "I told you that you would return safely." The two people behind her either sighed or scolded, as Moju was carried on someone's back. She kept cursing, while Heiyuji on the side mocked her. Over here, he was shaking hands with the old guy. "Thanks to your divine sense letting us know about this, we won't have any more Yu-King sect disciples falling into the demonic path," Hanju replied with a polite smile. Li Qingzi suddenly remembered something and asked, "Elder Han, when I came up the mountain earlier, there was a monk kneeling. If I remember correctly, he's been kneeling for 5 years already." Hearing this, Hanju froze completely. He remembered Shunchangjian, who was still kneeling before the stone tablet, thinking to himself, "Cultivating is way too absorbing. Almost forgot about him." Shunchangyan was now covered in leaves. Birds even built nests on him. Shunchangyan mumbled, "Please, Elder Zanshen, accept me as your disciple." Just then, the voice of the person in front of him caught his attention, and he looked up. Shunchangwan. Ah. Looking at the figure silhouetted against the sun, he involuntarily called out, "Hanju." Glancing at the person on the ground, he chuckled softly, confirming that this was the person he was looking for. He, still kneeling on the ground, looked at him and said awkwardly, "Disciple Shun Changhan greets master." Hanju looked at him like that and asked coldly, "Once you join my sect, you can't leave this mountain unless you become an immortal. Are you willing?" His face lit up, secretly praising the other person in his heart. Xun Chang'an kowtowed respectfully, expressing his feelings. This disciple only wants to cultivate in seclusion, far from the mundane world. That's why I came here. Hanju heard him say that and replied softly, "Good, not bad temperament. Follow me quickly." He immediately agreed after hearing that. Xun Chang'an was trembling slightly, and his face was covered in sweat. Hanju stood aloof and looked at him. "Go find a place to cultivate. When you break through to Golden Core, I will teach you spells." He thanked him tiredly. Heiyunji next to him thought he wanted to eat meat. Suddenly, Hanju heard a system notification, which caught his attention, and he glanced at the system notification of his achievements, as well as giving Hanju 3 choices. He stared at the screen thoughtfully, rubbed his chin, pondered the 3 options, seriously analyzing each one, and found the third one was the best. Hanju didn't hesitate, and pressed number 3 on the screen with his finger. The system rang with his choice, congratulating Hanju, and then explaining the magic he had just received. Looking at the name of it, Hanju imagined how to use it, and was a little speechless. Above the cliff, someone's voice came out, and the man shouted loudly, "That's too much. Please pass on more." 12 years have passed in a flash. A lot of things have happened during that time. The crowd stood upright with serious looks, all exuding coldness. The Yuqing sect has rightly risen to the position of the #1 sect in Daiyan. As for how Hanju knows these things, his whole body was as stiff as a statue, with his eyes in an O shape and his mouth in an A shape. Hanju lay on the ground, looking at his friends list. Over the years, his list of friends with Yuqing sect disciples has grown to a terrible number. He angrily pointed at the pile of lists and scolded, "So many friends, when will I finish looking at them all? Will you still let me cultivate?" Hanju put his hand on his forehead wearily and sighed softly. The content and friends are all messed up. In theory, it's fine to ignore them, but if you want to find someone, you have to find them all, which is too troublesome. The system then spoke up, attracting his attention, and he looked at it tiredly. The system showed an image of Xing Hongzhuan, explaining a little to Hanju. After hearing this, his face became angry, and he cursed the system in his heart. Hanju shouted inside the crack of the mountain, "I clearly remember that there was no such function before," the system replied after hearing him cursing, which made him speechless. At the same time, at a cliff, there is a figure standing on it. The guys facing him, weapons in hand, charged forward yelling, "Su Qi, you wicked fiend!" Their faces were all fierce. Their curses kept coming one after another, but they were all directed at one person. Su Qi, covered in wounds, said softly, "If you want to frame someone, why worry about not having an excuse?" The boy defended himself. "I'll just say this once, I've never killed anyone. These treasures, I just picked them up. If you want them, come and get them yourselves." Hearing this, the group rushed forward even more aggressively. They charged towards Su Qi. "Take my Nixu Ren, a blade to avenge our sect leader." But he easily dodged all their attacks. With a tilt of his head, Sun Qi's eyes darkened, a faint sneer on his face. "You think this is my limit?" They were a little stunned. Everyone suddenly looked wary of the person in front of them. The crowd immediately retreated, warning each other. Sun Qi's face turned sinister. "I'll show you my ultimate move." The boy looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, calling for his master to come and save him. But only an awkward silence answered Su Qi. The atmosphere was a little embarrassing. The boy scratched his head and gave a thumbs up. "Sorry guys, my master's in the bathroom, just wait a sec." On Hanju's side, he was still messing around with the system, muttering, "Set to only show posts to special followers. Done. My friend circle is finally quiet." The system displayed a series of information on the screen. He wondered, "It's so chaotic outside. Why not just cultivate in peace at home?" Suddenly, a new system notification popped up, catching his attention. "Your disciple, Su Qi, is being hunted down by a coalition of 7 sects. Hanju was speechless, sighing inwardly. Which sect is so lucky? Su Qi screamed in despair, constantly calling for Hanju to come and save him. The crowd below were stunned, frozen in place. One of them spoke up, "Elder, should we still attack?" The other person clasped his hands and bowed to Su Qi. "I am an elder of the Tongdi sect. If Dao friend is present, why not step out?" The boy trembled, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Crap. Could it be that Master is away on business?" Suddenly, a man noticed the changing expression on Su Qi's face and interrupted immediately. He angrily ordered the crowd to charge and capture the boy. Su Qi stood there awkwardly pleading. He was knocked sprawling onto the ground, shouting loudly, "You have 3 urgencies. My master is probably just having an urgency." Suddenly, streaks of lightning appeared in the space. Witnessing this scene, they retreated in fear. One person spoke, drawing everyone's attention to his words. At this time, the sky. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder rumbled everywhere. They exclaimed in shock. "What is this? The weather wasn't like this just now." Red lightning bolts, as bright as blood, struck down continuously. Su Qi stared wide-eyed at the sky, thinking that his master had arrived. Powerful lightning bolts descended from above, striking directly at the crowd. A region of the sky was illuminated by the dazzling light of lightning, making it impossible to see clearly. Seeing this scene, Su Ganqi stretched out his arms and loudly thanked Hanju. Another 18 years passed by swiftly like a rabbit. The two stood facing each other. Hanju said to the guy, "You've been in the sect for 18 years. His face was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. As he spoke, "Today I'll be testing your swordsmanship." Shun Changjian cupped his fist in his palm and bowed respectfully. "I've learned everything Master taught me." Hearing this, Hanju praised him. "Very good, Halsucks. Let me see how far you've come." His gaze suddenly turned dangerous, and he immediately drew his sword from its sheath. Shun Chang'an raised the sword in front of him, his hands forming a chanting gesture, emotion-severing sword art. He swung his sword, executing the sword techniques he had painstakingly cultivated. The deeper the love, the sharper the cut. Each blade danced gracefully in Shun Chang'an's palm. He leaped, pointing the tip of his sword forward. Achieve a state where the sword becomes nothingness, without desire, without emotion, the 6 senses purified, the 4 elements empty. Xiao. But then he suddenly remembered Xiao Mei. Tears welled up again. Why can't I still forget Xiao Mei? Can anyone truly master the emotion-severing sword art? Just letting go of lust is harder than ascending to heaven. Shun Chang'an immediately rejected his thoughts, rushing forward and aiming the sharp tip of his sword at him. Form is emptiness. First, sever the heart to become human. Suddenly, at this moment, the tip of the sword was gently held by a force, with just 2 fingers. This shocked Shun Chang'an greatly. He stared blankly at Xing Hongxuan, standing opposite him, appraising him, ignoring Hanju, who was surprised by her. The swordsmanship isn't bad, but the cultivation is a little low. Hearing this, he bowed disappointedly. My swordsmanship was blocked so easily. As expected, it's still not enough. He dejectedly turned to look at him, his face full of embarrassment. Could it be that I still can't see through love? Hanju put his hand on his forehead and sighed, introducing Xing Hongxuan. Let me introduce you. This is your Xinyang. Shun Chang'an, upon hearing what he just said, instantly froze up, unable to speak. Seeing their intimate scene, he felt even more miserable. Shun Changyan looked at the scene before him, unable to help but think, the emotion-severing sword art master taught me is probably fake, right? Are you really the #1 ascetic in the world? Inside the cave, Xing Hongxuan's voice rang out continuously. Hubby, this is a divine art I discovered for you. She clung to Hanju, excitedly asking, how is it? Isn't this a great opportunity? He read it and thought, It really is great. Her cultivation has surged to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm now. Hanju glanced at the person behind him. You have good intentions, but I have divine arts. I don't need these things. Steen. Xing Hongshuan pouted in annoyance. Fine, then take a look at this. She produced a strange-shaped fruit. This is a strange fruit I discovered in an ancient secret realm. Eating it increases chi and blood and physical strength. I only ate one, and I could shatter mountains with one punch. Xing Hongshuan took out a lot of those fruits and gave them to him, chattering non-stop. Hubby, eat as much as you like. I have plenty more. But he only paid attention to where she was storing things, wondering, clothes. Doesn't she have a bag? Hanju pondered. This girl is always thinking of me. I can't keep refusing her. At this moment, she gently leaned close to his ear and whispered, I heard that someone named Mo Zhu came looking for you before. Hearing this question, Hanju's face turned pale, completely bloodless. He had just opened his mouth to explain when a slender hand was placed on his chest, which was pounding rapidly. Xing Hongshuan pressed Hanju down on the table. Her face darkened, but she still maintained a smile. These things, we'll talk about them later. Her eyes were a little twisted. She licked her lips. Sometimes, taking action first and gaining the advantage is necessary. She lightly climbed onto the bed. Their clothes scattered all over the floor, along with Hanju's pleas and Xing Hongshuan's alluring calls. Several days had passed since that day. A pair of hairy legs stepped towards the cave, calling out to him. Li Qingzi hurriedly reported. The Blood Flame Heaven sect of the Great Way cultivation world doesn't know where they dug up a Grand Elder Guest Elder. They say they want to unify the surrounding cultivation world. Hanju was completely exhausted at this moment, his body thin and lacking vitality like an addict. So after those steamy nights together, you're all drained and mumbling, just destroy everything, I'm tired, while Xing Hongshuan is still knocked out next to you. The sun peeked out, sprinkling Hanju's abode with shimmering light. Your voice echoes. Blood Flame Heavenly Gate? What did you just say? Hanju grumbles. Can't catch a break. Li Xingzi awkwardly explains. The Great Way cultivation world next door has been unified by the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate and is preparing to attack Great Yan. Their main target is the Jade Pure sect. You furrow your brow slightly, then inquire, how strong is this Blood Flame Heavenly Gate? He anxiously replies, it's not about how strong they are, but that they have a great power guest elder, at least in the Void Amalgamation Realm. Hearing Void Amalgamation Realm, Hanju isn't too worried. He's just afraid of someone in the Body Integration Realm. Li Qingzi then responds, it's possible. Otherwise, they couldn't have unified the Great Way cultivation world so quickly, Elder Han. Are you planning to take the opportunity to run? He wiggles his fingers while saying that. You're called out. Hesitating, I'll see how it goes. If they're knocking on the door tomorrow, then maybe I'll bolt. Li Qingzi immediately corrects. It'll take at least a few decades to reach us. I'm just giving you a heads up. Even so, Hanju is still uneasy. I might not even be in the body integration realm in a few years. He quickly encourages, I believe in your potential. Hearing this, you reluctantly accept it, but ask another question. Hanju stares at him. Why are cultivators fighting over territory like mortals? Li Xingzi stammers. The more cultivation realms you occupy, the more cultivation resources you get. The higher your cultivation, the bigger your ambitions. Speaking of which, he suddenly changes the subject. There's news about Senior Elder Yang Tiandong. The face of Yang Tiandong immediately pops into your head. To think, he's been missing for years since participating in the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. Li Qingzi seems troubled. We found him, but he says he's a demon king now, living the good life, and doesn't plan to return for the time being. I'm worried he'll end up like those Zhihao Fan and Mo Fukiwa. Contrary to his worries, Hanju is completely relaxed. With his brains, just let him be. Hearing that, Li Qingzi brings up the demonic dog you raise. Hanju still doesn't care. Once it's lived its life, it will obediently return as a dog. This time, he can only sigh, as expected of you. With that, Lin Qingzi bids farewell to go prepare for the blood flame heavenly gate. You also turn and wave goodbye to him. Don't get beaten up again, okay? A moment later, Hanju looks at the affectionate message left by Xing Hongxuan. Husband is busy with many things. Next time, this concubine will frolic with my husband like fish and water. After reading it, you disappointedly and angrily curse Li Qingzi in your heart. This old fart ruined my big plans. Hanju picks up the note, examining the contents carefully. The fish and water frolic, combined with the 3 pure shadows sword negation, is a top Salinitier attack technique. The strongest single target attack skill. The success rate of a kill is currently quite high. The 10,000 Swords Divine Sect can summon sword shadows from the river of history, integrating a large attack range. But the target damage is still weak. Suddenly, an idea pops into your head. What if I combine the two to compensate for each other's shortcomings? Thinking of this, Hanju narrows his eyes slightly. In that case, why don't I create my own Sword Dao mystical power? A moment later, in the true martial sect of the Western Abyss continent, inside a building on the side of the mountain, inside a large, completely empty room, only one person is sitting in meditation in the center of the room. That person is Huang Jihao. He has his eyes closed, concentrating intently. Suddenly, the door is pulled aside, letting in the bright sunlight and a call for Huang Jihao. Shangguan Qiwa Jian walks in, asking, "Has he figured it out yet?" Huang Jihao still kept his eyes closed. "I lost to you, but that doesn't necessarily mean my swordplay is inferior. Give me 100 years, and I'll definitely beat you. The Zuxi Sword Sect has given me the grace of education. I will absolutely not betray the sect, even if it means death." He opened his eyes, revealing a cold glint. Hearing this, Shangguan Qiujian enticed darkly. "If you're willing to stay, I guarantee you can become the #1 sword cultivator in the world, and even achieve sword immortality. You're born with a sword heart. Staying in the Zuxi Sword Sect is just a waste. Waiting for you to achieve sword immortality with the Zhaoxi Sword Sect would be an honor for them." Hearing this, Huang Jihao's expression immediately darkened. "My swordplay aptitude is truly unmatched." Hearing his extremely certain and affirmative answer, he stood up darkly. "But I've met a swordplay genius, even more monstrous than you, even stronger than you." Shangguan curled his lips, scoffing. "Met in your backwater Great Yan region. Don't joke around. Your Great Yan can't possibly have a sword cultivator stronger than me." Huang Jihao replied indifferently. "Have you heard of the god-slaying elder of the Yuqing sect? His strength is unfathomable, comparable to a void refinement cultivator. Even Wei Yuan of the 9 Dragons sect failed and returned." He clicked his tongue darkly. Wei Yuan's aptitude was unstable to begin with. To get resources, he even worked for others, harming the reputation of void refinement cultivators. Beating him isn't difficult for us. Suddenly, Shangguan's sword trembled violently, as if about to fly out of its scabbard. On the other side, Huang Jihao experienced the same thing with the sword at his side. Both of them confusedly reached out to hold their swords. Shangguan Qiujian blurted out, What's going on? Why is my sword trying to fly out?" He also added suspiciously, "Is it a bomb?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan hurriedly rushed outside. "It's not a bomb." The two of them rushed out of the room. The courtyard was in complete chaos. Everyone was panicking as they saw their swords suddenly fly into the sky. Looking at the scene above, they couldn't help but be shocked. Countless swords of all kinds were being sucked straight into the sky by some energy. Shangguan and Huang Jihao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, "Myriad swords homage. The sword spirit is singing. This is All the swords in the sky suddenly turned sideways, then stabbed straight forward. All of them were rushing through the air towards a certain place. This is the eternal Sword Dao. At the same time, in a cave dwelling with a familiar slogan inscribed, Hanju was sitting cross-legged inside, head bowed in silence. Suddenly, he raised his head, revealing firm eyes, flashing with a deadly light. Huang Jihao followed the direction that countless glowing swords were rushing towards in the sky, then blurted out two words, Great Yan. He wondered what they meant by Eternal Sword Dao. Kuaijian immediately explained. It's a type of rarely seen, 10,000-year level swordplay divine power. A strange look of interest appeared on his face. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying talent to appear today. Hearing Kuaijian's explanation, Huang Jihao instinctively thought of Hanju's back. Unless it's him. Suddenly, he asked darkly, if I join the true martial sect, what level of divine power can I cultivate? Shangguan Qiujian frowned and replied, with your talent, it's impossible to reach this level. After saying that, he broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, you actually dare to think that? Forget it anyway. It was a well-intentioned lie. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the sky, as fast as lightning. A figure crashed down from the sky right in front of them, startling Qiujian and Huang Jihao. The person glared, eyes bloodshot with crimson veins, and shouted, who has comprehended the eternal Sword Dao? The disheveled old man stretched out his arms, looking up at the sky, and shouted, this old master spent 3,000 years of bitter cultivation to achieve heavenly-born sword heart, but failed. Why? Heaven is truly unfair. Seeing this scene, the two people on the other side seemed petrified. Huang Jihao was sweating. Just now, you said my heavenly-born sword heart wasn't up to par? Chikai. Chief Jian immediately denied it. At the same time, a scream suddenly rang out in the Yuqing sect. Everyone was in an uproar, because several swords suddenly flew into the sky. Some people were shocked to realize they were flying towards a nearby mountain. On the mountain, Hanju muttered annoyedly, it's still early, and it's already so noisy outside, disturbing my comprehension of divine powers. Don't you have any humanity? He said, stepping out of the cave in annoyance. He Yuji and Shun Changzhan, seeing their master finally appear, immediately chirped and came over. When Hanju looked up at the sky and saw countless swords rushing towards him, he was also dumbfounded. What's going on? The two immediately rushed forward, panicking. Some expert is coming to our door, let's run! Contrary to their haste, he just suspiciously extended his hand. A radiant circle of light appeared on Hanju's palm. Why do I feel like these swords are mine to command? Unless this is because of me. Thinking this, he tried to issue a command to recall them. The circle immediately shrank. A moment later, the last bit of light in the sky gradually dissipated. The light surrounding the swords immediately died out, and they began to sway in the air. The next second, countless swords in the sky suddenly fell straight down to the ground around Hanju. Seeing this scene, He Yuji and Shun Changwan couldn't help but admire. As expected of Master, his actions are extraordinary. Danger averted. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up to announce that he had comprehended the divine power. Myriad Ancient Extreme Sword Davio. Hanju was surprised to learn that divine powers were divided into different levels. He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, pursing his lips to ponder the name given to this divine power. A moment later, Hanju called it Three Purities Sword World. The system immediately confirmed it. In addition, he was the first to comprehend it, so he could choose to raise his luck. Hanju decided to choose to cultivate humbly and receive a spirit treasure. On the other side, He Yuji and Shun Changwan, seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, couldn't help but wonder, isn't he suffering from a backlash of power? As soon as they spoke, Hanju's whole body suddenly flashed, making them couldn't help but scream, my dog eyes. This time, he got another third-grade defensive spirit treasure, Can Earth Yellow Imperial Spirit, which can automatically resist and attack others. Hanju fell into thought. If I immediately make some arrogant action now, will the system not take back the spirit treasure? Thinking this, he immediately refuted himself. Arrogant behavior is not in line with my style of work. But when he looked at the two fools staring at him with sparkling eyes, Hanju felt that he couldn't be humble. At the same time, at the Nine Dragons sect in Qinshuan Prefecture, a somewhat gloomy atmosphere enveloped the vast space. Inside the hall was a giant incense burner emitting billowing smoke. The sect master of the Nine Dragons sect sat opposite Wei Yuan. I have come to discuss something with you. He couldn't help but wonder why he had suddenly come to find him. The sect master said in a deep voice, I also know that my sect and the Zhenwu sect have been fighting for a long time, seriously damaging our resources. Today, I want to let my disciples join the Daiyan cultivation world. That place is small, and the dynasty's luck is weak, suitable for us to develop. What do you think about me letting you go first? These words immediately stunned Wei Yuan. He clenched his teeth nervously. Advance into Danyan. Isn't that courting death? Wei Yuan tried to persuade. Daiyan is not what it seems. Let's attack somewhere else. The Nine Dragons sect master still believed Great Yan was weak, and even wondered why he'd been so jumpy ever since returning from that battle. Dude's clueless. Besides, if you handle this well, the sect master position will be yours sooner or later, unless you disappoint me. Pressure's on. Hearing that, Wei Yuan roared inwardly. I don't need your help. With that, he stood up, making the decision himself. Despite the dude's uncooperative expression, you prepare well, I'll go select disciples first. Like he even cares what the guy thinks. Watching the sect master's departing figure, Wei Yuan clenched his fists in anger, trembling all over. You old fox! You're forcing my hand, grr! I finally got settled down to cultivate, and you're dumping work on me. When the plan starts, just you wait. The man from back then is back! He gnashed his teeth in secret. Time for payback. Hanju created an eternal grade divine power, causing an anomaly. Whoa, epic. In an instant, all the sects felt danger. Except for that one Taoist named Huang. No one believed the great power who created the eternal Sword Dao would be hiding in Great Yan. They have no idea. Huang Jihao raised the drawing of Hanju high, arguing with a red face against the surrounding mockery. I guarantee with my own character, Great Yan really has a sword immortal. He's so passionate. Seeing him getting defensive about his drawing skills. Poor guy. Shangguan Qingqi, sitting with his legs dangling on the wall, helplessly agreed. I feel ya, bro. At the same time, on a majestic mountain, Hanju's voice echoed. The puppet's almost done. He carved a humorous wooden statue while mumbling, needs some polish. Suddenly, the system popped up. Congratulations on Hanju's 300th birthday. Happy birthday, Hanju. You've reached 100 years of cultivation. You can choose to immediately exit secluded cultivation or continue cultivating humbly. Decisions. Hanju was stunned by the number on the notification. Time flies when you're cultivating. Unsurprisingly, he chose to continue cultivating humbly. Then, Hanju received a rank 3 spirit treasure, the heart-protecting heavenly immortal cord, sweet loot. This spirit treasure can automatically absorb spiritual chi and automatically protect you in battle. Reading the system's information, Hanju couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Awesome. At this moment, He Yuji and Xun Changjian started their usual admiring praise. Seeing them like that, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. Your master is in a good mood today, so I'll impart a mystical technique to you two. As soon as he finished speaking, the two idiots immediately cheered and thanked Hanju. At this moment, a system notification quietly appeared in the corner. On the notification were countless messages about the damage that others outside were suffering, and the last message was about Sun Qi being captured by the great Jin dynasty royal family. Oh no, Su Qi's in trouble. At the same time, In a magnificent and luxurious mansion in Great Jin, Su Chi was thrown violently to the ground, gritting his teeth and crying out in pain. He struggled to ask, "Where is this?" The grim-faced soldier replied, "This is Great Jin." He smirked and said through gritted teeth, "Consider yourself lucky. The emperor specifically ordered you to marry the eldest princess. Before the wedding, you're not allowed to go anywhere." After speaking, the soldier slammed the door shut and left before Su Chi could say anything rude. Outside the door, 2 guards were constantly discussing the eldest princess's wedding, wondering why the national teacher said the fate of the Great Jin dynasty depended on this little brat. What's the big deal? Inside the dark and silent room, the boy was trembling as he stood up. "Things are not good. I'm locked up in a dynasty again." "Not again. If saving me means going against a dynasty, then master, you don't need to come." Suan Chi raised his head in despair. "Don't give up hope." Suddenly, a bunch of loud yelling and desperate cries for help burst out outside the door, totally catching him off guard. Through the shadows dancing on the door, Sun Chi could see blood splattering everywhere, mixed with monster screams and grasshoppers. Mr. Nosy Pants here decides to open the door like, "Grasshoppers? What's so scary about those?" And bam! The first thing he sees is a grasshopper staring right at him with its beady little eyes. Su Chi steps outside, frozen solid as he stares at 2 giant grasshoppers in front of him. His jaw drops, eyes bug out. Dude's completely petrified, watching the giant grasshoppers scare the living daylights out of everyone, sending them running in all directions. Sukichi's first thought is about his Shifu. His little voice echoes through the air. "Thanks for the assist, Shifu. I definitely won't screw up this mission." Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Hanju is scratching his head, reading the system notification. "Your disciple Su Chi's bad luck is still going strong. The Great Jin dynasty is in trouble. Grasshoppers, floods, plagues. The end is nigh. Once-in-a-millennium disaster." After a week of grasshopper madness, Sun Chi figures all the crap he's been through has been survivable because his Shifu's been secretly watching his back. The kid stands quietly in the wind and dust. Su Chi tried yelling for his Shifu but got no response. "You have been watching me for more than half a year, making me feel the dryness of a person." The poor kid's face is all sunken and gaunt. "Gotta hang in there. Only through loneliness can you become an immortal and seek the Dao path." Suddenly, Su Chi spots something by a tree in the distance. Chillin' in the cool shade of the tree is an old dude with a staff, looking all zen and silent. Naturally, the kid goes over to ask, "Where is this place?" The old guy just grunts, "Beijiao, North Province," and that's it. But when Su Chi hears Beijiao, he's instantly in shock. It's been almost 100 years. Finally, the kid can't help but yell with joy, I finally made it to Beiju." Then, out in nowhere, Sun Chi drops to his knees. "Shifu, are you seeing this?" The kid's beaming, looking up at the sky, soaking in the light. "Victory! Your disciple hasn't let you down." Watching this whole scene, the old man can't help but ask, "So happy to be in Beiju. You know what Beiju's like, right?" Su Chi sniffles, wipes his nose, and says honestly, "Not really, but isn't the demon taming sect in Beijiao?" The old man raises an eyebrow. "What's your connection to the Yu Yao Mozong?" Sun Chi practically vibrates with excitement. "I'll have a connection once I join." The old dude's like, "Hold up, Yu Yao Mozong has crazy high standards. Even if you're at the Jindan stage, getting in isn't a cakewalk. Plus, Beijiao is monster central. Take it from me, don't go to Beiju. That place is a living hell," the old man warns, all serious, like. Su Chi just scratches his head, all clueless, and says he'll be careful. The old man sighs. Stubborn little brat. Going to his death. Meanwhile, the kid's thinking, could Beijiao really be tougher than my Shifu? Fast forward 5 years. It's a snowy day. The sky's all white and blurry. Perfect snowflakes gently land on the familiar characters carved outside Hanju's cave. with happy cheers echoing around. As soon as they saw the snow, Shun Changwan and He Yuji immediately ran outside, working together to build a snowman of their Shifu. While they're having a blast, Hanju looks up at the sky like, "Damn, this snow's kinda intense." Suddenly, the system throws another notification at him, freaking him out. It says, 10,000-year demon is about to wake up. Hanju has to choose. Either go out and slay the demon right now, or keep training and stay out of danger. Meanwhile, high up on a treacherous, snow-covered mountain range, the snow's falling so thick you can't see anything. Yang Tiandong frowned, losing his patience. "How much longer?" the tree demon immediately soothed. "Almost there. The great Tianzu Demon King is waking up from his deep slumber." He frowned even deeper, looking doubtful. If he's really that strong, why was he injured and asleep for 2,000 years? Hearing that, it sneered, 2,000 years ago, this place was still our demon race's happy land. Tianzu Demon King was the only demon king of this land. All the demons listened to his commands. Once, the Demon King saved an injured cultivator, and that jerk ambushed and sealed him here. Now the seal's fading, and the Demon King is about to wake up. The tree demon growled, "The glory of the demon race will definitely be rebuilt." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong couldn't help but be curious. Aren't those cultivators worried that the Tianzu Demon King will revive? It smirked sarcastically. People's hearts are uglier than demons. 2,000 years have passed, and we're no longer on the same side. They even slaughter each other sometimes. So now is our chance to rise again. Hearing that, he just silently walked on. A moment later, Yang Tiandong probed again. "When the Tianzu Demon King wakes up, will you guys massacre the Dayan human race?" The tree demon frowned, puzzled. "Of course. This territory is ours." Hearing that, the image of his master flashed in his mind. Yang Tiandong contemplated, deciding he had to find a way to mediate. Suddenly, the tree demon stopped walking, warning them, "Be on guard, Yao energy to protect yourselves." Leaving him startled and confused, it pointed to the mountain peak ahead and explained, "That's where the Demon King was sealed. Even after all these years, the pressure is still there." The demons behind them were equally stunned. A moment later, on the snowy peak, the seal had completely dissipated. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the ice. A second later, a huge crack suddenly appeared, signaling that something was about to break free. An eye flashed open, emitting dense, baleful energy, slowly opening, followed by a demon crawling out from under the rocks, roaring like crazy. The next second, it shot off like lightning into the distance. Yang Tiandong and the demons below had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. The pressure is terrifying, far beyond the feeling my master gives me. Master's in danger. Back to Hanju's choices. He decided to continue cultivate, and got the Fusang tree increasing from heaven and earth, spiritual energy. He held the gleaming ball of light in his hand. After 10,000 years, it can attract golden crows. Golden crows aren't suns. After 1,000,000 years, it can connect to other worlds. 1,000,000 years. That's too long, Hanju thoughtfully observed it. Then he turned to call Shun Chang'an, who was building a snowman. He blankly stared at the strange orb he was given. Hanju said this was his treasure tree, and told Chang'an to plant it carefully. He glared, threatening, If it doesn't grow well, I'll be asking you." He was immediately scared, stiff, and hastily obeyed. After Shun Chang'an ran off with the Fusang tree in his arms, the system had a new notification. Hanju narrowed his eyes after reading the notification, looking less than pleased. At the same time, inside a massive, ancient library, curses and shouts echoed continuously. Trash! Deep inside the messy rooms filled with papers, unrestrained insults rang out. "The Jade Pure sect is just like this. Is this the #1 sect of Dayan? So weak." Qing Xian, held up a book with pictures of hot girls. "This one isn't bad, it's just too old and can't see it clearly. Save it for later. Now I should solve the Transcend God Elder first," he muttered, as he stuffed the book into his robes. At this moment someone discovered the intruder and shouted, "Two Jade Pure Sect disciples, angrily slashed, dared to steal scriptures, dared to sneak into the forbidden area, did not put your hands up and surrender." But, just a few seconds later, they were blasted through the walls, flying outside with screams of terror. Qingxian sneered, watching him leave. "Is this the level? No wonder the Zhan Shen Elder is called the strongest cultivator in Daiyan. Pretty average if you ask me. After wandering around the sect, I still think this mountain has the richest spiritual energy, and it's also where the Zhan Shen Elder is in secluded meditation," he muttered, gazing at the distant peak. "I really want to see the look on your face when you're kneeling and begging for mercy before me. What a pathetic expression that'll be." Qingxian curled his lips with amusement. At the same moment, Hanju finished reading the notification and muttered grimly, "Qingxian, a Blood Flame Heaven Sect Elder, is causing havoc at the Qingyu sect. If that's the case, then it looks like I'll have to take care of you." Qingxian. After making his decision, he immediately shot toward the mountain peak where Hanju was. He was so fast, he could almost rival the wind, whipping up flurries of snow. Qingxian recalled a conversation he'd had with Liu Buyi. "To think you are so eager to improve yourself, asking about the Daoyan, but this time coming to Daiyan. Don't forget our main objective, brother," he drawled. "Our main goal is to investigate the powerful enemies for the sect. I know my limits, and my plan is to pretend to be disciples of theirs," Qingxian said in a gloomy tone. "If the sect is strong, then we'll think about it later. If it's weak, I'll just wipe them out." Back in reality, he glanced disdainfully ahead. Seeing that the inside of the Jade Purity sect is like this, it's no wonder Zhu Ding Zhenren isn't sure about staying here. Cultivating like frogs at the bottom of a well, they'll never get far. A moment later, he was finally about to arrive. The spiritual energy is getting denser and denser. Must be getting close. If I'm not mistaken, they seem to call this place Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain. Qingxian landed lightly on a tree branch. This name has terrible taste. Immediately after, he leaped into the air. Anyway, if he doesn't agree, it's a suitable place to bury him. As he finished speaking, suddenly a gigantic head appeared in front of Qingxian, its mouth wide open as if to swallow him whole. Caught off guard, Qingxian's eyes widened in horror, practically bulging out of their sockets. By the time he calmed down and looked again, the head had completely vanished into thin air. "Was that an illusion?" Qingxian muttered, dripping with sweat. He stared at Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain before him, and for some reason, a feeling of lurking danger filled his heart. This is the first time after so many years of reaching the fusion realm that Qingxian has felt like this. There are some freaks in the cultivation world that can't be judged by common sense. Thinking this, he decided to raise 2 fingers, casting a spell. Better to be careful. A blue light, like flickering flames, enveloped Qingxian's entire body. After completing it a moment later, he finally closed his eyes and silently breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, on Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain, Hanju was sitting in silent meditation. I can sense him already. Perhaps he can as well. A moment later, after confirming that Qingxian had arrived, he slowly opened his icy, terrifying eyes. At this moment, Qingxian was standing right above Hanju, observing him. A strapping young man with a cultivation of only foundation establishment, 9th level. Must be a disciple of the Zhan Shen Elder, Qingxian thought, then called out, "Hanju, where is the Zhan Shen Elder?" Just then, the system suddenly notified him that Qingxian had developed favorable feelings toward him. Hanju asked calmly, "Qingxian, what's the matter?" He happily narrowed his eyes. Of course, it's to invite him to submit to our blood flame sect. Before Qing Xian could finish speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, because before him, the young man suddenly reached out his hand and summoned something. How about you take one of my sword strikes first? As he finished speaking, a sword appeared in Hanju's hand. Qing Xian couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The origin of this object is not simple. Right then and there, he tilted his head back and roared at the top of his lungs. 3. After Hanju growled out the word, all he saw were a bunch of dazzling sword flashes going haywire in front of him. It was at this moment that Qing Xian suddenly realized something and gaped. A Rongshu Realm cultivator. You're the elders Han Shen. At the same time, he yelled, 2. Hanju raised his sword in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sword was plunged straight into the ground, and the point of impact immediately flashed blindingly. Immediately afterwards, countless chaotic sword streaks suddenly appeared around where he was standing. Qing Xian was caught off guard and immediately got slashed on the shoulder. Oops, messed up. Gotta bail, he thought, glancing upwards. At this moment, then, Qing Xian realized in despair that he was surrounded, with no way out. The sword energy is too OP, can't handle it. This time, I'm definitely a goner. No other choice but to create chaos, and then run away while he has the chance. He beckoned with 2 fingers. A lotus platform with a pagoda appeared from nowhere on Qing Xian's palm. He muttered to himself. Sorry, Xiao Qing. Then, a second later, the pagoda suddenly grew larger, and Xian also jumped into the air. Under Hanju's gaze, he raised 2 fingers between his face, his eyes full of hatred as he cursed. Major loss? I'll remember this debt. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the entire snow mountain. Blood and flesh splattered like danmaku. It was the self-destruction of a spirit treasure. A moment later, somewhere else, Qing Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth in pain, kneeling on the ground, panting. The unprecedentedly domineering sword energy spread to him again. Qing Xian hadn't yet escaped from his utter shock. Just this one move, and I'm already broke. Elder Zihan Shen. What kind of demon is he? Can't stay here for long. Gotta quickly report this to the Blood Flame Heaven sect. Thinking this, he struggled to his feet. The yin-yang separation technique means the soul and body split into 2. Once one of the 2 dies, the remaining part automatically becomes the main body. This saved Qing Xian when his self-destruction failed. Back to Hanju, who watched Qing Xian's body explode into 100,000 pieces. He didn't miss the spiritual energy streams twisting and turning on the hill. Hanju looked at them, frowning unhappily. Another clone. My strength is exposed. He turned around, gazing at the surrounding scenery. It was my carelessness. The enemy is careful too. It won't be easy next time. If I beat the small one, will the old one come? Suddenly, Hanju remembered a good friend of his and rummaged through his belongings. A moment later, he took out a talisman, covered board, muttering, that way, targeting will be much easier. One morning, 3 years later, at the Blood Flame Heaven sect, the sound of counting echoed continuously in the barracks. 1. Ha! A few disciples shouted in unison, practicing hard. Liu Budi was sternly scolding, forget the hair, fight seriously in every battle. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded, Senior brother, you're finally back. As soon as he turned his head, he was immediately shocked by Qing Xian's miserable appearance. He was covered in injuries, trembling as he replied, lost a clone, suffered a backlash of original chi, that's why I'm heavily injured, but more than anything, I encountered all sorts of misfortunes on the way back. After hearing Qing Xian's explanation, Liu Budi wasn't too worried anymore. Suddenly, he curiously looked behind his junior brother. Behind him was a banner that read, Great Yan Pri, War Swearing Ceremony. Liu Budi happily explained, Our sect's disciples have completed their training. Together we will flatten Great Yan." He smiled gleefully, full of confidence. In Qingwan's mind, Hanju's life, reaping devil image, instantly popped up, scaring her to tears as she screamed to stop them. Absolutely not. The road to Dayan. Inside the Bloodflame Heavenly Gates camp, a shout rang out. "Impetuous junior brother, absolutely not. Dayan's Jade Purity sect has an exceptionally strong expert. You can't even withstand one move from him." Let's discuss the military expedition slowly. Liu Buyi was stunned and found it hard to believe. Qing An sobbed, pointing at her face. "Or do you think this is just a disguise?" Even so, he still hesitated slightly. "My blood flame heavenly gate is fully prepared. If we give up now, wouldn't all that preparation be wasted? Moreover, our sect has just unified Dawei, and the subordinates' morale is high. Striking a blow to morale at this time is inappropriate. We still need a lot of resources. We definitely must send troops. We have that guest elder. It's not certain that we won't have a chance to win." Liu Buyi tried to persuade him. Qinglan coldly analyzed. "Elder Zahan Shen has always been humble. The Jade Purity sect can become Dayan's #1 sect because of him. On the surface, he's a Rongshu realm cultivator, but his aura is incredibly profound and unfathomable. Even that guest elder isn't guaranteed to gain the upper hand against him. Junior brother also knows that my intuition is very accurate. I'm not afraid of the 1 in 10,000 chance, but I'm afraid of the 10,001. Hearing this, Liu Buyi immediately fell into a difficult position. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head and announced loudly, "Change the target to attack Shi Yuanzhao instead." Leaving the soldiers dumbfounded and confused, Liu Buyi raised his hands high in the sky and declared clearly, "The Nine Dragons sect of Shi Yuanzhou has recently experienced changes. Let's take advantage of their weakness and strike a painful blow. This is our opportunity." After hearing this, the soldiers below immediately raised their weapons and slogans, responding enthusiastically. Only then did Xing'an turn to leave. He heard his senior brother say that they would win the war, and immediately thanked him with a respectful bow before Liu Buyi's respectful gesture. He was still lost in thought. How could Dayan have such a master? At the same time, in the northern part of Dayan, the wind and snow continued to howl. On the mountain peak, Tiansu Yaowang looked at the demons bowing before him. "From now on you are all my demon generals. Any objections?" Shu Yao was the first to respond. "We will follow the Yaowang's orders. When will we bathe the Dayan human race in blood?" His eyes flashed. When did this king ever say I wanted to bathe the human race in blood? Suddenly, the Yao Wang caught sight of something that seemed quite surprising. His gaze quickly fixed on Yang Tiandong, who was kneeling respectfully. Tiansu Yao Wang observed the two different energies, half demon power, half human aura. He smirked with interest. Half human, half demon. And with such a strong aura, so well hidden, no wonder they didn't notice. Then, the Yao Wang called him over. Startling, Yang Tiandong, stunned by his enormous figure, he only felt suffocating fear, the oppressive atmosphere all encompassing. Yang Tiandong stood up, looked up at Tiansu Yao Wang. Perhaps walking into the abyss, he is the master of abyss. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened in horror. Crap! At the same time, somewhere else, at the Julong sect, a man chained to a rock 10 times his size was laboriously growling a name. "Wei Yuan," he gasped. "This old man will never coexist with you." At this moment, he gave a sinister smile, took a knife, and walked over. "Senior brother, it's been a few years since that Jade Purity sect disciple returned, hasn't it?" Wei Yuan and the knife approached the man. "Let me tell you, it's been 16 years. Do you know how I've lived these 16 years? After I returned, I was always restrained by you. It was difficult to bribe your confidants. His eyes were full of hatred and resentment. Faced with the knife at his throat, the man kept his eyes tightly closed. Junior brother wouldn't think so far. Who exactly are you? A while later, Wei Yuan came out with his clothes stained with blood. The Zhulong sect members immediately greeted him respectfully. One of them asked, "What's our development direction? Where's the sect master?" He indifferently told them to just focus on cultivation. Suddenly, that guy suggested attacking Great Yan, which made Wei Yuan whip around in shock. His roar echoed throughout the building. No one is allowed to mention Great Yan again? The disciples immediately agreed in a fluster. At the same time, Han Ju was sitting and looking at the Book of Misfortune. Li Qianlong's name was crossed out, but Xiao Yi and Qingxian were still there. He couldn't help but frown and sigh. It's been so long and nothing's changed. Selling them for scraps wouldn't even get me much. Barbecue is more useful, you guys. The ones who should die never do. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune, stretching wearily. The last battle didn't account for enemies as careful as me. The Book of Misfortune is useless against him. In the future, if I encounter formidable enemies, I have to use my ultimate move to kill them immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Elder Han," making Hanju pause. Li Qingzi rushed over, waving his hands frantically, and announced loudly, "Something terrible has happened." Contrary to his urgency, Hanju was indifferent. Is it a 10,000-year-old demon attacking? Or is the Blood Flame Heaven sect here? Li Qingzi immediately denied it, then recounted the story of Wei Yuan becoming the new sect master of the Zhulong sect. Will he come here for revenge? Hearing Hanju's jaw dropped in surprise. He recalled Wei Yuan's disdainful face. "Need me to be the sect master," and broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. Can that even work? Hanju secretly awarded Wei Yuan a gold medal for the illusory god internal competition. He glanced at the system notification about Zhulong sect's sect master Huang Zuntian, and couldn't help but sigh. "As expected of you, old Huang, scheming as always." Hanju reassured the head elder. "Don't worry, Wei Yuan and I have a promise. He won't come to cause trouble for me." Seeing his confidence, Li Qingzi perked up. "That's great, Elder Han." Afterwards, Hanju was about to leave to continue cultivating when he was called back again. He looked back at Li Qingzi in confusion. Is there anything else? He suggested that Hanju become the fourth Xumna generation head teacher of the Jade Pure sect. You've put so much effort into the Jade Pure sect over the years. Your outstanding contributions deserve the position of sect master. There's no one more suitable than you. Li Qingzi became more impassioned as he spoke. Responding to his enthusiasm was Hanju's extremely cold refusal. He turned and went into the cave, ignoring Li Qingzi's pleading. Being the head teacher is really not easy. Enduring beatings every day is one thing, but you also have to manage all sorts of things. The key is, there's no time to cultivate. Thus, he turned into an invisible stone statue in front of the cave. Xun Chanlan calmly walked past Li Qingzi, carrying a bucket of water. He watched him scoop water to water the trees and sighed. After so many years, the bitter cultivation mountain has grown bigger. What kind of heavenly treasure is it that can produce such powerful spiritual energy during the germination period? Moreover, this demon pet's cultivation is at the golden core stage, stronger than some of the disciples in the sect. They're not even as good as a chicken. Li Qingzi watched Heiyuji. Suddenly, someone came from behind. He thought it was another Golden Core Realm demon. Half a second later, when he clearly saw who it was, Lin Qingzi exclaimed in shock. Heavens! Half human, half demon. A moment later, Yang Tiandong came before Hanju, looking proud, and greeted him. Hanju coldly replied, You still know your way back." Hanju crossed his arms, bored, waiting for him to burst into tears and latch onto his leg. "I was captured by a demon king." Yang Tiandong was wailing tragically, having gone through so much hardship to become a demon king. He loves his demon subjects so much, he can't just abandon them. Hanju just casually mocked. "Your portrayal of a demon king isn't very convincing." It wasn't until he mentioned that a Tiansu demon king, the strongest in history, had appeared in Great Yan, that Hanju was taken aback. Could it be that 10,000-year-old demon? Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth. The previous demon kings could only submit. He even forced me to become his adopted son. He's plotting, he's raising his clansmen. And Great Yan is now preparing to mobilize the demon horde to advance on the border of Great Yan. Hearing this, Hanju's expression immediately darkened. "Tell me that again." Yang Tiandong repeated the matter of Tiansu Demon King preparing to unify Great Yan, but Hanju told him to repeat the sentence before that. Yang Tiandong drooped. "Tiansu Demon King forced me to become his adopted son. I couldn't refuse." Hearing this, Hanju immediately flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. "So he's stealing my son? How strong is he?" Tiansu Demon King is, at least in the fusion realm, just his aura alone could kill us. Thinking of this, Yang Tiandong knelt heavily on the ground and wailed, "I used the excuse of scouting Great Yan to escape. Let's run." After Hanju said they wouldn't run, Yang Tiandong immediately looked up in worry, only to see Hanju curl his lips into a sinister smile. "Now go back and meet that demon king. Just say your master greatly admires him. Basically, help me say some nice things, and make him develop a good impression of your master." Hanju smiled, squinting his eyes. Yang Tiandong blushed at that smile, stammering, "Master, are you planning to side with the enemy?" Hanju didn't answer, but just kicked Yang Tiandong out of the cave abode. "Just do as I say." 3 months later, Hanju read a system notification and exclaimed in surprise, "Sun Qi has joined the demon-taming sect again." Hanju sighed and continued to meditate. Suddenly, the system reminded him that Tiansu Demon King had developed a favorable impression of him. Hanju was immediately overjoyed. "Yang Tiandong, you're too good, though I don't know what you said to sway him." At the same time, his good, nothing disciple was happily showing off an extremely seductive drawing of Hanju. "This is my master, the one who's always admired your excellency." Shiashu Demon immediately chimed in with flattery. "Truly a great beauty. How about arranging for her to become the lady of the stronghold? What does your excellency think?" Yang Tiandong immediately corrected, "Hanju isn't a woman." It calmly reassured the demon race. "We don't mind such things. Look at how satisfied your excellency is." Elsewhere, Hanju slammed the Book of Misfortune down. "Everything is ready. 4th level of the fusion realm. Relying on my current 7th level of the void amalgamation realm, the chances of winning aren't great, but the Book of Misfortune can help. Even high-level cultivators can't calculate karma. Although the curse can't kill the enemy, it can make the enemy unlucky, no matter the level of cultivation. As long as these people are on the friend list, the Book of Misfortune will have a target to curse. If I just write the name, the power of the curse won't be enough." Lai Qianlong is proof of that. The important thing is that Hanju has never cursed with all his might. This requires a lot of spiritual energy. This time, he'll try using his entire body's spiritual energy to curse Tiansu Demon King and see what happens. Light flashed from the Book of Misfortune, causing Hanju's face to become slightly distorted. The light seemed to seep into every inch of skin, illuminating every expression on his face. The system also emitted a piercing warning. Excessive use of the Book of Misfortune will result in backlash. At this moment, the northern peak of Great Yan was covered in pure white snow. Suddenly, Tiansu Demon King roared in pain, and countless drops of blood sprayed in all directions. He sat on the ground with difficulty, coughing violently, vomiting blood. Nearly 5 hours of cursing. Who exactly did I offend that dares to use such methods? Tiansu gasped for breath wearily. Blood continued to gush from his mouth. Could it be that they've returned? That's impossible. Rewinding time to tens of thousands of years ago, at that time he was so frightened by the scene before him that he stuttered, unable to utter a word. Before Tiansu was countless pillars of light piercing through the gloomy clouds, shining straight down to the ground. That was a divine miracle. At that time, he had also seen the celestial Buddhas in the sky. With his own eyes, Tiansu couldn't help but think now, is this them knowing my plan to destroy Great Yan and warning me? Hanju's side wasn't much better either. It was the first time he'd cursed continuously for 5 whole hours. After reading the notification that the Tiansu Demon King was suffering from the curse, Hanju couldn't help but be surprised. The Book of Misfortune finally gave a response. First time ever. He slammed the Book of Misfortune shut. Let's stop here. The effect of going all out is truly OP, even though it's dealing 10,000 damage to the enemy while taking 800 yourself. Hanju also suffered the side effect of bleeding from all 7 orifices. TN. The 5 senses, plus mouth and anus. He sat cross-legged, looking outside, deciding to curse the Tiansu Demon King once every 3 years, so that this guy wouldn't plot against them anymore. 5 years later, at the place where 2 trees were intertwined in a strange shape, a coat was casually tossed on the hanger, and faint gasping sounds echoed around. Sheng Hongxuan, red-faced and sweating, glanced at Hanju, who was breathing heavily. He tilted his head back, looking satisfied. That's right, just like that. This is so comfortable. She was so overwhelmed by the spiciness that she had to fan herself to cool down. Hubby, what did you make? Hanju happily replied. It's snail noodles. I used to be really good at making this. Suddenly, he sensed 2 auras from the void amalgamation realm approaching the Jade Pure sect, and he turned his head sharply. One of them is an old acquaintance. Seeing Hanju suddenly stand up, Sheng Hongxuan asked in confusion. He just told her to wait for him and left. Sheng Hongxuan looked at the irresistibly fragrant bowl of snail noodles, her mouth watering. Hubby, come back soon. It won't be good cold. If not, I'll eat it for you. At this time, the 2 auras Hanju sensed had arrived outside the Jade Pure sect. This is the Jade Pure sect that Yuan mentioned. Shangguan Chuajian sneered disdainfully. Does this place really have the expert Yuan talked about? I can't sense any particularly strong sword intent. Seems like that's all there is to it. Huang Jihao just calmly said, Don't be too hasty to judge him. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, startling them and making them turn their heads sharply. Seeing Hanju, Yan Yi stepped forward, and Huang Jihao hurriedly greeted him. Shangguan Chujian was puzzled. When did you arrive? I didn't sense him at all. Shangguan Chujian widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the senior that Huang Jihao described. He grabbed the abstract drawing from Jihao and asked him to practice drawing again. Huang Jihao awkwardly explained, I didn't know the senior had changed his hairstyle. Hanju stared at them darkly. While Shangguan Chujian was burying his head in the drawing, he whispered to Jihao, If you've been kidnapped, blink once. He explained in confusion. Senior, please rest assured, we have no ill intentions. This is Shangguan Chujian, the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial teaching in the West Abyss province. He's here to discuss swordsmanship and compete with you. Hanju was a little speechless when he heard about the competition. Just the 9th level of the void amalgamation realm, how dare he? Over there, Shangguan Chujian seemed very confident. Fellow cultivator, rest assured it's just a friendly competition. It will definitely not affect the relationship between the Jade Pure sect and the true martial teaching. He lowered his head in frustration and sighed, I really hate trouble. I'll unleash one sword strike. If you can withstand it, I'll consider myself the loser. Huang Jihao's eyes widened. and his mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing this proposal. Shangguan Qijian's arrogant reply made him even more horrified. "Are you looking down on me, sir? I really want to see what mysteries your sword holds." Hearing this, Hanju raised his head darkly and summoned his sword. "Then I'll have to offend you, Shangguan, fellow cultivator." As soon as the sword appeared, Huang Jihao's eyes widened in fear. "We're done for. Senior is even stronger than last time." Shangguan Chuejian was also sweating under the pressure, gritting his teeth, his body tensing up involuntarily, and giving rise to a sense of invincibility. He raised his hand to draw his sword, but Hanju had already unleashed a slash towards him. A slash from the Zhuque God Sword, like a tornado, swept towards Shangguan Qijian. He was stunned, disbelieving at its terrifying speed, and it was already in front of his face, in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Shangguan Qijian was shocked, and his consciousness became chaotic. His life's memories replayed in his head like a sped movie. It started with Shangguan Qijian living happily with his family. Then he joined the true martial sect and met the girl he loved. Before long, Shangguan Qijian witnessed his lover cheating on him, and he was heartbroken. Afterward, he kept fighting to dispel his sorrow, becoming a heartless wanderer. These replayed memories stunned Shangguan Qijian, leaving his mouth agape. Back in reality, he was still standing there dumbfounded, practically frozen. That sword strike split the ground next to Shangguan Qijian in two. Hanju sheathed his sword and sighed. "Using my left hand is indeed less accurate." Huang Jihao was stunned. Knowing Hanju had held back, Hanju glanced indifferently at Shangguan Qijian. "Looks like you can't even take one strike." The next second, he suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, catching everyone off guard. Shangguan Qijian was stunned, in disbelief, not even having a chance to resist. The #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect in the Western Abyss continent couldn't even withstand one strike, yet he wants to be the #1 sword cultivator in the world? How laughable. Suddenly, Hanju spoke, shocking him. "As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. How can you see a rainbow without weathering the storm? Your talent is outstanding. If you want to defeat me in the future, it's not impossible." He smiled, looking like an angel guiding a destined one in the light. "I have high hopes for you." These words moved Shangguan Qijian to tears. He collapsed to his knees, muttering with his head down, "I failed." Shangguan Qijian was listless, like a soulless husk drained of all vitality. Hanju looked confusedly at Huang Jihao, who was checking on him, wondering if he had gone too far. Maybe he didn't come to cause trouble, but simply to seek guidance. He turned around, feigning indifference. "I held back just now. He should be able to recover. Don't talk about what happened today." Suddenly, Shangguan Qijian loudly told Hanju to stop. "May I ask for the senior's Taoist name?" he tentatively inquired. Hanju paused slightly, as if contemplating something profound. Then, Hanju turned around and coldly sneered, replying with 2 words, "Lunhui." Immediately afterward, he teleported away, leaving Shangguan Qijian staring after him, muttering the name he had just heard. Just what kind of deity is this senior? Seeing his despairing state, Huang Jihao patted his shoulder to comfort him. "You're already doing well. At least you weren't injured. I was even more pathetic than you before." Shangguan Qijian didn't respond but continued to mutter, "This Taoist name. Could he be a reclusive great power experiencing life? It turns out I'm just a frog in a well." At the same time, the system notified Hanju that Shangguan Qijian's goodwill towards him was 3 stars. Hanju's expression was a bit complicated. Are all these geniuses a little off? Get beaten up and they start liking me. Gotta say, that whole act was pretty handsome, but what followed was terrible. Lived. Li Qingzi wailed in anguish. This jade green tree was personally planted by old ancestor 9 Cauldrons on the day the sect was founded. He sobbed, pointing at the ancient tree that had been split in 2. It's been over 10,000 years. Which son of a BTCH chopped it down? Hearing this, Hanju just feigned ignorance. I happened to see a cat do it. Li Qingzi, of course, didn't believe him. How could a cat have such power? And the cracks here too. Redrawing the map is going to be a pain. Hanju sheepishly shrunk into a corner. This time I might have gone a bit overboard. Simple formations and a few basic moves will increase in power. As my cultivation increases, I need to comprehend moves that can discreetly defeat enemies without affecting the surrounding environment. At the same time, on a familiar snowy mountain, the snow was thick and caked in white. A wooden table was smashed in half. Why do I have that feeling again? Just who is targeting me? Dian Su Demon King kept spitting blood, frantically smashing things in agony. Suddenly, a demon general came in to report. Yang Tiandong has arrived. Hearing this, he finally gasped and calmed down, then ordered the guy in. Yang Tiandong entered and respectfully bowed. Hearing that my adoptive father is troubled, your son has come to relieve your worries. Dian Su seemed very interested, exclaiming, "You know about my troubles?" He immediately recounted that he had recently asked a high-ranking master for a divination, which said that the king's worries were related to his career. Hearing this, he seemed quite surprised. This oath, could it be related to the human race I want to attack? Yang Tiandong immediately chimed in. It's not impossible. Dian Su, weary, raised his hand to support his forehead. Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Could this be why all the immortals are punishing me? Seeing that everything was going according to plan, he immediately got to the point. Should we cancel our plan to attack the human race? He lowered his head and sighed. For now, inform everyone below to cancel it. Yang Tiandong achieved his goal, secretly rejoicing. So easy to deceive him. Master can finally rest easy. Thinking of this, he raised his ambitious eyes again. But it's not enough. I have a bigger goal. A moment later, Yang Tiandong walked gloomily in the camp. How can a great man live beneath others? In the gloomy, cloudy sky, a sun appeared, shining dazzlingly. He murmured, "Wait for it, Dian Su, you old fool. The Demon King's position will be mine, sooner or later. Half a year later, somewhere." Shangguan Chujian and Huang Jihai were sitting by the cliff, confiding in each other. After taking down someone, Shangguan said he had regained his confidence. Originally, I planned to return to the Zhenwu sect to seclude myself and consolidate my Dao heart for a while, then come back and challenge that senior. Hearing that Shangguan still dared to come, he taunted, "I won't be carrying you back then, you know." Suddenly, several strange rays of light appeared in the distance on the horizon. The two swords lying quietly on the ground suddenly vibrated violently and were about to be sucked up. Huang Jihai and Shangguan Chujian were startled and amazed. Someone else has comprehended the Wanji Ujian Dao, eternal sword path. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he abruptly turned his head. Could it be? Shangguan immediately interrupted Huang Jihai. Absolutely impossible. He was now crying in despair. It's already amazing to comprehend the Wangji Ujian Dao once in a lifetime, but he, Huang Jihai, still didn't get it. But I think that direction is the location of Daiyan. Hearing this, Shangguan couldn't refute it anymore. The strange light also spread to the surrounding high mountains, creating a magical scene. On the slope of a mountain, a man sitting also noticed this strange phenomenon. Someone has comprehended the Wanji U Jian Yi, eternal sword intent. After saying that, the old man took out a talisman and placed it on the ground in front of him, preparing to do something. Then the old man raised his hand to perform divination and began to mutter something. A moment later, the old man suddenly stopped. Shocked, I can't deduce it any further. The old man looked at the two words, Lun Hui, reincarnation, on the paper in confusion. Is reincarnation a rule of heaven and earth, or some cultivator? At this time, everyone in the Yuqing sect was also in an uproar. The sky is changing. What's going on? Could it be that some great power has appeared? A strange phenomenon from birth. Wanjian Qi Ming. 10,000 swords resonating. There must be something terrible. Hearing this, Li Qingzi hurriedly reassured everyone. Don't worry. Didn't we experience Wanjian Qi Ming once before? That time was okay. This time will definitely be okay too. He's acting tough, but inside he's probably crying his eyes out. How come so many disasters are happening to the Yuqing sect during my time? I wonder if Elder Han has been disturbed. If he leaves the Yuqing sect because of this, we probably won't find another Dinghai Shenzhen like him again. Meanwhile, back in the cave dwelling with that familiar slogan carved in stone, Hanju closed his eyes tightly. A glowing mark appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, blurry figures appeared in his mind, looking like humans, making Hanju frown uncomfortably. When the figures became more and more numerous, he finally opened his eyes in a panic. Hanju realized he was standing in a strange place with the same figures as he had seen in his mind. Where is this? Hanju nervously looked around. I was just in the cave dwelling. How did I suddenly get here? Suddenly the system prompted, "This is the Sword Dao River. You can train your sword techniques here. The higher your comprehension, the farther you can advance." He immediately understood. Hanju couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so vast. I wonder what the scenery is like at the end of the Sword Dao River. They can walk in front of me, proving that these guys' sword skills are all better than mine. You're really lucky. Good thing I don't go out. Or if I ran into these guys, I'd probably only lose." Thinking this, he immediately took a step forward with determination. Can't fall behind. Gotta catch up with them first and then figure things out. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, shocking Hanju. A giant immortal appeared, saying in a deep voice, "A mortal dares to enter the Immortal Realm. You are not qualified enough. Retreat." When he heard Immortal Realm, he was immediately surprised. He saw the immortal's eyes flash, and then he roared, "Go!" resounding. As soon as he finished speaking, several dazzling sword keys descended from the sky, stabbing straight at where Hanju was standing. Caught off guard, he was stunned. His face remained pale with fear. A second later, Hanju's entire body was enveloped in a hazy mist, obscuring everything around him. He painfully tilted his head back and screamed a heart-wrenching cry, as if experiencing intense torture. After a while, when the mist dissipated, Hanju was kneeling on one knee on the ground, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth irritably. Who the heck was that? Just relying on sword Q, he can hurt me from afar. Luckily, he didn't have any killing intent. Or my primordial spirit might have been suppressed. Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification. Hanju has comprehended the Tai level sword intent, the reincarnation sword intent. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the words, Tai level. A mortal dares to enter the Immortal Realm. Hanju recalled what the immortal had said just now. Unless this is a level beyond the mortal realm, isn't the Immortal Realm the world after ascension? He gloomily raised his hand to summon a spell. Just now, the average level of those guys in the Sword Dao River was Great Ascension, False Void. So that's how it is. The cultivation levels of those guys, their sword intent must be incredibly powerful too. Hanju twirled two fingers. Then he released those two fingers. In the future, if someone comes to challenge me, I'll use this reincarnation sword intent to deal with them and keep things under control, and it won't cause too much of a stir either. At this moment, in front of the cave dwelling, Shun Changchan was concentrating on practicing his sword with the scarecrow in front of him. In front of him was a straw scarecrow decorated to look like Hanju. Suddenly, before Shun Changchan could even swing his sword, the scarecrow's head popped right off, leaving him totally bug-eyed and stunned. Chang'an just stared at the sword in his hand for a sec, then blanked out, thinking. Then he burst into tears of joy like a little kid. "Master, I finally got sword chi." Meanwhile, a beautiful full moon night at the Yuyao demon sect. Everything was pretty much the usual. On the mini, Arenas. Several pairs were locked in fierce battles, dead set on pushing their opponents to the brink. Su Chi, totally bored, was propping his chin up and gazing at the sky. "Master, when are you going to make a move? Your disciple's about to be forced to cultivate demonic arts." Suddenly, someone jumped up in the air, blocking the whole moon. He landed hard and roared, "Stop the training! Elder Xiao Yi has passed away. All disciples, pay your respects immediately," the guy announced sternly. As soon as he finished, everyone erupted in disbelieving chatter, wondering if it was real or not. Su Chi, also surprised, mumbled, "I was just listening to him chant scriptures this morning. Didn't expect him to go like that." The kids suddenly suspected his master had started moving. A little later, inside a large room, bathed in bright moonlight, shining directly onto a coffin placed neatly in the center. Inside the coffin was Xiao Yi, in white robes, eyes closed peacefully. The Yu Yao demon sect's sect leader, Tu Quan, looked up and asked, "We've done all we can. This secret art can only maintain the soul for a single moment. You passed away so suddenly today. Is there anything you want to entrust?" Xiao Yi's remnant soul expressed his unwillingness to die unclearly. Hearing that, Tu Quan explained that all signs pointed to him dying of old age. But the second elder countered that Xiao Yi died from a curse. It was like a light bulb went off. "No wonder I had a string of bad luck, cultivation setbacks with inner demons, and my cultivation was going backward instead of forward." The fellow disciples below anxiously asked if Xiao Yi knew who did it. "We'll definitely avenge you." He looked hesitant. "Because all my enemies have already been killed by me. It's a pity I finally restored my physical body and was preparing to revive my past glory." Saying that, Xiao Yi suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. That time the plan was thwarted. Hanju's face flashed in his mind. The bad luck started after returning from Daiyan. But how could he have that kind of power? Whatever remains, after eliminating all possibilities, is the truth. Tu Quan looked at the situation in horror. This is bad. Junior brother's rage will speed up his soul's dissipation. Xiao Yi struggled to gather the last of his strength to instruct. I only have one last sentence. Absolutely do not go to Daiyan. Even less should you provoke Daiyan's Yuqing sect. Finishing that, his soul completely dissipated. The fellow disciples immediately wailed in sorrow, lamenting the loss of the summoning incantation for the demon dragon and Xiao Yi's hidden treasures. Tu Quan then asked, confused, "Where is Daiyan?" But everyone around him also didn't know. "Maybe we should send someone to investigate." He immediately dismissed it. "Too dangerous. Didn't you hear Junior Brother's last words? Not even provoke them? What kind of lower realm is that?" At the same time, the system notified Hanju, Xiao Yi has died. Dude was just slurping his noodles when this notification popped up and totally freaked him out. Up on good old Snow Mountain? Inside that cave? Someone screaming their lungs out? Not the good kind either. Tiansu got all rage and punched the ice wall, sending shards flying everywhere. Then, like a total nutcase, he starts slamming his head against the same wall, eyes squeezed shut and teeth grinding. A moment later, Tiansu's roaring like a maniac. "I can't take it anymore, what gives? I swore to the heavens, man. Why am I still getting punished?" Yang Tiandong's freaking out, crying his eyes out, hugging his legs in the corner, surrounded by smashed stuff. Totally bummed, he turns to ask him, "Tell me, what should this old man do?" Yang Tiandong calms down a bit and suggests seriously, "Maybe the immortals want to see some real action from you." Tiansu's curious, tells him to spill the tea. Yang Tiandong breaks it down. Like, maybe you should visit and buddy up with some human sex. That way, the immortals might change their minds about you. He grumbles, annoyed. "Visit? Are you kidding me? Daiyan's got tons of sex. You want me to go around visiting them all and fake being all chummy with those cultivators?" The dude immediately flashes a sly grin. You could just pick a random sect to visit as a symbolic gesture, just to show you're willing to play nice. Hearing that, Tiansu suddenly remembers Hanju, asks him, "Which sect?" Yang Tiandong quickly replies, "The Yuqing sect." And just like that, he makes a decision. We're leaving today. Only then does he realize something's off. They haven't told his master yet. Yang Tiandong quickly tries to stop him. "Humans are all about first impressions. You should dress up a bit. If you play it right, half the job of schmoozing is done." Tiansu starts complaining, but in the end, words may say no, but the body says yes. He sighs, all worked up. Will it really be half done? Yang Tiandong's barely holding back his laughter. Yep, totally. A while later, standing at the main gate, Tiansu yells, "Where's the Yuqing sect leader? Get your butt out here to meet this king," he whispers urgently. That's not how you make friends. At the same time, Hanju gets a notification. The strongest one, the Demon King Tiansu, is at the Yuqing sect. He furrows his brow, on high alert. Why is he here? Before Hanju was a guy who looks exactly like Tiansu, glaring at him with murderous intent. Hanju grabs his sword, takes off into the air. No time for explanations. Action first, questions later. He opens his mouth wide, showing off his razor, sharp fangs, and a torrent of power gushes out like a fire hose. Hanju swings his sword too, unleashing reincarnation sword intent. 3 pure worlds apart, great sky lightning burst, 9 dragons, demon subduing seal, and unrestrained divine sword. A moment later, Tiansu's lying flat in a crater that Hanju just punched through. The system chimes in. Simulation Trial 34 has ended. He glances up grimly. Gotta see what this Demon King's here for. Outside the cave abode, Li Qingzi's sweating bullets, thinking, "Elder Han, please save the day. Haven't we had enough bad luck in the Yuqing sect?" He wails inwardly. Last time with the 10-9 sect was bad enough. But this guy, Yang Tiandong, brought back is even more dangerous. If I didn't know you were Elder Han's disciple, I'd have blasted you into oblivion. Suddenly, Hanju walks to the cliff, shouting down, "I wonder if the Demon King Tiansu come to our Yuqing sect for any advice." He cheers up. "That's master." He crosses his arms coldly, glancing down. Li Qingzi can't help but marvel. Elder Han is truly all-knowing. He even predicted that Demon King Tiansu would come to the Yuqing sect. Tiansu tenses up suddenly, sweating hard. Is it just me? Demons are naturally super sensitive to the aura of battle. He clearly just fought, and still got the combined aura of the body refining realm. Where did Daeyeon pull up all these combined body refining? Thinking that, he then glanced at Hanju's cold eyes. His sword intent really did make me feel threatened. A moment later, Tiansu broke out in sweat and forced a smile. "I've long heard of Elder Han's good looks. I've always wanted to share a drink with Elder Han." Before he could finish, Hanju darkly threatened him, causing Tiansu to tense up and quickly correct himself. "I want to become sworn brothers, with head teacher Li next to Elder Han. I hope Elder Han can make it happen." Yang Tiandong, standing behind, secretly held up a sign explaining, "Demon King Tiansu thinks the immortal is cursing him, so he wants to befriend the Jade Pure sect to show his sincerity to the immortal." This time it was Hanju's turn to be confused. A second later, he quickly changed his tune and smiled, telling them to become sworn brothers. "I curse people, and they suspect it's an immortal's doing." So Tiansu thanked Hanju profusely and hurriedly pushed Li Qingzi forward. Hanju smiled, relieved. This is good too. An ally is better than an enemy. Across 10,000 years, the great Yan Demon King conducted a brain meeting with the human race for the first time. Head teacher Lai proposed the seek common ground while shelving differences principle to build a foundation for transactions, implement the 9 true words, ensure mutual benefit, firmly cultivate from the masses to the masses, and strive for win-win results. Demon King Tiansu highly praised this, pointing out that the construction of the human race's spirit of unity was worth learning from, and expressed that the demon race would leverage its strengths and avoid its weaknesses to promote in-depth commercial cooperation. Great Yan and the cultivation world were shocked by this. The Jade Pure sect's status reached its highest point ever. The historical significance of this friendship was to prove that different races could coexist peacefully. And it also had a profound impact on later generations. Hanju sprawled out and sighed. Demon King Tiansu is done for. Xiaozhe is dead. There are no more daily tasks. I should just cultivate to relieve boredom. Suddenly, the system popped up again. He read it and frowned, puzzled. Who is this? The notification read. An enlightened old freak holds 4-star hatred towards Hanju. He excitedly shouted, "You're delivering yourself to my door." In the ancient secret realm, Xing Hongshuan was cornered. She fearfully asked the person opposite her, "What do you want?" Wu Dao stared at Xing Hongshuan with murderous intent. "I didn't expect you, a little girl, to be able to cultivate the divine art on this wall. I've been trying to comprehend it for so long, but I haven't understood anything." She had no choice but to humble herself before him. The cultivation technique is masterless. Only those with affinity can understand it. Moreover, I didn't destroy the scripture. Senior can continue to try to comprehend it. He still refused to let Xing Hongshuan go. This divine art was left behind by the ancestor of my sect. Little girl, you have a destiny with my sect. Come back to the faceless sect with me. Xing Hongshuan could only try to find an excuse. Junior already has a sect, and my Dao companion is nearby. This secret realm is connected to many places. If I don't return for too long, he will come looking for me. Wu Dao refused to give up and even calculated with his fingers. Having a sect doesn't matter, and a Dao companion. At this moment, he finished his calculation and realized he had been tricked. You want to threaten me? Stop lying. You have no romantic fate in this life. Wu Dao didn't hold back anymore and decided to capture her. This little girl's divine art is complete. Taking her back as my disciple's cauldron is perfect. Xing Hongshuan refused to surrender. She swung her knife to block Wu Dao's advance. She held the knife to her neck, threatening, "If Senior insists on forcing me, Junior can only respond with death, and I advise you to take back that nonsense about me having no romantic fate." Wu Dao unleashed his attack. "If you won't listen, then don't blame me for being impolite." His moves were swift and vicious. In an instant, he surrounded Xing Hongshuan. Vines wrapped around her, making it difficult for Xing Hongshuan to breathe and struggle. Wu Dao angrily warned, "I've always been accurate with my calculations. If I say you have no romantic fate, then you have none." Just then, a small insect reported, "Sect Master, something bad has happened. Dongfang Xian has suffered a kin deviation and is in critical condition. Please return quickly." Wu Dao was extremely angry at this exact moment. This woman isn't useful yet. Bringing her back now will make it too hasty. Seeing Xing Hongshuan unable to resist, he had already hatched a sinister plan. On Dongfang Xian's side, "I don't know the situation yet. It's better to let this woman cultivate for a period of time. It will be even more interesting to enjoy later." Before leaving, Wu Dao did not forget to warn Xing Hongshuan, "I have placed a mark on you. Do not think about running away. If you agree to join the Faceless sect, I will forgive you for the offense you just made. I'll give you 10 years to think about it." Having escaped a disaster, Xing Hongshuan was terrified and collapsed. After finally relaxing, everything was recorded by the puppet, and of course, it would transmit this information to its creator. At this moment, Hanju saw everything that happened to Xing Hongshuan through the puppet. The system displayed information about Wu Dao Laoguai, 7th layer of the fusion realm. He's the sect master of the Wuxiang sect. Highly respected. But because you're the husband of the person he wants for his disciple, he's extremely dissatisfied with you. If Xing Hongshuan doesn't agree to him, he'll take action against you to eliminate future troubles. Hanju deeply etched the 5 words, Wuxiang sect master, into his mind. At this moment, thunder rumbled, causing Shun Changhan and He Yuji to start discussing excitedly. It looked up at the sky and recognized the heavenly lightning. Master is about to break through. Hanju was enduring the lightning tribulation to break through, but his anger towards Wu Dao Laoguai didn't subside. Dare to touch my people? Are you tired of living? In his cursed book, he wrote 4 big words. Wu Dao Laoguai. Hanju gritted his teeth. Today, I'll use the spiritual power from this breakthrough lightning tribulation to curse Wu Dao Laoguai. For 4 days and 4 nights, the lightning tribulation struck down directly, releasing immense power and dazzling light. From afar, people were terrified by the power of the tribulation. The sect rejoiced. Elder Zhan Xin is breaking through again. Jingxi Zhenren and other Zhenren were in awe of Hanju. The lightning tribulation is clearly far away, yet its power still reaches here. What realm is he even in? With Elder Zihan Shen, the Yunqing sect is flourishing like never before. Most importantly, the elder has never abused his power or been interested in hegemony, which makes people admire him. Li Qingzi simply concluded, "You just need to know that you can always trust in Elder Zhan Shen's strength." The others all agreed. That's right. Elder Zhan Shen is forever a god. Guan Ugong sighed dejectedly. I've clearly been cultivating according to Elder Zhan Shen's methods, so why is the gap widening? He regretfully thought. Is it because of different talents? Perhaps one day, I can ascend to immortality. Meanwhile, the lightning tribulation blasted out a large pit. Zhao Fan lamented. Damn lightning tribulation, it's finally over. He crawled on the ground. The power of heavenly lightning is still too much to bear with this body of mine. I barely managed to withstand 1 bolt. At this moment, a person stood before Zhu Fan and asked, "How does it feel to be reborn?" Mo Fuqi was irritated. "To recreate a body for you, I used up a lot of treasures. See if you dare to do that again." Zhao Fan thanked the senior, standing behind Mo Fuqiwa. "Thank you, senior, for recreating my body. Zhao Fan is willing to help senior alleviate your worries and solve your problems." Xuan Shishi dismissed it as a small matter. "You saved me in a past life, so I'm just returning the favor today." Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqiu exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing about this vague past life. She didn't care and said, "You should still thank your past life's good deeds. Your luck is strong. I just went with the flow." After she spoke, she waved her hand and left. "That's it for this matter. I'm leaving first." Both Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqiu wanted to know Xuan Shishi's Daoman name. She only said 1 word, Xuan, and then disappeared into the sky, creating enough mystery for those left behind. Zhao Fan wondered, are there any big shots in the cultivation world with the surname Xuan? Mo Fuqiu had no idea either. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Zhao Fan happily bragged, "I'm now at the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. Probably no one is faster than me." Mo Fuqiu didn't care. "Don't change the subject. I spent so many treasures. What are you going to use to compensate me?" Over on Hanju's side, his system dinged with some updates. Your buddy Zhu Fan got his butt kicked so hard he died, but he got a new body and a serious power boost. Your pal Shi Xuan found some good luck and leveled up her cultivation. Your pet bird almost died but pulled through. Seeing all this, Hanju only cared about Zhu Fan. Dead and reborn? This guy's definitely got main character vibes. The system buzzed again. Ding! Congrats on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You have options. 1. Go show off your newfound power to the world and get a spirit treasure and a skill inheritance. 2. Keep cultivating in secret. Aim for the top and get a divine treasure. Hanju picked option 2. Keep it quiet, get stronger, stay away from trouble, and get that treasure. System, congrats. You got a gourd seed of the earth immortal. Hanju was a little speechless at the description. Takes 1,000 years to flower, 10,000 to fruit. You can eat it or make a magic item. If you let it grow long enough, it'll become a magic item itself and gain sentience. He was already picturing 7 rainbow-colored gourds in his head, leading 7 gourd babies down the mountain. Doesn't sound half bad. His stats popped up on the system. Race, human. Stage, mortal. Talent, 6 paths, spiritual body. Contains a top-tier spiritual root, greatly increases luck. Hanju glanced at his lifespan and was surprised. Damn, kid's got 27,900 years? Not bad. His skill list was packed with everything from spells to divine powers to magic items. But Hanju only focused on 4 now. No wonder it is the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. It is indeed the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. Thinking this, he banged his head against the wall. If I reach the Grand Ascension realm, how long will I live? I'll have all the time in the world to chill. Today's hard work is the foundation for future leisure. Meanwhile, Sheng Hongshuan had left the ancient secret realm and found Hanju's place. She angrily bit her lip, thinking about being forced into enlightenment and the previous humiliation. Hei Yuji was hiding in the distance, wondering, why is she here? Shun Chang'an heard him and asked curiously, what's it to you if she comes here? Hei Yuji puffed up. Of course I'm worried she'll eat our master. But she doesn't seem quite right today. Shun Chang'an was immediately overcome with self-pity. I get it. Xiao Mei was like that sometimes too, hurt by love. You wouldn't believe it, but I stuck by her for almost 20 years before coming here. He started reminiscing. Xiao Mei's cultivation was nothing special, but she was so sweet and reasonable. She had so many admirers you couldn't count them all. I was one of them, but I knew I was just a toad staring at a swan. So I secretly protected her. Humble Shun Chang'an only dared to steal glances at Xiao Mei with her boyfriend. Loving her meant wanting her life to be happier and joyful. According to the principle that loving someone means loving their whole path, I often treated her boyfriend to all sorts of food and drinks. He whispered his past to Hei Yuji. There were even a lot of people who called me brother, exchanged experiences with me, and encouraged me to persevere. I know their intentions were kind, but I still longed for her acceptance. Silly Shun Chang'an wouldn't give up. He thought that Xiao Mei coming to him when she had problems meant she at least had Shun Chang'an in her heart. That little bit of warmth was why he couldn't let go. Even more surprising was Shun Chang'an's thick-skinned persistence. Just taking her for abortions alone, he'd done it 7 or 8 times. And I paid the fees. She'd quickly find new joy, but I was already used to it. Even now, Shun Chang'an still hasn't woken up. He still insisted that she liked to save the best for last, so he would definitely be the one laughing in the end. He realized miserably that sacrificing so much for so many years had only taught her one thing. I'm just a lickspittle she doesn't love, just looking for a sugar daddy. Leaving Hei Yuji speechless, didn't know where to even start scolding. Shun Chang'an wondered, hey bro, you think, master hasn't even come out and women are already looking for him, why don't I have any? Hei Yuji said casually, I think it's a perception problem. It unabashedly taunted Shun Chang'an. Maybe it's because you're too handsome. Hearing that, his fragile heart shattered, and tears of pain streamed down the mountainside. Sheng Hongshuan pitifully shared with Hanju, husband, that's what happened. She couldn't help but cry in front of her husband. That old monster went too far. Hanju agreed with Sheng Hongshuan. As long as you're okay. He'll get his karma eventually. But he did make a good point. The overall strength of the Faceless sect is way ahead of the Jade Pure sect. He was thinking of her. The Jade Pure sect's potential is limited. Staying here will only slow your growth. But the Faceless sect can help you see a bigger world if you're willing to go. Who knows, you might even find some immortal opportunities. Sheng Hongshuan was a little angry, but also had a maiden's thoughts. If I chose you as my husband, then I have to stay by your side for life, Hanju earnestly advised. But you're not my subordinate. You should think more about yourself. Annoyed, Xing Hongshuan pulled Hanju's face closer. Caught off guard, she looked straight into his eyes and declared possessively, "But I like it." Xing Hongshuan just doesn't want to leave Hanju, and she confidently declares, "Hubby will definitely become an immortal. I'm still waiting for the chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven." Her voice was sweet and murmuring as she called out, "Hubby." Hanju started making excuses to avoid homework. "Don't do that. I need to upgrade your heavenly puppet." But Xing Hongshuan didn't care and kept going. Several days later, Hei Yuji paced back and forth, worried. "Is Master all right? He hasn't come out in so long." Shun Chengchan, always the wisest, suggested, "I think we should buy Master some oysters." Meanwhile, on Mofuki and Zhao Fan's side, they were both sitting by a campfire, grilling meat. Zhao Fan promised, "Senior brother, I'll avenge you next." He was full of arrogance, fearless and spouting nonsense. "Someday I'll conquer the world, I'll become the #1 under the heavens." In Mofuki's mind was the image of Zhu Fan being dumped by his fiancée for not having fame or power. Remembering her decisive departure, he could only try to wake Zhu Fan up. "I know you're unwilling, but I always felt like she just saw you as a backup." Sadly, he refused to be awakened, stubbornly saying, "I've already reached the Yuanying stage, and I've even killed a Huashen. Who in my generation is stronger than me? I want to prove to her that only I am worthy of her." Mofuki didn't respond. An image flashed in his head. He murmured in passing, "The younger generation, huh? I can think of one." Zhao Fan, who was munching away, understood immediately. "Are you talking about Hanju?" He hurriedly explained. "Cultivation is about constantly experiencing and searching for opportunities. Look at me. After experiencing things, my cultivation suddenly soared. While my enemies are still cultivating bitterly, their cultivation remains stagnant. I'm the clearest example." Moifuki was speechless. Ever the pragmatist, he tried to warn Zhao Fan. "Hanju's aptitude is very high. If you want to defeat him now, you need to be at least at the Huashen realm." Zhao Fan finally understood and asked, "Even if the heavens won't answer, but you have reminded me." Zhao Fan clenched his fist and firmly declared, "If I have the chance to return to the Yuqing sect in the future, I must spar with Hanju. I'll make him realize that bitter cultivation has no future." He decided everything with a burst of enthusiasm. "At that time, I'll bring him along, and the three of us will roam the world, building our own reputations." How awesome is that? Mofuki wasn't filled with enthusiasm, thinking to himself, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" At the Wuxiang sect, the waterfalls and mountains were incredibly majestic. Dongfang Xian was meditating in front of the waterfall. Wu Dao, pleased, watched his disciple cultivate. "Xian Xianzhu's cultivation has improved quite a bit. This time she'll definitely be selected by the Tiangxian manor. It's a pity that I couldn't trick that woman in the end." He smiled wickedly. "If I had her as a human cauldron, Xian's Perseer's cultivation would only become stronger." Suddenly, Wu Dao coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Dongfang Xian awake. She saw him collapse. Dongfang Xian rushed over and called out, "Master!" Dongfang Xian asked worriedly, "Master, you've been like this for a long time. Do you know who did this yet? Disciple will go kill him." Wu Dao didn't let him worry. "I don't know. I can't calculate this matter. You don't need to worry. The curse isn't strong. I can still handle it too. You cultivate well and strive to master divine abilities as soon as possible." Seeing Dongfang Xian finally agree, he hatefully thought, "Once my disciple cultivates successfully, I'll definitely make you regret this." Hanju, who was being talked about, sneezed, making him wonder, "Who's scolding me?" Shun Chang'an stood behind him, curiously asking, "What are you planting?" He assigned Shun Chang'an the task, "Plant gourds. You have to take care of them from now on." Shun Chang'an was flattered. He looked at it and knew it was extraordinary. Master sure has a lot of treasures. The dude couldn't help but pry. Could it be our ancestors had some big shots back then? Hanju played it coy. Take a wild guess. Truth be told, he himself didn't even know the origins of these cultivation methods, divine powers, and the background of these treasures. Li Qingzi came over to start a conversation. Elder Han, long time no see? Your mountain's got even more treasures, huh? Hanju probed. Old man. Sect leader, what's up? So Li Qingzi invited him in and said, Hey, Yuji always worries that its master will be eaten inside the house. Hanju cut right to the chase. Spit it out. Which demon king did you guys fight this time? Or which sect's mountain is on fire? Li Qingzi grinned ear to ear, showing off. Neither. It's something super good. The old man laid out all the details. Near the Jade Pure sect, we discovered the ruins of an ancient sect. According to the disciples' investigation, there are tons of resources inside, including cultivation methods, treasures, natural talents, and even magical artifacts. Hanju anxiously asked, Has this news spread out? A huge opportunity like this, if it gets out, cultivators all over the world will fight over it. Li Qingzi replied confidently, This is a secret of the Jade Pure sect. Besides, even though 100 years have passed, the young cultivators now haven't heard of the great name of the god-slaying elder, but the big shots of other sects still remember your heroic style. Even if they know, they wouldn't dare to interfere with the good fortune of the Jade Pure sect. Hanju caught the key point. So what do you want from me? The old man eagerly invited. Elder Han, wanna come check it out? Guan Elder has already led 5 elders and 100 elite disciples to protect the place. The teleportation formation is almost complete, too. Hanju saw right through his game. You're afraid it's dangerous inside, so you're calling me to do the dirty work, aren't you? Busted. Li Qingzi could only awkwardly ask for his opinion. Can't hide anything from you, Elder. So what do you say? He looked at the boiling teapot and gave a grand speech. Although the Jade Pure sect has been developing steadily these past years, the disciples lack experience. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand storms, and the sect leader must know this too. This is a good opportunity for the disciples to train themselves. Hanju, radiating righteousness, said, Cultivate the disciples' self-reliance and improve the overall quality of the Jade Pure sect. I'll stay behind to protect the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi agreed with his reasoning but still felt something was off. But coming from your mouth, it just sounds kinda weird. Hanju sent the old man off, still not forgetting to remind him. Be careful. These kinds of relics usually have restrictions. Li Qingzi understood and agreed. If we discover any treasures that can improve spiritual qi, I'll send someone to deliver them. After walking out of the cave, Li Qingzi suddenly exclaimed when he saw something. Hanju was curious. The sect leader, is there anything else? Why was the old man hesitating and looking ahead? The Fusang tree was shaking like crazy, making Li Qingzi curious. Hanju was shocked to see the Fusang tree shaking so violently. It was shaking so hard, like it was dancing to some tune. Hey, Yunji and Shun Chengwan were panicking. Why is it shaking in broad daylight? Please, don't let anything bad happen. Master will definitely kill me. Hanju rushed over. What's going on? Hey, Yuji and Shun Chenghan started talking at once. We didn't do anything. This tree suddenly went crazy. It's been shaking on its own at night too. Hearing that, he was completely surprised. Shaking on its own. Is it becoming a spirit? He immediately used his divine sense to take a peek. Even more surprised, there was no nascent soul. Hanju worriedly speculated. Logically speaking, if it's becoming a spirit, it should have intelligence, and naturally a nascent soul. Could it be that the Fusang tree is summoning something? Suddenly, he saw the Fusang tree covered in a layer of dazzling golden crowlight, from trunk to treetop. Hanju looked even more worried. The Fusang tree only attracts golden crows after living for 10,000 years. But it hasn't been that long yet. Let's see if there's any big news in the world. A series of information about the world was packaged in the small window of the system. He looked around and concluded, there doesn't seem to be any major changes in the world of cultivation. On a magnificent pavilion, in the middle of Reflection Lake, which was like the sky was dyed red, Xuan Shishi took a sip of tea and asked, "Has senior sister ascended yet?" Xuan Qingjun mysteriously replied, "It's not time yet. So what's the plan?" Xuan Shishi sighed wearily. "Don't even mention it. Zhao Fan is like a completely different person compared to his previous life. So stubborn! Luckily, they completely trust me over there." Xuan Qingjun looked satisfied. He's the key to the plan. Don't let him die again. She was full of questions, totally confused. Like, you could totally reinvent yourself after ascending, right? With your power, you could definitely rule the roost in the Xianyu realm. What are you even waiting for? Xuan Qingjun answered straight up. Waiting for my Dao companion, duh. Hearing that, Xuan Shishi choked, spitting out all the tea in her mouth. Seeing her junior sister cough non-stop from the shock, she just casually said, "Just kidding." Xuan Shishi exclaimed loudly. "You scared me to death, sis. Your love brain is like a 20-year-old digger of wild herbs." Xuan Qingjun then spilled the beans. "I initially came to the Yuqing sect to check out Zhuo Fan, but I stumbled upon a cute little dude. This guy's a hardcore cultivator. After so many years, he's probably reached Huashen by now." Xuan Shishi was surprised and asked, "He's even more amazing than Zhao Fan?" Xuan Qingjun nodded in confirmation. Her face flushed red. "I'll take you to meet him someday if I get the chance." Xuan Shishi didn't buy it at all. "Sis, are you seriously pulling my leg?" Suddenly, a golden light flashed, illuminating, as if tearing the sky apart. Something zipped past at an incredible speed, causing the water's surface to surge. Hearing the noise, Yang Tiandong and Tiansu turned their heads in shock to search. He asked frantically, "Uncle Tiansu, what is that?" He stuttered in fear, unable to speak. The dignified demon king Tiansu was trembling like a leaf. A child of Zhu Kui. Misfortune strikes. A child of Zhu Kui, glowing golden all over, charged forward with a ferocious look. It was Zhu Dao, feared by everyone. Zhu Dao, engulfed in flames, opened its wide maw and lunged straight down. Zhu Dao, also called Huo Dao, is a dog-like demon beast that can breathe and swallow fire. Wherever it goes, disaster follows. It usually appears amidst raging fires. So Zhu Dao is considered an omen of fire and a symbol of extremes and bad luck. At this moment, two girls were gathering herbs on the cliff, planning to head back as it was getting dark. One girl wondered, "Yao Mei, does something feel off?" She felt that the temperature was indeed unusual. It was clearly almost winter, so why was it suddenly so hot? Both looked up at the sky and saw two stars. They mistook the blazing flames on Zhu Dao's body for the sun and cried out in panic, "Are those two suns?" At this moment, the headmaster and the Yuqing sect's Zhen Ren immediately flew out, simultaneously issuing a warning. "Enemy attack!" Li Qingzi shouted at the head. "What kind of demon is this?" The Zhenren echoed closely behind. "It's hot like the sun. Judging by the direction, it's heading for the Yuqing sect." Everyone couldn't help but worry. If it gets close, will the Yuqing sect be destroyed? Li Qingzi, as the sect leader, decisively ordered, "Activate the sect protecting grand formation." A formation from the highest peak gradually covered every corner of the sect. Following his hand movements, the formation gradually became more complex. Seeing the sect protecting grand formation activated, Hanju was extremely worried. The Yuqing sect's sect protecting grand formation can't stop this heat. At this moment, the system reminded him. Divine Beast Zhu Dao is attacking, wanting to take the Fusang Shu. It's in the 5th level of the Hedao realm. It is a divine beast of calamity. the child of Zhu Kui, born carrying bad luck, possessing sunfire capable of destroying the world. Hanju was very surprised. It's all because of the Fusang Shu. It's too late. Prepare to fight Zhu Dao. He Yuji and Xun Changwan both suddenly got antsy, Hanju casually explained. Just a bloodline thing, I'll be right back. Dude zipped off so fast he was just a blur, leaving He Yuji blinking in confusion. Hanju was already miles away, leaving He Yuji and Xun Changhan howling, "Master, don't leave us behind!" Zhu Dao went berserk, roaring with its mouth wide open, looking like a total beast losing its mind. Even the sect leader and the real ones couldn't get close to Zhu Dao. The whole back mountain was about to burn down. They couldn't see its true form clearly, so it was hard to attack. Last time they saw something like this was when the strange fire was born. Li Qingzi had to resort to desperate measures. "We can't let it get any closer. Everyone, listen up, use everything you've got," he chanted and shouted. For the Yuqing sect, all elders, the elders and real ones all followed suit. Just then, Hanju caught up and yelled, "Stop! Things are about to get real bad." He quickly dished out orders. "You guys are no match for it yet. Get the Yuqing sect disciples out of here, now." Everyone figured if Elder Han Shen was here, the opponent must be seriously scary. Li Qingzi was surprised. "I thought you'd already bailed." Hanju sighed. "Honestly, I wanted to, but I kinda started this mess." He summoned his weapon, saying, "Can't let the Yuqing sect take the fall for my screw-up." The purification sword appeared in Hanju's hand. "Go? I'll buy you some time." Li Qingzi quickly nodded. He shouted to everyone, "Move it! Don't waste the chance Elder Han is giving us." Zhu Dao had completely lost it. All it could think about was the Fusang Shu messing with its head. It was totally shocked when Hanju blocked its path, but it immediately blasted a huge, raging fireball at him. "Get out of the way!" Hanju didn't waste words. Using the Heaven Execution Ghost God Sword to slice through the flames, a single strike, like the whole Milky Way contained within, easily stopped Zhu Dao's sunfire. It was blown back by the sword energy, and went even crazier. Even Hanju was knocked back by the shockwave. The system chimed in. "The divine beast Zhu Dao now harbors hatred towards you. Hatred level 5 stars. He pondered for a moment. A 5-star fusion realm was tougher than some enlightened realm geezers. Guess that's what makes a divine beast special. Just then, Zhu Dao was getting ready to fire again, and Hanju knew this was bad. It quickly unleashed calamitous flames, intending to burn everything to the ground. He easily dodged the raging pillar of fire, but when the flames consumed the forest, Hanju snapped awake. "This isn't the simulated cultivation. The Yuqing sect is right behind me." He never expected that mentioning the Yuqing sect would actually redirect Zhu Dao's attention. Zhu Dao chased after Hanju's nimble figure, leaving a trail of fire wherever it went. Li Qingzi quickly guided the disciples to evacuate. "Everyone, head towards the water spirit pool. The teleportation formation is still open there." Hanju motivated himself. "Can't keep this up. The attacks are too dense. Can't find an opening." But sensing the danger, his eyes darted back and forth, and he realized, oh crap. In a moment of astonishment, witnessing Hanju's instantaneous teleportation, Zhao Dao spewed fire directly at him. Zhao Dao was gleeful, picturing nothing but ashes before him. That pesky obstacle must be visiting his ancestors now. Suddenly, a slash aimed straight at its neck caught Zhu Dao by surprise. Turns out, Hanju managed to dodge it. He sighed inwardly. This Zhao Dao is way too chubby. The heavenly punishment Ghost God Sword could only damage its fur. Only that ultimate move left. But there's no time. Looking again, he suddenly jumped. Zhao Dao's gone. No wait, with this aura is it charging up a super move? Hanju felt a sense of coincidence, because he also had an ultimate move he hadn't used yet. The two ultimate moves collided, causing a massive shock, shaking the heavens and the earth. Both Hanju and Zhao Dao were going all out, fighting fiercely. It's kill or be killed. Meanwhile, Lin Qingzi was still diligently blasting out his evacuation announcements. Line up in order, no pushing. Suddenly, the Supreme Grand Elder appeared, saying, "It's over." Li Qingzi was shocked and asked, "Why do you say that, Master?" The Grand Elder calmly replied, "Haven't you noticed the temperature has dropped significantly?" Li Qingzi listened and nodded in agreement. "You're right, it's definitely not as hot as it was before." The entire sect cheered with joy. "It's Elder He saved us once again." Just now, when the two ultimate moves collided, Zhao Dao was swallowed whole by the technique. The vermilion bird's offspring was so tragically defeated that it shattered into pieces and blew away with the wind. Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief. In a battle between experts, a single moment of carelessness can be fatal. System notification. Due to your first kill of a divine beast, you have received a Sword Dao divine power inheritance. Congratulations! You have obtained the divine power. Heaven and Earth Xuan Huang Realm Breaking Swordfinger. Heaven and Earth Xuan Huang Realm Breaking Swordfinger relies on sword energy to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. The strength and range of the sword energy depends on the user's cultivation level. The joy was short-lived. The system displayed more information. Divine Beast Vermilion Bird is naturally blessed with luck. Because you killed its child, it is filled with hatred towards you. It will definitely find a way to take revenge on you when you ascend. Seeing that the Vermilion Bird's cultivation level was mid-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Hanju was so shocked his jaw dropped. He angrily cursed. "You crazy bird! You can't even control your own kid, and now you're blaming me after it died. Don't you know how many lives this Zhu Dao has taken?" The hatred level reaching 5 stars made Hanju furious. Beat up the kid, and the parent comes to settle the score, huh? But why wait until I ascend to take revenge? Is the Vermilion Bird unable to descend to the mortal realm? He pondered in silence. Looks like I need to be stronger than the Vermilion Bird before I even think about ascending. Otherwise, I'm just asking for death. The upper realm is way too chaotic. Hanju looked at Zhao Dao's shattered corpse, considering how to deal with it. Since the Vermilion Bird has already noticed, there's no need to destroy the evidence anymore. Li Qingzi hurriedly ran over and asked, "Elder Han, what kind of evil being was that son from earlier?" Hanju thought to himself, "If I say it's a divine beast, it'll probably shatter their worldviews." In order to prevent the Jade Purity sect from getting involved, he had no choice but to hide the truth. Just a demonic dog. Li Qingzi was surprised. How could it be? Such terrifying energy. And it was targeting the Jade Purity sect. Hanju immediately shifted the blame to the founding ancestor. Could it be that Grandmaster 9 Cauldrons offended someone in the past? Li Qingzi thought it made sense. If it's a grudge from the Grandmaster, then it's understandable. I'll check the Grandmaster's records when we get back. Li Qingzi asked Hanju if he needed anyone to clean up the scene, but he didn't need it. These things would make good food for Heiyuji. At that moment, 9 Cauldrons, who was being blamed by Hanju, sneezed continuously, starting to doubt his own existence. After this, a legend circulated that when Zhao Dao swept through Great Yan on a large scale, countless beings were terrified. But the mighty Zhao Dao suddenly disappeared in Great Yan, creating a mystery for future generations. And the place where he disappeared was within the territory of the Jade Pure sect. For a time, the Jade Pure sect was at the forefront of the storm. All the sects didn't dare to have malicious intentions. They could only consistently make friends and try not to make enemies. Tiansu at this time held the newspaper and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we established relations. I saw early on that this Jade Pure sect was not ordinary. Good heavens! That was Zhu Dao. Many itinerant cultivators, hearing the great name of the Jade Pure sect, happily went there. The Jade Pure sect's strength steadily increased. Seemingly on par with Great Wei, Li Qingzi of West Abyss State was once again blocked by Hanju. "Please announce the matter of opportunity beforehand. Don't look for me anymore. I won't go anywhere," the old man pleaded with him. "This time it's not a good thing." Li Qingzi began to ramble. "The Blood Flame Heaven Gate of Great Way and the formless sect of Ancient Origin State have started a war. They ignored Great Yan and West Abyss State in between and directly engaged in battle." The old man expressed all his thoughts. "Although I don't know why they did this, our Great Yan is very likely to be implicated." Hanju was speechless. Seriously, they can start a war from so far away? Are they bored out of their minds? "Both of these sects have had grudges with me," Li Qingzi explained. "I heard that the Heaven's Chosen, Dongfengxian, of the Formless sect, killed the son of the Blood Flame Heaven Gate's sect master," the old man recounted excitedly. "How could that prick from the Blood Flame Heaven Gate endure it? He immediately started a war. There's a rumor that a body integration realm guest elder has taken the lead in attacking the Formless sect." Hanju didn't care. Let them fight it out, as long as they don't threaten the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi turned away and muttered, "When will the Jade Pure sect have a body integration realm great cultivator?" And the old man didn't know. The body integration realm great cultivator was right in front of him. At this moment, Li Qingzi stopped beating around the bush and got to the point. "Elder Han, do you remember the ruins of the ancient sect from before?" It turns out that when Guan Yugang led the exploration of the ruins, the elders made a huge discovery there. There was actually still someone alive there. It was a blind old man. Li Qingzi recounted everything. "I don't know what mechanism Elder Guyan and the others triggered, but they suddenly released the seal on that person. He seems to have been asleep for over 1,000 years. His strength is unfathomable. Luckily, he didn't intend to attack, otherwise, Elder Guyan wouldn't have been able to withstand it." Li Qingzi revealed all his thoughts. "To be sealed for so long and still survive, he's definitely not simple. We kindly tried to recruit him, but he didn't agree. Can you help us persuade him?" Hanju didn't agree immediately, but asked, "So where is he now?" He received the answer that he was in the inner sect city. He put on a mysterious air. "This is a major matter. Wait for me to calculate and understand his past before deciding." Li Qingzi praised him profusely. "Elder Han has great shentong, supernatural powers. Actually, he received information from the system. That person's name is Xiao Yao, 9th level of the Rongshu realm. The #1 Heaven's Chosen of the Heavenly Immortal Manor 5,000 years ago, the only survivor of the ancient Lingxiao sect, punished by heaven with blindness in both eyes." Hanju wondered. Such a top-tier background, yet he's not someone blessed by heaven? He then asked Li Qingzi about the Lingxiao sect. The old man immediately said everything he knew. "I heard it was a great sect from 5,000 years ago. Later, they offended the immortal gods and were punished by heaven. The entire sect perished." "But what does this have to do with that blind old man?" Hanju calmly denied it. "It has a huge connection. That blind old man is the only surviving person of the Lingxiao sect." Li Qingzi's expression changed upon hearing this. "So keeping him is against the will of heaven?" The old man immediately thought of a countermeasure. "Or should I, as the sect leader, personally drive him away?" Hanju said bluntly. "He's at the 9th level of the Rongshu realm." Li Qingzi quickly wanted to run and remind Guan Yugang not to do anything foolish. Hanju had to instruct, "For now, let him stay in the Jade Pure sect. When I have time, I'll come and find him." Hanju deeply engraved the name Xiao Yao in his mind. He decided to use the simulated arena to see the strength of the #1 Heaven's Chosen of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. The advantage of the simulated arena is that every move of the opponent is made with full force, without fear, without running away. You can learn more about the opponent's true level, their extreme state, and their habits of attack. If you don't consider the variables in actual combat, Defeating the simulated opponent is more difficult than defeating many real people. Hanju, based on previous experience, guessed that the first move would be a life-bound ultimate move. Xiao Zhao used the divine ability Heavenly Army of 10,000 horses, splitting into hundreds and thousands of clones. Tens of thousands of Xiao Zhao rushed towards Hanju, making him dizzy with this ninja-like technique. He was speechless, seeing this divine ability. How could he fight more than 10,000 Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators? Hanju cursed. Damn it! I, representing the Jade Pure sect, thank you for not killing me. By the way, a jab at Kuan Yu gang, look at the good deed you've done. At the Valley of Ghosts' Lament, the steep cliffs were so deep and terrifying, giving people goosebumps. A bloody battle had just taken place here, with corpses scattered everywhere. Yet they were still on an expedition. Just what kind of existence were they? Sukin Chi knelt on the ground in fear, thinking to himself that the elite troops of the demon-slaying sect had been wiped out just like that. He trembled. Senior, I'm just an ordinary person. Sukin Chi dropped his weapon, kneeling and stammering in plea. That purple light, please spare me. The demon lord appeared before him, arrogantly saying, if this lord wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. His eyes contained the entire universe, and he was tempting Sun Chi. The fact that you're still alive is fate. Do you understand? Su Chi's pupils contracted in fear upon hearing the demon lord's mention of fate. Suki Chi was bewildered, slowly contemplating the word fate that the demon lord had mentioned. He tentatively asked, could it be that Senior wants to impart your supreme techniques to me? The demon lord casually replied, if you are willing to help me fulfill a wish, what's the harm in imparting my supreme techniques to you? The demon lord extended his hand, inviting Su Chi. You have extraordinary luck. This lord can't even calculate your destiny. Maybe you can inherit my mantle. Su Chi was immediately flustered. Inherit Senior's mantle. But I already have a master. How can I refuse? He didn't dare to refuse outright. Senior, please speak. This junior will definitely fulfill your wish for you. The demon lord bluntly said, I want to cleanse the mortal realm with blood. Are you willing to help me? Su Chi trembled. Senior, you're joking. I'm afraid this junior can't help, he thought to himself. Cleanse the world with blood? You dare to even think about it? The demon lord stared at Sun Chi seriously with his single eye. You think I'm joking with you? This lord has never misjudged people. You truly have talent in this aspect. At this moment, in the simulation arena, the beads on Xiao Zhao's neck had broken apart. He was also injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood, looking like he was about to collapse. Hanju was surging forward, gaining the upper hand, while Xiao Zhao was in an unfavorable situation. He secretly assessed, Xiao Zhao is worthy of being the former #1 prodigy of the Heaven Immortal Manor. Being a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator, and being able to force a Fusion Realm cultivator to this point, is enough for him to be proud of. Even though he was assessing and thinking, Hanju's attack speed didn't decrease. One strike ended the simulation trial, taking 89 minutes, but he wasn't satisfied, and went again. In the next few attempts, Hanju tried to reduce the time to 23 minutes. But Xiao Zhao managed to summon his clones. Then on the 5th attempt he only used 3 minutes. Hanju still wasn't satisfied. No, 3 minutes is enough for him to flatten the Jade Pure sect. He used the divine ability he received after defeating Zhao Dao, Heaven and Earth, Xuan Huang, Realm, Breaking Swordfinger. Hanju thought with some annoyance, I almost forgot I had this move. In this 7th attempt, he only used 2 seconds to obliterate Xiao Zhao. Finally, Hanju felt relieved. He had to admit that it was indeed a tiring battle. But, if it were reality, he probably wouldn't use a big move right away. He would just strike first and gain the upper hand. That's it. At this time, a system window popped up, reporting recent news to him. There was more interesting news outside, the most notable being, your divine pet Hei Yu Ji devoured the divine beast Zhu Dao. Its bloodline mutated, and it gained a sliver of luck. Hanju was surprised that Little Black had also evolved. At this moment, Heiyuji was still oblivious, munching on Zhao Dao's flesh with relish. The dried meat the master made is pretty good. I'm afraid the whole world can't find anything tastier than this. Seeing Heiyuji gobbling it down like there's no tomorrow, and even wanting to save some for New Year's, Hanju was like, should I tell him this is divine beast meat or nah? Shun Chang'an came running, panting. Master, bad news. The Fusang tree's at it again, he sighed dramatically. This time, the Fusang tree wasn't going totally bonkers, shaking like crazy. It was swaying gently, like it was trying to seduce someone. Shun Chang'an, ever the optimist, commented, well, at least it's not shaking as much. Better than last time. Heiyunji chimed in, but a tree moving at all is kinda sus, right? Hanju was utterly exhausted. Talk about carrying jade invites robbery. Last time he killed Zhu Dao and pissed off the vermilion bird. Who did I offend this time? Is there no way to get this thing to chill out? Shun Chang'an, full of wisdom, offered his insight. Master, don't you think it looks like it's in heat? Hanju had a sudden realization. The Fusang tree could attract Zhao Dao and the Golden Crow, so it definitely has something useful. And their common trait is the fire element. Could it be? Could it be that the Fusang tree needs high-level fire-type bloodlines? Is this a symbiotic relationship? Out of nowhere, Heiyuji piped up, not hiding anything, master. Lately, for some reason, I always feel like it's trying to lure me up there. He quickly added, I didn't dare go because I was afraid you'd be upset. Hanju finally understood this tree-bird romance. Zhu Dao was a divine beast. Heiyuji is a reincarnated demon saint. Their identities aren't inferior at all. It all clicked for him. Little Hei ate Zhao Dao, so his blood has some of Zhao Dao in it? Maybe that's enough to satisfy the Fusang tree. Hanju immediately agreed. Phoenixes living in trees is natural. But he has to build his own nest. He thought it through. If Heiyuji takes over the Fusang tree, then other demon birds and divine beasts won't come. After building his nest, Heiyuji was super content and relaxed. His face was beaming with smug satisfaction. Hanju was happy that the Fusang tree wasn't restless anymore, only Sun Chang'an had some reservations. Why do I feel like it can't be restless anymore because it's being suppressed by Chicken Bro? Suddenly, someone arrived. Dense spiritual chi, rebuilt into a mortal mountain. Can't be wrong. Surely you are the most powerful Elder Zhan Shen. Turns out, it was Xiao Zhao, the favored son of a famous sect from 5,000 years ago. Heiyuji and Shun Chang'an were shocked, because they didn't sense him coming at all. Hanju was much calmer. What brings you here, Taoist friend? Xiao Zhao laid out his plan. The sect master keeps inviting me to join, but my situation is a bit special. How about this? I'll join the Yu Qing sect if... He only had one request. If someone representing the Yu Qing sect can withstand one palm strike from me, then I'll join. Shun Chang'an thought to himself. Now that's just arrogant. Heiyunji was a little worried. Isn't that usually master's line? Tables have turned, huh? Hanju smiled on the surface. But inside he was thinking, I wasn't even looking for you, and you come looking for me instead. Xiao Zhao coldly said, no need for him, jumped up, and gathered energy in the air, preparing to attack, striking a palm straight at the chest of Hanju, who was confused, unprepared. He was a little shocked, unable to react to the situation unfolding before his eyes. Heiyuji and Shun Chang'an worried beside him, continuously calling master. Everything around them fell into silence, making Xiao Zhao have his doubts. The violent wind, the obvious spiritual energy in his palm still existed, but couldn't be delivered. This awkward silence got Xiao Zhao thinking, who's this guy? Why's he got so much spirit treasure? He couldn't figure it out, so he just plopped his hand on Hanju's chest, making Hanju all flustered. Dude, have some respect. Xiao Zhao just deadpanned. I'm just checking your cultivation, but I can't quite pin down your level. Since you're decked out in so much spirit treasure, I won't hold back. I'm going all out. Hanju gave him a cold stare. A 9th level void amalgamation cultivator wants to go all out? You here to spar or kill me? After a moment, he said, if I can take your hit, you'll really join the Jade Pure sect and listen to the sect master? Xiao Zhao said, all righteous. I never break my promises. Plus, I do need a place to settle down, and I kinda like the Jade Pure sect. Hanju stood there, all chill, motioning him to attack. Alright then, go for it. My bad, Xiao Zhao said, and BAM! He unleashed his inner power, channeling it into his palm. It was like he was grabbing hold of all the wind in the area. The spirit energy materialized, and Xiao Zhao sucked it right in. He Yuji and Xun Changwan were like, whoa, that suction power is insane. Even the sky's getting pulled in. Everything was drowned out by the light from Xiao Zhao's spirit energy. Even though Hanju was hidden in the light, he wasn't scared at all. In everyone else's eyes, the strongest guy in the Jade Pure sect was only at the nascent soul realm. Xiao Zhao was thinking, he's so confident taking my challenge, is he really at the void amalgamation realm? A full power strike from a void amalgamation cultivator landed square on Hanju's chest. With a dull thud, boom! It was like two giant mountains colliding, and the shockwave blew everything away. Xun Changhan got launched into the sky. He Yuji, the chunky chicken, got shoved back too. Trees were flattened, and leaves were swirling everywhere. In the middle of it all, Xiao Zhao was sprawled out against a broken tree, yelling in disbelief. He's a Unity Realm cultivator. He never expected a sect that didn't even have a void amalgamation cultivator would have a Unity Realm cultivator. Hanju stood there like a mountain, casually asking, so, about that deal? Xiao Zhao sat up and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. From now on, I'm a Jade Pure sect guy. Suddenly, the system chimed in, Xiao Zhao likes you now. 1 star of favorability. Hanju was like, seriously, he told Xiao Zhao, just don't go blabbing about my cultivation, okay? Xiao Zhao looked up, surprised. Don't the Jade Pure sect people know? Hanju gazed at the clear blue sky. If I'm too strong, the sect might get cocky and start picking fights. I just want immortality, nothing else. Not many people need to know about me. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Such a rare mindset. If the Spirit Firmament sect was half as humble as him, they wouldn't have been wiped out. Hanju clasped his hands in farewell, and Xiao Zhao gave him a respectful bow. After Xiao Zhao left, He Yunji was all curious. Why didn't you teach him a lesson? He did stab you, you know. Hanju shot back, I'll stab you? Wanna try? He Yuji pretended to be all cute. With my adorable face, how could you hurt me? Hanju was even more annoyed. This chicken's been getting too big for its britches lately. Seeing it happily munching on meat, he said, I gotta remind you, things ain't looking good. That guy pissed off some immortal, you see his eyes? That's an immortal curse? He Yuji freaked out. An immortal curse? Hanju glared at it. Yep, can't be too careful. Danger's everywhere. So stop acting all high and mighty. Oh, and I didn't want to tell you, but that jerky you're eating is made from Zhao Dao's corpse. You know that vermilion bird's kid? Didn't you notice your body changing? That's all thanks to the divine beast. Hanju finished it off, making He Yuji sweat bullets. So you better train hard and get stronger, or the vermilion bird's gonna come for revenge. I bet the vermilion bird's already got it in for us. I gotta go into seclusion too. With that, Hanju turned and left, leaving He Yuji a shivering, sobbing mess. After calming down, it sadly packed up the rest of the jerky and gave it to a dog, and completely forgot that Xun Chang'an was still waiting to be rescued.